I'm like, oh God, what is it like? How is this going to be? But it was good. It was good. Who has some Sadak mac and cheese? Oh my gosh, the one. We were supposed to see the like we were gonna rent it on like Prime to see if it was on Prime or something, but I fell asleep when I got home. Yeah, all the cooking and then the ripping and running this week, like I had to rest. I knocked out. Y'all keep in mind we don't do Freeform Friday anymore. So we are still with the one-on-ones on Thursdays. Freeform Friday has been axed. I cannot do that anymore. Nikki, I hope you get some rest. I can only imagine. What's up, Melly? Melanie. Hi, Nanny. Happy Thanksgiving to you too. What's up, Eight playing with you? Yeah, I can't do Freeform Friday no more. What's up, Liz Ray? What's up, Mac Lester? Oh, this is a Melanie Ray. Melanie, you doing lives now? Thank y'all to the Melanie Raiders in the house. Oh, okay, that's what's up. What the fuck are you talking about, Ryan? Nobody is talking about anything. Like you come straight into the room and the first thing you say is wrong. You're saying wrong about us saying what's up, Melanie? Good evening, the sun vet. Like the live just started and you come in here already. Like goodness gracious. Hey, Auntie Trees. Happy Thanksgiving to you. Right, coming in hot. What's up, Rolf Ransom. I did. Thank you, Sunny. I hope you enjoyed your day as well. Yeah, y'all. So I'm not gonna be able to play the music anymore. I can tell that now because like we're already on the FYP and we only have 16 shares. So the over the last couple of days, the reason why we haven't been having to do the resets is because TikTok seems to be cracking down on playing music before the live, and that suppresses the live. So I can't do that anymore. I figured that that was the issue. Uh, why Rodney? When I start the show, I will begin to bring up guests. Like right now, like we just started. We're 6 minutes in. I don't even bring up people until we've got 100 shares. So chill, chill. I see y'all in the request box. I promise I do. Um, my other co-hosts aren't even here yet, so I'm trying to wait on them to roll on in. Mama Bash, are you in the guest request box on purpose? What's up, Just Looking? What's up, Ari? What's up to the YouTube fam? Shout out to y'all over there. I hope y'all enjoyed your Thanksgiving holiday. Oh, okay. I have 7,000 what? That's 7,000 likes. I said 100 shares, not likes. YouTube Church. Is that what you're saying is the name of your like what your channel does? The Getting Saved channel? John Bond. Like if you type it in the comments, does that make it true? Oh, okay. All right. I feel you, YouTube. Um, I just want to know, like, when John Bond, when y'all come into the comments and y'all like yell out, Jesus Christ is Lord. Like, it's like when y'all do that, it makes me hear Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ. Like, that's what I hear in my head when y'all be just like popping up in the comments and typing, Jesus Christ is Lord. Like, does that like make it more true, or do you feel like you just need to like make that declaration in the space with godless people? I'm trying to figure out why y'all do that. Like, does it do something? Exactly, they sound like parrots. Like I'm trying to figure out why you do it. And this is a real question. Like, I'm not even trying to be funny. Yeah, like I want to know why they do that. Hey, Tayo, where's Let me see where Lala and Do That is. Let's see, y'all. We had 99 shells. I got 99 shells, and I need one more. Oh, okay, yeah. Hold on, hold on, y'all. All right, so we are at 100 shares. We got 310 beautiful people in the room tonight. I just text Lala to see if she's coming. Let's see here. Auntie Charlene, are you in the box on purpose? Oh, thank you. That's why I was trying to figure out what I could say. What I could say right there, Dragon Sage. Said I got 99 shares and the God ain't one. You're Thank you, Dallas. Where in the Bible does it then hop on stage and we can talk about it, Jay? We'll definitely do that. Is there one of the mods? Is there a mod, a super mod in here that can hop on stage until Lala do that or Selena gets here? I got 99 problems and the God ain't one. Well, if you think I'm gonna kick you, you're letting me know that you are intentionally in here to piss me off. So that thank you for telling me that I should not pick you to come on stage. Okay. I've had a great day today. I'm not looking to be intentionally pissed. So thank you for outing yourself, Jay. What's up, Selena?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good. How was your Thanksgiving?
It was so good here with my son and his wife and the grandbabies.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
good. Yeah, I had a lot of fun too. Was laughing with my mom and
Aw.
my step grandmother and my sisters. Like we were sitting around the table and like cracking up
Aw.
about things when we were younger, and like it was fun. And the things that we used to laugh at when we were kids, like we used to when my mom. Never mind. I'm not gonna say that part because it's embarrassing.
Yeah.
But the shit is funny. Like it was funny. It was funny. Yeah, I wish I could tell y'all, but I don't want to
No,
embarrass
you
my
fine.
mama. But like, it's funny, and the crazy thing is that she would tell y'all herself, but that's something I let her tell y'all.
Yeah.
But yeah, they were talking about how uh, like a lizard got in her house, and she was like stuck in the corner until my stepfather got home to get the lizard out, and I was like. I was when she said she called him. I was like, "When you whispered on the phone, like when you trying to make sure the lizard didn't hear you." She's like, "It just sat there and looked at me the whole time, like it controlled the house."
Oh no.
And she said my stepfather came home and he just put on a glove and walked towards it and picked it up.
Did what he was supposed to do.
Yeah,
That's good.
but the things that she was telling me, like I was cracking up. What's up, Chicago? All right, y'all ready? Let's see. Thank you, Mary. Oh well, that person popped out.
Well,
Domino, Domino's Pizza. Selena, are you able to remove them? I can't remove them on my end. Their box is black. Thank you. KN, are you in the box on purpose? right there.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Hi. Good. How are you?
All right.
All right. Did you
Mhm.
join the stage on purpose?
Um, I was. It looks like I was invited.
Oh no, that TikTok does that.
Oh, that
We
was
don't send
TikTok
out
doing
invites.
that.
Yeah, yeah. I
Oh,
can, I can move you down and back to the comments. Okay.
yeah. Okay.
All right. Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
All right. TikTok should not do that. Like, don't send out invites on other
That's
people's behalf. Like, what the fuck is that?
that's messed up.
It's probably people out there like, yeah, she be inviting me to her live all the time, but she know I got the truth. Ripper, hi, how are you?
Ma'am, I'm good,
Uh,
ma'am. I have
that's
one
good.
humble request. That's it. My humble request is, can we get 2 Israelites per show?
No,
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
all right. Have a good night. Do not ever come up
You
here
have
and
that
ask me
headache?
to ask to cross my boundary. Don't do it.
The hell?
That's not a humble request.
I have no words.
Yeah, that's crazy. Anthony, hello, Anthony. Was Anthony the Israelite that they were asking? Anthony, are you there?
Oh, okay.
Okay. Can you remove him? He's a black box.
Yeah,
I
I
can't
got
take
him.
him in. Thank you. Preach.
Hey, what's going on?
Hi, how are you?
Yes, I joined on purpose. And yes, I read the prompts. And no, I am not an Israelite. And I am not a
You are what?
I'm not an Israelite. And yes, I joined on purpose. And I'm not making any special requests.
Yeah, but the question that I was going to ask is, are you a Christian? Are you
Yes, I
deconstructing,
am a
or
Christian.
are you an atheist?
I'm a Christian.
Okay, and which topic did you want to discuss?
Well, why didn't God forgive Adam and Eve?
Can you read the whole thing?
Oh, no problem. Why didn't God forgive Adam and Eve in the beginning?
Yeah, that makes a difference.
It does.
Go ahead.
Growing up and being a Christian and coming into Christianity at like 14, 15, establishing a relationship with God, like a real relationship, like fasting and praying at a young age, being celibate, actually being celibate, losing girlfriends because I was celibate at a young age in high school, choosing God over friends, family, and women at a young age. Um,
What does this have to do with Adam and Eve?
I know I'm saying having a relationship with God. I feel like once you have a relationship with God, it kind of put me in a space, in a headspace where I was like, if I was a creator of everything and I know everything that I know, but I'm a astral being that's never been in a physical body, and I just create something and I tell them not to do something, but I don't understand the temptations of the flesh, and I tell them not to eat from this because it's going to harm them, and they do it anyways. I'm just going to punish them because I don't understand the temptations of the flesh. So when Christ came into the picture, that was the creator putting himself into a physical body where he understood the temptations of the flesh. That's why we have the
So,
Old Testament and the New
so
Testament.
Christ. Okay, so Christ had sex before and knew what it felt like and knew what the power or the strength that it took to then not have sex, right? To resist
No,
those urges. So I'm sorry, wait, Christ was married and he knew the strength that it took to not cheat on his wife and lust after other women. Right? No, wait.
Christ was
He knew Christ was a homosexual, and he knew what it took to not want to have sex with other men.
wait.
Right? Right. You said that he knew, right, the temptations of the flesh of the human, right?
No, I
Like,
said the creator.
yeah.
The,
And then
the,
Jesus came, right? The creator
right,
didn't know, right? You said the creator did
right,
not know.
right.
And then Christ came and he was tempted of the flesh, right? And so what I'm asking is if Jesus knew what it was like to have an orgasm and then knew what it was like to uh, forego that feeling um, to worship himself or worship God. Like, does Jesus know what it's like to have that amazing feeling of reaching an orgasm and then going celibate after that?
It's a good question. Um, so I'm so I don't like to answer questions with questions. I'm just going to use an analogy. I feel like there
Mm-hmm.
was a creator that didn't understand the flesh, but he created things that were of flesh, and he expected things of them when he didn't understand the temptations of the flesh.
I
So
got that part.
I
I'm
believe,
asking about.
right.
I
So
got
so
that
moving
part.
forward to what you said is like I don't feel like you have to experience something and feel it to avoid it.
No.
Um,
To empathize with somebody, like to say that, hey, I know what you're going through, right? I've been there, right? I was faced with that temptation and I resisted it. I succeeded, right? Yeah, you do. To say that he came here, like the creator didn't understand the humans that it created, right? So then he sent Jesus to become human, to be tempted of all the human temptations, right? Except sex. And honestly, sex, I mean, that tends to be the thing that Christians uh often demonize a lot. What part of sex did Christ experience and show that he had power enough to resist?
okay. So I believe that Christ is a human embodiment of God. So I believe that Christ had a consciousness that was like-minded with God, to where Christ had a goal to have a relationship with the Creator, right? So that relationship gave him focus and guidance. So even though there wasn't a feeling there that was guiding him away from certain things, there was still a focus and a path, right? And given the things that he saw in other people, when they do things, there was wisdom, I believe, in Christ. Wisdom that Christ followed so that
Yeah,
he
but
can be.
but he doesn't know the power of an orgasm. And so he cannot tell somebody to just give up orgasms, right? He can't tell them how to give up orgasms, how to stop having sex with their partners or wanting to have sex with their partners. Like, he can't because he never did. He can't tell them how not to cheat on their wives. All he can do is do the same thing that he did when he told people to feed the poor and never actually did it, right? He can say you should feed the poor, right? But then not be the example of feeding the poor. He can say don't commit adultery, but not be the example of how not to actually commit adultery when you are tempted, right? As a spouse to cheat on your spouse, because he's never been a spouse, never had one. He's never had an orgasm. And then he didn't have any money to feed the poor. As a matter of fact, when Judas told him, like, why are you letting Mary Magdalene put that expensive ass oil on your feet? Like, we can sell that. We can chop that up on the block and feed the poor. And then they say, well, Judas didn't really mean he wanted to feed the poor. Judas wanted to steal the money. But even in that moment where your God, where your Jesus could have said, you're right. Like, this is a waste. This is a waste. But he said, I'm more important. He said, I'm more important than feeding the poor at this moment. She knows what she's doing. Let her do it. He had an opportunity to exemplify what he was preaching, but he didn't. Same with the divorce. Same with committing adultery. Same with the orgasm. He's telling men the best thing to do is be celibate. Men who've had orgasms.
No, I hear where you're coming from. So with that logic, I would have to commit the sin before I can advise other people to not commit the sin
So having an orgasm is a sin.
outside of wedlock, outside of marriage.
But did you hear what I said? He doesn't know what it feels like to have an orgasm. So he cannot tell people how, right, to resist the temptation of wanting to have that orgasm again, as he tells people that the best thing to do is to be celibate. He doesn't know what it's like to have a spouse, let alone be in a relationship with somebody and be lusting after somebody else. He can't give you directions on how to fight that temptation because he was never tempted with it, because he never had a spouse.
Okay. So
He doesn't know what it feels like to connect with somebody intimately, right? And be inside somebody. He doesn't know what that feels like. So he can't teach a man how to resist that.
okay. So based on that logic, like I said, if there's any type of sin committed, you're saying that if someone doesn't commit a sin, they can never teach someone how to avoid doing
They can do what Jesus did when he said feed the poor. They can say don't do it. Like if you've never ever been an addict, you cannot tell an addict how to get through withdrawals. You've never had withdrawals. If you've never been an alcoholic, you cannot tell an alcoholic how to get through the shakes because you never experienced the shakes. If you've never had a baby, you can't tell a woman how to deal with the pubic pain of the baby sitting on her pubic bone. You can spout words off, but experience is the best teacher.
experience is a great teacher, but also what I learned coming up in the streets is a man, a smart man learns from his own mistakes, but a
Okay,
wise man
preach,
learns from
preach,
others.
preach. What
Can I
should a
finish?
woman do? Hold on. What should a woman do when she's having really bad period cramps and she's passing uh, blood clots? But the blood clots are normal. She's passing blood clots. She has to crawl every period. She takes her Midol, right? Most days, most of the time, she wants to call out of work. It's hard for her to work while she's on her period, right? Her flow is heavy, right? What should she do to relieve some of that? The Midol isn't working, right? The pain medicine isn't working. She's passing blood clots. A warm wet towel does not work. A warm wet towel. What is a warm wet towel going to do?
Make you mad?
Exactly. Can you
Can
tell
I
a
answer
woman
or am
what
I
to
going to
do?
get cut off?
Can you tell a woman what to do when she has a really bad period? Go ahead.
Am I going to get cut off or can I talk?
No, I want you to give us the tips and tricks uh,
You want to
to
ask
to
a
get
man
through.
about tips and tricks on being a woman because you want to push a
Bam.
narrative that Jesus Christ
No, no. I push a
is
narrative.
not
Tell me,
really
who
who
did
he
your
is.
Jesus fuck? Who did your Jesus fuck? Preach.
That's a very derogatory term.
Uh, Fuck.
Yeah.
Have you ever fucked? Preach.
No,
So you've been celibate your whole life. Preach.
I don't know what that word
You're
means.
a fucking liar if you don't know what I. That's why you said it's derogatory. You are lying. You are being self righteous and lying. Who did your Jesus have sex with? Who gave your Jesus an orgasm? Preach.
Hold on, my headset died at the worst time, but I'm listening to you. So what I'm saying to
Who
you,
gave Jesus an orgasm?
are you saying that Jesus can't be Jesus because he was celibate?
Who the
Is that
fuck
what we're
said that
saying?
he can't be Jesus?
Who said
What
that?
I said was he was not tempted with every human temptation. He can't tell
So
anybody
that means
about sex. He never had sex. He can't tell anybody how to be a good husband because he was never a husband.
did he tell anyone to be celibate?
Yes, he did preach.
Where's the scriptures where he told people to be celibate?
Sure, we'll pull it up.
Where's my charger? My headset is dead. I should have brought my other one.
And while Thinker's doing that, y'all get these likes up. Remember, caps are for mods. One word on 100 words will get you muted. So if you find yourself muted, it's because you typed in caps, or you were rude, or you were trying to tell the host how to run her live. Thank you.
Are you there? Hello, preach. Preach, are you there?
No, I'm reading this.
Well, I'm going to read it out.
Problem.
He says, the disciples said to him, if such is the case of a man with his wife, is it better not to marry? But he said to them, not everyone can accept this teaching, but only those to whom it is given. For there are eunuchs who have been so from birth, and there are eunuchs who have been made eunuchs by others, and there are eunuchs who have made themselves eunuchs for the sake of the kingdom of heaven. Let anyone accept this who can. But he says that this is a special calling, and not everybody can accept this special calling of being a eunuch, of being celibate.
Right. That doesn't sound like he's telling people that they have to do it.
I didn't say have to. I said he says that it's the best. It's the best way to be. It's a special calling.
So a eunuch, we all understand what a eunuch is, correct? A
What do you
eunuch,
understand a eunuch to be?
a eunuch is a person who has their genitals removed.
Yes. And then they are what? Preach.
They're a eunuch.
Do they have sex?
How could you? I mean, you can engage in sexual activities being a eunuch because you still have your mouth and your fingers.
Why do you think he brought up eunuchs and three different types of eunuchs, might I add, when they asked him about marrying?
He said, disciples said to him, if such is the case of a man with his wife, it is better not to marry.
And his answer was, here are three different types of eunuchs, and it's a special calling.
Well, that's what a priest is. They swear a vow of celibacy.
What's your point in explaining that?
What I'm saying is, you can swear a vow of celibacy, but the average person is not gonna chop off a part of
Why
their
are you
body
explaining that? Like, what does that have to do with what we're talking about?
because it's all about choice.
Who said it was not a choice?
So why are you saying it like he's saying that you have to do this to be
I
perfect?
never, I'm going to say this again. This is the second time I'm going to say this. I did not say he said you have to be. I said he said it is better to be. It is a special calling. I did not say you have to clip the meat, preach.
Okay. So are you saying that he's saying this because he's never experienced it, so he doesn't understand the?
No, what I'm saying is he cannot give advice to people who have had a orgasm on how to become celibate, on how to resist the urge to feel that orgasm again because he's never felt one once. He doesn't know how to fight that need, that urge of wanting to experience it over and over and over because he doesn't know what it feels like the first time. And if he's all knowing, hold on for a second, generation, if Jesus is all knowing, then you have to explain while Preach is saying that the reason God did not forgive Adam and Eve is because he didn't know what Adam and Eve was going through. That's the reason we're on this topic, because obviously the creator isn't all knowing, according to Preach, because the creator didn't know what Adam and Eve was going through, right? So he had to send Jesus. So Jesus would be tempted as a human so that so your God could be more empathetic towards humans, right? That's his stance.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, I was explaining it to the fellow Christians.
So also what I'm saying is, so as the Jesus person, as a fleshly being, I believe that the Creator felt those temptations. I believe that it was a physical being that had the same wisdom as someone who created those beings. And so you're sitting there watching,
Wait,
like, why would they do this? Why
wait,
would they
who?
do
Which
that?
one are you talking about? When you say the
You
creator,
have
you
God
talking
and you
about
have Jesus.
Yahweh or Jesus?
God is not
Okay,
Jesus.
wait, stop, hold on. Before you said the creator did not feel the temptations. Now you're saying he did?
No, I'm saying the all creator of everything didn't until the creator decided to put themselves in a fleshly body to experience the temptations.
Okay,
Now,
what temptations did he experience? Let's go through that.
okay, when some kids have wet dreams when you're in
Jesus,
school.
Jesus experienced wet dreams. Where does it
No,
say
I'm not
that in the
saying I know
book?
that. I'm not saying I know that. I'm just
I'm
as a
asking
human
you
being.
what you don't know that. You don't know that. Keep in mind, he was a homostatic entity. He was both divine and human. So you have no idea. If he could walk on water, he could hold back. You don't know that. And
Saying if he could walk
if
on water, he can hold back what?
he could hold back the wet. Like he literally there's nowhere in this book, right, where he touched a woman, right? So for all we know, he never desired one. So you don't know that he had wet dreams. But in this book, what temptations did he resist in this book?
Temptation did he resist?
Yeah.
The 40 days and the 40 nights in the
Yeah, what
desert.
temptations?
He
Okay, so
resisted the
what
devil. The devil asked
and
him to do a lot of
okay,
things.
what did the devil ask him to do?
He asked him to jump off a cliff. He
So
asked
so
him.
hold on,
He
hold on,
also
hold on, hold on. Okay, so the devil asked him to jump off the cliff, and that was resisting the temptation to do what?
asked him. He said, if you jump off this cliff, if God is truly with you, the angels will fly and make
And
sure.
that wait, what temptation was he resisting?
What temptation was he resisting? He was. He
Yeah,
was.
was he resisting like taking his own life? Like what was the temptation?
It could have been that. I'm not gonna assume which one was the other. But if he was exhausted for 40 days and 40 nights, you might want to take your own life. You might want to just, end it all. You know. So
Okay,
when
so he resisted the temptation to kill himself. Okay, next.
He also said, "Look at all these mountains. Look at this land. I can give you all of this. I can give you riches and gold. You can have whatever you want." And he's like, "You can't give me something that I do not own. God owns it." So he resisted the temptation of riches and gold as well. He resisted
Okay,
it.
so he resisted. So he resisted the temptation of wealth.
Right.
So he said, "Be poor." Go ahead. What's next?
Was it be poor, or, you know, was he just going on a mission? It sounds like to me he was a
I
man
mean,
of
what
war.
is it? You're when you say he resisted the temptation to get wealth, you make it sound like wealth is a sin. So he
No,
showed you how not to sin. So what was the temptation there?
the temptation there was, hey, you don't have a lot. I can give you everything. You're sitting here, you've been in the desert for 40 days and 40 nights. I can give you all of this that you see. And he's like, you don't own this. How are you going to give it to me?
Well,
You're lying.
he
You're
didn't
lying to
say
me.
you don't own it. He didn't say that to him. But
Jesus
what I'm
Christ
trying
said, you
to
can't give me something that you do not own.
he literally and one there's two different conversations here, and one of them the devil literally says that it was all given to him. There's one theology. This conversation is used to say that your God gave power to the devil, and therefore the devil is the God of the world. So either the devil is the God of the world, or it's still your God. Which one is it?
Well, the Bible does say that Satan runs the world.
So
Yeah.
can does he run the world, and can he give your Jesus power, or does your God still run it? Like you're telling me that Jesus is saying to him, "You don't own this, bro. You can't give me nothing you don't own." That's what I hear you saying.
Right. So
Does
he
he
might
own it or not? Can he
he
give it
might
or not?
he might rule over it
Can he give
for a
it, or
time.
if he rule over it, does he have the power to give the power to people or not?
Just because someone can give you power doesn't mean you should take it.
That's not what I'm asking
Because what
you.
does it come
You
with?
what you said Jesus said to him, "You don't own this, bro." So what I'm asking is, could Satan give Jesus power or not? Or did Jesus know that Satan couldn't give him power?
What I'm saying is,
No, I need you to answer that question because that's what you said. I
say
need
it
to
again.
clarify. Could Satan give Jesus the power he was offering him, or did Jesus already know that Satan couldn't give him any power?
Yeah, Satan can't give Jesus power. No,
So
he
then
knew
he
that.
wasn't tempted with shit. If Jesus knew that Satan couldn't give him shit, that wasn't a temptation. He knew there wasn't nothing there. He wasn't tempted there.
Saying there's no temptation. He's a physical character. We should just
It
throw him out.
doesn't matter. Like if it like literally, if somebody comes to you and say, "Man, I'll give you $1 million if you jump into a shitty pond," and you know that motherfucker ain't got $1 million, are they really tempting you?
God in the flesh, was different. Even though the wisdom was there.
What are you answering? If somebody comes to you and say, "I'll give you $1 million if you jump in a shitty pond," and you know this person ain't got two pennies to rub together, are they really tempting you to jump in a shitty pond? Did you really resist temptation? Or did you just say, "Man, bro, I ain't got no damn money"?
Okay, that's a good point. What I'm saying is, in the physical, in the physical, when you feel that physical pain on a spiritual level, and something comes to you and it's like, I can relieve all this pain and give you a whole bunch of stuff, you still have to have the wherewithal to be like, in the discernment to say, no, I don't want this. Because at the end of the day, it's, even though it'll be a physical gain in the moment, there's going to be something that comes after that. Having the
Okay,
wisdom
I'm
to
okay. We're
discern
not
for that.
arguing that. Yeah, we're not arguing that. But did your Jesus really have to go through all of that, um, uh, analyzing? If you're saying that he knew that he owned all of this, did he really? Because all he had to say was, "Yeah, worship the Lord your God." It's written, worship the Lord your God. And that's it. Like, did he really have to like struggle with the temptation?
I believe he did. Because why would he
Wait, hold
disappear?
on.
Why would he disappear at 13 and go to school for nothing?
What the fuck does, where does it say he did that?
In the Bible, he disappeared. He left his mother, and they
No,
found him
they
in the
left
church.
him. He didn't leave them. They left him and didn't realize that he was gone for like a day and a half. Odd. Really weird. And then when they went back to get him, he was in the synagogues
Yeah, he
among
was
with
in the
the elders
synagogue.
teaching. But
Right.
that's not the same thing as disappearing to go to school at 13.
So where did he go from? Where did he go from that young age to to like 32? I think
Ask
33.
God. Ask Jesus himself where he was. We don't know.
Well, the Bible says it. He went to Egypt.
No, it doesn't say that. Wait, pull the scripture up.
All right, give me a second. Hold on.
Lala is probably knocked out after eating Thanksgiving dinner. I don't know. I don't know if she went to go see Miss Charlene today. She might be asleep.
All right, while we're waiting, let's get these likes up. Let's get up to 100K. Remember to gift the host and the panelists of your choice. Also, go ahead over to YouTube when you have time and subscribe to Thinker's YouTube channel. It's Arch Thinker, ARCH Thinker, and her podcast with Bash, Verses and Vibes with Thinker and Bash. Trying to get up to, how much is it, Thinker? 5,000?
1,000. And while y'all at it, go over to the YouTube and tell Freddie Dorsey to come over here and teach me how to get the wisdom to understand. Since he said I'll never be wise enough to understand, go to the YouTube for me and tell Freddie to come over here and make us all wise enough. It doesn't make
You
sense for
hit that?
Freddie to be over there with all that wisdom when there is a request box over here and he can come share it.
Thank you, Tammy.
Preach, are you there? If you're gone for a long time, TikTok will drop you, so you have to come back to the app
Give me a second.
periodically.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
You have to come back periodically, or TikTok will drop you if you're on Teacup for too long.
Oh yeah, I know. That's why I refreshed the page. I'm looking it up. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Okay, it's Matthew 2:13, verse 5. An angel came to Jacob and told them to flee to Egypt with Mary and Jesus.
So when he was a child, when he was a baby and they were escaping Herod, this is when you say that he went to school as an infant.
He didn't go to school as an infant.
You said he disappeared at the age of 13 and went to Egypt. This is when he was a baby and he was escaping Herod. And when Herod died, they left Egypt and went back to their hometown. And it's crazy. Like, this is so let me pull this up, y'all. Matthew 2:13-16. Now, I'm gonna show y'all how weird this is. This is so weird. Okay, we're gonna read this together right quick. All right. Now, after they had left, an angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream and said, "Get up, take the child and his mother and flee to Egypt and remain there until I tell you, for Herod is about to search for the child to destroy him." Then Joseph got up, took the child and his mother by night and went to Egypt and remained there until the death of Herod. This was to fulfill what had been spoken by the Lord through the prophet, "Out of Egypt I have called my son." If this ain't I don't know, like the work of some reinterpreting, retrofitting writers, because Hosea 11, like trying to say that and ain't we got to put Jesus in Egypt. So what Hosea said in Hosea 11 will come true, so that it will be about, so people would think that it's about Jesus, saying that an angel, the reason an angel told him to take Jesus to Egypt was so a scripture would be fulfilled, and it would be the part that says, "Out of Egypt I have called my son." That is red taping stories together. That is a human helping Jesus fulfill prophecy. Like, what the fuck? Peaceful life. I'm gonna go ahead and block you, because I like, if you need to like protect him or some shit, like the way you are in the comments begging, y'all beg a lot to have a powerful God. You really do. Like, and your whining is, it's irritating me. So get out. Well, don't beg to not be blocked.
Yeah, you could pay to drop him.
I ain't get dropped yet. I'm refreshing it. Hold on.
No, she's got to go. Oh, you wanted him gone. Oh, I thought you were begging him to my bad. I thought she was the way her comments are, it looks like she's on his side. Like, god damn, I'm like, stop that. Stop the whining. My bad. She wants him gone so she can be next. I'm so confused by her comments. I really am. And I don't feel like doing the whining tonight. Is she a believer? I can't, y'all. She is a believer. Her other comments are irritating the living fuck out of me. Yeah, she's been complaining a lot, and that's irritating me. I unblocked her. I had her blocked, and then I unblocked her. But like, y'all are saying she wants him gone so she could be next. If she comes up here doing the whining like she's doing in the comments, I'm just gonna take her down because I don't feel like that shit.
Hey,
Preach.
look,
Do you
I'm
see?
here.
This has nothing to do with him going to Egypt. Like this is somebody trying to make Hosea 11 about Jesus. That's literally what it is. And then this right here, like, and I don't feel like getting into it, but it's a whole ass contradiction to what Luke says. Okay. So let's get back to Adam and Eve and why your God didn't forgive them.
Contradiction to what?
Say that again.
Can you hear me?
Are you? What did
Damn,
you say?
my headset ain't even connect. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay, you said it's a when you said it's a
Yeah, I
contradiction, were
don't
you
want to get
talking to
into
the
it.
young lady you were speaking to, or you were talking? Oh,
Yeah, I was
okay,
talking to
no
the
problem.
chat. Yeah, I don't want to get into it. Can we get back to the topic, right? Why didn't God forgive Adam and Eve in the beginning?
Yeah, okay, no problem. I don't have an issue with that.
Okay.
Okay, so I believe that God didn't. I believe that God didn't forgive them in the beginning because even though God had wisdom, He was just like all knowing. And when we talk about all knowing, He knew what it was like create. And your argument was, how could He possibly tell people to resist temptations that He never indulged in? And so I get that, and that makes sense. That makes logical sense, and I'm not mad at that. And what I'm also saying is, when it comes to wisdom, you can learn from what other people do instead of learning from experience. Experience is a great teacher, but you could also learn from what other people do. So if I see someone stand at a train track for a long period of time until the train comes and they don't move until the train hits them and they're no longer alive, I know not to stand on a train track. So if I create beings and I watch them do things and I watch them do certain things and I'm like, okay, so this person is an adulterer. When they say they want to be with someone for the rest of their life and then they betray that trust, there are multiple things that can happen. They can bring diseases to the family, diseases to themselves. The wife can get mad and do something that will physically harm me or the other person, and there's a lot of drama. Or if I unalive
No
somebody
one, you're talking about
and I watch
consequences.
how
You're
this
talking to preach. You are talking about consequences. We are talking about resisting temptation, temptation of the body. You're talking about consequences, right? Just a lot of people do shit regardless of the consequences. Y'all do it every day. Y'all ignore facts and logic because
who's
of the
y'all? Who's y'all?
Christians, believers of this God.
I don't do none of that stuff.
Yeah, y'all do. Like the very fact that
Who's
the
y'all?
very fact
You're
that y'all,
grouping me
you're
in.
literally on this stage defending it. Y'all
Defending what?
ignore. You came up here and said that Jesus escaped into Egypt to go to school at 13, and you pulled up a verse about him, a writer saying that an
Are we
angel told
moving the
his mommy and
goalpost or are we
daddy,
talking
no,
about
like stop talking while I'm
accountability?
talking. Stop talking while I'm talking. Right?
Okay.
You
Good
asked
old
me
Steve
who
Cutter.
is y'all. You asked me who is y'all, and you don't like the fact that I'm bringing up the facts that y'all includes you. You are literally on here arguing that Jesus went to Egypt at 13 years old, and then you pull up a scripture that literally says he was an infant, right? And then in this same scripture, it literally says this was done to fulfill a prophecy by the prophet, out of Egypt I've called my son. Right? Like it's the most illogical thing. But the reason why y'all believe in this and defend it is because you're afraid of the consequence of hell. People do things regardless of the consequence. People do things because of a consequence. You're talking about consequences. I'm talking about resisting temptation of the body.
So we're going back to, if I believe that the creator made himself a human so he could understand temptation, and then never indulged in any of that temptation, how could he
You
possibly
have
give people
yet to
advice on
explain
how
a
to resist
temptation.
that temptation?
You have yet to explain one temptation that humans have that he was able to go through and resist. I asked you that, you couldn't even explain that, but somebody paid to drop you, right? And I have to drop you. Have a
That's
good
fine.
night.
I hope
All right.
they got their money worth.
I'm sure they did, because that means you're gone. If they paid to drop
The
you and
heck?
I drop you, that means they get their money worth. The fuck?
What? What?
What? That depends on what you call truth. Your opinion isn't truth. You guys will come up here and say that you're speaking truth, but you have nothing to back it up but your own head and the Holy Ghost. Virtuous woman. Zed. Oh, their background is too loud. I can't. That's just too loud. Yes, there are two paths you can go by, but in the long run. And that made sense to you. Are you speaking truth? That makes sense to you. Yeah, you're gonna have to get in a quiet room. Zoo did too, and then request again, okay?
Here. But I can't find this one anywhere. Like
Lay, hello, Lay.
those, but I can't find the black one or the
Hello,
gold one.
Lay.
Like the black one or the gold one. That one, or that one. I
Hello,
can't find. And no
Lay.
offense, those are the best looking ones.
Okay.
Okay, Lay. I hope she finds it.
That's the same thing I thought about Zed, but he got in the comments and he actually did mean to request. So I was trying to see if that was the same situation with Lay before I dropped her. Angie. Hello, Angie. All right. It's too many accidental requests in the request box. God dang. TikTok be doing the most. Miss Charlene, are you in the guest request box on purpose? Sweet Freedom,
Oh shit. Am I?
you
I
didn't
didn't
mean
mean
to join?
what?
Okay.
I did not mean to do that. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. We'll take you down. Have a good night,
Uh,
okay? All right. Boy, what are you doing? What are you looking for? Huh? They're in the photo albums in the hall closet. And you better put all that stuff back up too. I better not wake up in the morning and all that stuff is out. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
That's good. Are
How
you
you
a
doing?
Christian? Are Paige, why was that the thing I thought in my head as soon as I said I better not wake up in the morning? And I was like, why did I say that? Because my ass is gonna already be up. But are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
Um, I wouldn't say I'm any of those. I kind of think like everybody is our God.
Okay, so unfortunately right now we're talking about the Christian God.
Yeah.
And to be on stage you either have to be an active Christian,
Oh, okay, okay,
someone
okay, okay.
deconstructing, or yeah. So I'm gonna move you back
All
down
right.
to the comments, okay?
Yeah.
All right. That's so crazy because I said that in my head too. It's like I'm going to be up. Josiah, I mean Joshua.
Yeah,
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
That's good. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm definitely a Christian.
All right. Which topic did you want to discuss?
It said the Christian God is evil. How? Why is that? Why you think that?
Because I actually think that he's the devil. That like I don't believe in the God or the devil, right? But I think that he is the devil character in the book that's missing.
Hmm. Where you from?
Why would I tell you that?
No, are you from America? Are you from Africa? Are you from London?
Yeah, what does that matter?
I'm just trying to get a sense of like just where you from.
Why?
Cause like let's say down if I'm down I live down south. Everybody usually either Methodist or Baptist. But
What does
let's
that
say
have to do with anything?
I'm just trying to
I'm
figure out how your mind works. You
what
saying
I mean, talk to me.
you
Have a
basically just now
conversation with
said
me, Joshua.
you think God
I
is the
am not
devil.
everybody, right? And if you want to know why I think that, have a conversation with me. Okay? That's why you're on stage. Are you there?
Yeah, you muted me.
I'll
Joshua,
mute you.
you're talking while I'm talking. I'm trying to tell you if you
You the
want to
most
know
ignorant black
how
person
my
I ever met.
mind.
Bye.
Okay, bye, Joshua.
I hope you feel better, Joshua.
I think that scared the shit out of him.
It
That, and
did.
you know what I heard him say in that question? I've never heard a black person not believe in God. I've never heard a black
Mhm.
person say that God is the devil. You
Yeah.
must be a different type of nigga. That's what I heard.
Right. Yeah.
You was a different Negro. That's what I heard. And that's fucking embarrassing, Joshua. That's embarrassing for you. And you just did that in front of damn near 500 people. And it's going to live on YouTube, Joshua. People can play it over and over and over and over again that you got on this stage and said, what kind of nigga is you? That's what you did, Joshua.
Hmm.
And you should be embarrassed. Well, you're giving it to me, Tima. You realize you saying you just want attention as you give me attention is funny. It's ironic, right? Like, don't give it to me if you think that's all I want, and you don't like me. Don't give me the thing that you think I want. Noah,
Hello.
how are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm doing good. Are you a Christian?
Yes.
Which topic do you want to discuss?
Why you think God's evil?
Yeah, because I think he is the devil in this book that Christians don't see.
Why?
Well, one, he tells Christians, he tells humans to kill other humans, right? He teaches them how to accurately enslave other humans and how to go into other nations and force other humans to become their forced labor.
Mm. Have you?
He,
Sorry. Go on.
no, yeah, let me finish telling you. He initiates blood rituals, right? And then
Mhm.
also the things that believers think a devil wants to do to them, this God is often found doing. The things that are associated with the idea of a devil today, for example, the pitchfork, right,
Mhm.
is something that some human put into the imagination of other humans. But in actuality, it's your Jesus with the winnowing fork, right? That
Mhm.
tool belongs to your Jesus. The fire pot, that belongs to your God, and how he um signified or symbolized the acceptance of the covenant with Abraham. The dark cloud, can you mute while I'm talking?
You can hear me? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. The dark cloud that descended on Abraham while he was asleep, when he gave Abraham the prophecy about the Israelites going into Egypt, him sending lying spirits, him uh, sending evil spirits to Saul. And then when his spirit entered Saul, it literally made Saul get butt ass naked and lay in front of Samuel, right? And prophesy, babbling all day. Like, why? Why would his spirit make Saul get butt ass naked, right? Like, and then he literally, when his spirit got onto Samson, like it gave Samson more angry power to go and kill 30 people in Ashkelon for the purpose of getting what he needed to pay Philistines on a bet that he made. Like, your God likes gambling. Like, he literally gambled Job's entire life away, right? He put Job on the table with Satan, was like, hey, what about my homeboy here? And he allowed all of these people to die just to prove a point to a Satan, right? Like, all the things that Christians say a devil wants to do to them, their God is doing in this book. And there is no Satan in the book, no devil in the book that's actually doing these evil things. And everything a Satan or a Satan does in this book, your God allows it or commands it. The book is actually absent of a devil outside of what people tell you a devil wants to do to you.
What do you think Ezekiel is about?
I don't know. Tell me.
It's describing Satan before he fell. You know, he
Oh, is
actually
it
describes.
really? Is it
Yeah,
really?
describes
Let's
every
pull it
single
up.
type of.
Ezekiel 26, is that what you're talking
More than just Ezekiel 26, but
about?
yeah, iniquity was found in the. Let's see, you
Are
know
you
where
are
that
you
was
talking
is?
about the king of Tyre, where it says, "Say
No,
to the king of Tyre"?
no.
I think you might. I think. Who's
But
whispering to you,
also,
Noah? Noah,
do
how
you?
old are you? Noah, how old are you?
That
I
was
can
me
hear
thinking.
somebody whispering. Oh, okay.
No, that was
How
me.
old are
I was
you,
like, I
Noah?
think so too.
I'm 21.
Okay. You said that was you, Selena?
Yes, and I think he's talking about Tyre.
Yeah.
You think? Did you say 26?
Well, the whole thing in Ezekiel is about the king of Tyre. It might be Ezekiel. Hold on, give me just a second. It might be Ezekiel 14, but I don't.
Hmm. But so my question is, we'll get
No,
back
let's
to
go
this
back to,
topic.
because
But
you
my
asked me
question
what
is,
you asked me. Wait, we're gonna stay with Ezekiel. right?
Okay, yeah, go
Yeah,
on.
because you asked me what do I think Ezekiel is about, so I want you to explain it to me.
Yeah, so it is also about the king of Tyre, but that was one of Satan's names. I don't
No,
know,
it
like how
was
much you
not.
studied
The king of
deeply.
Tyre was one of Satan's names. Why are you making that up? Do you
Yeah,
know who the king of Tyre was? First off, it was the crown prince of Tyre. But do you know about the prophecy that your God gave Ezekiel about the city state Tyre? When Ezekiel is talking to Nebuchadnezzar and all of them about this, like, do you know what's happening here?
when he's talking to Nebuchadnezzar, isn't that Daniel? Right?
Is Nebuchadnezzar Daniel?
In Daniel. Take that as a no.
Do you
Oh
know
yeah,
who
go on and explain.
Nebuchadnezzar is?
Yeah, he was a king.
Of
He was the son of yeah.
He was the son of who?
Let me remember. He was the son of that king that wait, no, oh yeah, Daniel gave him dreams. I think that was his father. Interpreted his dreams.
What?
Yeah.
Look, no.
Nebuchadnezzar.
The
Enlighten me, please.
So in Ezekiel is telling Nebuchadnezzar that God is hiring him to destroy the city-state Tyre. But do you know the significance of Tyre in this book? Is what I'm asking you, because you said that Tyre was a name for the devil.
Yeah, that has to do with the history of like where Satan was said to do and what he was said to do, and like not only
Which is what?
Tyre but multiple pagan nations. So
Yeah, which is what?
polytheism. I'm getting to that. So polytheism describes how gods came down and they did multiple things to people. So they got them to worship them. They had sex with women and made demigods.
Wait,
And
so are you in Enoch? Are you talking about the book of Enoch?
not referring to Enoch right now.
Where in the Bible does it say this?
I'm just referring to polytheism beliefs.
Well, I'm asking you about Satan being Tyre or the king of Tyre. That's what I'm asking you about.
I was relating that to beliefs outside of the Bible, the polytheism.
What
and
the
so how
hell
that
does
really
polytheism have to do with the king of Tyre?
Well, because we're talking about how this relates to Satan, and polytheism relates to Satan. Because
no, we're not. No, we're not. We're talking about whether. No, you're literally saying that the king of Tyre is another name for Satan, and I'm asking you to explain that.
I was doing that. Okay.
No, you weren't. You were talking about paganism. You were talking about other nations worshiping other gods, which they really wouldn't have a choice because your God gave them to the other gods. Your God divided up the nations, took Israel for himself, and gave everybody else to the other gods. That's your God's fault.
You don't think he wants Gentiles to believe in him?
I don't. Yeah, so they can worship him and worship the Israelites. It's not because he loves y'all. Has absolutely nothing to do with because he loves y'all. He wants slaves. He wants servants.
Okay, so your slavery thing.
Nope. No, you have not even addressed what you came up here to talk about, and you're not about to.
Points.
Oh my God.
But anyway, so
I don't think you're equipped for this conversation because you've said a lot of things that you cannot substantiate. You brought up Ezekiel 26, and now you're talking about polytheism, right? Then you said you don't think God wants Gentiles to love him. I say, no, it's not for love. It's because he wants y'all to worship and serve him and the Israelites. It's for slavery. Then you want to jump to the Old Testament condone slavery. Like, this isn't going anywhere.
Okay, so I mean, it sounded like it wasn't going anywhere because at first it doesn't really sound like this has to do with my point, but it does because it still had to do with
what
Tyre.
Point?
About Tyre.
How is the king of Tyre another name for Satan?
because that was one of the main cities that Satan inhabited. It was Tyre. Other than the king of Tyre, that was one of his main cities he inhabited.
Okay,
And
where did he
that city
inhabit?
is
Show me in the
mentioned.
text where he inhabited. Show me in the text where Satan is in the city state of Tyre doing things.
Okay, man. All right, let me see the particular verse. I'm gonna have to try to pull it up. You have to give me a second. Oh, dang. Okay, I'm trying to remember. My bad. Didn't think we were gonna talk about Tyre.
You brought him up.
Are you okay if we go to another topic until I remember? I'll promise I'll
No,
get it
that's
up.
literally why I was finna drop you a minute ago, because you just keep switching topics.
What? Okay. Oh, okay. So how he was the king of Tyre is, I mean, not the king associated with Tyre, is it talks about how disciples, like, you know, how they went across to many cities. They eventually, some of them encountered Tyre, and it talks specifically about how this is like the worst of all the cities, and this is like a particular place that he inhabited. And let me tell you that. Other
When
than
y'all study,
Ezekiel,
right? Do you just like look at Tyre and not even ask yourself what the fuck is Tyre? Like do you just like be like, yep, Tyre's a demon? Like do you just be like,
no,
okay, what is Tyre? Tell me the history of Tyre.
it's a city.
A city that did what? What was the city known for?
Well, it's known for great persecution, but other than that, it was just known by
What
getting
great
ruled by a
persecution?
specific
What great persecution was it known for?
persecuting Christians, persecuted a lot.
Tyre was known for persecuting Christians. First off, there were no
A lot
Christians
of
in the Old
places.
Testament. There were no Christians in the Hebrew scriptures.
I mean,
Okay?
it's just a new name after the Bible was made. That's what Romans
Oh my
called them. Started
fucking
calling
God.
them.
Did you really just say that the name was made up?
Well, I mean, I think you're misunderstanding me. It was made up by Romans as a derogatory term.
Tyre was?
You knew that, right? No, I said
Tyre was made up
Christians.
by the Romans. I don't give a fuck about what
No,
y'all call
you're not
yourselves.
understanding
I
me at
don't
all. I
care.
said
Listen, I
Christians.
do not care about whether Christians was a derogatory term. I asked you about Tyre. I'm asking you about the history of Tyre.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. What is the history of Tyre? What's up, Justin?
Hey, good to see you.
Good to
Maybe I
see
can
you
help the
too.
guest out a little bit. There was a patron deity in Tyre, and his name was Melkart, and he was completely unrelated to any biblical Satan.
Is
What
that
is
who you're
milk cart
thinking
known
of?
for? What?
No, go ahead.
I just asked a question.
No, you asked Justin a question.
Yeah. What was milk cart known for?
Well, Melkart was much like any other ancient deity in the Near East. He just wanted his people to bring him food and sacrifices, and he wanted to be cared for. He wanted people to praise him. He's not really noteworthy for a whole lot of anything other than being another rising and dying god. He was a god that was dead and then rose from the dead to become the highest god of the pantheon.
Is he associated with any other deities?
Yeah, Baal.
Oh. I guess that helps my point a little bit.
Well, Baal's not associated with Satan.
Well, I mean, what do you think Bel did?
Baal had nothing to do with Satan. Satan has no part in the Canaanite pantheon.
Yeah, I don't know how legit it is to say that exactly, because, like, for example,
No, it's legit.
if you are in like something that's satanic, you wouldn't like think that, or be like, oh yes, we're worshiping the devil. That's why we do this. It's
But
kind of the whole.
Satanism doesn't believe in other gods. Satanists don't believe that Baal is real. They don't believe that any gods are real.
I think you're referring to a particular type of Satan. A lot of theistic Satanists that worship many. I mean, there's also the atheistic Satanists.
I know
Say
a,
that.
I know a theistic Satanist on the app. His title is Real Satan Worship. And
Yeah, I talked to one last night.
yeah, he's one of the few who actually do believe in like divine entities, but there's no historical connection between Satan and any of the Canaanite pantheon. The Canaanite pantheon was long gone by the time the character of Satan was introduced.
What do you think the specific characters? What do you mean by character of Satan specifically? Do you mean devil, pitchforks, and red?
No. Satan is the divine entity that is opposition to God, that was more or less robbed from the Persians.
You
Which
think
is
they
why
were you think that the concept was robbed from Persians?
yeah, the idea of Satan that you have was taken from the Persians, not from the Hebrew Bible. It was co-opted by the early Christians, obviously. But the fact remains, and I don't want to get too far off what Thinker's actually talking about. We're talking about Tyre, right? And Tyre has no connection to Satan whatsoever. The prophecy about Tyre has nothing to do with Satan. Lucifer is not Satan, and neither is anything else in Ezekiel 28.
Okay. Well, I mean, I have more verses other than Ezekiel. I could concede that point for now.
Sure.
Just come back later.
But Thinker, listen, I'm really enjoying the live. Don't let me derail it.
No, you're good. I'm glad you're here. You can stay as long as you have time.
What do you try to do to discredit the New Testament? Is my question.
What?
Me or Thinker?
Do you Thinker? Do you try to discredit the New Testament in any way, or do you count that with the Bible also?
What kind of question is that? And then, are you like moving away
people that believe in
again?
God still
Are you
don't do
moving
that.
away again from the topic you chose?
I told you I was. Yeah.
Oh, so you don't want to talk about how the Christian God is evil?
No, I want to talk about that. I'm moving on to a different point. That's what I'm doing.
So what do you do to try to discredit the New Testament have to do with whether your God is evil or not?
Well, I mean, because it's just, mainly had to do with the Satan thing, because there's a lot of Satan verses in the New Testament.
Okay, and what?
Do you want me to read them to you? You ready?
Yeah, but wait, what point are you trying to make about Satan right now? What's the point that you're trying to make? That Satan is real?
Yeah. Wait, are you like...
I said I think your God is the devil that y'all are afraid of. Like, what?
No, you said earlier you don't believe in Satan at all, but this book that you don't
I
really
don't believe in your God. I don't believe in your Satan. That's y'all. These are y'all's characters in your book.
Do you believe that at all, other than the Bible?
What?
Are you asking too many questions right now? Get back on topic, please, sir.
Okay.
What are you saying?
I thought you didn't really actually believe in the concept of Satan at all, because it sounded like that's what you were saying earlier.
I think I've said it 3 times. I don't believe in your God. I don't believe in your Satan, right? These are characters in your story, in your book.
Okay.
I think the character in the book that says God is actually the devil that y'all are afraid of. That's what I think.
Okay. So my next topic, is slavery. Why do you think the Bible supports chattel slavery?
How the fuck are you
No, sir.
to slavery?
No, sir.
How are you doing that right now?
Why you whisper?
No, sir.
Because I'm getting really, really irritated. That's why.
Why don't you want to move on to that topic?
Because you get one topic per night.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't see the rules on that.
She said that.
What?
We're gonna move on. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Whew.
Anchor, I'm not sure he's up to your level.
Mm-mm. I don't think he's up. Let me not, because I don't want to down nobody. But goddamn, I don't know what the fuck was going on there.
Hey guys.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. How
Street
are you doing?
runner, stop telling people that you're gone and you're still here. Like
What?
you don't. Not you.
Oh, sorry.
Y'all, listen. I promise you, there's almost 600 people in this room. You do not have to announce your departure. I don't know, unless there's somebody in the chat that you want, that you are like, hey, your homeboys in the chat with you, and you're like, hey, let's roll out. Like, there's no point in you getting in the chat and saying I'm gone. Like, that's ridiculous. Are you a Christian to acceptance? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I'm Jewish and I'm a believer, and I even been here on your channel before. And I don't really going to engage with the Christian God because I'm not Christian, so I have no idea in the what's
Okay,
called
so
the New
1 second.
Testament.
So, okay, so
Yeah.
why did you come up here?
Oh, you wrote pretty bigly. Why didn't God forgive Adam and Eve in the beginning? And
Okay,
that's
so go
want me
ahead
to
and
explain this concept.
okay, go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, we need to address something that is very important about what's
Hold on,
good and what's evil.
hold on. True acceptance. I will tell you that
Sure.
question has everything to do with the Christian concept of original sin, which I also know that as a Jewish person, you guys do not subscribe to. So I don't think that this conversation is going. It fits you.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll tell you what, and this is, and I don't mind if you want to move on and debate other people, but Christianity did came out of
Yeah,
Judaism.
we know that. Yeah, we know.
Yeah, of course, I know
But
that you know that.
I'm gonna move you back down to the comments though. Okay.
I just want to say one thing before,
No,
and sure, let's move on.
no. Y'all, you cannot come up here and just say whatever you want to say. Okay. In order to be on stage, you have to either be a practicing Christian, someone deconstructing from Christianity, or someone who has deconstructed from Christianity and are now a non-believer or an atheist. Okay. If you are Jewish, right? And we have topics that don't necessarily deal with Christianity, you're more than welcome to be on stage, but that's not these topics tonight. Okay. And if I tell you that the conversation isn't for you, just drop down. Like, don't try to force your opinion, because I don't like having to do what I just did. I fucking hate it, but I will do it. Okay. All right. Let's see. Mondo, hi. How are you?
Hi, how are you doing? I'm doing well.
I'm doing good. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I am a non-believer, an atheist.
Okay. All right. Now, for when non-believers come on stage, you have to be adding some type of value to one of these topics.
Yeah.
I don't want you to come up here and like kind of rag on the Christians, if that makes sense.
Right.
Right. So if you pick a topic, please be adding some type of value to the topic to like further our education or our knowledge. Okay.
Damn. All right. Yeah, never mind. I was just gonna kind of rag on it. All right. Sorry, my bad. I'll drop that.
That's okay. All right. Have a good night.
All right, you as well.
All right. Let's see. Right. At least he was honest. He was like, I was just coming up here to talk shit.
I admire that.
Yeah. Miriam. Let's see. Okay. Not there. Justin, do you want to do this next guest?
Sure, I'd love to.
Okay.
How you doing, Heaven?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Good, good, good. Hey, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Oh, they
Uh,
gotta be 21 on here.
Oh, you gotta be 21 up in here.
I'm
Yeah.
27. I'm 27.
All right, and are you a believer?
Nah, not really. I just came here to I just wanted to say something real quick and get off.
Nope. I just gave the rules. I just gave the rules.
I don't know why they can't listen. Is it because
I don't know.
you have a feminine voice? Their ears block it out?
Yep. I think that's it. I think we realized that this whole entire week. Bash had to come up here yesterday and like go the entire fuck off on somebody. I don't know if you saw it, but he was like going off because they don't listen to our voices.
They don't do our voices.
Stroll?
Stroll, are you driving?
Well, Stroll got a roll because I don't know what happened there. Hold on. Live for Jesus. I'm trying to figure out how to get y'all from the YouTube on a call. Justin, so I set up a voice channel in your Discord for the
Okay.
live. When I give them the invite, I can't hear them when they call in. Do they have to like join your Discord first?
So I don't know how Discord works. I don't take any callers from Discord. So I can't help you there. But I did when I did a deconstruction live in the Discord a couple weeks ago, I piped it to TikTok Studio and it captured all of the audio without any problems. So I didn't do any settings. I didn't change anything, but I wasn't taking any guests from Discord into TikTok, if that makes sense. I was just doing a screen record, basically.
So Joel said they they won't be able to hear the panelist, and y'all won't be able to hear him unless y'all join the call on Discord too. But because my mic is already optimized for Discord, the chat will be able to hear the conversation. But for some reason, I just couldn't hear the caller.
Right.
So I'm trying to figure out if they have to join your Discord or not. But as of right now, Live for Jesus, you're going to have to come to TikTok until we figure out how to get the Discord to work. Like, did y'all just hear that notification?
I didn't hear it.
Okay. Okay. So I guess it's not. Oh, see, the chat can hear it. So y'all can't hear Discord for some reason, but the chat can. So if I start a conversation with somebody on YouTube, they'll hear it, but y'all won't for some reason.
There is a third-party app you can use. There's a couple of them. You can do Rumble Studio and a few others, and then basically it allows you to set up a voice over IP phone number, kind of like Google Voice, and then you can just have people call in, and you can pipe that audio into your studio.
Okay, I'll try to do that and see.
That's what they're doing on the call-in shows like Atheist Experience and The Line.
Mm-hmm. And do they run? And they're streaming through TikTok Studio when they do that?
I don't know if they're streaming it to TikTok Studio, but once you get the audio in your computer, you can send that audio to the studio pretty easily.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Warrior in public. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
Hi, how are you? I'm a Muslim.
So unfortunately, this is for Christians, right? Or people who are deconstructing from Christianity.
Yeah, that's right. But it was interesting to talk to you.
But are you a Christian? Are you a Christian or deconstructing from Christianity?
No, I'm not Christian. But
right. So I have to take you down. Okay, it's not for Islam. Goodness gracious, y'all! Like, listen. A Christian deconstructing from Christianity or deconstructed from Christianity. Okay.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I grew up Christian.
Hold on. Are you a Christian right now? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist right now?
I mean, I think I consider myself a Christian, but
Okay, that's fine. It's okay. I don't need to know how good of a Christian you are or how bad. That's okay. Justin, go ahead.
All right, so we've got 3 topics on the board, and what we're doing is we're having the guests pick one of the topics, and then we'll discuss the topic together.
Okay. So is deconstructing Christian, is that like somebody who's coming away? What'd you say?
Well,
What do
a
you
Christian that is deconstructing is just a Christian that is carefully examining what they believe, and they're
Okay.
kind of taking it apart and asking themselves, does it make sense to believe this thing? And sometimes you deconstruct and you're still a Christian, sometimes you don't. So we've all deconstructed. I'm no
Okay.
longer a Christian, but we know people who still are, obviously.
Well, okay, then I would consider myself in the deconstruction process.
Sure.
Been, trying to delve into
I'm sorry. Can you pick a
examining
topic?
me.
Okay. Yeah. Can you pick a topic from the board? Which topic did you want to discuss?
Oh gosh, I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention to the first time you said it. Tell me again. There was 3 of them.
Mm-hmm. Is there a reason why you requested?
I was wanting to just engage in the conversation and see what you could let me know about the different things that I'm looking at. I was trying
So,
to look and see. I looked it up
yeah.
the other night, like a Christian
I'm sorry.
who doesn't
One
fully
second.
believe
So,
in.
1 second.
Oh,
So, unfortunately, this isn't that type of live, right? Where you can come up and ask questions and like be taught, right? If you come on stage, you have to be wanting to discuss one of the 3 topics on stage, right?
oh, okay.
Okay. So I'm gonna move you back down. I'm gonna give you time to think about it. If you find yourself wanting to come back up and discuss one, then you can request again. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. If you're in the guest request box, you must be coming on stage to discuss one of the topics. You must either be 21 and over, a present Christian, a Christian who is deconstructing, or a Christian who has deconstructed, and you are bringing some type of value to the conversation, right? Other than that, if you're Muslim, if you're spiritual, if you're not sure and all that, like don't hit request, okay? Unless you are a nerd. Nerds can come up here and change the topic. All right. Let's see. Hey, what is happening? I added that person to the live and I don't know where they went. So is it Don King? Don King?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I'm Christian.
Okay. Go ahead, Justin.
All right, so we've got 3 topics on the board, and what we're doing is discussing one of the topics with the guest in the box. Which topic would you like to start with?
We can go with Christian. God is evil.
Fantastic. Do you believe that the Christian God is all good? Like everything he does is good?
Yeah, I would have to say so.
Okay. So could we conclude then from the Bible that if the Christian God does X, Y, and Z, then X, Y, and Z must be good because he did it?
No.
Oh, all right. Well, maybe help me out with that. So, like, for example, if God will say punishes somebody for a sin that they didn't commit, that would be good or bad?
That would be good.
That would be good.
Yeah.
Okay, so it is good to punish people for sins that they never committed?
Hold on. Did you say a sin that they never commit?
Right, yeah.
Oh, okay.
if they never committed a sin and you get punished for it, is that good?
No, what I'm saying is if they get punished for a sin that they did not commit, like so, if person A commits a sin, but then person B gets the punishment for that sin, that makes sense.
Right. Like, okay, but like you gotta, it ain't just like black and white like that though.
Oh, I haven't given you a scenario. I'm just asking you if God punishes person B for a sin that person A committed, is that a good thing?
I mean, depends on the context. You got to keep giving me more.
Can you give me a context where that would ever be good?
If my mom and dad, or if my mom sins, like say she was sexually active, right, when she was younger, and she's sinning, having sex out of wedlock, correct?
Well, this is your scenario, so you tell me.
Right. Well, are you following me?
Yeah, I'm following.
Okay. And so when I'm born, say she has herpes, but when I'm born, she gives me herpes. Is that good or bad?
That's not a punishment, that's a consequence. Right?
Well,
So for example,
consequences.
like if
Okay.
my son takes somebody else's lunch at school, the consequence is that that other kid doesn't have lunch, right? There might
Right.
also be another consequence. It might be that my child loses friends because now people know that he steals people's lunches, right? Those are consequences. But the punishment that I give out, that's not a consequence. That's a punishment. Do you see the difference?
So consequences and punishment aren't the same thing.
Yeah, a punishment is a decision that somebody makes. It's a reaction to the behavior, right? So, for example, if my son does something bad and I send him to his room, that is a punishment. That's not a consequence. A punishment is what I decide to do to my child because of the bad thing, right?
Okay. I'm
Okay.
following that a little bit.
So, if person A commits the sin and then God punishes person B, the one who didn't commit the sin, is that good?
It doesn't sound good, but it could be.
Can you give me a scenario in which it would be good?
If person A commits a sin, but person B gets punished. Now, does person A get punished too, or they just not punished?
Relatively unpunished. I mean, but let's imagine that they both get punished. How is that good if person B didn't commit the sin?
Because if they're condoning, like if you see me, you know, killing someone and you watch me do it and you don't do anything about it, now did you condone it, or are you just innocent in the
No,
matter?
they're
'Cause you
not
didn't.
involved. Person B is not involved with anything person A did.
They're not involved at all.
Nope. They weren't witnesses. They didn't know about it. Nothing.
I mean, at that point, I'm not God to determine who should be punished, though.
I'm not asking you about God. I'm asking you like, right now, like, is there any legitimate reason why it would be okay to punish person B for person A's sin?
I can't think of none. No.
Right, yeah, because there wouldn't be a good reason for that. Now, the God of the Bible does that on multiple occasions. In fact, on many occasions. And he actually tells you he does. In Exodus 34:7, he just outright tells you that he visits the iniquity of the parents upon the children and the children's children into the third and the fourth generation. And then when we read the Bible, we see him doing that. And then we also see him punishing innocent people for the crimes of the king. For example, in 2 Samuel chapter 24, do you have a Bible with you?
Yeah, hold on. Let me go get it because I want to read what you're talking about here.
Right.
I can bring it up on the screen, Justin, if you want me to.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. You said 2 Samuel
Let's do
24.
Yeah, 2 Samuel 24, and we'll start in 15. Let us know when you're ready, Donkey.
What'd you call me?
Don
Yeah,
King.
that'd be funny. That's
That's
funny.
fine.
That's just funny though. That's cute.
He said Don King.
I thought you said, did he say Don King?
I said
Yeah.
Don King. That's your name.
Oh yeah. Just call me Don.
Don. Okay.
All right. Yeah. You said Samuel 10.
Samuel first. Or, I'm sorry. 2 Samuel 24.
2 Samuel. Okay. Let's see. Samuel 24.
Let us know when you're ready.
You said chapter 24?
Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's also on the screen in front of you, Don King.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Cool. So it says the Lord set a it said a Lord sent a pestilence on Israel from that time until the appointed time, and 70,000 of the people were unalive from Dan to Beersheba. But when the angel stretched out his hand towards Jerusalem to destroy it, the Lord relented concerning the evil and said to the angel who was bringing the destruction among the people, "It is enough, now stay your hand." Okay, so God sent a pestilence that executed 70,000 people in Israel. Do you know why he set the pestilence?
No, did you read it? I might have messed up.
It's just a couple verses earlier. The pestilence is set because David commits a sin. He takes a census of the Israelites, and God is displeased with that. And so God sends a pestilence on Israel because of it. And David even admits in verse 17 that he was the only one that ever sinned. It says, when David saw the angel who was destroying the people, he said to the Lord, I alone have sinned, and I, the shepherd, have done evil. But these sheep, what have they done? Let your hand, I pray, be against me and against my father's house. So God executed 70,000 people because David sinned.
Okay, I get your point there. I get that. I don't know. In my life, my mom had like 3 boys, and that used to get on my nerves. Like, when she would, if my older brother got in trouble, somehow I was in trouble. You know what I mean? And then I was a leader on my basketball team. And if I got in trouble, the whole team would get in trouble just because that I'm that example that, for the people. So it's almost like, if a pastor is, preaching, and he's supposed to be an example. Now, if he's, sinning and doing things in the church, it corrupts the whole body of the church. So David is like the king, and he knows God's rules. So, when he sins, he's corrupting, the whole body of
Okay.
his sheep of people.
Why didn't
So
God execute David then, if he was the one that caused the sin?
he does punish David too.
Oh, can you show me where that happens here?
The punishment for David was him sinning. He saw that killed 70,000 people.
Okay,
That
so David sinned, and in reaction to David's sin, God executed 70,000 people. And you think that's the right thing to do? Why wouldn't he punish David directly?
I don't. Look, you're asking me. I'm just a Christian. This is God. This is what
Did
God.
the lives of the 70,000 people matter? Like, was David's life more valuable to this God than the 70,000 people he killed? Did their lives not matter?
No, their lives did matter,
But
and
they
that's
were,
why
but
David
they
sinned.
not, they didn't. Obviously, if the punishment for David was that David had to watch 70,000 people die. Their lives did not matter. Your God used their lives to punish David, is what you're saying.
Is that what it says here, though? That
No,
God
that's
sent his
what you
love?
said. That's what you said. You said that was David's punishment, to watch his sin cause 70,000 people to die.
Yeah, that was his punishment. But you said that their lives didn't matter.
I mean, if he used 70,000 people and killed them to punish David, that means that their lives didn't really matter, right?
No. No. That's what
So why
you're
didn't
saying.
they get to keep their lives? Why didn't they get to keep their lives when they didn't do anything wrong?
David sinned, so it corrupt the entire 70,000 people, and they died
And why didn't David die?
because God spared his life and made him
Why?
watch the 70,000.
Why did your God spare David's life?
Because that's what God can do that.
But why? Why would he spare one life and kill 70,000?
Because David had the heart of God. He knew while
Because David
David,
was more valuable to your God than those 70,000 people, right?
I mean, it doesn't say that here.
But you're literally saying it. Like, oh, yeah, let's punish David and kill 70,000 people. Fuck their life. Fuck their dreams, right? Fuck their children, right? Cut their life
But
short
we don't.
for what David did.
I mean, like I said, there were some coaches that literally, if I did something, they would make the team run, and he would think it hurt my feelings,
If
which it
you did
did.
something, and the coach cut another player that had nothing to do with what you did, just to make you cry, you would think that was okay.
But also, this is a foreshadow too of Christ taking
No,
our
we're not
sins.
about to. Nope, we're not about to pivot to Christ. If you did something,
I'm
right?
just saying, though, it is a
If
foreshadow.
no, who cares? Does that change anything?
Yeah, no, it's the foreshadow. It changes
Nobody
everything.
cares.
Christ came to
Everything is
die for
even the shit
me,
on Ezekiel's
and
bread
your
was a
sins.
foreshadow of Christ. Nobody cares. Nobody
Nobody
cares
cares.
if it was a foreshadow. You are pivoting right now.
No, I'm not. We're still on the topic.
You literally are. If your coach cut a player because of something that you did just to make you cry, would that be okay? Would he be a good coach? A fair and just coach?
Look, God did what He did for us.
Pivot
Honestly,
number 2.
I'm not pivoting, Miss Thinker.
Justin, is he pivoting?
I mean, we've got a pivoting Perry for sure.
I mean, it pivotals to Jesus. That's what I mean. That's the pivotal. David is Jesus. I mean, okay, look.
Can I ask you a question about the foreshadowing?
Okay.
Do you think executing 70,000 people to foreshadow Christ is more effective than just telling them? Which one of those scenarios would be more preferable? For God to say, hey, Jesus is going to come, the Messiah is going to come, and this is what he's going to do. This is what to look for. Do you think that would be more effective than just executing 70,000 people at random?
I mean, in our human thought process.
You mean in actual logic, yes.
I'm not. I mean, I'm telling you, me and your logic, but you're not God, and I'm not either. So how can I? Like, if I'm a child and I can't tell my father what to do, I'm a child,
right? But your starting point is that this God is real and that He's
Correct.
good. But
He is.
when we look at his behavior's not good. So what measuring stick are you using to determine that the God is good?
God is good. God is always good.
How do you know that?
Because He brought His Son down and died for our sins.
Why did He need to die for our sins?
Because we're sinful nature. We're sinful people.
Why does He have to execute His Son for that?
Because that was what He had to do. He had to,
to? Why did He have to? Doesn't God make the rules?
Right.
Okay, so God could have just changed the rules. He didn't have to execute anybody for anyone's sins.
But He did, though. So let's be thankful for that.
So he's solving the problem that He created.
And what's wrong with that though?
Well, it's nonsense. Like if I go to somebody and say, "Hey, listen, I'm going to have to lock you in my basement and light it on fire, but because I'm so loving, if you worship me and follow me, I won't lock you in my basement and set it on fire." Is that a good offer?
No, where do you see that at?
It's an analogy. Just
I've never
engage in
heard
the
of that.
analogy, right? Would I be good if I told somebody that I would save them from my burning basement as long as they worshiped me and followed me?
I've never heard that before.
It's just yes or no. Am I a good person for giving that offer?
No, you're not.
Why? But I'm saving them from the burning basement.
But you're not. You're trying to put yourself in God. Like
I'm
you're
not
trying
talking
to.
about God. Just answer the question. Why am I not good?
It doesn't. Just doesn't sound good to me, buddy.
Right, but what about it's not good?
I mean, if you feel like that's good, then that's something between you.
Listen, this is not complicated. You said it's not a good thing. I want to know how you know that.
What it doesn't. I said it doesn't sound good.
Right, I know. What about it doesn't sound good?
You said you locked somebody in your basement.
No, I didn't lock them in there yet, but I'm going to if they don't worship me.
Yeah, you sound like Satan.
Oh, but why is that a bad thing?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. Why do you want them? Why do you want somebody to worship you?
Well, that's irrelevant. Well, why is it a bad thing to give them, to save them from the basement? I'm offering them a way out of the burning basement. Why am I a bad person?
Do you feel like it's good? Do you honestly feel like that's good if you did that?
I'm asking you. You're saying it's not good, but I want to know why it's not good.
It doesn't sound good to me.
But why?
I don't know, but why do you want me to sound? Why do you want me to?
Because the obvious is actually the answer is obvious, and you know it's obvious. The answer is obvious because there's no scenario in which I should have made it that they were going to go into my burning basement in the first place. The burning basement is not a necessary thing. So the fact that I offered to save them from the burning basement is useless because there's no need for the burning basement in the first place. So the fact that God is saving people from the problem that he created in the first place is irrelevant. That's not a good thing to do. He shouldn't have created the problem to begin with.
So you talking about me and you?
I'm talking about your God. Your God created
But he
hell.
created us. So
Yes,
we're
and he
sinful.
decided, he made the decision that if you don't obey me and you don't worship me, you go to the lake of fire. And then he says, okay, I'm going to save you from the lake of fire by executing my son. And as long as you can be convinced of this thing and you worship me, then I'll save you from the thing that I was going to do to you.
Okay. I get what you're saying, but can I ask you a question though?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you had kids and they was little kids and you had rules, do you think their kids understand the rules that you are setting?
Sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. Depends on their age and what type of a rule it is. But that's irrelevant.
And what kind of mind they have.
Exactly, yeah. But there's no punishment ever. There's nothing my child could ever do that I would torture them with fire. That would be evil. I don't care what my child does. If I torture them with fire, it is evil.
But I'm saying though, like if you had certain rules though, and they didn't understand the rules, would it be okay for them to call you a bad father because they didn't understand it?
Yeah, but there's no rules that we're misunderstanding. What you're doing is you're saying, yeah, we can look at the situation that we're talking about, and from a human perspective, it looks barbaric. So rather than just admitting it's barbaric, you're going to say, well, we just can't understand God. But if you can't understand God, then why would I believe that your God exists if even you can't understand him?
No, I'm not saying I don't understand them. I know that God created us and he loves us. But my thing is, with that knowledge that he created us, do you know how you was created?
We weren't created.
What?
Human beings are a product of evolution.
Oh, okay. All right. So you believe in evolution. Okay. Well,
obviously, I mean, we don't believe in your God, right? So But even if evolution was wrong, it wouldn't make your God real. You would still have to substantiate the existence of your God. And I think the fact that your God is so evil is one of the reasons why we don't believe in this God. For example, your God is the reason why we have natural disasters. Why are there natural disasters on the earth that execute at random roughly 100,000 people per year? Why is that happening?
Because sin's still here.
Okay, so what? Why does God need to execute people randomly because we sin?
So you don't think, so you don't feel like sin should be, dealt with.
Natural disasters don't deal with sin. Natural disasters execute people randomly.
Right, but we don't know why that's happening. That's what you just admitted. That we don't know
We do
why
know
God
why.
is doing that. But I do know sin is still here.
Okay,
And I know
so
that God deals with sin in the Old Testament that we're talking about.
do
That's why you
natural
say it's evil.
disasters execute people randomly or in an orderly fashion?
That we might think they're random.
It's a yes or no. Is it random or not?
To me, yes.
Okay, yeah, because why? Because when an earthquake hits, for example, in 2010 when the earthquake hit Haiti, everybody in Haiti was affected. It wasn't a specific event. 200,000 people were unalived in the earthquake. Do you think every one of those 200,000 people needed to be punished?
Probably not. I don't,
Probably not.
but
Yeah. Earthquakes, volcanoes, tsunamis, tornadoes, hurricanes. They harm humanity at random. And this is a product of your God. Your God decided that he was going to make natural disasters exist. Could he have accomplished his goals without natural disasters?
I mean, I'm pretty sure he could done a lot of things, but that's the way he does it. So
Okay. So if I'm going to give you an analogy real quick, let's imagine for a second that I take my son to get his polio vaccine,
mhm.
and scenario number one, the doctor comes in, he puts the needle in my son, it hurts a little bit, he flinches, he gives him the shot, and we leave. Scenario number two, he walks into the room, he punches my son in the nose, then he gives him the shot, and then he leaves the room. Which one of those scenarios is the good scenario?
The first one.
Right, because the punch in the nose is unnecessary suffering, isn't it?
Right, correct.
Okay. Now, the natural disasters in this scenario are the punch in the nose. It is an unnecessary step in the process. If God can accomplish all of his goals without natural disasters, then that means natural disasters just cause unnecessary suffering, which is not congruent with an all-loving, all-good God.
Okay. I get what you're saying. I get like you're saying that because God does good and evil, then he's all the way evil and he's all the way good. Is that right? He can't be both.
I didn't say that he's 100% evil, but I do believe he does what we would categorize as evil. But using the same principles that Christians use, I am going to say that he is evil. For example, if you ask me, why should I go to hell? You're going to say, well, have you ever sinned? And because I've committed one sin, I am now evil in the sight of God. There's no redeeming me. I am utterly contemptible and evil because I'm a sinful being. So
No, you can repent though.
if
Jesus
I can
came.
be condemned for eternity, to be suffering for eternity because of one sin, if I'm evil because of one sin, then God is evil, even if all he ever did was one hurricane.
I mean, we're sinful no matter what, but you can repent though. You can still repent and not go back to the same sin.
Yeah, that's not my point. My point is, according to Christian logic, if human beings even make one sin, we are now evil. So using the same logic that you guys use, if God even commits one wicked act, he's evil.
Oh, you saying so if he commits one bad thing, he's evil.
That's the same thing you say about human beings. So yeah, if the logic is true of human beings, then it's true of God too.
Oh no, you're trying to make human beings like God. We're not.
Okay, are humans evil?
we're good and evil. We're kind of like God in knowing good and evil, but we don't know, everything.
Am I a sinner?
Yeah.
Okay. Am I also good?
You have some good in you, mostly
Okay.
bad though.
Okay. Well, if you're willing to make that concession, if you're not going to do like the street evangelism on me, then yeah, I would use the same measurement system that you're using. I would say God is sometimes good and sometimes evil.
And mostly evil, since you said he is mostly bad, and you
Yeah,
don't
I would
even
say
know
more
good and
evil
bad.
than good for sure.
Okay, so his 10 commandments are evil to you guys.
Well, Ten Commandments says that you shouldn't covet your neighbor's slave. So
Right.
we've got slavery right off the bat.
And they also weren't anything revolutionary. I mean,
No.
Babylon set them first.
Yep. And we had them in Egypt too. You can
The
find them in the
slaves,
42
the
Confessions of
slave thing
Baal.
that y'all are going on, like talking about slavery. Slavery can be to with anything. It don't have to be like a human being, over this other human being. We can be slave to, drugs, to sex, to
Don't say that
um,
word on here. TikTok's gonna take you down. You're
And
gonna
you
end
can't
up
say
getting
either of those
violated.
words. Don't say the S or the D word.
oh,
But no, you're
uh,
not. You're not a slave to those things. That's a metaphor. We're talking about literal slaves, not metaphorical slaves.
okay, I got you. Okay, so God did know human beings are evil and we're going to want to have power over people.
So
Correct.
God
So
said
he
you.
does,
God
he
said you can own
does
slaves, though.
say what?
But the God that you worship says that human beings can own slaves, and then he never retracts it. He never says you can't own slaves.
In the New Testament, it doesn't talking about,
Paul addresses slave owners twice in the New Testament. In the letters to Timothy and in the book of Ephesians, he addresses slave owners and tells them to treat their slaves with respect. But what he should have said is, we don't do slavery anymore, free your slaves. But he didn't say that. Could Jesus have said we don't do slavery anymore?
in a sense, but
Was there something
we,
preventing him from saying it?
but Jesus, I mean, if you're a follower of Christ, then you are a slave to Christ.
That's
And
irrelevant.
so,
We're not talking about metaphors. We're talking about people owning other human beings as property. That's different.
and are you saying does the slavery get paid, or are you saying not paid?
Slaves don't get paid. Slaves don't get paid. They don't get freedom. They can't just leave and walk away. When they have children, their children become slaves after them.
And you saying that is evil?
I'm saying that your God endorses it. Do you think slavery is evil?
I mean, if it says you're supposed to, like, it does supposed to, treat slaves as respect. Um, I mean, it doesn't talk about beating your slaves and things like that. He
Sure
doesn't.
does.
I
Exodus
mean, in the Old
21.
Testament, it does talk about that. It does talk about
Okay.
that,
So it
but
says you can beat your slave. Yeah.
it says if you beat your slave and your slave dies, then you should die as well.
He didn't say that. He almost says that. It says if you beat your slave so severely that they are unalived immediately, then you will be punished. It doesn't say what the punishment will be. But it also says if the slave survives for a day or two, then there's no punishment because it's not really clear that you intended to execute your slave. So you can beat your slave.
Also, because the slave is your money or your
Right.
property.
Yep. So do you think that it'd be okay to own slaves today? What would be morally wrong with it according to the Bible?
Right here, let's see.
What I'm saying is, regardless of what the law in the USA is, if we're just going by biblical authority, what would be morally wrong with me owning a couple slaves?
I mean, people that go to jail today are pretty much slaves.
I didn't say
So,
anything about jail. What would be wrong with me personally owning slaves?
like today, morally,
Yeah.
you're saying, well, like, what would be wrong with that?
Yeah.
I mean, right now, it'd be nothing in the Bible is saying that, that would be wrong. It would be just, you know, it would be your moral choice if you wanted to do that or not.
Okay, so then it wouldn't be morally wrong. Okay, so if the USA overturned the amendments and said now we're going to permit slavery, you'd be okay with that?
No, I wouldn't.
Well, but it's not morally wrong. Why would you have a problem with it?
Because I mean, people are working right now. I can't just when I'm at work, I just can't leave. If I do, I get fired, and so we still.
We're talking about owning slaves. Why would you have a problem with America saying you can own slaves when it's morally permissible? Seems like you're disagreeing with your God.
What do you mean by that? I'm disagreeing with God.
Well, like your God says it's morally permissible, so I'm trying to figure out why you're not for it.
Jesus didn't come down so we would have slaves.
Did Jesus say that we shouldn't have slaves?
If you know the New Testament, you sound like you've been reading the Bible a lot. So
I've seen it before. So did Jesus say that you can no longer own slaves, or did he say something else?
he said what was the biggest commandment or the most important commandment?
There's two commandments. The most important is from Deuteronomy 6:5, where he says you must love the Lord your God with all your mind, heart, and soul. And then the second is like it, you must love your neighbor as yourself, which is a quotation from Leviticus 19:18, which is perfectly compatible with owning slaves because just 5.5 chapters after Leviticus 19, God says you can own slaves. So it must be
Okay.
true that loving your
Okay,
neighbor as
so
yourself
you would
is
want to
not
be a slave.
incompatible with owning slaves.
So it says love your neighbor, though, right? You said that the second one.
Yeah, and that's in
As yourself.
Leviticus. We'll try this again. Let's listen very carefully. In Leviticus 19:18, God says, "Love your neighbor as yourself," and then a mere 6 chapters later, the same God says that you can own slaves. So it must be true that owning slaves is not incompatible with loving your neighbor.
So is that how? So you're saying God is saying you only can love your neighbor if you make him your slave? Is that what you're interpreting?
No, I'm not. You're trying to say that we shouldn't own slaves because Jesus said to love your neighbor as yourself.
Correct.
But yes, but you're missing the point because Jesus didn't invent that. The God who gave the slave laws said the same thing a mere 6 chapters apart on the same day that God said in the Old Testament to love your neighbor as yourself. He also said that you can go and own slaves and make them your property for life, which means those two commands must be congruent with each other.
What you said, Leviticus 19. What verse was you reading?
Leviticus 19:18 is what Jesus is quoting from when he says you will love your neighbor as yourself. That very same book, just 6 chapters later, while Moses is still on the foot of Mount Sinai, he tells them that they can own slaves. So it can't be that loving your neighbor as yourself means that you wouldn't own slaves because the God said that you could.
So you like, but I feel like you're like twisting it to say God is saying if you do love yourself, you would have slaves.
I never said that. I never said that God is commanding people to own slaves.
But that's what you're saying. Because if I don't
That's not what
agree
I'm
with
saying.
you, yeah, you're saying then you're going against God because your God is saying if you love yourself, you would have slaves.
It's not at all what I said. I'm saying the same God that said love your neighbor as yourself also said that you are allowed to own slaves. If I told my son you are allowed to ride the school bus to school, I'm not saying that you have to ride the school bus to school. I'm saying that you're allowed to ride the school bus to school. They're different. But it's also true there are other occasions in the Old Testament where God does tell them to take slaves and to keep them.
And this is a time where they was going to battle, fighting and conquering other countries and things like that. But Jesus did not come to conquer. He came to make peace. So
But that
that's
has
the
nothing to
Old
do with what
Testament.
we're talking about. We're talking about owning slaves.
Right. But we're also talking about the love of Christ and love yourself. If you love yourself, you wouldn't want to own a slave.
Says
Do
who?
we both agree with that or
No,
no?
the God of the Bible disagrees with that.
Where does he disagree with that at? In the New Testament?
I just told you. In Leviticus 19:18, he says to love your neighbor as yourself. So if you love your neighbor as yourself, it assumes naturally that you love yourself. And in the same book, he says that you can own slaves, which
I think
means, go ahead, bud.
I think Luke 17 is a good example to show that even Jesus didn't think that slave owners should love their slaves like they love themselves.
Right?
Luke 17, 7 through 10, I think it is.
Let's put it on the screen.
Okay. Let's see.
Y'all keep tapping the screen. Thank you.
Let's see. So Jesus says, "Who among you would say to your slave who has just come in from plowing, tending sheep in the field, 'Come here at once and take your place at the table'? Would you rather not say to him, 'Prepare supper for me, put on your apron and serve me while I eat and drink? Later you may eat and drink'? Do you thank the slave for doing what was commanded? So you also, when you have done all that you were ordered to do, say, 'We are worthless slaves. We have done only what we ought to have done.' That's not loving your neighbor or your slave as yourself."
So you got that he wasn't loving the slave when he said that.
Oh, so if the slave has been out working all day, right?
Uh-huh.
And you come in from the field with the slave and you sit down to eat. Jesus says, "Are you going to invite the slave to sit down and eat with you?" If inviting the slave to sit down and eat with you would be loving the slave as you love yourself. Both been out working in the field. You're both tired. You're ready to eat. Sit down. Let's eat. Right? But Jesus says, "Nope. Wouldn't you rather say to him, 'Go fix my food. You're not done working. Put on the apron. Go cook me something to eat. Serve me first. And then after I eat, then you can sit down and eat.'" And then he says, "Are you going to thank him for what he done?" Nope. And he said, the same way that you wouldn't thank a slave, the same way you would not invite the slave to sit down and eat with you after being out and working all day, you need to say to yourself, when it comes to me, when it comes to Jesus, when it comes to God, we are worthless, boss. No.
What is that NIV?
We can read it in the King James too. It's not, I don't do NIV. It's the NRSVUE, which is the best translation out there according to scholars. But yeah. "But which of you having a servant plowing or feeding cattle will say unto him by and by, when he is come from the field, 'Go and sit down to meat'? And will not rather say to him, 'Make ready herewith I may sup, and gird thyself and serve me till I have eaten and drunken, and afterward thou shalt eat and drink'? Doth he thank the servant because he did the things that were commanded him? I trow not. So likewise ye, when ye shall have done all those things which are commanded you, say, 'We are unprofitable servants. We have done that which was our duty to do.'" It says the same thing. It just says thus and thous and these and those.
Right. I see that. I see what you're saying here.
Why do y'all be
With that,
making yourself suffer with the damn King James? Like it doesn't, like, why do y'all do that?
No, I know. I know. You're right. They said the same thing. Well, with that interpretation, I guess to me it's like don't look for praise, but I get it. It sounds harsh. I ain't gonna lie, it does sound harsh. Seeing that on the screen, but I think I've seen some people when they do something, they always looking for that praise, and it's like don't try to get validation for people, but get praise from God.
But the
But
praise is
I
the only
do,
thing you see there. Like, don't you've been out working all day, right? We
Mhm.
both have been out working all day. You're a slave, and then you got a slave master.
Right,
The loving your neighbor as you love yourself. You are both tired, right? You're both hungry. If you're going to
right,
love the slave as you love yourself, then you and the slave are going to eat together, right? Feel that hunger after working all day in the field. But nope. He says, no. Wouldn't you rather say to the slave, keep working, feed me first, serve me first, do my commandments first, then take care of yourself? And then don't expect a reward. Don't expect gratitude. Don't expect a thank you. Remember, you are worthless. That's what he says. That's not loving your slave as you love yourself. And then this is a parable how Jesus wants y'all to look at yourselves when it comes to him and his father. But the
correct.
very fact that he's giving this parable and using the institution of slavery means that this Jesus knew that slavery was a thing. He knew how the slave masters treated the slaves. And he used it as an example for how you should be and how his father is.
But like you said, this is exactly right. We're like slaves to Christ, so we're not looking for that reward for doing the right thing that we're supposed to do.
You're missing the point. The point is, right,
Uh huh.
whether loving your neighbor as you love yourself includes slaves. Like your whole interpretation of what you have to tell yourself about this scripture, that's a personal thing, and I personally don't care about that. Right?
What
But
you
the
mean?
whole point, I don't care about your personal dialogue that you have to have with Jesus to justify the stuff in this book. That's not this discussion. What we're talking about right now is
Uh huh.
whether loving your neighbor as you love yourself includes slaves. That's what we're talking about. That's why I brought this scripture up. In this parable alone, the slave master is not loving the slave as he loved himself, and Jesus, knowing how masters would treat their slaves in that time, and then turning around and using it as a way to teach its followers how to be, right, is
Right.
not loving the slave as you love yourself. That's the point. Like, I don't care what interpretation you have to put on that for your personal life. That's not that discussion.
So you're just saying the point that you're saying by this scripture he endorses it. Is that what you're saying?
No, this
He endorses slavery.
the characteristics, right? The ingredients, right, of loving your neighbor, right? Loving the slave
Hmm.
as you love yourself, right?
Yeah. Okay.
This,
Okay.
thank you. Okay.
So you're saying that he's not showing any love to the slave, pretty much.
He's not loving the slave like he loves himself.
So that's Luke 7:7.
Let me ask you a question. In the scenario he laid out, is he treating the slave in the same way that he describes in the Good Samaritan parable?
Hold on. This is in Luke 7, correct?
Luke 17:7 through 10.
Oh, 17. I'm tripping. All right, say that again. Oh, I don't know your name. What's your name?
You can call me Justin. So
Justin.
in this passage in Luke 17, when he talks about how slaves are to be treated, is he treating the slave in the same manner that he described in the Good Samaritan parable? Because remember, he told the parable of the Good Samaritan when they asked, well, who is my neighbor? Right?
Right.
So do you see the same type of treatment for the slave as he describes in the Good Samaritan parable? The easy answer is no, you don't. which means your slave isn't your neighbor.
I mean, I still think in what it's saying is like when I get done doing my job, I'm at work. No one's gonna come to me and say, "Man, you did a good job at work," when it's the job that I'm supposed to do.
That's
So,
not true because organizations reward their employees for exceeding all the time. Like when I worked for AT&T, I won 3 damn trips to one trip. They put me up in a spa for a week at one of the top hotels in Beverly Hills. The second trip, I got to spend a week with the CEOs in Dallas, Texas, at the headquarters, learning how to become a manager. Right. The third trip, they sent me to Vegas for exceeding expectations. Then they reward you with promotion. Right. I got promoted. Right. That's not true. They show gratification. We get bonuses. Right. I was making over $100,000 a year at AT&T. Right.
yeah, I hear
Just
you.
from
I hear you.
bonuses. Yeah. So that's not true. And again, this is still you trying to find meaning to this scripture for your own personal journey, and that's not what we're discussing here.
Okay, you're just saying it's in the Bible. Jesus wants people to be slaves, and that's your argument, and that's why this is an evil God. Correct?
That's not the argument, no.
That's not the argument.
No one said that Jesus wants people to be slaves. I don't know where you got that from. We're saying that
I'm just making sure that I'm not. So I'm not hearing that. Jesus
I don't
don't
know
want
You
why
people.
you thought
no,
anyone
like,
said that.
thank you.
Okay.
Nobody said that.
Okay.
We're talking about whether love your neighbor as you love yourself is Jesus condemning slavery.
Right.
No, because Jesus tells us we are his slaves to Christ, though. Like he does say that to us. That's
We're
not
not
something.
talking about metaphors. We're talking about owning people as though they are property. No one cares about the metaphor. I love a good metaphor, but I don't care about that. I'm talking about whether or not it's morally permissible to purchase and own a human being and then to make them my slave for life and then their children after them.
Mm, you know, yeah. I guess I got to go back and read a little bit more on that.
That's
I don't
fair.
really have that much to say on that, but
That's the right answer.
yeah.
There's a couple right answers, and that's one of them.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you for letting me up.
All right, cheers. Have a
You're
good
welcome,
one.
Don King.
I wasn't too hard on him, was I?
No, I think I would have been harder. I be telling you and Dr. B, like, y'all are not as hard as I am. Y'all sometimes I feel guilty because I be going ham.
It's hard not to get frustrated when they quite literally, you read them the book where it endorses slavery, and then they do like somersaults and backflips trying to find a way and how it's actually not bad.
That's the scary thing, to see them try to justify slavery. Like, I don't get it. M&E Woodworks. Okay, they're not there. If you're in the guest request box and you're trying to come on stage, can you comment so we can bypass the accidentals, please?
Just over the course of that conversation, I can't tell you how many people were shouting in the comments nonsense things about like context and we're reading it wrong. And if you think we missed the context, you're welcome to get in the box and show us the context.
Yeah, Elro, come up here and show us the gymnastics that we were doing. We're doing educated What? Yeah, he freed them from slavery to make them slave masters, Mona. Elro, are you in the box?
And just
Tall man. I don't see you in the box, huh?
Elroy. Have you talked to him before? I've talked to him on a number of occasions. I just warn you ahead of time. He brings nothing to the table. It's endless pivots, and he'll never answer a single
Oh.
question.
Oh yeah, no. You might as well stay in the comments because if you come up here and do that, you're gonna get blocked. Let's see. Tall man, I don't see you in the guest request. If you're in the guest request and you want to come up on stage, please comment. Elroy, if you come up here and you do the pivot stuff, I'm just gonna block you. Like I don't feel like wasting time with you. You have to send a request, tall man. Hi, how are you? Hello? Okay, they're not there. It's 22 people in the guest request. If you're in there on purpose, can you please comment? Just thinking.
Mac is saying that Errol is not Elroy. Just to be clear, the character
Okay.
I'm talking about is Roi.
Oh no, this is El Roy. El Roll. I don't know what his name is. I
Okay,
can't
yeah,
say it.
different person then.
Oh, okay. Just thinking. Hi, how are you?
Hey, y'all. This is something else that goes along with, you know, the thing y'all saying in there.
Hold on.
We're supposed
Just
to
about. Hold
forgive.
on. No. So when you come up on stage, right, you cannot address another guest conversation. Okay. If you come on stage, I ask that you start a conversation brand new from your own perspective. And then please let us know if you are a Christian, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist.
I used to be a Christian. I guess you say deconstructing.
Deconstructing. Okay. And which topic did you come up to talk about? It is definitely a power
Forgiveness.
trip, Poppy. We're not talking about forgiveness. We're not talking about forgiveness.
Well, hold up. Let me just, and it won't
Nope,
make much
we're
sense.
not talking. No.
If we can
No.
forgive, if we want to.
Okay. Don't come up here and think that you're going to be able to talk about whatever you want to talk about. It is a power trip, puppy. This is my space. I make the rules. Okay? And I control the disconnect button. If you want to be on stage, come up here and to discuss one of the three topics. Be 21 or over, be a Christian, be deconstructing, or be an atheist. I don't give a fuck if you think I'm lost, just thinking. You're just not on stage. If you are a Christian, if you want to be on stage, comment and let me know. You have to have some followers, tall man, to come up. Okay, let's see where you are. All right.
Hi. I
Hi,
found my
how are you?
people. I'm so good. God is evil.
So I assume that you are an atheist?
Absolutely. Thank God.
Okay. To be on stage as a what we call a friendly, you have to still talk about one of the three topics and you
Sure.
have to be adding some value to it. Like I don't want you to come up here just to kind of like rag on Christians, okay? So like
Sure.
if you pick a topic, be adding some type of value, educating us or something like that.
100%. I come from a religious family, not like now that I've met other religious families from my ethnic group, the older I've gotten, the more I realize my mom was actually not that bad. I pretty much knew I was an atheist since 6th grade. My parents didn't really take it
Hold on, I'm
seriously.
sorry. I would
Yeah,
love to
I
hear your
wanted,
story one time. We just
yeah.
don't have time to go
No,
into that.
I was going to
Can
talk
you?
about what I think the Christian God is doing in like it, as
No.
in
There's
a
three
bad way.
topics.
And
Okay, are you going to talk
yeah,
about the Christian God being evil?
yes, and why I
Okay.
think it's corrupt. Can I add specifically? I don't need to go into my whole life story. Long story short, I think that in the 21st century, in the global South, Christianity and Islam, with all due respect, but we're talking about Christianity right now, in the global South is actually hindering our development. And I find it ironic that the people who colonized us are way more atheists now than the people who were colonized. And it's one of the main reasons there's so much ethnic tensions where I'm from. I think it's ruining our country, ruining our people. And so that's why I think the Christian God is evil. I mean, obviously the Bible is full of horrible atrocities that the Abrahamic God Yahweh committed. But specifically where I'm from, Christians justify some of the most horrific things, the most homophobic, xenophobic, uh, uh, misogynistic, tribalistic things on the Abrahamic God. And it's I feel very helpless in this sense because I've only met a few people from my ethnic group who are openly atheist, at least that are like from the millennial variety. I do think that's changing over time, and more as we go on, more millennials and Gen Z will be open about it. But yes, I have
I
lots of
agree.
reasons for feeling this way. And yeah, it's
Yeah,
really
I
harmful to my
agree.
people. Mhm.
Yeah, I agree 100%. So we are a community here. We have several Discord communities. I have one. Justin has one. We do Deconstruction Lives. Justin does his once a month on Sundays.
Oh,
I
I
do
listen to
mine.
his all the time. He's so funny. He puts those people in their place.
Yeah,
He actually helped one of my friends, like finally feel safe enough to leave the church.
that's awesome.
Yeah,
So when I say Deconstruction Lives, I mean, like going as far as into like the study and the historical context too,
sure.
because sometimes some people need to know. Knowledge helps you defend yourself against attacks of other people who try to make you feel like you're crazy or something's wrong with you for not believing, right?
Yeah,
And so sometimes people just need to get an understanding and understand why they don't believe or why they have the questions they have. So I host Deconstruction Lives on Saturdays in a sub only setting, and Justin does his on Sundays once a month. And then like I said, we have the discourse, and we're a pretty big community here. So I hope you stick around.
I'm
How
definitely.
is this your
I just
first
saw
time
that we all
watching?
subscribe. Yeah, this is my first time. I'm already following the guy on top of me. So then it just led me to you.
Okay, hold on. Okay, okay, that sounded crazy. Okay,
Yeah, I did. My
yeah.
bad.
If you
I'm
can
already following
hit the subscribe.
deconstruction. Yeah,
Okay, go
you
ahead,
guys
and you
know
can
what I
hit
meant.
the yeah, and you can hit the subscribe button at the bottom too.
I will definitely subscribe. Yeah. Um, I just did. Hang on one second.
Look,
I'm
now
doing
they're
that.
in the comments talking about Justin, get off top, get off top
Right.
of her.
Somebody said pause. Um, me specifically, the Abrahamic God, especially in, I don't even know what verses, what chapters. He's so vengeful and evil and sinister. He does things for no reason, it feels like, out of jealousy and spite. um Malicious intent. I mean, it's like, honestly, the way he operates is like psychopathic. And obviously we know that men from 2,500 years ago wrote it. And it's like out of that scene from I, Robot, when Will Smith is like, is it crazy when you feel like you're the only normal person and everybody else is just insane? It's like, we're in the 21st century. I try to have patience and like empathy for certain groups of people, but at the same time, it's just like, I think the human conscious tries to force people to believe, most people want to feel comfortable with this idea of like, when you're no longer alive, when you unalive, that it just goes to black, or, just being okay with not knowing. It probably goes to black, but who knows? Who knows what's after this? Nobody living knows what happens when we unalive. So it's like, because of that, we have to live in your delusion, in your fairy tale. I mean, it's this idea like, in 2,000 years, people could think Harry Potter is Jesus, right? Like, it's
Somebody
just
said that
not.
last night, so it might
Yeah,
happen.
it means absolutely nothing to me. Um, I don't really feel like sharing it tonight, but I have a very specific, long story short, the Igbo people of East Nigeria, which is my ethnic group, we basically all mass converted to Christianity at the turn of the 20th century, like 1902, I think, like literally, it was like, it went from, just maybe 10% of the population to like 90 something percent. And then my one living grandmother, she had just passed. She was one of the 10% who didn't convert, and her life was so difficult because she refused her entire life to convert to Christianity. And so she was made like a pariah. She refused to learn how to speak English. Obviously, Nigeria is was a British colony, and she refused to convert to Christianity. So she was made to be like a pariah socially amongst her community. Very few people talked to her for like decades. Only her children would talk to her, but she was so steadfast. They were like, if you just convert, you can get your life back. We'll all talk to you. Like even during the
That is
Biafran Civil
fucking
War, like
ridiculous.
that's how deep I'm telling, like, and it just, this is less than, I mean, obviously now it's been over 100 years, but less than 120 years ago. Like, it is so sinister. And then when you look at England today, right? Obviously the Church of England and the Anglican Church, but like, it's like something then less than half of their population considers themselves Christian now. Like, and the overwhelming majority of the religious people are over the age of 60. It's not the same where I'm from. It's like literally, it's so deeply ingrained. And I don't understand, like, I come from a very educated family. What makes me the saddest, right, outside of me just like not believing in it, it's like fairy tale nonsense, right, is this idea that like I'll go to a church just to appease my mom when we go there, right? And you know, we're from everything is really based on class out there, obviously ethnic group and tribe, but like specifically class. So we'll go to church with like other people from the same class as my family, and it'll be like a white Jesus Christ. It's like this country is 99.9% black Africans, and it's like the image of whatever Rome is. I don't know what his name is, Borgia or whatever image, blonde haired, blue eyed. It can't even be like racially ambiguous tan Jesus Christ. It's like white, pure as the driven snow white Jesus, blonde hair, blue eyes. It's so insidious. And these people are worshiping it. They're like praying to it. And it makes me so uncomfortable. I'm like, how do you guys not see the direct correlation to white supremacy, like to colonialism? And outside of it being like fairy tales, to me, Christianity for me is a symbol of cultural or ethnic annihilation. Truly, like it's very synonymous with, to me, you know, what they did with Native Americans in the United States and specifically in Canada with these schools where they like decimated their culture, forced the children to convert, and then mass unalived the children. You know what I mean? Like stuff that is how insidious I look at it. And I have, you know, grown doctors, lawyers, engineers around me kneeling down to this God. They have the church my mom went to. It's a Catholic, a Catholic church, and there was a they thought it was so cool that the Vatican, like they have there was a literal Italian, he speaks Igbo. I'm supposed to think it's so cool that he sacrificed his life in Italy to come to Nigeria and teach these poor people, these non-believers, Latin and to learn Christianity. And I'm like, you guys don't see this as white supremacy, but I do. Like, they were like, really? Oh, the father, like he's such a devout man. He left Italy. I'm like, he's an agent of white supremacy, bro. Like, he was ordained by the Vatican. I don't look at the Vatican. This is an institution. This is one of the oldest cartels, human trafficking cartels in the world. I don't look at this as like a good thing. I feel like I'm losing my mind. And if you say that, they get very defensive. So yeah, I mean, I could go on and on and on about it. My biggest thing is the fact that it only happened in the last century, right? Like, my grandmother was alive when all of her siblings were not Christian and their lives were fine. And then that's not to say that all pre-colonial religions did not have problematic elements to it. That's definitely not the case. Even those are rooted in, they have problematic teachings. Some of it was very beautiful. I love a lot of the stories and the folklore and the myths, but that was part of our cultural signifier. That's part of what our experience as Igbo people. Now you're worshiping the British people's God. Like, nobody's going to gaslight me into being like, Christianity was in Africa before that. Well, yeah, in Ethiopia and some parts of Angola, it was not in Nigeria. That's the point. You're not going to make me feel bad for calling it as I see it. Do you see what I mean? So more than anything in the actual Bible, that is for me the biggest thing. Like, I hate what it's done to my people. I hate how pro-life many Nigerians are, how, we talk a lot about immigrants in this country and we're in the F around stage, right? Because a lot of these immigrants who you would think like nobody cares if you're personally, like my mom is very personally conservative, but she votes democratically because, regardless of what you think of the Democrat, I have a lot of issues, obviously everyone does, but she votes in what I believe to be the right way because she knows what the stakes are. Like I know Nigerians they hate Trump, they hate racism, they hate all the issues that this country has, right? But they're going to vote that way because they're pro-life. And why are they pro-life? Because of like, do you see what I'm like? The fact that that is your number one
Yeah.
issue in the 21st, being pro-life, and you heard Trump say that he's going to grant immunity to police officers and you're black, but you're a Nigerian and you're pro-life, and that's not what God says, pro blah blah. Like that's the type of shit I'm talking. Like there's no getting through to these people. There's no getting through to a lot of people from the global majority because they're so religious. And it breaks my heart. My thing is like at this point, I don't want conservative religious immigrants immigrating to the United States if they're going to vote in the way that negatively affects like Americans or just
Yeah.
regular people,
Yeah.
So
Yeah. I agree. Do you follow Afro Atheist and African
I
Atheist?
do. I love her.
Okay. Yeah.
Me
Yeah.
and her are on
They're
the
pretty
same
good.
wavelength for sure.
Yeah. We had a panel probably about a month ago where we were raising money for Central Africa, and
Yeah.
on that panel we talked about what has the Christian God done for the African diaspora, and like the amount of excuses.
Oh my God.
It's just like
It's
it's mind-boggling. Like
it's
you
so
can,
sick. It's so
yeah.
sick. It's there is nothing. He's done nothing except um give you add to the so there's always been, like, if I'm being honest, there's always been ethnic tensions in Africa. That's the issue that our people have had in the global south. But the religious aspect has made it 20 times worse. I mean, when we're already fighting, for those of you who know, like, there is no race-based classifications in sub-Saharan Black Africa. Everything is based on ethnic group. And then you add the religious, obviously the two biggest religions in Africa are Christianity and Islam. Christianity and Islam are split 50-50 in Nigeria, so it's already super tense. And it's like our grandparents really, 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 really hate each other. Our parents hate each other. And then our generation's just like, I guess I'm supposed to hate you, but I really would like to move past this. But just like in
And
America,
that's ridiculous. And that's supposed
it's
to be
insane.
like love. That's supposed to be like you can't get peace out of hate. Like,
No,
yeah.
no. The boomers
And,
are
and
running
and
the
here's the
asylum.
crazy thing, right? Like Jesus literally says in the book, "I came to cause a divide. I came to make you hate your mama. I came to make you hate your daddy." Like he literally says that shit in the book, and they deny it. They're like, "Nope, hate doesn't mean hate. It means love." Like they will literally
It
say
doesn't.
that it
Yep.
doesn't mean hate. Like, but here you are hating your mama, hating your daddy, hating your sister, hating your brother because they don't believe like you, in
My
complete denial.
1000%. And it's this persecution complex that many Christians have, that like they're the only ones that have been through and it's just like, dude, you're not that special. I'm so sorry. I know that, like, and it is true that Christians do get persecuted in parts of Africa, obviously in parts of the Middle East. It is true, and I feel for those people, but that's not
But they're
like
getting persecuted by what? Islam? Like by other religious people, though, right?
exactly by other
Mm-hmm.
religious people, not by
Yeah.
atheists, not by people who are willing to propel into like the 21st century. Like I am so sick of the religious persecution complex, because it's like if if Christians religious in the West, right? If Christians religious inclinations were more personal, I wouldn't have as many issues as it. But it really does,
Right.
regardless of whether this country is supposed to be like, separation of church and state. We are generally run, right? At least for sure, half of this country are run by a religious complex. Like it doesn't have, so, and varying levels of Christianity, right? There are 90 million evangelicals, just evangelicals in the United States, right? I've spoken to some of these people. When it comes to foreign policy, like I don't want to, jump into Israel Palestine too much, but if like they really think, like it'd be one thing if you just think that I speak to people who think that they're willing to see hundreds of thousands, if not millions of Palestinians unalive because they truly think that God promised the Israelis Israel. Like they think that like I've spoken to people in my real life who think that the Jews are the chosen people because of what the Bible says, or that even though there's literally no archaeological evidence to dispel like the out of Egypt, like they were enslaved in Egypt, or any of these stories, right? That foster obviously Judeo-Christian, Judaism being the oldest, Christianity being the middle, and Islam being the newest out of the 7th century, right? So I know a lot of Christians who will like their justifications for some of the worst atrocities of the 21st century, obviously like major war crimes that have happened in the last year, is because the Bible. It's always the Bible. Like it's either the Bible or communism, one or the two. Like, and so I can't argue with adults who literally say that like, you know, um, I support whatever happens because and not only when this happens, the whole point of all the Jewish people in the world going to Israel is that it's going to bring about the second coming of Christ. What's going to happen in the second coming of Christ? If you read Revelations, God is going to unalive. It's like 97% of all humanity. So they want all the Jewish people to come so that God can unalive 97% of all humanity. Like,
The
how do
most
you
diabolical part
reason
of
with these
that
people?
is
And they're serious. Like I
Christians
ask,
think that he's gonna unalive the Israel. That's what they think.
oh
Like
yeah, come first. It's
they
like
believe that
actually
they
one of
have
the
to
most
like bow
anti-Semitic
down.
things. Yep.
Yeah, they have to bow down to Jesus or die.
And
Like, and
those
that's
who don't,
the diabolical thing about it.
no, and they're expecting, if you ask them what percentage of the Jewish population on the planet do you think will not, they think the overwhelming majority will reject it. So they think
It's
that when Jesus
it's
comes, the
evil.
overwhelming majority of the Israeli population will burn in HELL because they're not going to convert. And then the rest of humanity is going to go after. Like these people are, this isn't even like doomsday prepping. It's just like, it's just
They're
mythological. Like,
literally trying to make it happen right now.
yeah,
They spend $200 million a year over there because they like literally the head of all of this said that Jesus needs help coming back. Like what? And they've been
it's,
doing this for decades.
it's like permanent religious psychosis. People are trying to breed red heifers to donate to Israel, like spending millions of dollars to like, I just don't, this is what I'm saying. Like we live in a country with lunatics, right? We live, for us being the empire, it's like America is is the Rome of our time. It's the most incredible country, blah, 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 that ever. Like we live with people who not only read, forget that more than half the population can only read at a 6th grade level. There are people who believe and who are running our government, who are running the highest rankings of our military, who are engaging in like, I mean, if you look into right wing extremism, obviously Christian fundamentalism is like a huge part of it. They still think like we're in the Crusades, right? Going to Iraq, going to Afghanistan, invading anywhere in the Middle East is like a crusades to them. Like I read their TikTok, or not their TikToks, their Twitter and their 4chan and their Reddit notes. Like I want to understand where their viewpoint is coming from. These people are in like we're in the 21st century and they still think like we're in a crusades, right? Like this is deep.
But how
Evangelicals are
much
raised
further
like
can
this.
they? Yeah, but how much further can their mindset go when their whole entire belief system like it's banked on barbaric late Bronze Age Greco-Roman ideologies, right? Like what they believe is
It's
what the
primitive.
cultural norms, the societal norms were, back then. Yeah. So like,
Did you know that like I forget what portion? There's a really good book. There's this very really good TikToker. I'm blanking on her name, but it's like 90 or not 90, not 90. That's way too high. It's like 40 to 50% of all CIA agents are Mormon, and
yeah,
that they're
I saw
Mormon.
that. But
And
yeah.
one thing about Mormons, like whether I live in a very predominantly black neighborhood in a very major city in the United States, I live in like where I guess you could say the upper middle class or rich black people live in the specific area. And they even have white Mormon boys like trying to convert like Baptist Christians where we live. Like it's so insidious. They're in our neighborhood. I'm like, these are why, and I feel so bad for them. They're like 19, 20. I know they're doing their little LDS mission trip. When you ask them like what they're going to do after this, they're like, oh, we're going to try to go into government there. And these people think that black people, like in up until the 80s, like the Mormons openly thought specifically, I forget what they referred to as black people. It's like children of Ham, Hammonites or something, and then Native
Yeah.
Americans, as like evil, like we were punished when we go into heaven. If we convert to Mormonism, we'll like turn white in heaven. And these are the types of people who these are the ideologies that lead people who are like in the CIA and the FBI. And we wonder why these people, and it's historic. Like even since it's like since the 60s, there's been a huge, like an overwhelming like a huge majority of these institutions, the CIA and the FBI, are Mormons. That's not even, they don't even break the top 10. It's like Utah and parts of Colorado and Idaho have huge Mormon populations. Why are all these people cranking out like people in the CIA and the FBI, right? And they think black people are literally like cursed. So and these are, you know what I mean? Like it's so in so many facets in our own government, like and they don't screen them for that, right? They do screen for the base level of white supremacists, like if you have certain tattoos or if you were in the, if you're a doomsday prepper or like a militia guy, but they don't screen Mormons, they don't screen religious fundamentalists. And then they go and interact with black people, and I'm supposed to feel safe around people whose faith tells them that black people are cursed. Like I just can't. I can't. This country's
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah, I agree. We've had a couple of conversations with Mormons up here on the stage. But I definitely thank you for coming up,
Thank you.
KNA. You're so welcome. It was a
Yes,
great conversation. Thank you for joining
absolutely.
the community. So I'll tell you, there's a 30-day wait period, but after 30 days, and you've been a nerd for 30 days, you are able to come on stage, ask a question, change the topic when we're doing the 101. So
Awesome.
welcome to the community, and I
Of
hope you have a
course.
good day, okay?
Whenever I come back, I'll have some more like very specific, nuanced topics, about what we've been talking about. But you've been great. I'm so glad I found you guys. This is why TikTok is awesome.
Yeah, same here. I can't like, as a member, you'll be able to come up and share your deconstruction story. So the next time
Sure.
you come up, I look forward to hearing about that.
Fantastic. It was really nice meeting you, Thinker. You have a
Same
wonderful
here.
night. Bye, guys.
You too.
Have a great one. Good to hear from you.
You too.
All right, let's see. If you want to be next in the guest box, please comment so that we can bring you up.
Listen, Thinker, it's about my bedtime. Thanks for having me, though.
You're welcome. Thank you, Justin. I hope you have a good
Absolutely.
night.
I'll see you soon. Keep cooking.
All right. All right. If you're in the guest request box and you want to be next on stage, please comment. Hey, Mr. Awareness, how are you?
Hey, Tinker, greetings to you and to the panel. As you know, I wouldn't even say an atheist. I'm a realist. I'm a realist.
Yeah.
I'm not a Christian. I'm not any of that kind of stuff. I'm a realist. I take things for exactly what they are, and I take that Bible and what is written in there for exactly what I see. So I want to address the Christian God is evil.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, in reading the scriptures, it is undeniable that the Christian God is evil. I mean, if you read from Genesis to Revelation, you'll find that there are many circumstances where you see the Christian God having mass demolition of human lives. Yet the one that is called the devil, that is supposed to be evil, you don't find the devil destroying lives in the book. Only the God you see doing that. So the God is evil, and the God is also very unfair. The God is very biased. This just God that religious people, Christians like to say, well, God is a just God. what's the justice in executing all the children in Egypt because Pharaoh would not obey you? Why not destroy Pharaoh? Why are you destroying all the children? That's not justice. As a matter of fact, that's the epitome of injustice. So the God is not is not good, and the God is not just. The God is actually very unfair. And I have a piece of poetry that I comprised that, if you will allow it, I that speaks
Oh,
of the unfair God.
absolutely.
It is
Absolutely.
called An Unfair God by Mr. Awareness. I am sorry, but God is so unfair. Thank God he does not exist. I know this is not what the world wants to hear, but I don't give a damn. That's just it. In his foreknowledge, I'm sure God had known what the devil would do when he's thrown. Yet he threw down his rival before our arrival. When we got here, Satan was full grown. It is easier done than said when you're speaking of God who is the head. So when proof proves to you what your God must have done, don't come tell me what some God book said. God is either not there, or if he's there, he's not fair. Use your experience, not just your belief. If there's a God in the air who has always been there, he's no better than a damn thief. Thank
If
you
I
so
could
much.
snap like really, really loud, I would. May he ate that up. Oh my God, that was good, Mr. Awareness. Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you so much. So, that's just my on when I saw that the last statement you have there, that the Christian God is evil. If we have to sum it all up, that's what it comes down to, that God is evil. I mean, people like to say God is good all the time, all the time God is good. Was God really good when he was sending a flood to destroy babies and destroy pregnant women? And what was good about that?
There
So
was there was nothing good about it and no critical thought in it whatsoever. Don't use caps in my comments.
we have to be realistic about these things, and that's why I call myself a realist. If there is any title that I would attach to myself, I'm a realist. I take everything realistically as exactly what it is. It is what it is. That's my mantra. It is what it is.
I agree. I agree. I
Uh,
definitely thank
uh,
you for coming up and sharing that.
Thank you so much, Tinker, for allowing me. Thank you so much. You may take me down.
You're so welcome. I hope you have a good night, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I think y'all's parents should have taught y'all a little bit more about atheism, and then y'all wouldn't be so damn, like, I don't know, freaked out. Elroll, how are
Yes,
you?
you can hear me.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I want to answer the first the first question you have there.
It's not a question; it's a statement, right?
Yeah, statement.
And so, do you agree or disagree?
Uh yes, I agree, but with the explanation.
Okay, go ahead.
But I want to first ask a question. Would you say the Bible is an ordinary book? That is it an ordinary book or different to other books?
What do you mean? Is it an ordinary
Well, you
book?
just can't read it and understand what it is.
Are you
It's
asking me if I have spiritual eyes? Are you
huh?
asking me if I are you asking me if I have spiritual eyes? Like
Well,
if I
not
read this
exactly.
book, wait. Are you asking me if I read this book
Mm,
and I change the words to make it mean something different until I feel good about it? Is that what you're asking me?
no, no. What
Then
I'm
what are you
trying to
asking me?
what I'm trying to say. Let's say you want to be a lawyer. You have to get familiar with the phrases and
Are you
words
asking me if
about
I
what it
study
means.
the book? Are you asking me do I study?
Well, anybody, if anybody studied, you will have
No,
to.
that's not yet. You asked me if the book is any original book. When I read a book, right? Even when I study about geo-targeting, right? If I'm studying geo-targeting and I'm reading a book about geo-targeting, then I'm going to study geo-targeting. So when I read the Bible and if I'm reading about Babylon, then I'm going to also study Babylon, right?
Yeah,
If
yeah,
I'm studying about slavery in the Bible, I'm going to study about slavery in Israel, slavery in Egypt, slavery in Babylon, slavery in Assyria, slavery in the ancient Near East.
yes, okay, yeah. But what I'm trying to get across that there are rules when you're reading the Bible for understanding the Bible. As you know, it's
Yeah, what are the rules and where are they stated?
well, like um, how you see it. Some things are literal and some things has to be taken.
Yeah, but where are the rules at? Like where are the rules stated for how to read the Bible, right? And then where is the grid or the rubric that tells you when to take something literal and when
Okay,
not?
it started with like God is not on the same level
No,
as
when I
you.
say where, I'm asking you the resource. Like where can I go in the Bible that gives the rules for how to read it, right? And then what scholarly resource can you provide to me or to the chat, right? That says this is how you know, right, when something is to be taken literally or metaphorically.
Well, this is where you have to study the Bible. You first
Yeah,
have
where
to.
is the resource? Where is the resource that tells you what that guide is?
I can't give you a resource.
Why not?
What I could say is understanding God.
Elroy, hold on, Elroy. You asked me how I study the Bible. You said there are rules for studying the Bible, right? I'm asking you for a resource for these rules on how to study the Bible. You said you can't give it, and I'm asking you why can't you?
Because it's not just an ordinary book.
What? Where did
I
these
don't want to
rules come
say
from,
it's a
Elroy?
religious
Where
book.
did you get the rules? Where did you get the rules from, Elroy?
From
Is your name Errol or
Errol,
Elroy?
Errol, Errol, Errol. Oh,
Errol,
yeah.
Errol.
It's from our ancestors, how they look at this information that's handed down
What?
from God.
Wait, what ancestors? We ain't in this book. This is not about black people.
No, it's about humans.
What do you mean from our ancestors?
Well, those the
Whose
other
whose ancestors? Whose ancestors are in this
the
book?
human race, the human race.
No. Everybody's ancestors ain't the same ancestors.
They're different.
Yeah, is my uncle your uncle?
Well, I don't look at it like that.
No.
So,
What when you say ancestors, right? These are not my ancestors in this book.
well,
And
okay,
and the reality is
I wouldn't
Elroy,
argue
that
that
there
because
there is a rubric, right, in seminary on how to tell when to take a specific story literally, when to know that it is a parable, when to know that a story is allegorical. There is a scholarly rubric for that, right? But you're saying that you do it from spirits talking to you and
no, I
things
never
that's been
said that.
passed down
I
from your
No, I
ancestors.
never said that. Is looking at history because the Bible is a historical book. Yeah.
Looking at history, when you say history, explain what you mean by history.
Well, when you read the Bible, you will see things that has happened in the past. So that's history as far as I'm concerned.
So the Bible is a book of claims, right? Of historical
Yes,
claims.
claim
How do you validate them?
examples,
How do you
example.
validate them when you're studying? How do you validate them?
Well, if you decide to read a book, you don't validate it first.
It's a book of claims.
You right. So you gotta read it
Elroy,
first.
Elroy, Elroy, you came up here and asked me about how I see this book, right?
No, I just wanted to
The
know if
the way
you.
you shouldn't have asked. If you wanted to know, then I'm telling you,
Yeah, yeah.
right? Okay. It is a book of claims, right? That
Right.
should be studied, that should be validated. You saying that you don't supposed to validate what's in the book
No,
tells
before
me
you read it.
everything that I need to know. You're doing
Before you
this.
read it.
What do you mean? How do you validate something before you read it? You don't know what's in it. You don't know what to validate if you have not read it.
Anyway, I wanted to explain about slavery. That's really where I am.
Then why did you ask me about this book?
No, I just want to see if you understand the same thing that I understand the way I look at the book. So
I don't know how you look at the book. I have no
no,
idea how you look at the book.
that's how I reveal. That's what I'm revealing.
No, because
That
if
I
you're
look
getting
at
ready
it.
to get up here,
Mhm,
if you,
mhm,
like I said earlier to
mhm.
you, if you are getting ready to get up here and say that slavery is a metaphor for some spiritual thing, then I'm
No,
not going
no,
to allow
no,
you to
no,
do
no,
that.
no. That's not what I'm going to say. That's not what I'm going to say. I want to establish that God give the human race rules, and with slavery, you have to look at slavery as like a job. You could apply for it, and when you apply for a job, there's
Just
rules
shut up for a
on
second.
both sides.
I can't with y'all with this fucking slavery is like a job bullshit. Slavery is not a job. Slavery is not like a job. And it's see her voice, her, Her, her voice. All of you with this big, powerful God, so fucking scared of my voice, it's getting on my nerves. Yes, I do not have good energy for ignorance. I do not. Slavery is not a job. And I told him not to get up here with that metaphor shit. Elroy, when you were in the comments, you said that Justin and I were doing educated gymnastics. You don't think what you just did was gymnastics by trying to say slavery was a job and then said apply for it? You don't think that's you doing gymnastics? Errol, are you there? Do you know how to unmute? Jeremy, shut up. Like you whine a lot.
Hello?
Errol,
Yeah.
when you were in the comments, you said Justin and I were doing educated gymnastics. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. You don't think what you just did was gymnastics by you trying to say that slavery was like a job?
The reason I said that is because if people are educated, they should be allowed to look at things like different views without knocking down
Oh, really?
another person's
Is that why is tonight
opinion.
your first night? Is tonight your first time in this live,
First
Errol?
time ever.
Okay, and so you, right, just
Hmm.
started knocking me and Justin in the comments, right? This is your
No,
first time in
I
the
don't
life.
know.
Hold on, because
It
no,
was
no,
a
no, no. You need to
criticism.
hold
I
yourself.
would knock you.
Hold on, Ero.
Mhm.
Hold yourself accountable to the same thing that you want to hold me accountable to. This is your first night in this live. And on your first night, you were in the comments, right? Knocking down me and Justin.
I made that
That's
one
why
statement.
yes, it
Yes, I
doesn't
made
matter.
that
You
one
did you
statement.
do it?
Yes,
Right.
I did. I did that.
Don't start whining, Ero.
No, I'm
When I
not
do
whining.
don't start whining exactly when I hold you accountable. right? And
I'm
that
not
is
saying you
not.
shouldn't.
Hold
I'm not
on, hold
saying you
on, hold on.
shouldn't.
Stop. That is also not why you said what you said. That is
What?
not why you said slavery was like a job.
Why did I say that? You didn't
Because
know
that's
what
what
I
you
believe
really
at that
believe.
point. Huh?
That's what you believe. You said what you believe. You want to defend the slavery in this book, don't you?
The Bible, yes.
You want to defend the slavery in this book, don't you?
If it's voluntary, not forced slavery, in no way,
Anyway,
in no time, forced
Selena,
slavery is correct.
this is fucking ridiculous. I don't have time for a slave apology.
Okay,
Like, I
you
don't.
well, thanks for giving me the chance to try to
I didn't
explain.
give you a chance. Like, you didn't explain shit. You came up here to defend slavery.
Yes, I
Like,
did. If it's
man,
voluntary,
God, it's not voluntary. It's literally forced labor. Your God uses the words forced labor, Errol.
no, the humans they twist it.
So let me ask you a question. If the humans twisted the Bible, right? I'm going to ask you again. How do you know when your God actually says something in this book? What rubric, right, are you using that says this was written by a human and this was written by a human who was actually talking to a God? What rubric are you using for that?
Common sense,
And
education.
your common sense, Elro, told you that slavery was a choice. Told you that slavery was like a job. Told you that the people who were enslaved in this book applied for it.
No, that example is wrong. It's wrong. They showed you how it's
You're the one
wrong.
who said it. Selena, I gotta go to the bathroom. Are you awake? Damn, I think she's asleep. You're the one who said it.
There's a separation there. Supposed to be a separation, voluntary and forced. That's the view I'm trying to put
You know who was
across.
under voluntary slavery. You
Huh?
know who here's the crazy thing. Even those that volunteered themselves into slavery, your God said, don't do that shit anymore for the Israelites. Don't
Because
treat
people
them like
take
slaves. Hold on.
advantage
I'm
of.
talking. I'm talking. Your God said, don't uh, sell yourselves as slaves to other Israelites anymore. Don't treat each other like slaves anymore. Thank you, Fee. And then he said, treat each other as hired workers, but everybody else, you can treat like slaves. Everybody else,
But there's
right? You can
rules.
buy and sell.
There's rules that comes with it that you're supposed to adhere to. So
I
everybody
can,
stays human.
I
Nobody's
cannot.
supposed to advantage either side. It's like an employee.
Hey, I gotta go to the bathroom. Y'all?
You ever heard of domestic
Go ahead.
service?
Go ahead, Thinker.
Thank you.
There are lots of people that get into that type of job,
But
but they leave it.
Errol,
They are not treated
you're missing the
kindly. They
fact
are
that
not
slavery
treated
is.
humanly.
Did you hear like slavery is forced labor? Forced labor. It's not applied for labor. It's not volunteer work. It is forced
When you apply
labor.
for a job, don't you have to agree to certain rules?
It is forced
Yes, that's
labor.
wrong. That's wrong. I'm
All right,
agreeing with
and
you.
that's what slavery is. You're trying to make it seem like someone went on LinkedIn and applied. This is not a thing. Like
No, I'm
you have to
saying
be realistic.
I'm saying God allow you to do that back in those days, but
No.
it's provided the strong rules. It's just that the people they bastardized the rules, they advantage the slaves. So that's why it showed the example in the Bible
Errol,
what not to do, what it
Errol,
shouldn't be
Errol,
about.
Errol.
It has
What did
people who
Errol,
voluntary
Errol,
are poor
Errol,
and they
you're
decide to
trying to
take
preach
that
and it's really
way.
annoying. Please stop.
Huh?
You're just talking at this point. Can you please stop?
Okay.
Would an all loving God, right, condone or instruct on? Why would an all loving God condone or instruct on slavery if slavery was wrong? If forced labor is wrong, right? You just said forced labor is wrong, right?
Yes.
Why would your God give instructions on how to go about the slavery instead of just eradicating slavery altogether? The children of Israel came out
No,
of.
no.
I'm
It's a
still
free
speaking,
will.
Errol. The children of Israel came out of Egypt. They didn't
Mm.
have slaves. He didn't. He told them not
Were
to
they
use
treated
clothing.
right?
I am
Were
still
they treated
speaking,
right?
Errol. Are you
Elroy,
good?
stop talking over her.
Why didn't he tell them not to own other people as property and make them do forced labor? When that's all he had to do. He told them not to eat shellfish or wear mixed fabrics. But slavery was something that he just, couldn't say no to.
Can I speak now?
I asked you a question.
God gives human free will to do things, but you're supposed to do it with a loving kindness. If you do it with loving kindness, you won't advantage anyone, including if somebody voluntarily wants to be a slave. Those were opportunities
You're
open to
just not
poor
listening.
people back in those days.
You're just not listening. You're not tracking the conversation, and I feel like it's intentional because of the way that that you see this God and the way that you've already been programmed to believe this. So it's like
I'm
we're
not trying
wasting
to
words at this point.
I'm not trying to convince you of anything. What I'm
I
trying
know
to
you can't
introduce
convince me that
is
there's no way on this side of the
is
dirt that you could convince me that owning an. I'm
educated.
still speaking, Arrow. I don't know. What, are you good? Like,
Sorry.
there's no way that you can convince me that forcing owning another person as property and forcing them to do labor is a good thing or a necessary thing. It's just not. And if your God doesn't have the power or the ability to tell his people, his chosen people, not to engage in such heinous acts and treat people that way, then your God is not real, not all powerful, or he's not good.
If you read it, you will see where he instituted the rules how you're supposed to treat a slave
Where?
in the same Bible.
Yes, where?
Well, I can't call it up to you, but it's in there.
Ask the ancestors. Ask your ancestors to show you, since you depend on
When
your
I mention
ancestors.
ancestors,
No,
I
no,
don't mean you
listen,
could
listen, Elroy. I listen. Every time we start talking, you start talking. Where in this Bible does it tell you how to treat your slave?
the area they speak about slaves.
So this is how you study it. This is how you study it. You read something once, you can't recall, right? Where you read it. You don't know what it says, right? This is how you study.
I just wanted to interject the view when you decide to read the Bible that you have to look at it. It's not an ordinary book. That's the first thing.
Clearly not.
The
It's
second,
not an ordinary book. It's a book that you think that you understand without fucking reading it. I mean, clearly it's a magic book.
no,
It's
I'm
a
not
it's a
using
it's
those
a
type of
magic book
words.
that you
I'm
don't
not
have to
using
read.
those type of
It's
words.
well, you're not, but you're
But
literally saying it. You don't have to read it, but you can tell everybody about it. You can explain it to everybody, right? And tell the people who do read it and
no, I
study it
never
that
say I
they're
could
wrong.
explain it to
I'm
everybody.
talking.
I
I'm
could
talking
try.
because I'm fucking grown, Sakimit. I can curse. It's a book that you don't read that you somehow know everything about. It's clearly not ordinary.
the bottom line is the Bible is not
I
false
don't care how your name
information.
is pronounced, honestly.
It's not false information. It's a willing thing. That's the difference why God do exist.
Okay, Elroy, I'm over you. And I think you are the
Okay.
person that Justin warned us about. You come up here and
I
you
wish
just
he
say stuff.
had
Justin
left
tried to
because
warn us. Hold on. No, you lied and said that you've never spoke to Justin before. You are the person that Justin tried to warn us about because you are doing the exact thing that Justin said you would do when you came up here. Okay? And I promise you, I am a woman of my word. Okay? I told him if you came up here and did what he said you would do, that I would block you. And I told you that too. Bye.
Hi, Thinker.
Hey, Christina.
I
Goodness gracious.
was like, it's 3:28 in the morning. Am we apologizing for slavery here? What are we doing?
Like, what?
What are we
Calling
doing?
in. And then when he said you apply for it,
I lost it. What? I've never seen that post on LinkedIn. That is wild. It's work.
that was
Happy
new.
Thanksgiving.
Like, it was good. It was good. I went to my mom's, had a lot of fun, laughed a lot.
Oh, I love it.
And then I came home and knocked out. I knocked out. But I've heard of slave apologists. We've had a lot of slave apologists on this stage before, but never anybody saying that they had applications for slavery.
Application.
Never.
Can I tell you what else I thought was absolutely hilarious?
What?
You calling Errol Elroy the entire time.
I can't say his name. I kept trying. I don't know. But I think his real name is Eroy because Justin was trying to warn us about him. And he lied and said that he wasn't that person. And he did exactly what Justin said that he would come up here and do. Is it Errol?
Errol.
Errol. Errol.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not going to stay. It just doesn't sound right.
Okay, neither did he.
Let's see. Let me see who's next. But I appreciate y'all because I was holding that in. I was like, I don't know how I'm going to make it.
Hey y'all, good morning.
Where is he?
Hey, Fee. How was your holiday?
Oh, it was wonderful. It was wonderful. I did the same thing. I didn't go anywhere. I was here at the house and ate and crashed like completely.
Yeah, I slept good. I slept really good with a full belly and didn't eat any of the food I cooked because I ate at my mom's. So all my food, the kids ate what I cooked, but I'll be eating on it for the next couple of days.
Same.
Let me see who else is in here. Is it Kikomo? Have a good night, Kyle. I sleep on Friday and Saturday nights. I'll be going to sleep tonight, cuddling up with my blankets. If you are in the guest request box and you want to come on stage, please comment. There are 23 people in the guest request. Okay, Chris.
Hey, how you guys?
I'm good. Chris, how are you?
I'm doing all right. As you know, I was up here the other night, and I kind of gave a little history about my sister and things like that. And you told me to
Yeah.
give her a big hug when I seen her today at Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah, did you do
And
that
I
for
did
me?
just that, and I absolutely did. And
Thank you.
she had a really hard week last week. They
Oh.
thought she had like a blood clot in her lungs. But when I tell you, she smiled so big when I told her that hug was from Thinker. She's watching tonight
Oh, hey, sis.
and enjoying the show. So I just wanted to jump in the box and let you know I did absolutely do that. You made my sister's day, and I really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you for coming back and let me know. So there's another thing I want to know. How did the conversations go with the fam, and were you a good diverter for her?
I was. So
Good.
it did kind of get like that for a minute. I think what saved it even more is that I had a coworker with me from work. And I was, I could tell that she was kind of getting uncomfortable with it, and I was able to kind of like shift that narrative, and we were
That's
able
what's
to
up.
just enjoy each other, enjoy dinner, and have a good time.
I love it. I love it. Thank you. I thought about y'all today. So I appreciate you for coming back and sharing that update with me. Hey, sis, I'm glad that you're doing well. I'm glad you had a beautiful day. And I hope you have a wonderful night too, Chris.
I sure do appreciate it. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you.
And I don't
That's
know
so
how to get out the box, so
it's okay. I'll take you
if you
down.
don't mind dropping me.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you. You too.
Good night.
Yeah, I thought about them today while I was at my mom's house. And I was like, man, I wonder how the conversations are going.
I don't remember Chris mentioning his sister. Maybe that was the night I was asleep.
Oh my God. Chris, come back up here. This is the person that I told you that I think needed some theology.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Chris, can you come back up here right quick?
We all need a little theology.
Yeah. Yeah.
Christina, you're so sweet. Have you put up Christmas stuff yet already?
No, because I want all black decorations, black and gold.
Oh, that's going to be pretty.
Let's look at it.
Let's see. Chris, are you able to come back right quick if you're still in here? Yeah, this is when Chris was on stage and she was talking about her sister. Remember, I said I was thinking to myself like, "Damn, I wish Fee was here," because what would Fee
Yep,
tell
I
him?
know.
Yeah, what would Fee tell her? And this is who I was talking about. But I think they already done
No,
closed out.
no, she's there.
Oh, okay. Is she in the box? Oh,
I don't know. I can't see it. I actually have to jump down. It's time for me to hit the gym, but I'll
okay.
be in the comments.
All right. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Bye, Christina.
Bye.
Enjoy your workout. Let's see. Okay. All right. Thank you. She's coming back up. Yeah, this is who I was telling you about because you always have the right thing to say.
Thank you. Y'all are so sweet.
It's true. It's been a pleasant night so far. I think everybody's like pretty chill. Um, Bellies are full. We haven't had to like go off on anybody really.
Well, that's good. Because
Yeah.
when I woke up and heard Errol, I'm like, did
How
he
are y'all
just
saying that name? I don't. It just flows off y'all's tongue. It won't work on mine.
Think of it as if it's spelled Eral. Errol.
Errol. Okay,
Rerul. Errol. Yeah.
that helps. Thinking of it that way. Let's see. We'll. I think I think she's doing. So she said 1 second. Oh, where is? I don't see her. Let's see. Do you see her on your end?
Hold on. Let's see.
She said she requested. Let's see. Oh, there she is. I got her. Okay.
Because
Thank
I
you
used
for.
it on my laptop, so I had to switch over.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much for coming up. I won't take too much of your time. I just wanted you to have a conversation with Fee. This is who I was telling you, who I think would you would benefit having a conversation with. Fee is so amazing when it comes to giving like the best words, right? With the everything that you shared with us the last time that you came up. If you can give her a quick synopsis and just sit back and just like experience theology. But we won't take too much of your time though.
Of course, no problem. I'm actually got off work early, so I'm home now, so I have a little bit of extra time. So,
Okay,
yeah,
awesome.
I was, pretty much explaining how, one, me and my family are very tied to the Church of God in Christ. Um, and like I said earlier, I won't speak our name just out of their privacy, but to the point that my great grandmother worked with Bishop Mason and the churches, but I'm actively deconstructing, and my sister is too, who is terminally ill with stage 4 cancer.
Oh, I'm
And
so
we
sorry to
didn't
hear that.
know that we were on the same path until we randomly had a conversation a couple of weeks ago, and she told me, she was like, you should get on TikTok and watch Thinker. She gives really good information that you can study from, and it will really help you in this journey. So I started watching Thinker, and I came up a couple of days ago and kind of gave my story about how the conflict with me is that I watched my mom, my grandmother, my great grandmother, even my father and his mother serve in the church my whole life, their whole life, and then I just can't reconcile the fact that after all those works, and I'm talking about good works like opening up soup kitchens and food pantries at different churches, I don't understand how God then will let my mom go through watching her child, suffer with this cancer. And I, according to the Bible, my mom's prayers should be very fervent. She should be able to, ask, and it's done. And I can't logically reconcile that it's not happening. And that was one of the big things. But then there's parts of me that are very fearful of this. And my mom is, she's amazing. She's an amazing mother. She does seek to understand us, but she is really amazing Christian. And I know that it would break her heart if she knew that I was deconstructing, but I know it would devastate her if she knew my older sister was deconstructing. But my older sister, since she has left, kind of started to let go of that bondage of Christianity, she has had such a peace about her with her journey with cancer, and she's just, it's not like she's constantly checking herself to make sure she gets in. She's just living life. And I wish that we could share that peace with our mother, but we know we can't. And my sister, she's a brilliant woman, but she's very, she won't, she I think she popped in the box like one time and asked a question. And that's it. But in her time, she might jump on and share her story. But I know if my mom was to know this, it would break her heart, and that's my conflict with deconstructing. I don't want to hurt my mother.
Chris, I first of all, let me say thank you for popping up and sharing synopsis of your story, and my sympathies to you and your sister and the rest of your family, because it's got to be something really, really hard for all of you guys. Excuse me. And as you were talking and sharing that information about your sister, the first thing I thought about was the amount of empathy that a person has to have inside of them to face what your sister is facing and still put someone else's feelings in front of their own, or consider someone else's feelings, is just, that to me is the most spiritual act a person could take. Because although we constantly hear that, the wonderful qualities that this God is supposed to have or supposed to exemplify, you rarely see that in its people. So the simple fact that your sister you and your sister honestly are able to understand what you're understanding, but also realize that honesty without compassion is cruelty. And to be honest with your mom at this point would be to crush her, knowing how she strongly feels about, the religion is about, the quote unquote salvation of your sister's soul and all of this kind of stuff that we know through deconstruction is ultimately just a way to control people. So kudos to her for being able to do that. And I completely understand her rationale for making that decision, and yours as well. And I'm sure Thinker said this when you first shared your story, having someone to walk through this journey with side by side is so I can't even put into words what it is, because it's such a solitary journey for most of us. So being able to have someone to bounce ideas off or to refer to when you're having questions or those doubts creep in is amazing. So I'm glad you both have that. And I guess also it's really interesting to me that we're told that this God is a God of comfort and this God is a God of peace. Yet your sister, in the most trying times of her life, finds more peace away from the God. And I think that that's telling, because the reality is all of us are walking through this journey in life in the absolute best way that we can. And we have absolutely no control over what sort of indoctrination our parents had, which, would ultimately pass down to us. Most of us in the United States are Christian, but it's in the form of a Christian religion or Abrahamic religion of some sort. And the roots that type of indoctrination creates is very, very deep. So to pull that up is a journey, all of it in and of itself. But to pull it up while you're battling terminal disease is something, altogether just. I can't even say it's a double-edged sword. It's just it's a lot, because I'm sure it's a lot to handle. So kudos to her. I'm curious to know, though, when you were talking, when you were up the first time, Thinker said, were you able to be a diversion for your family? What was that diversion about?
So they started. So my mom is a big follower of, and I don't know if you guys heard of Prophet Brian Karn.
Yeah. When
She's
they were
very
younger,
big
they used to
follower of
come
him.
to my house a lot. So yeah, I know.
Right. So, and this guy is just crazy to me, right? But my mom is just locked and loaded in with what he says. And when she was staying in Indianapolis, he came to their church, because my mom's bishop is actually his pastor, his bishop, and they came to the church, and he gave this prophecy, and my mom has kind of clinged onto that, and I know it's not right, but she kind of like started to bring that up, and I was able to kind of like change that narrative, like, hey, hey, y'all remember when this happened, and I started talking about when my nephew was a little kid, to kind of like switch the conversation, because I knew my sister was kind of getting uncomfortable. My sister is my best friend. I know her; she knows me. Um, and I knew that one, it was a selfless act for my sister to show up to Thanksgiving dinner today, because I know that she was in excruciating pain. I could tell by the look on my sister's face. I could tell by the way her body was kind of shaking, but she cares so much about my mom that she makes it a point to be there whenever she can be, because me and my sister know what this is. And we know that. And we have kind of like had those conversations. And we even like schedule times to have conversations about deconstructing. Like we have, we set up a time this week to kind of like do one of our 4-hour conversations where we're studying back and forth. But I was able to kind of shift that. And we were able to kind of like just be in that moment as family without any stipulations, any criteria, any um, misunderstandings or anything like that. And the thing is even my sister's husband is a stout Christian. He is sold. The church we grew up in was his uncle's church. So even with that, it's hard for her to kind of like say, "Hey, I'm at peace right now. This is what's getting me through." So we respect their feelings, and I'm kind of like the I don't care kid of the family, but
Mm-hmm.
I care for my sister. If she says, "Hey, I don't think we should," I'm gonna say, "Okay, no worries. We're not going to go there. We're going to leave it alone." but I think she does that because she knows she has to consider my mom's heart. And it
Yeah.
would shatter my mother if she knew this. It will shatter her, even my family. And part of me is happy that she doesn't expose this because just who my family is, she would be attacked on
Which
all
is the
angles.
last thing she needs right now.
Absolutely, absolutely. And she's, there's, really not any, treatments and things like that. So she is just wanting to live life as comfortable as she is. And my conflict was that is like, sis, living your truth, and whoever accepts it, and whoever doesn't, that's fine too. But I can't force her to do that, and I respect that from her.
But I wonder if this is living in her truth. Right. I think living in our truth is very individual. Living in
Mm-hmm.
our truth doesn't look like it looks for everyone else. And I think of it as a priority list, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
my true, if I have 5 things that are true, there's a specific order or 5 things that are important and
Mm-hmm.
true things will be in. And one thing may come before. I may put one thing before some where you place it, right? My priority number 1 may be your priority number 3, but we're all living in our truth. So I look at it much like also maybe a recipe. We just finished Thanksgiving. Everybody has their favorite family recipe for mac and cheese. Some have eggs in it, some do not. It's just, what do you like? It's what works for you. And it could be that this is living in her truth, because if her priority number 1 is peace, then that's how she creates that peace. And if her priority number 1 is priority number 2 is to ensure that your mom is as comfortable as she can be, then that is living in her truth. So I think that may be, that's something that I had to realize too, going through a deconstruction journey, not even remotely close to anything like your sister, because I wasn't battling any illness. But I do think that sometimes we look at these journeys, and even when we have dialogue with other people about their experience through the journey, because of the way we've been indoctrinated to think that there's one way to do everything, we think
Mm-hmm.
that we have to emulate what they're doing, and we don't. We absolutely get to craft how we want to live every single day we want to live. We get to decide what we want to share and not share with people. And it's not about living in truth. If you're not living in truth, is holding 2 contrary positions in your own mind, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not required to share anything with anyone that I don't want to share. And if that means, that there are certain things that I keep to myself, then that I absolutely have a right to do that. And your sister is aware of, you and your sister both are aware of what this information would do to your family, how it would impact the family dynamic. So in the same way she's protecting her personal peace, she's also protecting the peace of your family unit. And that's okay. I mean, it's kind of like, if aunt and she thought it was the best thing in the world and everybody thought it tastes like shit, and she's like, did you like it? Oh yeah, I tore it up. That's what I would say. I tore it up. That doesn't mean I ate it. That doesn't mean I like it. It just meant I didn't want to hurt her feelings. I wanted to be kind. And I think that kindness is something that a lot of people overlook, because although being in a religious setting, it tells you to be kind. It tells you that, all of these wonderful characteristics are characteristics of this God. But when it comes to application, you rarely see it. To me, what you've just described is kindness, is empathy, and it's care for another human being, despite what you are going through personally, on a personal level. And it seems like both you and your sister are doing the exact same thing. And I think that's beautiful.
And I've never looked at it like that. But I understand that. And that's very true. That she is living in her truth with her peace. And I'm the one like, no, sis, forget all that, fuck it, throw it to the wind, let's go in. And she's always been like that voice of reason, even with me, even with my life. So I completely understand that. And we do adore our mother. She is a great mom, but There's certain things I know I could never share with her because I don't want to hurt my mom. And now that what you said is so true, that choosing peace can absolutely be your truth too, and that's very true. That's very true.
And I mean, I think we all do that to a certain extent. Like my mother, I love my mother. There's nothing in this world that I would not do for my mother. And I
Mm-hmm.
know that there are certain conversations I simply cannot have with my mother. And it's not because I don't think that she has the cognitive ability to process it, but I
Mm-hmm.
think she doesn't know that she has the cognitive ability to
That's so true.
that we just won't have. We talk in these lives all the time about the fact that our parents grew up in a world that we did not grow up in. We are currently living in a world that we did not grow up in. So we are equipped with tools and resources and strategy and information and all of these things that our parents just didn't have. So I think it's an act of empathy for us, even as we go through this deconstruction process, and even as we see how frustratingly ridiculous some of these claims are that they're holding on to. When prophecy after prophecy fails, when, church after church displays or is found out about, SA or any sort of other allegations or abuse of heinous things, they still cling to it. It doesn't make sense to us because we are equipped with the critical thinking skills, or we're utilizing critical thinking skills that they may not necessarily know how to use. So I think if we look at the core of what it is to be in a family, it's to love each other, it's
Mm-hmm.
to support each other, and it's to care for each other, and it's to rally around each other. And that's what y'all are doing. And sometimes you may have to rally. You and your sister have a rally to be able to go, to build each other up before you go to the big rally where all the family is, because you two are fighting a challenge of your own right now. You're going through a process of your own. And it's okay for you not to share that with your family right now. Absolutely. I think this is the only life that we know that we get. And because of that, I think every single one of us have got to remember that we get to live this life on our terms, and we get to decide what parts of ourselves we want to share with our family members. That doesn't mean that they get a key to every single aspect of who and what we are. Your sister has every right to share that, as much of that or as little of that as she wants to with anybody in the family, and that's true for you and everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
And it is difficult. But I think you're the person that's like, let's give it to him like we need to give it to him. And in a lot of cases, that's how I am. My sisters and I are super close, like this, similar relationship as you mentioned with your sister. And I approach things very differently than my sister approaches things. I handle things very differently than my sister handles things. She's when faced with any sort of pushback, she gets quiet and she stays quiet. I may get quiet, but I'm not going to stay quiet. So I think what you're doing and what your sister is doing is exactly the very thing that I would expect to see from people who love each other and people who love their family. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I think is beautiful. Is honestly one of the most beautiful things I heard. And as you were talking, my eye was like tearing up a little bit, because you don't see, or I don't say you don't see, oftentimes this level of what I call true love, not controlling and obedience and fear and all the things that we're taught about in the Christian religion that people label as love. Those are the actions that people slap the label of love on. But the verb, the action of actually being loving towards another person is exactly what you described between you and your sister and your family tonight, for me.
And it is. And I do get emotional because my sister, and I try not to cry, I promise. And I'm so sorry if I do.
You do not have
No,
to
you don't have to
apologize.
apologize. Yeah.
But my sister is my best friend. And I'm still trying to figure out what life will be. God, she is gone. And because she's such a, resource for me, like anything I go through, I go to my sister. And my sister taught me how to fight, just and have my voice, but she is so strong in a different way now. It's like she wants her peace at any cost, even if she has to coddle people for it. And that's just who my sister has always been. I always tell people I had two moms. I have my mom and then I have my big sister. Because, she's always been there. So my mission right now is just like, how can I make my sister comfortable? No matter what situation she is, I'm always gonna be there to just like make sure she's cool and make sure she's just happy and make sure she's at peace. And we were able to do that today, and it felt good. And I knew she was happy. And then when I gave her that hug, it's just like, man, she had the biggest smile on her face. She had to go lay down for a minute. So she was laying down when I left. And, I said, hey, bye, but I have to give you a hug from somebody. She was like, who? She was like, I was like, thank her. She was like, what in the world? I was like, go watch the live from a couple of days ago. And she was so happy. She was like, I'm gonna watch tonight, and I know she's watching, but she's not. She's not gonna say anything. But anything I share, I told my sister that I shared too. Just for clarification that I'm not gonna get up here and say anything that I don't talk to my sister about. But that's my goal right now. Is I just want her to be at peace and be happy, and I have to sometimes bite my tongue because I know it's not about me and my self gratification to be right, but it's about how can I bring peace to this situation, not just for me, but everybody that I love. And that's the goal right now. And when you said that, it just kind of clicked all together like, hey, like peace is truth. And that's so real.
It is, and I'll think or chimed in right when I did. Don't stop yourself from crying. Like I feel like as a society, we don't talk enough about the fact that there's going to come a day that all of us are going to die. Like that, and I think that's another thing that religion robs you of. It robs you of the beauty, honestly, of appreciating every single day that we have on this earth, because it's constantly telling you to look forward to an afterlife, and to do certain things and walk this way, and right foot on red, left foot on green in order to get to heaven. It doesn't teach you to carpe diem. It doesn't teach you to seize the day. It doesn't teach you to stop and look at people and like you were saying, peace is truth. And how can I walk through this world in a way that creates peace, in a way that's kind and it's caring? And it sounds like that's exactly what you and your sister are trying to do. And I know I don't have to and it's one of the most beautiful things I've honestly experienced. And I can't even think of a time that I've felt. I say this all the time, that I don't like to use the word spiritual because I think it's so nuanced, and it's a Bash calls free will a chaos word. I think sometimes spiritual is a chaos word in my mind, but there's a spiritual experience to hearing from another person something that you've experienced in your own mind, or something that you feel like you've experienced in your own mind. And even if it's not like the exact same situation, you connect with the feeling, you connect with the emotions, you connect with the humanity. And I think that's what you're doing. You and your sister are both doing. You're recognizing that none of us have any control over any of this. The only thing that we can do is control how we walk through the world. And in doing so, we have to look at why we make the decisions that we make, why we say the things that we say. Like I don't even know if you realize what you just said is one of the most introspective things that a person can say is, I see a situation and I want to say something, but is it because I want to be right? Is it because I want it to go this way? Like, you're able to step out of that and say, you know what, if I do this, it's going to make it more difficult for my sister, and I don't want to do that. So you chose not to. That's love. To me, that
Mm.
is love. To me, that's the epitome of treating your neighbor as yourself. If you want to actually put some, some verbs behind it, as opposed to it being a platitude, or as opposed to what Jesus was actually talking about when he said it. Like, we don't need a book to tell us how to be decent people.
Right.
And if we did look to the book, we wouldn't be decent people, because that book would tell you to do something that would not make your sister comfortable, or that would not make your mother comfortable. I think you guys are doing exactly what you should be doing, and what feels right for you both and for your family.
And man, I tell you, I appreciate y'all. And I'm telling you, like, she's shy now, but me and my sister have conversations. She is building up her strength to get in the box one day. That's what we call it, get in the box. And I told her, I was like, I'm getting in the box. And I she was like, all right, let me know when you get in there. But man, we really appreciate you, and all of you guys have been such a great help. It's a safe space, even when the crazies come in here and talk crazy. It's still a safe space because you shut it down. And I love the way Thinker just has no tolerance for narcissistic behavior. And it's makes people like me and my sister feel safe here, where we can do our research, have those conversations, ask those questions to bring even more peace to her. And she watches this. She said, I put it on and I put my headphones on. And we got her, her son got her this weighted blanket. She'll lay down and she'll listen to you guys all night, and it's bringing peace. So please keep up your work. Y'all are helping people. Like I told Thinker the other day, you guys are setting people free on a whole another level, and I appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and jump out the box again, and saying and go ahead and handle some things around my house. But once again, I appreciate you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and I'm going to be here to the end of the show. Watching
Thanks
and
so
praying.
much, Chris, for popping back
Yes.
up and sharing your story with me. And I'll say one more thing. Y'all are helping so many people, including myself, with this story. Like, sharing your story, sharing your journey, sharing your sister's journey. I don't know if they will comment in this chat or not, but I can guarantee you there are people that this story is resonating with, because it's a beautiful story of love. It's a beautiful story of compassion. It's a beautiful story of truth, and as well as the duality of being a human and walking through this life. So I'll end there and say thank you so much for sharing, and I look forward to speaking to you and your sister again one day.
Thank you. You guys have a good night. I'll be in the comments.
Thank you, Chris. Have a
Thank you. Y'all
good
have a good
night.
one.
You too.
Y'all too. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. I love it when sisters are that close together.
Oh my goodness.
Like, uh, me and my sister, for like growing up, we were really, really close. We fell out for a while, but we're back. We've been back close now for years, but I can't imagine life without my sister.
Oh,
Um,
same.
yeah. And so I know what she's going through. And I was thinking, like, even her sister sending her this live, it's like, hey, here I found peace, and I want you to have that same peace, no matter what happens, right? No matter what happens, I want you to have that same peace. And then to me, I felt honored that she's like, hey, I want to introduce you to some people, right?
That's beautiful.
Yes, like
Beautiful.
it's just, yeah.
That's why I keep
But
telling you,
I knew she needed to talk to you.
and that's why I tell you, you are changing lives. And I've been saying this for a while now. I'm like, I don't think y'all realize like the impact that these conversations are having. Beautiful.
Yeah, and like seeing some of the Christians in the comments, it's almost as if they are unable to see it and connect with it, because the whole time that y'all were talking, they were commenting, God is real, Jesus is peace, God is peace. Like, it's like, just by Chris saying that, she's found peace, and um her sister has found peace. It's like they were more so focused on, who are you giving credit to? Like, are you giving credit to yourself, or you're giving credit to God. And they couldn't hear the healing that was taking place, right? Or the love that was happening. And a lot of times we see that, especially when we have these conversations on Bash Live. And the focus isn't on what's happening at the moment. It isn't focused on the healing that's happening at the moment. It's focused on trying to prove or give the
Where it
credit
came
to
from.
God. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like if you can sit and listen to this story and you can type in the comments anything other than a supportive response, then you're not being motivated by love. You're being motivated by control. You need to control the narrative. And whether the individual wants to sit in this realization and think about it or not is completely up to them. But if you can hear two people having a conversation about this sort of situation and providing words of encouragement to each other, and you feel the need to type something in the comment that diverts to another entity or has something negative to say or trying to insinuate that it's not real peace, the problem is not what we're discussing. The problem is how you're seeing it. And again, I'll go through those lenses. Take those glasses off and see how many spots are on it. Because ultimately what you're trying to focus on is who gets credit, who's in control, and trying or attempting to validate that your position is true. And that's why we talk all the time about the selfishness that this religion instills in people so deeply. And when you make selfishness cosplay as love, and selfishness and ego cosplaying as love and compassion, that is a disgusting thing in my mind. And that's ultimately what I see specifically in the comments when we're up here talking, like when we were talking to Elevation. No, it wasn't Elevation. I can't remember who it was, about her daughter that was a believer, her 22-year-old daughter, when we were talking to her about letting her, enjoy her Christianity, and they were still making negative comments. That shows you that it's not about what we're talking about. It's about how they view love and connection in general, I think.
Yeah, they expect the whole conversation to be about God, right? God is love, God is peace, God is this, God is that. And like just a minute ago while you were talking, one of them commented and said, we all broke God's law, and that's how we became flesh. What does that have to do with anything that you just said? Like, what does that have
Nothing.
to do with what we're right? And like you I don't know if you've seen the video of the man reading the church signs, turn off your brain and just
Yeah.
follow God.
Mm-hmm.
It
Yeah.
it feels like that, like turn off your brain, turn off your heart, right, and just follow God. And then when you think about unless you hate your mother, sister, brother, or even yourself, you can't be my disciple. And so if they, turn off their brain and they, in so many words, turn off their heart and become so unempathetic to themselves or to mankind, even to them, that would be them going against their God, because everything has to be the God.
Yep.
Everything has to be the God. Hate does not mean love in Hebrew, and it wasn't written in Hebrew, Jesus Lord. It was written in Greek. So for you to even say hate means love in Hebrew, like that's irrelevant, because it was written in Greek, and
And
it doesn't mean love.
they don't even read the book. They don't even read the book. Yeah. Yeah.
And the fact that they think hate means love. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, hate means love? Like, y'all don't see that the way you love comes off hateful? And for you to think that when he says, unless you hate your family or hate yourself, and then you back it up by saying hate means love, you're just proving what we're saying.
And it's so difficult to actually engage in dialogue because, like, when Christina was up and asking Errol the last questions that she was asking, once he finished speaking over her and it was time for him to respond, he didn't respond to her question. He didn't. He would just spit out one of the, canned responses. It means spiritual love. It means spiritual hate. What the fuck are you talking about? Like you have to ultimately, like you said, click the off button on your brain and then just follow what you're told. Ignore what you see. Ignore what the book says, and just change the meaning of words to make everything follow a narrative. It's ridiculous.
Eric the Redeemed. That's how I know you're not listening to us, because we literally said that. Even putting him first, right? Everything is God. Like y'all can't even sit here and listen to humans talk about human things, right? And allow yourself to empathize with them, right? On a human level, without you proselytizing your God, without you trying to give your God credit for something. We know what it means. We said it twice what it means. And for you to type that, you're not listening. I don't care about your wisdom. Like I'm not trying to compare or have a contest with wisdom with you. And I would not want the wisdom of your that your God wants y'all to have. Literally, y'all make signs that says turn your brain off. What? I don't want that.
And
Y'all
wisdom
are
is
so, huh?
wisdom is the application of knowledge. And if your knowledge came from a book where snakes talk and fruit is magical, I definitely don't want that wisdom.
Or a book that you don't have to read that you think you understand. Like I have never in my life seen so many people come up here try to explain something that they've read for the first time, and or say that or scream context for something that they've never read, and still won't go and read and study even after that. And people say, why you so mad? Because it's irritating. Like to argue with people who, like, I don't like using the word ignorant, but sometimes y'all just be ignorant as hell up here. That you literally just typed what I said. The Holy Spirit don't give you wisdom. Experience gives you wisdom. Like y'all will come up here and say the Holy Spirit will give y'all understanding of the book, and then we'll test your spirit, and y'all, and 9 times out of 10 y'all say it don't work like that. When what you really mean is you need to go and Google real quick, and then you're gonna call that the Holy Spirit. Like that is crazy. Hi, how are you? Hello, are you there? Yeah. Well, when did you go to the spiritual world, Eric? Like, what flight did you take? How long does it take to get to the spirit world, Eric? What does it look like in the spirit world? And can you breathe there? Like, do you use is it do you need oxygen in the spirit world? Okay, so you accept Jesus as your savior, and then you take a flight to the spirit world. Like, how do you get there? Is my question. Like, do you astral project? And how often can you go? The spirit world is in you, but your mind doesn't work in the spirit world. Like, do you hear yourself? You're calling your dreams the spirit world, and you literally just said wisdom doesn't work the same in the spirit world. Like, do you know how many weird ass dreams people have? Like, literally, I had a dream about Donald Trump being drug up some mountains by two ogres butt ass naked. It was that spiritual.
I'm sorry. No, but can I
I'm trying.
speak?
Well, when I was there, I was trying to find my phone, and then I was like, "Damn, I forgot you can't have phones here." In my dream, I sure in hell wanted to show everybody the shit.
That is hilarious. So
I'm trying to figure out if
That
that's
this women should be
spiritual,
silent, and it was
huh?
a woman, I believe, according to the profile picture. And even if it wasn't a woman, I
I
said, even
couldn't
if
hear
it
you.
wasn't a woman,
You cut out.
ask your, make me silent. Oh, I'm
What,
sorry. Can you hear
what?
me now?
What? Who said that? I can hear you now. What happened?
Somebody, somebody in the comments, 999 silent nine. I don't know what the name is. Said that this is why women should be silent. This is why God specifically said women should be silent.
Yeah, because we talk too much truth. We speak too much facts. Of course, if your God wants you to turn your brain off, right? If your God says, fuck facts, just believe, right? Your God said, facts don't count, just believe. Turn your brain off and trust in me. Don't help yourself. Self help is no help at all. Don't go into business. I'm coming tomorrow. Yes, that's why your God doesn't want women to speak, because we're going to say that shit don't make no damn sense. We're also going to say you told them that 2,500 years ago. Them people could have had businesses. Them people didn't have to suffer. They could have gone into business for themselves, made money for themselves, and ate instead of having to beg you to feed them, right? It's been 2,500 years and you still ain't came back, and you still telling people not to go into business for themselves because you'll be back tomorrow.
And every generation for the last 2,500 years has been claiming that they're the generation that will see you return.
And then y'all be like, where does it say that in the Bible? Like, but then y'all will come up here and try to explain it away when you've never even read it. Elgin, hi, how are you?
Hey, how you doing there?
I'm doing good. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
No, I used to be a Christian, and I just kind of started really wanting to do inventory. And I think when you talk about a lot of the people
Okay.
that you're seeing
I'm
on here, they've heard
I'm
so
sorry.
many things.
One second, Elgin. So if you come on stage, right, you either have to be a Christian, someone deconstructing from Christianity, or you've already deconstructed from Christianity and you're now a non-believer or an atheist. And then you
Oh
have to
yes,
pick.
I've already
I'm sorry.
deconstructed.
Okay. And so as a non-believer, right, you have to pick one of these topics on the stage and talk about one of those topics, and it needs to be something that we haven't already heard, um like bringing value to the conversation, if that
Okay.
makes sense, not just
So what
repeating.
topic? What
Okay,
are the list of topics?
they're on the post in front of you.
All right, then on the left, the Old Testament condones slavery.
Okay, that's the one you want to talk
No,
about.
you're saying why didn't God forgive? Why didn't God forgive Adam? Okay, I see it now.
Okay,
Or the
which
Christian
one
God
did you
is
want to
evil. Okay.
discuss?
Oh yeah, so let's do the middle one. Why didn't God forgive Adam and Eve in the beginning?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know really how the format goes, but it's just amazing how the God that is written about in the Bible is portrayed as basically they portray this God almost like a bumbling fool, almost like, hey, I'm going to build a world. I already know what's going to happen. Man is going to fall, and then I'm going to come save it. And then, but basically in the Garden of Eden, everybody has, everything has a seed in it. Apple has a seed in it. Man has a seed in his testicles. And the whole concept of a seed means something's going to die.
I'm sorry. Are we talking about why he didn't forgive them?
No, I'm saying the whole concept even of saving is not true, or needing to be saved.
Yeah, we
Forgive them
know.
for what?
Yeah, but
Am I okay?
so
Am I
yeah,
not
so as
understanding
a
something? I'm
yeah, the
supporting this whole
I
thing.
I know, but there are still rules even for people who don't believe, right?
Okay, so explain it to me
Yeah.
because I'm a little lost. I'm sorry.
Okay. Um so the only people that can come up here and talk about what's on their mind are the people in the comments that have the badge that says nerd next to it. right? They pay for that benefit. If you are not a nerd, then you have to stick to the topic when you come up, even if you are a non-believer. And so the question is, why didn't God forgive Adam and Eve in the beginning? I understand that you are a non-believer. So am I, right? But it
Right.
is an internal critique, right? Through the eyes of Christianity, right? Through the Christian belief. So if you're not coming up to discuss those three topics from that perspective, as a non-nerd, I would have to drop you. Okay.
I can understand that. Go ahead. That's fine.
Okay. Thank
Okay.
you for
Thank you.
coming up. I hope you have a good day. I didn't catch what he said about the seed.
He said everything in the garden had a seed in it, which indicates that everything was going to die.
Okay. That I kind of get where he's going with that, but that didn't have anything to do with the topic. Let's see. Somebody in the comments typed, can I come up? Let's see. Guys, remember the rules of the live. If you are coming up, right, you must be talking about one of the three topics, even if you are an atheist. If you are an atheist, please be adding value to the conversation and not just like coming up here to repeat the same things we already know as non-believers. Okay. The only people that can come up and talk about what's on their mind is a nerd. Okay. Is it how do you say your name?
You can just call me Saki, but it's
Saki.
Akiwo. Yeah.
Sakiwo. Oh, that's
Yeah.
pretty. I like that.
Yeah, cool. There's a lot of people that mispronounce it a lot, so I was like,
Oh, I can see how. But that's a
yeah.
nice name. I like that. What does it mean?
It means like a building, like a foundational in a sense.
Okay.
Like it's
All
something
right.
that like a building that you are going to use for, you build a house or something like that. So, yeah.
Okay. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I'm an atheist. I think I'm there now. I'm an atheist. I'm originally from South Africa.
Okay. And which one of the topics did you come up to provide some
I think I'll
extra
take this.
value to?
The second, why didn't God forgive Adam and Eve in the beginning?
Okay, go ahead.
I think it is evident in the Bible that I don't think God is a peaceful God, and I think forgiveness requires peace. And in some of the attributes that God talks about when He mentions Himself, He's a vengeful God. He will visit the mistakes of the parents to their children and stuff like that. In all things that God does in the Bible, we see that it is in His nature. He's a warring God, and for you to forgive, you have to be at a place of peace. You have to come to peace with something somebody did against you, and then come to a place of forgiving them. I don't think it's in God's nature to forgive, because He wouldn't have done everything that He did after Eden. After the Garden of Eden. Throughout the Bible, God shows that it's in His nature to be vengeful. It's in His nature to be jealous. So I don't think it is in His nature to forgive. Despite the fact that Christians
Yeah.
keep saying that God will forgive your sins and stuff like that. I mean, like if God was a forgiving God, there wouldn't be a hell to begin with. Do you understand?
Yeah,
So
I agree with you.
I don't think it is
That's
in His
definitely
nature.
a different perspective. Yeah, that's definitely a different perspective. Like he was so angry, right? That he Harabin punished them. He rushed them out of the garden, and then after that, like because it's not in his nature, he requires sacrifices. Like
Yes.
what he did, he allowed them to like be without him, like no guidance whatsoever. Then he killed everybody. Then he did it again. He replenished the earth again, and then like he gave laws and requires sacrifice for forgiveness. Like it's not in his nature to just forgive, although he can, because he's shown that he could do it. But he just doesn't. He just doesn't do it. I agree. That's a
And
different perspective.
yes, and if you understand this, in a sense, to forgive, you need to come to an understanding of why someone did what they did, right? And come to a place where you're like, okay, I'm okay with the understanding of what you did. The mistake you did was based on miscommunication and all those kind of things. And it's a process. Forgiveness is a process, right? You take yourself out of prison of hate and vengeance and stuff like that. I don't think God is capable of doing that.
Man, I have to agree with you 100%. Yesterday, I was saying that there was no critical analysis, right? There was no slow down period, no long suffering with Adam and Eve. And the belief, the Christian belief, is that the God is a long sufferer. Like he long suffered with the Israelites. But even with him long suffering with the Israelites, he would get mad. He called them whores. He told them, "I'm gonna let the other nations around you grape you," right? But he still required the sacrifices. And then he kills his son. He comes here and allows his son to be killed, right? In order for the people to feel indebted to him and seek his forgiveness. Although he's never really said, "Will you forgive me?" Right? Like he's never really um uh like kind of said, "Hey, I understand why you would be why you would act the way that you act, why you would do the things that you do as a mortal," right? He's never asked for humans forgiveness, right? um I agree. I think it's definitely not in his nature to do everything he's
Mhm.
done, even to the point of having humans repent and seek forgiveness.
Yeah,
It's yeah, it's not. Yeah, I agree.
it really doesn't. And the thing is that the Bible explains to us how the nature of God, and for people that read the Bible secular, we understand it. We believe what God is telling us about Himself, but Christians refuse to, which is which is really weird. It's
Yeah.
really weird. Well, thank you very much for letting me up. This is my first time coming up here, and I just want to say thank you. It's weird being a South African atheist specifically, because when I started joining the social media as an atheist, I saw a lot of white atheists, Matt Delahanty and all these guys and stuff, and I
Mm-hmm.
was starting to think that maybe it's weird to be and you kind of made me feel like, yes, I can definitely be a black atheist, and especially being a man, like an African man, being an atheist. People laugh at your face that, oh, what? You are a black atheist, you are a man, and you call yourself an atheist, an African man. So thank you for you helped with the journey of coming where I am, to confirm that I can actually be an African atheist. There's nothing wrong with that. So
You're
thank you.
very welcome. Before you leave, I think Fee has something to say to you, but I also want to say that um, it is true. Like being a black atheist or even just a black non-believer, it is it's very taboo. Like the live started tonight with a black man who was a Christian came up here and he was so shocked that I said that I believe the God of the Bible is the devil that Christians are afraid of, that he couldn't focus on the conversation. He immediately stopped and then he said, "Where are you from?" And when I asked him why, he said that he needed to know because he's never met a black person that uh, would say that the God of the Bible is the devil. And then when he left, he called me demon. He called me a demon, right? And then he just left. And I said, like, to me, that's like saying, uh, you a different type of Negro, right? Like, and the fact of black people's response to other black people not believing in this God, like it's a uh traditional thing. Like you don't see white people saying, "How dare a white person not believe in God?" Like it's black people saying black people should not be atheists or black people should not be non-believers. That's the thing that I think black Christians need to ask themselves: why the fuck is it like that? And although we know why, right? Like we know how uh this religion was beat into our ancestors and how it was used to indoctrinate them, right? Um, music goddess, shut the fuck up. Like literally, we're talking to black people, which you are not. Shut the entire fuck up. But um, we know how it was used to indoctrinate our community, and a lot of us were taught at like, oh, you are the slaves in this book, right? This God allowed this to happen to your ancestors because He loves you so much, and eventually, God's gonna avenge you, right? Like the attachment that the African diaspora has to this God. It's because of the so-called promises of the God that was given to us from our ancestors, right? And so there's an attachment to it. And when they see us saying that we don't believe in it, it's almost like the great betrayal, right? And then we become the demons that they were told was going to pop up in the end times. We're the demons within the camp, if that makes sense.
I hear you. I hear you.
Fee, did you have something you wanted to say before he drops?
Oh, I just wanted to comment on something that he said earlier about Christians not believing the character of the God. I think they do believe what the God says his character is in this book. I think we just determine the character based on his actions. So they'll read, oh, God is loving, God is kind, God is patient, God is gracious, God is all of these things. And that's what the book says. But when you actually read the book and see what the God does, that it doesn't match. So I think that they're looking at its professed characteristics and we're looking at its actualized characteristics based on the way the book actually reads.
That is true. I guess that's a definition of theology.
Yeah, that's why I don't do theology in here. Um, yeah, I don't. To name yourself kid and then say free daddy, bitch, get out. Free Diddy, get out.
Okay.
Like some of y'all
Thank you
are just
guys.
gross. You're so
I
welcome.
always wanted to come up here and I listen to you guys often and stuff. So thank you very much. I
You're so
have no
welcome. I'm sorry I had one of my rants while you're on stage. Like goodness
That's
gracious,
cool.
these people are
That's cool.
crazy.
Love your rants. Love your rants. Okay, please
have
love
a
you
have
all.
a good night.
Okay, bye.
He's like, goodness gracious, what is wrong with them feet?
So much. I don't there are so many
Oh my
things
god.
wrong. That was a great point that he brought up, though, about forgiveness not being in God's nature. Because I think that anything that's in a person's nature is going to shine, is going to come through. They can't help it. Like there are certain things that I can't help the way that I think. I can't help that I'm going to question things. Like there are certain things that'll happen and my son will say, I knew exactly what you were going to do because that's what you always do. That's in my nature. Like when Christina came down and hung out with me for the weekend, I'm a doer. Like I put things in their place. I have a certain way of doing things. It's in my nature. And I think there's that's just how it is for everybody. So if we look at what this God does, the way this God reacts as opposed to responds, the way this God is so, vengeful. And so all the things that it requires of its followers, I think that shows what its nature is. My nature is going to be better represented by my actions than my words. I can tell you all day, oh, I'm the most extroverted person in the world. I talk to everybody. But when you see me and I'm in a corner somewhere with a book, that's going to tell you what my actual nature is as opposed to what I've told you. And I think this is what the great divide between believers and non-believers is that based on what the book says the nature is. And we read the book and we see the nature of this God represented in its actions. And those are two very distinctive things.
Yeah, I agree. And the whole I don't know if you've heard me talk about my concept of how he knew that Adam and Eve were in the process of sin but didn't say anything, like them being naked and nakedness being a euphemism for sin and shame.
Mm-hmm.
And before they ate from the tree, they were He knew that they were in sin, but he didn't want them to know themselves. Like he preferred them to be in that state of vulnerability. And then it's when they found out, right, that they were in whatever exposed state, they themselves decided to fix it, right, by sewing the fig leaves and covering up their nakedness. And so their moral consciousness, they started saying, "Oh, slavery's wrong." Like this is just an example, right?
Mm-hmm.
Slavery's wrong. So they started like changing how they think versus how the God wanted them to think. And then it's and then it now the process is you have to seek forgiveness for being for being moral,
Right.
right?
Right.
And it's almost like and the God's nature is for you to be that like the God wants slaves, if that makes sense. Like it's not in his nature to forgive because he isn't really seeking love and that type of redemption. Like the only redemption he wants is for you to come back and just do what he say,
Mm-hmm.
right? So yeah, it's not about love. It's not about moral redemption. It's about demoralization, I think.
And control.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Somebody in the comments asked, "How do I farm?" Yeah, Cool James 2001. You asked me, "How do I farm farmers?"
As what?
Farm followers. He asked, "How do I farm followers?" And I would say that you would have to like kind of look at yourself, right, and ask, "Why am I back here? Why did I go and create a fake account?" Right? And go back into Thinkers Live after she blocked me and ask what influence, right? What feelings you felt, right? To come back in here. And then that would be your answer. Look at yourself and you'll get the answer.
I don't think these people are well.
They're not. They really are not. Let's see. If you're in the guest request box and you want to come on stage next, please let me know. I hope somebody comes up
I
and kind of
just saw
elaborates on what he
Selena's
said.
name.
Huh?
I just saw Selena's name as language.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and she put it in all caps. Like she did not. She was not
Hilarious.
playing. Yeah. Oh, the Eric the Redeemer is in the box. Hello, Eric.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm blessed. First, I want to
Which
say happy
which top?
late Thanksgiving. You know,
Thank you. Which topic did you want to discuss?
um, really, I can discuss all of them. Now, I'm not no
So
scholar or
it's
anything.
okay. It's okay. Unfortunately, you won't be able to discuss all of them. You can just pick one.
Okay, well, I would choose Adam and Eve.
Okay, go ahead.
I am a Christian, and
Yep,
as a
we got that
Christian,
from the comments.
okay, I just wanted to let you know whatever, but God did forgive Adam and Eve, and I'm gonna say when you had said that, you know, he didn't want them to know that they was already sinners, I disagree with that because they was clothed in his glory. The first sin happened in heaven with Lucifer when he decided to rebel against God with his free will and took a third of heaven with him. And so he threw them down to the earth. That's why it says that his spirit was over the face of the voidness of the darkness of the earth, which is why a lot of things are being noticed about the sea, because the sea was where, you know, all the cursed demons that had like the Nephilim and stuff, that had sex with the giants and stuff, not had sex with the humans that made giants and stuff like that. Some of them was cursed into that water. And so the fact is that he divided the waters and separated them apart from the ones that's above the earth. And so, getting back to Adam and Eve, when Adam decided to eat that forbidden fruit, that's when we were born into sin, and that's when he realized that he was naked, which is correct. What you were saying is a signification of shame and guilt. And the fact that we had to go through this was because they didn't go to God personally and ask for forgiveness, because they were shameful. So when he sacrificed that lamb or whatever the animal was, I can't remember, by that and clothing them with that animal skin was his way of forgiveness. And from that point on, that's when it was already in the making that we were going to need a savior, which is what happened with the slavery and everything. The people chose not to believe. And so God got angry. And so he said, okay, I'm going to let y'all be captivated until y'all choose to believe me. And so 400 years later, he sent a savior to save them out of that captivity, which is the whole moral of the Bible, that he sent people to save us out of captivity, because he don't want us to go to hell. It's his will that we all be with him. But unfortunately, a lot of us not, because of what we choose not to believe and choose not to accept. And he loved us so much, he sent Jesus Christ, which is his word. It still makes him God, but not the fullness of God. The Father is the fullness. He's the head of Christ. But the word became flesh for us. So I just wanted to say that, and I appreciate the respect that y'all show on here and stuff like that. So I thank y'all for letting me come on and speak. But do y'all have any questions or anything?
Fee,
Yes, ma'am.
what did he just say?
Not anything that actually answers the question about God forgiving Adam and Eve in the beginning. We talked about water. We talked about demons being in water. We talked about a sacrifice. We talked about 400 years before Christ came back, or 400 years. Nothing in that answered the actual question or referenced the prompt.
Well, it did, because God did forgive him.
So the question is, why didn't God forgive Adam and Eve in the beginning? So the why of part of that question
God
indicates the
God did
response
forgive.
should be a rationale or a reason. So you disagree that God did forgive.
Yeah,
What does it mean to forgive?
that's the first thing I said. I said I disagreed with that, because through the sacrificing of that lamb and the clothing of the animal skin was the foreshadow of Christ coming as being the sacrificial lamb.
What does it mean to forgive?
What does it mean to forgive?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to forgive, it means to pretty much like just have mercy and show grace. Let
Forgive
go.
means, would you agree that forgive means to wash away or wipe away a debt that's owed? Like if you borrowed $100 from me, and I'm
Yeah.
like, you know what, I'm gonna forgive that debt. Do
Hmm.
you still need to pay it back?
No.
Okay. Would you then need to make some sort of offering to me or some sort of recompense to substitute for that $100 that you borrowed if I've forgiven it?
Yeah. That was his way. That was his way of
No,
showing
I'm
that.
not. I'm not talking about him. I'm asking you. If you borrowed $100 from me, and I told you, you know what, I forgive it. Don't even worry about it. Would you have to do anything else in reference to making us even? If I've told you I've forgiven the debt that you owe me of $100, what are you now required to do?
I mean, I'm just gonna walk away because that's what you told me to do. I'm free of debt.
You've been forgiven of that debt, right?
Right, correct.
So if God
So
had forgiven Adam and Eve, the lamb slaughter wouldn't have been needed. Jesus wouldn't have been needed. Any of this other stuff that happened as a result of their quote unquote fallen nature or sinful nature would not have been needed. So all of the things that you listed that God did is an indication.
well, that's not true because he was the first of
He
creation.
forgiven them. No additional. I was still speaking. I was still
Oh, you're
speaking.
still speaking?
I was still
Okay, go
speaking.
ahead.
Had he forgiven them, yep. Yeah, it's hard for you to tell when you're speaking at the same time. Had God forgiven them, he would not have had to take those other actions. There wouldn't have been need for sacrificial anything because the debt would have been forgiven. So based on that alone and the definition of the word forgiven, they were not forgiven.
Well, they actually were. Through that they were forgiven, and that's the only way our sins are going to be forgiven, through the blood of Jesus Christ,
Who
because
set that rule?
we're battling everything that is spiritual, depression, all that stuff is not.
Hold on a second. You're going a little bit farther away from where we need to be because we haven't resolved the issue with the word forgive. And in the example or the analogy that I use with you owing me $100, if I forgive that debt, there's no additional action needed on your part or mine. The debt has been forgiven. We're going to put a period at the end of that sentence. That's not what happened with Adam and Eve. So before you get into the sacrificial lamb and the death and all of that and all the blood rituals and everything else that was needed, let's stick on the word forgive because that's what we're talking about. How
So
is it that they were forgiven if there was additional recompense needed by the
so
God?
if they weren't forgiven, how were they still able to create a whole generation? And the fact that Jesus Christ came out of the genealogy of Eve, who birthed the world, why would he still allow that to happen if he didn't forgive them? Because
Why would he
didn't it
need
say
that
in
to
the
happen?
verse that Satan said that if you eat you would die? No, God told him that you would die, right? But they didn't physically die first. They spiritually died first.
Hang on a second. That's just something somebody made up. The book doesn't say that they spiritually die. Y'all just need to add that
No,
in order to.
they spiritually died
No,
because they
where
didn't
does
die
it say?
instantly because
Where
they
does it
got
say?
to.
Where
What
does
does
it
it
say
say?
in the book that there's literally nothing in that book that indicates that it's a spiritual death? The only reason you guys have to add spiritual death is because it fits your narrative. The book just simply doesn't say that, but I also don't want to get on that. We're talking about forgiveness. You're going to have to square for me how forgiveness in the analogy that I use did not require any additional steps, but
Well,
forgiveness in the biblical sense that you're talking about requires killing animals. It requires materializing as yourself or a portion of yourself in the womb of a teenager and being born as a perfect. It requires a whole lot of stuff that just doesn't make any sense.
well,
So where
uh,
does forgiveness lie if additional
okay.
um,
I understand where you getting confused at, or where the misunderstanding is. Okay, so us as humans, with the analogy that you used, it can't be compared to what God uses, and you have to have the Holy Spirit to understand it, because you can't just read the Bible and take everything literal. There are literal things in here, but you can't
do
take
words
everything
mean
literal.
different things? Do words have different definitions in the Bible?
Yes, it
Like
does.
does
Yes,
forgive
it
me does
does.
forgive what does forgive mean something other than forgive?
No,
Okay.
forgives mean to forgive.
Okay, so if forgive means to forgive, then the analogy that I used is the same. If
Right.
the
And
word if words mean
I didn't
right,
agree. I didn't disagree with your analogy.
right, but you're saying that it's not analogous because it's from the Bible.
No, what I'm saying is I'm agreeing with your analogy, but I'm saying that through that sacrifice that God made, he didn't make them kill that animal. He did that
But what I'm
to
telling you
show
is that if they
them
were but based on the definition that we just discussed, if they were forgiven, the lamb would not have been needed.
they needed to be covered by the blood of the lamb, which is the whole
So he wait. So
purpose.
he sprinkled the blood of that lamb on them. Is that what you're saying?
No, he clothed them with the animal skin.
Yeah, but you know that when he gave the laws for sin atonement, right,
Uh-huh.
to the Israelites, they were to burn that shit. They were not to put it on their bodies.
Well,
They were
that's
to burn
when.
it. But hold on, let me finish talking.
Go
Right.
ahead.
So they were to transfer the sin onto the animal. They were to slaughter the animal, and they were to burn all its insides on the altar, and then they were to take everything else outside of the camp and burn it, because that's where the sin went. So what you're saying is this God slaughtered the animal. He transferred the sin from Adam and Eve onto the animal, right? Slaughtered it, put the skin of the animal where the sin was transferred to back onto Adam and Eve. That's what you're saying happened?
Nope, that is not what I'm saying.
So your God, when he gave the ritual, right, for how to seek forgiveness for sins from him to the Israelites, that was a new way to get forgiveness, is what you're saying. That did not exist at that time with Adam and Eve. This was a new policy that he gave to the Israelites. So sin atonement did not require the transfer of the sin from the human onto the animal, right? It just required your God to kill something and then put clothes on Adam and Eve. Am I understanding that?
Well, at that time, it wasn't no law. So,
No, no,
yeah,
no. I'm not
it
asking
was
about
a
a law. I'm saying,
substitution.
hey, I'm not asking about a law. I'm asking what your God needed, right? Your God's nature.
I
And
mean,
what he
he
needed, hold
didn't
on, I'm
need
talking,
anything.
I'm talking, I'm talking,
He
right? Like
didn't
there's
need
no,
anything.
I'm talking and there's no need for you to be talking while I'm talking.
Come on now, let's be cordial.
No,
Like
no, there
I'm
is
a
no being
Christian. I'm
cordial.
being
I don't
humble.
give a fuck if you are a Christian. And no, the
See,
fuck you're not.
there you go.
Well, don't talk while I'm talking. And don't talk while I'm talking, then you
Listen,
won't get this energy.
well,
Don't talk while I'm talking, and you won't get
I'm
this
gonna say
energy. We are not. We don't talk when you're talking. If we can sit here and listen to all that fucking rambling that you did in the beginning of this conversation and not say anything, then you can do the same, whether you are a Christian or not. Because all I see is disrespect and then fucking whining when you get back what the fuck you give out. I don't care if it was a law or not. I am asking about your God's nature. Now we can clearly see when he gave the laws in his nature for him to forgive sin, you could not put the skin on your body. You had to take it out of the camp and kill it and burn it. Okay? If your God's nature is unchanging, then that means that in order for him to forgive Adam and Eve with this lamb, the skin of that animal should not have been put on Adam and Eve. Regardless if it was a law or not, it's still what your God needed for atonement for sin. Unless you're saying that your God evolved in some way.
You got an invite to unmute, Eric.
I don't know why the Holy Spirit didn't tell him that.
Eric, you're going to have to hit your microphone to unmute if you're speaking. We can't hear you.
Sammy Cat Boss, ask God that question. Go cry to your God and say, hey, there's a creator down there by the name of Thinker who thinks that she can outsmart you. And then come back and tell me what your God said. Eric, are you done?
Does he know we can't hear him?
I don't know. I'm
I
about to
sent him an
move
invite to
on.
unmute.
Yeah, I sent him
Yeah.
one too. I'm about to move on. I don't play childish games. I don't know if he thought that we were going to beg and cry.
I mean, I just don't understand why they don't see that double standard. I mean, if forgive means forgive, that means the debt has been wiped away. There are no additional steps that are needed. And why do they continue to say blood was needed? Needed for what?
And the crazy thing about it is that in the New Testament, it does say that blood is needed for the forgiveness of sin, but they'll say here that it wasn't needed. And this is when it's reinterpreted in the New Testament. T, are you asleep? Oh no, I think she's asleep.
Yeah,
In
somebody
the
knocked
New
out.
Testament. In the New Testament, it does say that blood is needed for the forgiveness of sin, but they will completely ignore that and they'll say, oh, the law hasn't been given yet, which is true that like the law hasn't been given. But if this God gives laws, right? Later on when he gets his chosen people, and in that law, he says that when you kill a bull or a lamb for the atonement of sin, burn its insides on the altar. And you know why? Because they were eating that. Like they were just cooking food. That's all they were really doing.
Mm-hmm.
But he's like, take the insides out and burn that on the altar and splash blood around it. Take everything else, right, outside of the camp and burn it. That's what they were required to do. After they transferred the sin from the people onto the animal. So if that's how the God wanted it then, for them to say that that wasn't always the process of forgiveness even before the law, they would have to be saying that their God's nature changed or his desires changed or how he forgives changed. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, because
And if
either he's the same or he's not.
Exactly. Either his laws are eternal as they claim or they're not. Like that they can't have it both ways. And also, they kill me. They would have an issue watching anything with some sort of witchcraft or blood magic, but the shit is in the book.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yep.
wild.
And they'll be like, that's paganism. Paganism was worse than monotheism. Like literally your blood rituals match that of the Romans. Like T for T. They match. And you would know that if you allowed yourself to even study other cultures. Rick. Hello, Rick. Okay. Uh Cool James, have you figured out yet why you're here? Like you were up here begging to come on stage, but you came in here asking how do I farm followers? Have you figured out yet why you are here? You're not coming on stage until you answer your own damn question. Uh Lamont, hi, how are you? Hey Lala. Lala? Yeah. Hey, you okay? Lala, I can't hear you.
About
Okay, I can hear you now. You good?
okay.
You just waking up?
Been up for like an hour.
Okay, at least you got some rest. How was your Thanksgiving?
It was good. It was good.
That's
How was
good.
yours?
It was good. I had a lot of fun at my mom's. I saw your text that you texted earlier about your mutual. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, that really hurt, man.
Yeah. What happened to them?
He went in for surgery and had to go back in surgery on his stomach and end up suffering complications due to it.
Okay. And he passed away today?
Yes.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm sorry for your loss, Lolo. And yeah,
You're doing okay?
I'm better than I was earlier because it like that was just I don't know. You know how there's such good people,
Mhm.
and he was one of them. He was battling his own things while like standing up for the marginalized communities around him. Yeah, so yeah, that was hard, really hard. Thank you guys.
Well, we're here for you. Just let us know what you need, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Lamont, are you there? Okay, we're gonna move on. Uh, did y'all see in the comments the the red alert message? Um, Christians do not engage. Did y'all see that in the comments with all the red things?
Now, let me I sure scroll up. did. I need a laugh. I already told her to. I already told her to stop using caps. But like, why not engage? What's the problem with
That
engaging? We're reading your book. Isn't that what y'all supposed to do?
it's exactly what the early church fathers said.
Oh, I
That
see it.
they taught the early Christians not to debate heretics because the heretic would win. It's what they're doing the warning. They know that there's no logic in it. It's like don't engage because they're gonna logic you out of your faith. Yeah. Listen, do not DM me saying that you were muted because you just got that much juice. You get muted if your ass uses caps. I don't give a fuck what you're saying. If you type it in caps, you will be muted. Most of the time, we don't even read the shit. We see caps and we mute. So we don't even get a chance to know what you said. Don't type in caps if you want people to know how smart you are. That's that on that. Don't message me complaining about the caps because I'm just going to delete the shit. Thugs for Christ. All right. Cats are for Egypt. What do you mean? What are you talking about? 99 cats? No, I said caps. CAP. All caps. If you're in the guest request box and you are here on purpose and you want to come up on stage, please comment and let us know. Thank you. Yeah, I was saying caps. Caps. Did it sound like I was saying cats?
It didn't to me, but I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
So,
And to me either.
Who's here in the guest request box that wants to come on stage?
I heard it was a good live tonight.
It was okay. We haven't had to like go off on anybody except the last guest. Oh, and there was a slave apologist who said slavery was like a job and you applied for it.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Who the hell applies to be a slave for no money?
Yeah, I don't know. That's what he said. So, out of the 27 people in the guest request, nobody's here. No, if you're coming up to make trouble, stay in the dang comments. Um, Six Pain, are you in the guest request on purpose? Cool James, answer your fucking question first about why you are here, okay? Before you come on my stage. Six Pain.
Hello? Am I muted?
Hey, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. My stomach is still full from Thanksgiving, but I was watching the movie Roots with my family, and I wanted to touch on the Old Testament slavery topic. Hi, panel. Hello.
Okay.
Yeah, I was watching the movie Roots, and just noticing how the black slaves would chase after Kunta Kinte just to keep him in chains and all that, and they wouldn't help him escape. It kind of resonated with me, 'cause after reading that verse, I was like, oh man, that's crazy. It's like, and then seeing other black people just come in here and give apologetics for it, and I'm just like, oh man, that movie, it just made me like see them as like deeply brainwashed, because they in the movie they beat the ever living shit out of these people, and not only that, they made them watch Kutakete get beat. So it's like, it's traumatic, and there was kids watching that too, and I was like, oh man, that could be very traumatic. And so it's just seeing when the black people come in here and just talk about, oh yeah, no, slavery wasn't like that, and then they only look at the indentured servitude. I'm just like, yo, you're not seeing the rest. I mean, it's right there. It's in the book. Are you not seeing that? It's like they're refusing to see it. They're like being more content with the state of it. They're like, well, that's just how it is, and it's crazy to me.
I agree. I've never seen the movie Roots. I don't watch slave pornography. I've never seen Roots. I've never seen 12 Years a Slave. I can't stand watching that stuff. But I agree that I've read the history of slavery in America, and so like reading the history, having them come up here and apologize for slavery is just mind boggling.
Yeah, cause like, man, it. Dang, I wish you saw it. So I feel like I'm talking about something only I saw.
I mean, no,
But yeah,
I know about like the famous "What's Your Name" boy. Like they played that clip
yeah,
all over social media, so I know about that. But I've never like seen the movie. I've never
yo,
seen the Django. I've never seen any of that. Nope, I've never seen Amistad.
Yeah, because yeah, after seeing that, it just that was on my mind this whole night, and I was like, yo, that's crazy, you know? Because the first time I watched it, I didn't really like read Leviticus 25. But then after that, and then I watched it today. It just showed a whole new perspective. It's like they're really brainwashed for them to come up here and like the Hebrew Israelites, for them to go up here and be like, oh no, I'm not black, I'm a Hebrew Israelite, I'm black skinned, but I'm a Israelite. And no, you're not from the Middle East. You're from Africa, bro, and it's okay. It's okay to be black. Black is cool as hell. We cool as shit. We made some amazing things out here, bro.
Yeah, I agree. I think it also like when you were talking about the ones that were telling the ones that was trying to be set free, like I was saying today, that reminds me of Christians when they come in here. Like there's somebody in the comments right now talking about Jesus forgive me. Is that easy? Like if it was that fucking easy, right? If it was that fucking easy, then why the hell are y'all in these comments going the fuck off? Like why are y'all in here whining about it?
Yeah, I don't get that. If it's some type of grand
Yeah,
prize
I'll
that
be
you
right
get,
back.
yeah, you can. I'll just talk to
Yeah.
Lala or Fee. Yeah, I'll talk to Fee. Yeah, if it's like some grand rising, or like some grand prize, right? Then they shouldn't care if we don't believe or not, or if we believe or not. Like, why do they care? You know, it's weird.
I think it helps to validate their positions. Like they know that they have an untenable position. A lot of them are barely hanging on by a thread. And I think when they hear us engaging in the conversations that we engage in, it it makes their foundation even more rocky, and they just simply don't want to believe it. The bottom line is this book cannot stand up to scrutiny. This book does not match up with actual reality, with non-biased historical records of nations and people that are mentioned in the book. It just doesn't match. And they've decided, like we talk about all the time, they've already decided because of indoctrination that this is true. Every word of it is true. So if it says a thing, and it says that God is doing something ridiculous and awful, like giving rules on how to own slaves and how to value women, and they're less than men, then it's our problem. We're not reading it right. And so it's just this circular, nonsensical, not to mostly for either community or fear or both.
Yeah, because it's yeah. It was strange to me because like they're the ones that are told to study this thing, but they're the ones that are not. Like I think the Bible says something about like arm yourself with the Word of God, like as in bring your Bible with you to have it with you at all times and all that. And the fact that they don't know what's in it is shocking. And then whenever we just do a plain reading of it, and it is say, "Oh, that's not what that says," "Oh, that's not what that meant," I'm like, do you either know the God personally, or you just making your own shit up at this
That's
point?
exactly what they're doing. They built their own God, and that's why they come in dumbfounded and question everything that is read, like straight from the book.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. I agree with the
Even the
and
recounting
yes.
of
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because if the word is good and if the word is true, it wouldn't need interpretation. It wouldn't need you to change what it says or put a new meaning behind it. It would hold its own. It would hold its own ground, but it's not. And they know it's not. That's why they're doing interpretations. and that's where there's like 45,000 different denominations or whatever the number is, and they're all just saying this completely different things, and it's just I don't get that. I don't get that. But yeah, that's all I had for the slavery thing. Yeah, it's in your book, Christians. I'm just letting y'all know. But you can put me down if you appreciate y'all. Love everybody on the panel.
Me too.
Love you too, Six Pack.
I think I'm the only black person that didn't like the Django.
That's crazy.
I hated that movie.
Really? It was
Yes, I did
good.
not like
It
it.
was it was so touching to me. I don't know. I liked it.
Mm-mm. I don't know. I didn't like it.
That's crazy. Okay. You can put me down, please.
Yep.
Lala, my phone broke up for a minute. Did you say you don't watch those movies either?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I said I think I'm the only one that didn't like the Django.
Oh, I didn't like it either. I don't like gory movies though. And like Thinker, I can't watch the slavery stuff. I just can't do it.
Is she back yet?
I don't think so. She just said she'll be right back, so I'm not sure.
No, I will bring up another Christian. I can't talk to them.
I can.
Okay.
My bad. How long he been gone, y'all? I went in there and fixed me a plate. I'm sorry.
No,
How
you're
long he been
good.
off the stage?
He
Oh,
just
okay.
dropped not too long ago, and Lala just brought up the next guest.
Oh, okay. Cool.
I'm not sure you can hear them.
ADHD teacher, how are you? Okay, yeah, they're not there. And this motherfucker big too. I think I done got greedy. Riley Flowers. Sweet potatoes, turnip greens, green beans, macaroni and cheese, hen leg, and cranberry sauce.
You got a plate.
Mm-hmm. It's big too. I think I don't overdid it. But when he came up here, he was like, "I'm still full." My stomach said, "Grrr." That's why I was like, "I'll be back." Sarah. Okay, if you're in the guest request box, can you please comment and let us know so that we don't go through these accidentals or the sleep request? Thank you.
You know what I thought about yesterday, Thinker? You remember that guest that came up that was talking about the way, I want to say I was going to text you and ask you for the name that he used, but the tree, when they were talking about transplanting trees in Japan or somewhere, I can't remember what it
Mm-hmm.
was. You know what
Frodo. Yeah.
Yeah. Um, I'll let you get through this and then I'll tell you what I'll
No,
say.
go ahead.
I
You
was
sure?
thinking
Go
that
ahead.
I was thinking that is a really good analogy or a really good approach to deconstruction as well, because to just uproot yourself is so jarring. It's so shocking to the system. So that gradual approach where you take the first 90-degree bend and wait for a while, and then that second one, third and fourth until you gently remove those to snatching them up. Because I think sometimes that's part of why deconstruction can be so scary and it can be so difficult and it can be so isolating and lonely because there's not a process for doing it. But when he was talking about that, I was thinking about the deconstruction process through that same lens, and I thought that would be something that for me it was like that's a more gentle way to do it. Because I know so many non-believers new to the deconstruction community or the deconstruction process come up talking about how difficult it is, and it is. And I'm wondering if figuring out a gradual way to do it is a lot better. And I think that having these conversations and you hosting these lives is a wonderful example of that.
Yeah,
That first
I
90-degree
agree
bend.
with that, and that's how I did it. Like I said, I started with my core beliefs, and then I got into this, but also at the same time, taking breaks because it is a lot. As I said, like there were times where I see myself like throwing up, like imagine myself over like this. At the time, I used to say a spiritual bowl, a spiritual toilet, like throwing the fuck up every time I learned something new. I would have to take breaks away from it. And I think that's what the spiritual community called the dark night of the soul, because there is a moment where you just don't deconstruct, you don't do any of it, and then eventually you get back to it. And I think that does come naturally because it's overwhelming, the information that you first learn
Yeah,
in the beginning.
it really is.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, how are you? Yeah, I wanted to talk about this passage where it says, "You
I'm
slaves
sorry, one
submit
second.
to your
Are
master."
you I'm sorry, are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an
I'm
atheist?
deconstructing. I'm
Okay.
deconstructing. I'm basically an atheist, but I think deconstruction happens like
All
forever,
the time.
basically.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I agree.
there's
And are you picking the topic, the Old Testament condones slavery?
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Like
All
I
right, go ahead.
yeah, I just as a like little background, I've recently found out that I have a grandmother as a freed slave, like a great grandmother as a freed slave. And that got me thinking. There's this passage on the Bible that says, "You slaves, submit to your masters, even the cruel ones," right? And I just think, how can you read that passage and not feel angry towards it? Like how can you not absolutely want to abandon Christianity just by that verse alone? And that's one of the many. Like how? And I do not know what else we need to do for these people, or we can offer as support for these people, because that should be enough.
When they have the belief that even their God goes against their own life, being a slave is not enough. There is a video that I did on my live. I told the story about a woman named Charity. I can't remember her last name, but in that story, she talks about how she finally got to see her daughter after a lot of years, where the mistress, the slave master, who was a woman, kept selling her kids off. And when this
Oh God.
woman, yeah, when she got her freedom, she moved down south. She started a business, of clothes washing business, where she would wash the clothes of people. And she ended up going back up north and seeing. She ran into the woman, the slave woman, who still had her oldest daughter as one of her slaves. And she said she knew that her daughter wouldn't leave or try to run away because she was a Christian. And she had been taught that being a slave was her Christian duty. And she said that she was very pious in her belief, and that no matter, like with her seeing her mom for the first time, there was nothing that she could convince her, right, to run away and stay down south with her, where she had gained her, stay up north. She was down south. She
Doesn't
went up
that
north to stay up
doesn't
north
that
with her, where she had gained her freedom. One second. She had gained her freedom. The mama had a business. The mama already had one of her other children with her, going to school. But the older daughter, who stayed down south with the mistress, uh, because of her Christian beliefs, said that it was her Christian duty to return back to the south with her
My
master.
God.
So, like, you would think that freedom from it would be the thing that they would look at and read that scripture and be like, no, that this can't be of a God, right? Nick, N King, if you type in comments, actually, I'm done with you. You, like, you've been warned multiple times. I'm just done.
It's probably bots.
Yeah, you would think so, but no.
Yeah, like, and I don't know, like, how, yeah, like, what else can you give as support for these people so that they can feel a little more confident that there is a life after Christianity? I also remember that when I was deconstructing, I felt a lot of anger, that I felt like I hadn't enjoyed life because of this like piousness culture and this like blind faith. And it is kind of like offering somebody support to leave an abusive relationship. It mirrors that
Yeah.
so much. And I don't know. I just feel like, well, what can I do? Like, what else can I say? What can I do?
Just keep having these type of conversations, and I think the only thing is knowledge, and they have to come into it themselves. Like, you're not going to be able to really do anything. It has to be their decision.
Like, my mom is still like a Christian and I'm a Buddhist, and I had to threaten her with going no contact for her to stop sending me religious stuff.
Yep, been there, done that.
I asked her for
Mine went
7
way
years.
beyond threat.
Yeah. No, but gladly though, I told my mom, hey, there was a time that you was not Christian. So don't come with your Christian stuff to me right now. Because when you were my age, you weren't even a Christian. So stop. And I think, yes, having these conversations help, but I think some people only want to go so far. That there are some steps that seem too far to them. I don't know. So I think just give them support and like treat them as if they're in like a cult or abusive relationship. Really.
I wouldn't even do that. Like, you said, treat them like they're in the cult. They are in the cult, and a lot of them know they're
Yeah.
in the cult. But honestly, the same. You just like, don't try to force it on your mom. Put your boundaries up. Stick to your boundaries. I don't know if your relationship with your mom is a priority for you or not, but if it is, right, the best thing to do, I would say, is to respect her right to believe, as you are asking her to respect your right to believe. But yeah, like, it's not much you can do, right? They have to like be the ones to inquire on their own. Like, you can kind of like have the like participate in the conversations, but you can't
Yeah,
like shake it out of them.
I wonder if there is a way that you can like spike their curiosity without sounding pushy, but it's only for people who want to know. My mom and I, we just don't talk about religion. We have to put this line on the ground that we don't talk about religion. I practice however and whatever I want if I want. And she has her religion, but I won't touch on that like ever. And actually, our relationship has been like 100 times better ever since, because she was trying to like convert me or send these prayers to me, and I was angry and I didn't want her to send this, and I wanted her to see that she was in a cult, you know. So we stopped, and I don't, it's a little bit, it's hard to keep hope, but I
Yeah,
hope
I
one
mean,
day she's gonna be less
it takes
radical.
time. It takes time, and like, I don't know if just like watching you and how you give the same type of respect that you ask, right, and then continue to enforce the boundary, and if she prioritizes the relationship, she'll eventually back off, right, and respect that boundary
Yeah.
of not, discussing religion. You just
Oh,
made
she
me think about
has.
something that happened today at Thanksgiving. um and I noticed my mom when she caught herself. Like, we were sitting around the table, the topic of my cousin came up, and my mom started talking about how my cousin was doing, and then she started to go into her religious thing. But she said, well, you know what, she said, never mind, I'll talk about that later. She caught herself, right? And normally she would just go all into it. God said this and I prayed this, but this time she caught herself because we were having a great time, right, laughing and joking, and that it was that moment that I realized that she prioritized that over that, right?
Yeah,
That for the
like
first
that.
time that I ever see her do that. Like she respected my boundary in person. I hadn't been to Thanksgiving in 2 years. Like actually it's
Wow.
been 3 years. Today was my first time, back at the Thanksgiving table with my family. And she prioritized that.
Girl, I moved continents to run away from my family, but that's like a not here nor there. It's like a big story. But I had to run away from home very young, and I went to a different continent, and I just stopped talking to them for many reasons. But religion was like I wanted to connect back with my mom, and her religion was standing in my way, in our way. And I think finally, with time now, because this was months ago, she has seen that we have a much, much better relationship if we are not like talking about each other's religion. We are seeing the humanity before we're seeing like, oh, you are from another religion, you're heathen, you were, yeah, it's better. And if she wants to discuss, because I think a lot of Christians are here on this page because they know they cannot discuss these things with their church people, and that people here might know the Bible even better than them. I'm not talking about the extreme people that come here mostly to troll or with very weak opinions, but I think some Christians are genuinely curious about their own belief and want to hear another perspective. And I think these are the people they are beginning to deconstruct without knowing that they are deconstructing.
Yeah, I agree. Somebody asked, how do you stay calm while setting boundaries? So the boundary is typically set in your own space, right? Like you decide what you are able to deal with and what you're not, and then you communicate that boundary. And you don't necessarily have to stay calm while communicating the boundary, because a lot of times people will cross that boundary, especially if they're a Christian. They don't know how to respect boundaries. They're gonna cross it. They're going to be tempted to cross it because, one, they want you to know that they feel like that you can't tell them what to do because of they have God on their side. They feel like that what they're saying to you matters more than your own personal needs and your own personal boundaries. And so you don't have to stay calm while communicating your boundary.
Yeah, I feel like they sometimes think that God is basically telling them to tell you these things and that there is a chance you're going to convert, because a lot of people are convinced that you're going to go to hell if you are doing this or that or the other thing. For me, when I communicated my boundary with my mom, we had a huge fight. But later on, I came back to her and I said, hey, I have been asking you for 7 years that I'm not Christian. I don't want to hear prayers and be asked to go to church and all these things. I'm already not living in your continent. I can wipe you off my WhatsApp and never talk to you again. I talk to you because I love you. And I love and respect you, and I want you to love and respect me as an adult. And as an adult, I'm telling you, I don't care for Christianity. I don't want to hear about it. I don't care. Just don't. Whatever you do, don't do that. And we're going to have a relationship forever. But if you keep doing this, no more chances. It's goodbye. That's how I said. And then I shut up. And ever since, it's been really good. Actually, really, really good.
I also think, to Thinker's point, I think that's huge, and I know that meant a lot for you, for your mom to respect your boundaries like that. So I'm glad you had that experience, and I agree wholeheartedly with what you just said to the person in the chat, that you are under no obligation to remain calm when you are defending your boundaries. If you because ultimately it's the other person that is violating that for you. If you want to, if you choose, like yeah, I want to maintain my cool through this exchange. I think just having some canned responses are really good. Even having a
Sorry, guys. Oh my god, I dropped something.
responses. That's one of the strategies that I utilized early in my deconstruction process when I was still feeling a lot of feelings around the belief system. A lot of questions were still kind of floating around in my head, so I wasn't at an emotionally stable enough place to not feel about the topics. I tend to not talk about things until I'm done feeling all the feelings around those things. But when I was still in the early stages of deconstruction, I just had a couple of key go-to responses that I would use. And I would also proactively address things. Like the last time I went home before my dad died, we went to visit him, and he was hugging everybody, and I was the last person that he hugged. And I was like, I really want us to have a good time. Remember, my boundary is I do not want to discuss religious beliefs, so we can keep it, keep this exchange and this day happy and jovial for everybody if we just remember that, okay? And I left it at that. So proactively reinforcing boundaries is really good. Having some canned responses of, depending on who it is and the relationship that I had with that person, I would use different responses. Like, people would tell me, you need to come back to Jehovah. I'm like, I know you believe that to be true, and I would leave it at that. Like, it is not worth for me the exhaustion that comes along with going back and forth with people. And I know that that's not exhausting for everybody, but I think a way to avoid it is to have a few canned responses. For me, I would give them 3. Like, I would be nice the first time. I would be a little bit more firm the second time. And then the third time, I'm just going to give it to you straight. I'm going to give it to you calmly, but I'm going to give it to you straight. And if it's people that I know were habitual line steppers, I would just proactively establish that boundary and remind them that we're not going to talk about this. We're not going to make it awkward for me, you, or anybody else in here. We're just going to avoid this subject and
And
enjoy
that
each other.
I agree with Fee on that. And then one thing I want to say, there's somebody in the comments that's saying there's a way to say things with love and still not compromise. You're under no obligation to say shit with love, because you might not love the person that you're saying it to,
Heavy on that
and
part.
that's just yeah. Like, I'm not under any and I'm saying this for the people that come in here, right? That you jump on this stage and you won't respect that you don't deserve. I'm not under any obligation to talk to you like your mommy or your sister or your wife. I'm not. You get it how you give it, and that's just that on that.
Also, like, what helped me a little bit to make my mom see that, like, what she was doing was problematic was when she would send me a prayer, I would send her a lot of stuff like about Buddha and Krishna, and then she would like stop. It takes time, but like, the last thing I want to say is you have the right? Like, you have the right to believe whatever it is that you believe. Thought policing is not cool, and you have a right to a belief. Why is it so hard for some Christians to understand that? Just like they think that they have the one religion, one truth, there's 4,000 other Christian versions that also believe that, and many more like religions that also think that. And that's why everybody is entitled to believe something. That's all. So you're not obliged to be nice to somebody who's overstepping a boundary, trying to police your thoughts, your belief. That is not okay. That is really crossing a line.
And I also think, like, it is so unfair for religious people to weaponize emotional responses. Absolutely nobody on this earth has the right to tell me how I respond to disrespect. Nobody has a right to tell Thinker how she responds to disrespect, or anybody on this panel, or anybody in this world. You don't get to control how I respond to how you cross my boundary. It may be my choice to respond in a certain way, and that honestly may be more so for your benefit than mine. But when somebody goes slap off on your ass because you've consistently done what they've asked you not to do, you can't then say, "Oh, see, they're exhibiting this spirit or that spirit." No, they're not. There's not a spirit. That's you irritating the shit out of them and doing exactly what they told you not to do. So don't feel like you have control or any say over how someone responds to your disrespect. That's not fair at all.
I'm gonna say
That
one
that's
thing,
just
and then I'm
that's
gonna.
just emotional manipulation when they do that. That because what I've noticed, right, is they all they want to do is to be able to control the space, and they want to be able to control the situation. They don't like when they can't do that, so they'll whine and try to get your guards down, right? And so just like that lady that was on the stage the other day, the who is it girl, when she was on here and she was all giddy, saying, everybody can believe what they want to believe and blah blah blah. Do you remember? I don't know if you was in here. And as soon as we disagreed with her, it was suck a dick for Jesus Christ, bitch, bitch
Oh
this,
my
bitch that.
god.
Like, yeah, like she just went crazy, right? Because she kept
Yep, I
interrupting me, and
remember her.
I even uh had in our civil conversation, I'm explaining to her why I run the space the way I run it, right? Uh, uh, how the rule is like, don't talk while I'm talking. We don't talk while you're talking, blah, blah, blah. She's like, yeah, I agree, blah, blah, blah. Then as soon as we get into the conversation, she's constantly cutting me off. I'm asking her, hey, let me finish speaking. And I say it very calmly. And then as soon as she doesn't agree, she just like she becomes the thing that they claim they don't like about me. Right. And I just sat there and let her do it. Like I just sat there and didn't say anything. So Lala went back and forth with her. And the whole time, she's like, bitch, 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 suck a dick for Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ. Like just doing that, like on the stage. And like literally that just let me know that they just want to be the ones to stomp you down. They don't want to get stumped down. They want to cross your boundaries. They want you to not have boundaries so they can attack whenever they want to. That's why they complain about the boundaries.
It's like they're kind to their own people in their own religion, but if you are not, yeah, if you're seen like as some kind of heretic, especially if you're an atheist, you're like free game. And about respect, and I'm gonna get out after I say this because it's all I have to say for today. But like I lost my fiance in 2023, and people came to me trying to convert me while I was deeply grieving because I was so
Wow.
vulnerable. And
Wow.
after, yeah, and after like a couple weeks or months, I realized that they're not offering me support. They're offering themselves a chance to convert me. And I
Mm-hmm.
thought that was very slimy. And I addressed this after. And oh my God, it was such a drama. And I was like, how could you use that time of my life against me and consider yourself a family or friend? Yeah. So
I'm
they
sorry
lack
that
respect.
happened to you,
It's
and you
like
have my
widespread.
condolences.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
It's better
And
now.
mine
It's
too.
been bad. And I also offer my condolences to the lady who lost her dad, I think. Right?
Yeah, Fee.
Yeah, Fee. My condolences, Fee. I
Thank you, Sammy.
hope you can have a fast recovery. Guys, thank you so much for having me. I'm gonna step down now, but thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up. I hope you have a goodness. I hope you have a great night. Well, a good morning now.
Yeah, for me in Europe it's good morning. Yeah, thank you so much. Bye bye.
You're welcome. Bye bye. I wonder, is anybody up Black Friday shopping? Like, I'm not doing that shit, but is anybody doing that in here?
Absolutely not. I'm not.
No,
Mm-mm.
not at all.
Exactly. He gonna keep crashing out, y'all, and I'm just gonna watch him do it because he shouldn't have brought his ass in here, insinuating that I buy followers. Let you see how much I buy followers because his ass is gonna crash the fuck out the whole entire time. If you're in the guest request box and you're in there on purpose and your name is not Cool James, please comment and let us know.
Wait, you said you bought followers.
He came in here
So,
talking about how do you farm your followers, like trying to insinuate that I buy followers. So I told him to go ask the Holy Spirit. And then I told him to ask, to think, to look at himself and ask how he got back here after being blocked.
is that the one
I
from,
don't,
did he
huh?
come? Was that someone from a couple weeks ago?
I don't know who he is, but the fact that he has, his account is a markup and he only has one follower and he's in here, throwing shots
Yeah.
at me. He's some motherfucker we done blocked.
Hmm.
So he needs to ask himself, like, how I farm followers, because he got blocked and he made a whole account to come back. So I don't know. I don't even know who he is. If you're in the guest request box on purpose, please comment and let me know. Exactly, he's irrelevant. The student. Let's see.
Okay.
The student. How are you?
Hello, how you ladies doing?
Doing good. Are you a wait? How old are you?
I'm 32.
Okay. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I would say I'm deconstructing. Believe in Yahuwah, and the Messiah Yahusha.
Are you a Black Hebrew Israelite?
No, I don't identify, but I do accept that the Father is the God of the
Do,
Israelites. So,
do you believe Black people in America are the true Israelites in this book?
yes, I do.
So I do not platform that ideology or that doctrine. Okay, so I'm gonna take you down
I
and
don't
move you
preach
back
it,
to
though.
the.
I don't preach.
I don't understand. I do not.
It's like talking to a flat earther at this point.
Yeah. If you're in the guest request box on purpose, please comment so that we can bring you up. Also, I do not platform Black Hebrew Israelite ideology. Y'all finna hear me breathing all heavy because now my damn stomach I got to stand up and talk because I'm full. I got to stand up. I'm like,
That's what, that's what Thanksgiving food did to you. You got your mama's food yesterday?
yeah, I ate her food yesterday and now I'm eating mine. No, I just ate my plate. So, goodness God. Hey, librarian, how are you?
I'm doing good. It's late, but also I wanted to say hi. Hello.
Hey, librarian.
Hello.
I'm sorry about your loss, Lala.
I
Um,
appreciate that.
and then thanks Faye and thanks Thinker for also answering that question I got. It was I still struggle with that when it comes to family. My mom's just really persistent. Please pray for this. Please pray for that. I'm like, I don't do that no more. Or wants me to go back to the Catholic Church. You have to go back to church to get your sacrament. And I don't want to drink some random. This is actually going back to the Christian God is evil. It's if you explain to anybody else that this is a deity requires blood sacrifice. If you explain that to anybody else, they'll be like, that is some savage religion. They'll say savage. Or they'll say some other nonsense of oh, it's that's evil. That's demonic. Why would they have blood in their rituals? I'm like, this literally pretending that grape juice is blood.
And crackers is flesh. Like literally, think about it. Like it doesn't make sense. They say my flesh is dirty, my flesh is sin, but you're pretending that you're eating the sin. You're eating the you're eating the savagery. Like that's crazy.
It's crazy. Like, you look at the rituals, you look at how we're talking about things, you look at like how they even explain things away. Like somebody in the comments also mentioned, like, yeah, God did not like Canaan's like offerings of plants and like his harvest, but for some reason flesh was fine, like lambs, meats. He's definitely not vegan. They want to pretend their God is vegan, but they hate vegan. So just thinking like, oh my god, there's so much like blood in this book, and like, how can it not be evil? If you like, if they just took out Christianity and God and Jesus and just replaced it with any other word, they'd be like, ooh, this book is evil. I have to put this down. But for some reason, you put the word Christian and Jesus and all that together, they sound like forget.
Man, have y'all ever heard the video of the guy that I read from Second Kings and told him that it was the book of demonology? And then have y'all seen that video on my page?
I don't think so.
Let me play it right quick. Watch this crash out.
Yeah, I remember
Hold
that.
on. You remember that?
Yeah.
Hold on. I gotta sign in to my TikTok. I told him that I was reading from the book of demonology, and he was like, "Man, that's demonic. That's demonic." And then when I told him it was King James, he crashed the fuck out. Watch. It was, and it's funny. It's funny as hell. Y'all can keep talking while I pull it up because I gotta sign in and all that.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna also like talk like um I don't know, a lot of the stuff that they I've been listening to the live for a while now, and I just like, whenever they talk about how their God isn't evil, how the God has to be good, but they won't go to what's logic about morals. Like, they don't want to have morals separate from the Bible. And I don't quite understand that, because if you look at morals, morals at their core have to be about society. They have to be pro-social. Any activity that's pro-social is a moral activity, like giving food to somebody else who needs food. That's a pro-social activity. You're helping another human being to survive. That means that's a good thing to do. You give food to somebody. Like, antisocial behavior is murdering, unaliving people. So, like, unaliving somebody is antisocial. It is against society. It is against another human being. Therefore, we know logically it is bad. But then, when we know that logic, and we have that logic outside the Bible, they don't put that logic into the Bible. They won't apply it to the God. And I don't understand why. If the God isn't serving humanity, if it's not serving a purpose, then what is the purpose of us worshiping the God? It has to do something for us. If it's not doing anything except for causing us to harm one another, then why?
It has no utility. And the reality is, Christianity, a Christian belief system outside of the numbers is insanity. And what I mean by that is, if you imagine walking up to a person who just, you didn't know anything about the Christian God, the Christian belief system, none of that, and they just started reciting to you the narrative of the Bible. Yeah, so we came from dirt because God made, man from the clay, and then he took a rib and made a woman and then a snake to see, create a piece. And I mean, if they literally just recounted the story of the Bible, if one person did it, they would be in a stylish white jacket that buttons down the back in minutes. But because it is a mass delusion, it's a delusion that has permeated society for thousands of years, and it is so many people who have, for various reasons, been indoctrinated so very deeply with this belief system. The roots are extremely deep. And it just simply doesn't stand up to scrutiny. That is exactly why when we have these conversations, they can't stay on topic. That's exactly why when they pick the topic of why didn't God forgive Adam and Eve in the beginning, we end up talking about demons being in water and the need for blood sacrifice. They do not know how to engage in conversation. They do not know how to critically think. And the less you critically think, the easier it is for you to fall into a belief system such as this one.
Yeah, and what I keep coming back to it, like,
And for,
if they can't critically think, is it because it's so deeply ingrained in them that it like affects them on a physiological level somehow? Like, is there a reason why it's so painful for them to even say that their God is evil? Like what their God did is evil.
well, I mean, they have a different set of standards for the God. And that's the piece that I don't understand when they say that God is the objective standard for morality. If he is the objective standard, do we just
Yeah.
go by what he says or what he does? And neither is going to give us a moral threshold by which to live, though. That's the thing. Like he tells you to do one thing and does something completely different. And then the things that he tells you to do are disgusting, not quite as disgusting as the things that he does, but neither of them fall under the umbrella
Yeah,
of being
and
moral.
then like there's the quote that somebody says like, well, look at God's fruits, look at the people that God has like inspired, and I look at some of the fruits, like the church leaders, and I'm like, that fruit is nasty. I don't want to touch that fruit. That fruit hurt some children over there. I'm not touching that fruit with a 10-foot pole. I want that fruit in jail, somewhere rotting. But like, then they're like, well, that's not really God. I'm like, but you told me to look at God's fruit. And I looked at God's fruit. God's fruit has roots that are a rotten fruit. It's nasty. And then they say, don't look at the fruit. And I'm like, you can't, it's double speak. It's a lot of double speak. And it hurts my head. It causes lots of migraines.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's hard when it's your family.
Yeah.
speaking of double speak. Okay, y'all, here go the video. The shit is funny. Hold on. Speaking of double speak. Okay, wait. Sorry, I gotta turn off the YouTube. I gotta pause the YouTube video. Okay, here we go.
Bit random, but did you guys hear about that one documentary that like says,
Hold on, librarian. I'm gonna play a video.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
They indoctrinated you. That's
Hold on.
Jesus was the king.
Now, yeah, I did.
So tell me what changed. When did it change? And how old was you?
It changed in 2020.
God damn. They indoctrinated you. That's what they did.
It's indoctrinated. It's indoctrinated.
Whatever. You know what I'm saying though. They indoctrinated.
What did they indoctrinate me with?
Because listen, throughout your whole life, all how old you is, you sound like you about at least 30. You gotta be 30.
I'm 43.
You let the devil trick you at 40? Mama, how you gonna do that though? Let me tell you this.
Hey, let me read something to you.
Let me just tell you this much.
Hold on. Let me read something to you. Let me read something to you.
Okay.
I'm gonna read you a book from the book of demonology. Okay?
Demonology? What the?
Yeah.
Fuck?
Listen. Now therefore, behold, the Lord have put a lying spirit in the mouth of all these prophets, and the Lord have spoken evil concerning thee. Book of Demonology, 1 Kings 20 and 20 through 22, 20 through 23. Demonology, Judges 15, 14 through 20. Well,
Demonology, Mrs. Thinker. Let me say this. Listen, You was a Christian for all of your fucking life. How in the fuck you wait till 2020 when the world is about to end to go and start reading the fucking demonology book?
That was the Bible, sweetie.
It
That was
amazes
the
me. Let
Holy
me tell you
Bible,
something.
sweetie.
Wait, hold on,
That was
hold
the
on.
Holy
You
Bible,
didn't
sweetie.
realize that was the
It's a
Bible?
recording, Selena.
It wasn't really the book of demonology. I told y'all he didn't pick up. He didn't pick up on it. He knew that she was reading the Bible. No, he had no clue.
Your text to know the word of God. You are so easily persuaded that it's the devil. Those demons.
Let him use you, Productions. Let him use you. Come on.
Shut the fuck up. You are a devil worshiper. That's what you fucking are. You are a devil worshiper.
Hey, this is recorded. I'm gonna play this tomorrow and tell them this is the
so,
word of God.
bitch, I don't give a fuck. You are
The
a
word of
devil
God.
worshiper, you nasty ass bitch. You are a devil worshiper. You are a devil worshiper. That's what you are. You are a devil worshiper. You in real with her nasty, dirty ass. You are a devil worshiper, you nasty, dirty bitch. That's what you are. And fuck your mama, you disrespectful old bitch. You 43
This
years
is
old.
Jesus talking.
Shut the fuck up. No, it ain't
This
Jesus.
is
It's
Jesus
me
talking through
talking.
him.
I said,
You
bitch,
say you
Jesus
talk to
is
God.
real.
You say you talk
Jesus
to God.
is real, you dirty,
You talk to
stinking
God.
bitch.
You talk to God,
No,
and you blame
now you
everything on the
put that
devil.
on your TikTok, you stinking whore. You nasty, dirty, devil worshiping
Yeah, this is a
ass
Christian.
bitch.
This is a
You say
Christian.
devil worshiping ass bitch, and that's all it is to it.
How they
Fuck
talk.
you. Fuck you. This is how you talk, you devil worshiper. You
I don't
sitting
have to
here
talk to
talking
you
about
like
the
that.
devil. You praising the
You
devil,
worship the
you stupid
devil.
bitch. Burn in hell. You're gonna burn in hell when you die. When you die, bitch, you're gonna burn in hell. You're gonna burn in hell, whore.
This is hilarious.
No, I know it's hilarious. You hilarious.
I
You
am.
thinking, bitch, what you want me to be all nice? You want me to
No,
be
I
nice
don't care
and
if
say,
you're nice or not. I don't
oh,
know you.
oh, bitch, I tried that. I tried to be nice to your devil worshiping ass, but fuck you, you the op. You the fucking op, ho. You the op. You the op. You the real op. You the real motherfucking op. You the real
Oh my
devil. You
God.
the real op. You the demon. You the fucking
This is
demon.
funny as fuck, I swear.
I know it's funny as fuck, you demon. You a devil. You the real op. You the real op.
Look, so Christian's gonna say, he's not Christian.
Devil worshiping ass bitch.
Christians are gonna say, hold on, shut up. Christians are gonna say, he's not really Christian. He's not one of us. Watch. Now unmute him so we can show him that he is.
You let them mute motherfuckers know. You a devil worshiper. You a devil worshiper. You the op. You the fucking opposition. Entirely. And it's in entirely. Use the opposition. Use the devil worship. You want to sit up on this motherfucking live and talk about the Lord. You want to talk about the God and try to take God out of the equation.
Look, think about this. Me reading the book, me reading First Kings.
Man, girl, shut the fuck up.
Shut up. Me reading First Kings and Judges brought this spirit out of him. He actually thinks that I read from the book of demonology, but I read his Bible. Here, your mic is unmuted. Go.
Hello? See, y'all some
Go
sick
ahead,
ass
Christian.
hoes. Y'all some sick ass hoes. Let this be the Christian. You some sick ass devil worshiping ass hoes. That's what y'all are. You're
hey, the devil has never fucked up my life. I don't have this relationship with the devil to where I can blame shit on him. That's you. You know the devil. The devil fucked up your life. Remember, the devil told you to move to Nashville. You told us that. So you are the one who have a relationship with the devil, not me. Okay? The devil got access to you. Just remember that.
Jesus was.
He flipped all the way the fuck out. He flipped
There you go.
out.
Jesus,
Yeah.
like this is what I say. Like, behold, Christians, this is the fruit of your God. Your God made that happen.
Then you worship the devil. You worship when he said you the op. I lost it. That shit was funny. You the real op. You worship the devil. Like,
And like calling you
yeah,
out
but
your name and all that stuff, and like, it just. And how then can you say that your God isn't evil if that's what inspired out of you? Oh. Like
Yeah, and they get up here and they defend a book they don't read. Like how I'm saying First Kings, Judges 19. Like I'm literally saying the names of the books in the Bible, but saying I'm reading from the book of demonology. Like he didn't even recognize the chapter titles. That's the crazy thing. Like he came up here to defend the book. Like that shit was crazy. But yeah.
can you imagine like trying to it just reminds me of a book. I'm in several different book clubs, and so like um just imagine like coming to a book club and going like, I didn't read the book, but I don't like the book. And it's like, you didn't even read the first page. How can you
I don't know why he went off on Rhea. Rhea caught strays doing that because Rhea didn't do shit. She was just on stage. Like, she caught strays during that conversation. I don't know.
I know this is a side tangent, but I noticed this like tonight's live and another couple lives. Like men typically, do you notice this too? Like the men seem to be extra like hateful when it's women they're talking to about this stuff.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like it's the Christianity plus the sexism. Why can't you just pick one? Pick one ism. Just pick one goddamn ism. If you're going to be hateful on one, or just not combining it. It's like they want a Costco bag of hate.
Yeah, it's crazy. For those of y'all that wanna, it's April the hold on, the video. It's in a playlist called My Crazy Live, and it was on April. Hold on, April 3rd of this year. And it's the My Crazy Live only has 2 videos in the playlist because I haven't really posted many videos from the live. But if you're looking for the video, just go through my playlist and go to that playlist, and it's April 3rd. But yeah, Librarian, did you have anything else you wanted to add before we bring somebody else up?
Nah, that's it. Thank you guys, and I hope you have a happy. What was it? Happy. What's today? Friday. Black Friday.
Thank you. I hope you have a good day today as well.
Same to you.
Peace, love, and pancakes.
All right, have a good one.
Pancakes. I'm about to make some right now.
All right, if you're in the guest request box and you want to come on stage, please comment and let us know. And I don't want a Christian to come up and apologize for that guy's behavior because that was April and I have experienced many more of those. So your apology is not going to change it, okay? Y'all, hold on. So we've had nerd after nerd after nerd after nerd. I do want to mix it up, okay? So let's try to get some non community members on stage. If you are in the request and you are not a nerd or a atheist, well, if you're a Christian or you're deconstructing, comment and let us know. Not you, Cool James. I think the last 2 hours have been friendlies.
Oh, hey again.
I don't remember talking to you. I'm sorry. Are you a Christian?
Yeah.
He was
Okay.
chatting with me and he was going back and forth with me in the comments, Thinker.
Oh, okay. Do you want to take this one?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I think you made a comment and I invited you up to found on it. Mello, go ahead and pick the topic off the board.
The Christian God is evil. I don't think he's evil.
Okay, what do you think he's done that's been loving?
He's always trying to make a way out to correct human mistakes. So, for example,
like what?
Every time he delivered, okay, here, let's just start with Moses, right? When he delivered the Egyptians, when he delivered the Israelites from Egypt, all the Israelites had to do was just follow him and just be good people, right? Nah. Every single second he turned around, They kept on worshipping other idols, kept on cursing God, kept on doing all kinds of bad stuff, fornication, basically all kinds of sins, which we all do every day, by the way. I'm not saying I'm holier than thou. I'm not saying that at all. But what I'm saying is that the issue isn't with God, the issue is with humans.
So you don't think that any of the actions
No.
that this God took in the Bible were evil? So by turning Satan's
No.
attention to Job, that wasn't evil?
So,
What do you know
once
that
upon a
story to
time,
be?
there was a guy called Job, and Job was claimed to be a righteous person. Well, not he didn't claim, he was righteous apparently before God. And then the devil said, "That is only righteous because I've given him everything." And he said, "Okay, let me prove."
You
Which
skipped a
which
part.
part?
You skipped a part, Melo. The part where your God brought Job to the devil's attention. The part where your God literally brought up
Well,
Job. It was
I
not the
mean,
devil bringing up
either
Job.
way, like I'm saying, he was just righteous, and yeah, someone said he was righteous and just chilling, right? He was a righteous guy.
Yeah, he was righteous and just chilling until your
Yeah.
God put the mark on
And
him.
then the devil goes, "Okay, then I can do this, that," and then he does this and that and this and that, and Job is still faithful to him.
Well, hey, let's not hang on, let's not scoot past that. Like, let's sit in this for a minute. Why would it not be evil for a God who knows the future, knows the righteousness of Job, can read his heart, can read his thoughts, knows full well that he's not going to turn away from God? Why is it not evil for that God to then sick his hired bounty man on, or his bounty killer
So
on Job?
let's
Why
say
is that
Job
not
never
evil?
existed and that never happened to Job. We wouldn't know the story of Job. Me reading the story, I would never know that I can go through such challenges and not be able to, and I might even lose faith in God if I decided to do my own thing and I never read the story of Job. If anything, the story.
There, but there are a lot of people. But there are a lot of people in this world that don't know the story of Job, and they get through challenges just fine. So I think that that's a false, that's not accurate. There are people who don't even know about this God whatsoever, and they
Yes,
face
but in the
challenges
instance of,
and
like you
overcome
said,
them on a
my
daily
God, you said
basis.
my God. You didn't say your God. You said my God. My God did that to Job, which is my belief, right? And in my belief, I believe that God is the one, the supreme being. If you remember from before, I said my definition of God is that which no greater thing can be conceived, meaning the most powerful person in the universe, which I believe, you don't believe it, I believe it, is the one that is giving me this belief, this motivation to keep going, even in the face of even if I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I'll feel like,
That's not Mello. That's Mello. What this God belief in this God does for you is completely irrelevant to whether or not this God does evil things. It is evil. It is evil to sick an adversary on a friend. It is evil to capitalize or take advantage of someone's loyalty and to show off that no matter what I allow to happen to them, they're not going anywhere. If anyone else were to do that, you would say it's evil. If anyone else were to come to you and say, "Hey, Mello, your great great granddaddy owed me $20,000. Now you have to pay it." Your God says he does that, but then he also says he doesn't do that. So that's neither here nor there. He does a lot of things in this book that is disgusting. To tell a rapist that they have to marry the person that they raped as punishment, that's disgusting. That's
would you like
evil.
to listen?
But belief in this God and your faith allows you.
So, would you like to listen to what you just mentioned about the great? Right? So, what you're forgetting is
She
that
wasn't
in
finished
Israel.
talking, Mello. She wasn't
Well,
finished
I
talking.
wasn't.
Let her
Okay,
finish
sure.
first.
Yeah.
All right, and I want to shout out to Cyber Dean for the 9.99 super chat on YouTube. Thank you, and thank you, thinker and panel, for your incredible critical thinking from a listener. Thank you so much for your support, Cyber Dean. Go ahead, Fee.
Yeah, like your belief in your faith allows you to excuse away atrocious behavior by this God. Even when this God does things that he has clearly indicated is a sin, it's not a sin when he does it. And to me, that double standard is dangerous. I think we're seeing it. I don't know if you're in the US, I hear your accent, but we're seeing it playing out in our society today, where those in power feel as though they are above the rules that should apply to everybody else. And that is evil. And there's no way to get around that. Like you can rationalize it and say that it's been beneficial following some of the things that you've learned in this book has helped you. And I love that for you, but it does not erase the atrocious things that this God decreed in this book. He wiped out whole people groups. Either become my servant or I will slaughter every man in here and take the women and untouched virgins for
So
myself.
let's
Like
not
what?
say things which
That is
haven't been
disgusting.
directly said like that. Like you just said, say the last thing you just said again. Just repeat the last thing you just said. Just so we know.
You have spiritual Wi-Fi. Your Wi-Fi must be spiritual because it's not connecting. I can't hear you. No, he's teacupped.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Can you
I
repeat
can
the
hear you
last thing
now.
you said?
Yes. What? That your God is
But he's
evil?
not evil though, because let's start with the first thing you said, right? The first thing you said was that he told people that if you grape someone, you have to marry the person that you did whatever the thing with, right? That's what you said, the first thing, right? Okay.
Yes.
So,
That's not what I said. That's what
okay,
your book says.
okay. So the first thing is in that period of time is not the same as now, as in the sense of in that time, women didn't really have rights. In the sense of if a woman was treated like that, there is no way she has a foot to stand on in society. So there's no one to provide for her. There's no one to look
Mellow,
after her.
mellow,
Will you let me finish? Because
mellow,
I let you.
mellow.
Will you let me finish, please?
Yeah, but I need to just no. I need to interrupt you for a second. That doesn't matter. Because your God is supposedly outside of time. And why would an all powerful, all knowing God need to abide by the culture of a time? That doesn't make any sense. We hear this excuse over and over again, and it just doesn't fly because ultimately it wasn't right then either. Women should have never been second class citizens. The fact that they are viewed as such in this book is indication that all of this shit comes from a man. There's no reason a God would need less than men. Reason a God wouldn't realize the emotional damage that would be done to a woman who was violated and now has to be married to the person that violated her. A God would know that. A God would not allow that. A God would not have to follow the customs of the time because at that time should never be a sentence that ends with the limitation for a God.
Am I allowed to speak or not?
Go ahead, I'm on mute.
Okay, so before I said God is that which no greater thing can be conceived. And then I said the second thing, everything on earth is because of humans' will, human desires. I think my connection's bugging, you know.
Yeah, it's been doing that.
Oh, my
It's
connection's
been doing
bugging,
that
bro.
since you came up here.
Hey, Smello, what law is this? If a
Yeah.
man rapes a woman in the countryside, he is held guilty. As the assumption is that the woman could not summon help, the woman is considered innocent. What law is that?
If a woman is raped in the countryside,
If a woman is raped in the countryside, are you there? If a man rapes a woman in the countryside, he is held guilty, as the assumption is that the woman could not summon help.
can you repeat that,
If
please?
a
If someone,
man If a man grapes a woman,
One is graped in
what
the
is wrong with your phone? Like you can't repeat every word after I say it. How are you going to hear? You didn't hear it the first time I said it when you wasn't repeating. How are you going to hear it now if you are repeating every word I say? If a man grapes a woman in the countryside, he is held guilty, as the assumption is that the woman could not summon help. The woman is considered innocent. What law is that? Where is Lord so she can pray for his internet, so she can call out to Jesus for him? Because what?
It's Holy Spirit
I
Wi-Fi.
think I heard you, but
What?
Are you there?
yeah. I said it's Mosaic law, like Moses' law in Deuteronomy.
That's Deuteronomy. Are you sure
Yeah.
Deuteronomy law doesn't say if a man grapes a woman in the city, the law often, uh, what does it say? If a man grapes a woman in the city, if she does not cry for help, then she is to be stoned. Are you sure that's not Deuteronomy law? Let's see, Deuteronomy
Um,
22. Let's see, hold on.
I
I
think you
think
should read
it's,
from 23 to 29.
hold on, Deuteronomy. Let me see. Let me see. Uh,
From verse 23, please.
Give me just a second. Don't tell me what to do.
No, because obviously you're gonna just
I
question
said, don't fucking tell me what to do.
me. Watch your mouth, please.
Don't
Don't
fucking
be
tell
don't be
me what to do. You don't run shit on this
don't
stage.
be
As a
disrespectful.
matter of fact, I fucking run you. I get to decide when you speak. I get to decide when you're on stage. You don't run shit. I don't give a fuck if you have a dick. I don't give a fuck what your God told you. I don't give a fuck what rib Adam had. You don't run shit.
And telling an adult to watch their mouth is wild work. What is wrong with y'all?
Listen.
So, but if a man meets the engaged woman in the open country, and the
Start
man
with a
seizes
clear
her and lies with her, then only the
read from
man
verse
who lay with
23.
her shall die. Shut the fuck up. If a man meets the engaged woman in the open country, and the man seizes her and lies with her, then only the man who lay with her shall die. You shall do nothing to the young woman. The young woman has not committed an offense punishable by death, because this case is like that of someone who attacks and murders a neighbor. Since he found her in the open country, the engaged woman may have cried for help, but there was no one to rescue her. So that's Deuteronomy 22:23 through 27. The the Hittite law that I read earlier is Hittite law 197, which is older than your God's law. The laws in the Hittite country, right? They don't have a law that says, well, okay, of course your ass is gone. All right, who's next?
Oh, I didn't even realize you left.
Huh? What'd you say?
Speaking to the other day for all that time, I definitely wouldn't have suggested bringing him back up
Oh yeah,
because
he's
that
not
kind of.
coming back up.
I said I didn't realize that you called you called him Smello, which was fucking hilarious. I just didn't realize it was the same person that was up the
Oh,
other
he
day.
was
I
up
think
here
we
the other
talked the
morning.
other morning.
What's his name? It's not Smello.
Yeah, no, it was Seen Mello. I think it's
Oh,
SEENMELO. I didn't realize it was him until he gave that nebulous ass definition for God, that which is above all that can be conceived. What?
what did he
Like,
talk
what are you
about when he was up
smoking?
here the other day?
I honestly don't even remember, but I did when he recited that definition of how he defines God. I remembered him, but I don't remember the specifics of the
Oh.
conversation.
Cordell, hi. How are you?
I'm alright. I kind of just want
We
to say
can barely hear
do
you.
we agree on religion in general?
I can't hear you. I hear a lot of wind. I can tell you're talking, but it's muffled, and I hear a lot of wind.
Yeah, sorry, there's no wind here, but
I don't know. Am I going crazy? Do you hear wind? Like,
No,
there's
I hear
something.
muffled.
sorry, there's no wind here on this side. But, do you know what your faith is? Like, what do you
I
believe,
cannot hear
or
you. I can't hear you. Like, you sound really muffled. You're gonna have to fix your phone, friend, and come back up. Okay?
He
Fix
talking
your
his
phone.
mic?
I don't know. You have to fix it and come back up.
Or at least be in the same room with it.
Oh my goodness. All right. If you're in the guest request box, and you want to be on stage on purpose, please comment. Why do they have like really bad reception? Like a lot of them do have really bad reception. Like, I don't know.
And Miss T, thank you. She said that was very, very masculine of me to say, because she said that we don't know, we're talking about God, but we don't know how to be women. And I told her I had no interest in being the type of woman that's described in her Bible. And she said that was very masculine of me to say. Thank you.
Oh
Very
wow.
demure and cutesy.
Very demure. They should be embarrassed. I thought the topic was interesting. Just joined the live. Well, thank you. If you're if you're in the request box and you want to come on stage, can you please comment, please, so that we can bring you up next? There are 30 of you in the request box. I don't know who's still here. The Peter, are you saying hi because you're in the request box? Okay, I guess so because there you are. Hi, how are you?
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I'm religious.
Do you believe in the God of the Bible?
Yeah, I do.
And do you believe in Jesus Christ? Or follow the
Yes, I
teachings
do.
of Jesus or something? Okay. I just want to make sure because this isn't a live for like spirituality or Islam or Hinduism. Like the topic is about the God of the Christian Bible.
It's
Okay?
fine. I get it. It's
All
okay.
right. I just never heard anybody say I'm religious. That's why. That was kind of a typically Christians
So
come up here
I
and say they're not religious.
okay. So what I would do is, I think that the term Christianity is has been thrown around too loosely, right? And
Mm-hmm.
when someone says I'm a Christian, it's usually like a pretext to hide under like a body of certain believers, right? So
Yeah,
I'm
and so
I'm
you
I'm
think religious it fits better? You
I
think
think
saying
so.
I'm religious fits better?
I think so.
There's no identification there, right? Like, you
Absolutely.
could be a religious Muslim. How does that
So,
make you? How does that? Hold on, can I talk?
sure.
Okay. How does saying I'm religious, right, tell people that you are a follower of the Christian God?
Yeah, but I was going to expatiate on that. I
Yeah, but
wasn't
there's no
just going
point
to.
in you. I wasn't going to allow you to. I'm not asking you that because I want to know your life story, right? I just need to know if you're on stage. I mean, like,
It's okay.
if you qualify to be on stage. So just saying I'm religious doesn't tell me whether you believe in the God of the Christian Bible.
It's okay. My bad.
Yeah. Which topic did you want to discuss?
So I'm a little curious about, saying the Bible condones, the Old Testament condones slavery, and I would like to hear your view on that. I mean, why would you say that? Like, do you have any evidence to that effect?
The Bible.
Yeah. Can you pull up the place the part that says it condones slavery?
Yeah. Are you
So
familiar
what?
with your God telling Abraham to circumcise his slaves?
Yes.
Did your God tell Abraham to let his slaves go free?
Okay. So it's also good for us to contextualize stuff, right?
No,
And
no, no, no. Let's first define the condone, right? Did your God tell Abraham to let his slaves go free?
no, it didn't.
That means that he accepted Abraham having slaves. He allowed it, correct?
No. Also, can you just let me expatiate on that? I
What?
mean,
What?
asking
I
for
don't
what?
want you to. I do not want you to expand. Right now, we're focused on the word condone. What
Yeah,
does
but I
condone
mean,
mean? What does condone mean?
it means to accept, to give, to accept something,
All right.
to.
Did your God tell Abraham to let his slaves go free? Did he tell Abraham that he did not want him to own other people?
Well, so you have to put slavery into
I,
context.
I don't listen. I don't care if it's servants or slaves, and we will get to that. Did your
Okay. Yeah.
God
Yeah.
tell? Okay, he condoned it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When Jacob and Rebecca could not conceive, Rebecca had a female slave named Bilhah, correct?
Yeah.
What did Rebecca do to have a child?
She had a relationship with a slave.
She what?
She had a relationship with a slave. I mean, she slept with a slave.
Hold on. Rebecca slept with the slave?
I'm asking. I'm just asking. Did she have anything to do with the slave?
Yeah. Do you know who Bilhah is?
Uh, Not from the top of my head.
Okay. Bilhah, and I literally said Bilhah was a female slave, right? Rebecca could not have kids. What did Rebecca ask her female or make her female slave do?
I'm sorry, I can't remember.
Use your imagination. Rebecca can't have kids. She had a female slave. What did she require her female slave to do so that she could give her husband a child?
Oh, yeah, sleep with her husband. Yeah.
Yeah. Jacob, who is the father of Israel, right? The patriarch of Israel, right? Had sex with a female slave who was from Mesopotamia, right? So that Rachel could birth a heir for Jacob. And that was at Rachel's request. What do you call
Okay.
that?
Okay. So, would you just allow me to say something else so that we
Did you
can
hear
have
me
like
ask
a
you a question?
conversation? So, what do I
Can I
call
finish?
that?
Yes. What do you call that?
I don't know. Slavery.
What kind of slavery?
I don't know. I don't understand what you mean by that. How many slavery
If a
types of
slave is
slavery are there?
required, if a slave is made to have sex with a slave master, what kind of slavery is that?
Rape, grape, or that's what you use for it on TikTok.
Sex slavery?
No, I said rape. If you're forced to have sex, I mean that would be
I
rape.
said, what kind of slavery is it? It's sex slavery,
Sure,
where women are great in sex slavery.
sure.
How can you come up here and talk about whether the Bible condones slavery and like simple questions like this you don't know?
Yeah, but I mean, you wouldn't let me see anything. You want
No,
to
no, no. I was
pinpoint.
asking you questions and you couldn't answer the questions that I was asking. So
But
what I'm asking you is, how can you come up here, right, and defend whether the Bible condones slavery? And simple questions that I'm asking you don't know the answers to. These are very simple. The things that I'm talking to you about are in Genesis.
yeah,
Like
but
if you don't know about Genesis, right, and the slavery in Genesis, how are you going to defend whether the Bible condones slavery or not?
so I don't think this is how conversation goes. You just asking things and want me to give you a direct answer on
If I
something.
ask a question, yes, that's
No,
exactly
hold
how
on.
a conversation
That's
goes.
no,
That's exactly, yes, it
no.
is. It's exactly. Are
Listen.
you nuts? If you came up here and said what you needed to say, right, and you asked me a question about why I think the Old Testament condones slavery, right? So I asked you questions about Abraham. You answered, right? Then I asked you questions about Jacob and Bilhah, and you answered, right? I said, let's focus on the word condone. You are the one who passed the ball back to me. That's exactly how you have a conversation. When I am done presenting my information and I am ready for you to respond, then you would respond, not while I am presenting the information.
Why are you yelling, bro? Can you
Because
just?
this is fucking irritating. Y'all are adults, and I shouldn't have to tell y'all how to have a conversation all
You
night
are.
long. Every
Um.
night I have to tell y'all how to have a fucking conversation. I have asked you to stop talking while I'm talking. I have asked you answer the question. Don't go into an explanation. I've had to do that multiple times. And now even when I passed it to you, you still want to complain about how to have a conversation. So yes, I am fucking irritated that I have to explain to you how to have a conversation.
Okay, good. Can we have a conversation now?
If you know
Okay.
how, but if you don't, then I'm going to interrupt you.
I don't think you know how to have a conversation, to be honest.
Sure. Sure.
Because if you wanted to have a conversation, you wouldn't be talking like this. So let me answer your question.
Listen. Hold on.
Listen,
Hold
hey,
on. No, no,
listen.
no, no. You do not get to tell me how to talk. You do not get to tell me how to talk. Having
It's
a conversation is not tone policing. Okay? Having a conversation means you present your information, right? And then I respond. I respond with my information, and then you respond. Okay? That's having a conversation. Hold on. Well, whatever.
I think he dropped himself.
Yeah, I thought
I
somebody dropped him.
didn't drop him.
Yeah, I didn't do that.
I didn't drop him either. But the fact that he said that conversations don't include with just a direct response. What
I
what what do
died.
you think a conversation is?
Them interrupting us and saying and just saying what they want to say and us accepting it, or not answering questions and going off into a whole tangent about justifying their God when we're not even talking about that. Like he wants to justify uh uh no, he wants to talk about whether it was a slave or a servant. And I literally said, hold on. Let's first define condone, and then we'll get into whether it was servant or slave. We'll get to that later. I literally said that, but he couldn't wait. He couldn't wait for that. And I'm not gonna let y'all come up here and tone police me. I don't care if you are a man. Dan, how are you?
Hi, good morning.
Good
Doing great.
morning.
What about yourself?
I'm frustrated.
That was hilarious. Unironically, I'm not coming up here to suck up, but I do the same thing where it's just trying to explain to people what a conversation is. and having the burden of not only being like perfect on the substance of the matter to be able to communicate something effectively, but they're just so confident and say it with their chest. Like, it's wild.
It's so irritating. And then they be so ready to defend their God that they can't just be quiet for a second, right? To just hear the other person. They like it's almost as if the moment that they hear something negative about this God, that they have to just, I don't know. Like it's very irritating.
And just the chat where it's like, yelling doesn't make you intelligent. It's like, correct. The
Right.
substance of the matter, which is being yelled, is what makes it intelligent. Kind of weird that you're not going to attack that part, huh? Like,
What?
it's wild.
Reading, studying, right? Critical thought makes a person intelligent.
I don't understand why someone would come up in front of 1,000 strangers and just, like, what is life like being that so blindly confident? Like, how freeing does that have to be?
I don't know. It must be pretty good because churches are like promoting it on their billboards, like leave your brain behind and follow God. And then uh, uh, facts don't matter, only God does.
Hey,
Logic is God's enemy. Like billboards like that, it's crazy. So it must be bliss to be ignorant.
it's weird how facts don't care about your feelings unless they're your feelings, and then all of a sudden you don't care. It's
Yeah.
it's the hypocrisy. But that wasn't the reason why I came up. I thought the topic was interesting. I've seen a few people up here now. I don't necessarily disagree with anything here, but
So I take it you're an atheist.
it's been a little while since I've thought about it. But yeah, I would
Or a
probably have
non-believer.
to. I grew up in a very Christian
You cut
household.
out.
Oh,
You
I'm
cut
sorry.
out. I didn't hear your answer. What'd you say?
Oh, yeah, I would say I am an atheist just because I haven't been presented with any compelling evidence to demonstrate the existence of a God, and I grew up very
Okay.
Christian and eventually started realizing it was like, if I walk a hypothetical through my mind of if there's some kind of demon that says, hey, Dan, you need to tell me if the Christian God is legit or if it's not. You got to be correct on it. Otherwise, bad stuff's going to happen to your family. I was like, man, if I had to bet on it, I probably would say it's probably just a bunch of nonsense. And it was kind of weird realizing that, and it's like, oh crap, do I no longer have faith? What would that mean? What would God think of this thought process? And eventually just got a lot more sure about it.
Okay. So the way this works is if you are an atheist, to be on stage, you have to talk about one of these topics
Sure.
from the perspective, right, of adding some sort of value to the conversation, not just to come up here and kind of like recycle things that we already know. And I don't want it to be a session about venting about how horrible Christians are. Like from a standpoint of we do research in here, right,
I can do
and we
topic
look
3.
at the text from a. I'm sorry.
I can do topic 3.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't see how God can be both omnipotent and omniscient, and also be good, just because people are born in different areas where if, say, needing to accept Jesus Christ into your heart to essentially go to heaven, it seems like it would be kind of messed up to let people be born in like the Himalayas where they might not have like an Abrahamic God, in terms of like what they might hear about. Like me growing up in Georgia, I'm going to be much more likely to have access to the gospel versus someone in a different foreign country. And I feel like it would be kind of messed up for God to intentionally let that happen and just set people up for failure to potentially go to HE double hockey sticks.
I'm sorry. Give me just a second. Ken Roy Allen. I'm so sorry, Dan. And Diamond Alexis. What bias do I have? What bias?
Thinker, that's probably the one who said that you let him come up here without picking a topic because he agrees with you while you were in the process of telling him how the show works and asking him to pick a topic. They're just looking for shit to complain about.
Oh God, so that's a Christian. Dan, I'm sorry. Can you repeat what you said? And I apologize. I saw the comment and I was trying to figure out what they were talking about. Can you repeat what you said about not being able to see how the Christian God can be both omniscient and omnipresent, all good, all doing, and all powerful, and not be evil? And then also there were comments in the comments about you saying that you are not really an atheist, that they have seen you on other lives. So I'm trying to uh, read the comments and pay attention to you at the same time. So I apologize. So
Totally fine.
can you start again?
Sure. I guess starting with the comment that I said that probably got attention, said at Thinker, I'm who thought the topic was interesting, smiley face. I'm in the request box, Bible
Saw
educated.
that. Yep, I
So
saw that. Yeah.
for the people in the live, that's probably why I got selected. Would be my guess. It seems
Yeah,
that's what
I
the
did
host
see
agreed with.
that.
So probably not just getting an outlet here because I agreed with her. Maybe add some value or look interesting, folks. Anyways, the Christian God being evil, I don't think God, as described, can be good and be all-knowing and omnipresent and whatnot, because it seems that a necessary component to go to heaven under the Christian religion is to be able to accept the word of Jesus Christ and the gospel into your heart and have faith, yada, yada, yada. It's much more likely for me, being born in Georgia in the United States, in a conservative city, where I'm probably going to have more access to said gospel than, say, someone born in the Himalayas or anywhere else across the world that might not have, say, Abrahamic religions as part of their local culture. And if that's a necessary component to go to heaven, I feel like that would be known by God, and then he would be knowingly setting up a framework where it's just setting certain people up to failure. And when the price of failure is going to HE double hockey sticks, that seems pretty not chill of an all-powerful, all-good God to do.
Yeah. I agree. And I think it's been said, like, multiple times tonight, that it's impossible for the God to be all knowing, all powerful, and be a good God. Yeah, I don't have anything extra to add to that, if that makes sense. Fee, did you have
Sure.
anything to add?
No, I agree 100%. I feel like the believers make their position even more untenable by claiming these omni properties of the God, because they're just like definitionally they're contradictory. You can't be both. Then they have a whole lot of additional gymnastics and to explain away instances, stories in the Bible when he's clearly not omniscient, or, when he had to go somewhere to find out some information, or, when an iron chariot kicked his ass. Like, that just doesn't make sense if God has these omni properties. So it would, to me, it would make more sense for them to drop that, drop those properties and stop trying to apologize away the instances where they don't fit. Like, if you want to have a God, okay, have a
Yeah.
God, but don't lie on it.
It's tough when when something's exposed to the slightest bit of scrutiny. You're like, oh hey, there's call it contradictory positions that you can't simultaneously hold. I did have one topic. I don't know if it relates, but
So I don't allow people to come up and change the topic unless you are a member of the
totally
community.
fine.
But you can, if you want, you can join the community, get the nerd badge. And what comes with that benefit is that if you have something that you do want to talk about, you can hop up in the middle of the show and kind of just like, hey, I got a topic I want to throw out. but as a non-community member, you do have to stick to the 3 topics on the board, and you only get to choose one when you're up on the stage.
Oh, okay, absolutely. Only reason I brought it up was I thought it might relate to the third topic, but totally up
Oh,
to you.
if it's still on topic, like if it's still on topic with the Christian God being evil, you can definitely talk about it because it's a part of the conversation, and it may take the conversation to another level. If that makes sense, it just makes sure that whatever we talk about, it's in line with that topic because the goal is to expand on that.
Absolutely. So the question would be, I don't, or the statement, I guess. I don't think God can be both okay with being praised and also not want to be questioned. I feel like that would make him petty. I can elaborate on that, but does that premise fit in with the third topic at all?
But as far as him being evil, I don't think so. Like, I mean, but from a Christian perspective, that you can't question him. But in this book, he doesn't care if he gets questioned at all.
Yeah, like I feel like
I mean, he's questioned a lot in this book.
Yeah. I guess on the evil portion, it's probably pretty messed up for him to, basically screw up Job's life, like over like basically a bar bet with Satan. That was probably a pretty not nice thing to do. Let's say betting Abraham, just trying to test loyalty by seeing if he'll unalive his kid. Pretty messed up there too. There's a lot of wacky stories.
Yeah. But one of the things that I don't hear a lot of people talk about a lot when it comes to the Job story is this God's response to Job. As Job being immortal, he lost his kids, he lost all of his servants and slaves, he lost his home, his businesses, and then he got sick, right? He was blamed or accused, not blamed, but accused by his friends, right? His wife was ignored. I don't think Job gave a fuck about his wife being ignored. I doubt that he even cared.
Yeah.
Yeah. But so like he went through all of that, and then when he's talking to this God, right? He's like, why? What have I done? Right? And he's questioning God. And then this God's response back is, can you hang the stars?
Yeah.
Right? Like it
Literally
would to
that.
me, yeah. And to me it shows a lack of empathy, right? And this is like it shows a lack of empathy. It shows a lack of actual care for the human nature, because if he was a loving God, then he would understand why this mortal who is in this weaker vessel than him, right,
Exactly.
would would question, like, why, what did I do to deserve this? I'm powerless against you. Why did you use all this power against me? I don't know what I did wrong. Like, it was very narcissistic, right, for the God to not explain to Job if he had done something wrong to cause it, so that Job can be like, let me not do that again, right?
Exactly.
And I think it's very evil and narcissistic, cold-hearted for an all-powerful God to take advantage of a weaker vessel just for the sake of it.
It would be like Michael Jordan going against like a second grader in basketball, tricking him into a game to like bet his lunch money, and then like chiding the second grader for being like, haha, I'm better than you. Like it never tracked for me. I don't think that an all-powerful being who is so beyond comparison that we ought not even question him ever, because we can't ever, even comprehend the difference in terms of the being. I don't think that being would be so petty that that's like the kind of stuff that he needs to like prove himself with. Like, it just never tracked at all.
Absolutely. And then, like, why would it require the worship? And then why would it require, like, to me it's sadistic to say, hey, I'm going to create some humans, I'm going to never show myself to them, I'm going to make them they're going to have to believe I exist, and if they can't believe I exist when they die, I'm going to burn them in the fire. Like the whole game of make believe. It's like playing hide and seek with humans. Like it's just fucking. I don't fucking get it. Like what had to had been going on in his mind to say I'm going to create humans. I'm never going to really show them that I exist, but I'm going to force them to believe. To force themselves to believe I can't do that. Then I'm going to burn them in fire for eternity. I'm going to give them eternal life so I could burn them for eternity. Like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, it's like you can be the all-powerful like designer and creator, and then give them these design flaws to basically like, if you don't evaluate God correctly, like, why give us the ability to like even think about that if it's impossible to do it correctly? I don't understand why you would give someone that design flaw with like the consequences being like eternal damnation.
Right?
You can do that if you're going to be like just kind of like a jerk god, but like you can't like square that with being like good.
Yeah, don't lie and say you're all good. Like don't lie and say he all good. At least say he's a jerk. At least say he's evil.
It's
Because
the same.
that's
It's the same
literally what it
crybaby
is.
shit. Like it's the crybaby stuff. Like you act like it's like people act like, oh, I'm the victim when in reality they're the ones who are victimizing people.
Yep.
It's
Yep,
weird how that's so
absolutely.
consistent with what we see in politics, huh?
That's I say that I say that too. Religion and politics go hand in hand. Yeah.
Why didn't
Well,
God
did you
forgive
have?
Adam and Eve in the beginning? Yeah,
Well,
also
you only get to
thing
do
to
you
do.
only get to do one topic. You only get to do
Well,
one
yeah,
topic.
yeah.
Yeah.
There's
So, but
lots.
I definitely thank you for coming up. I definitely thank you for coming up. We're going to bring in somebody else. We have 27 people in the queue waiting, but I appreciate you. Don't forget, if you join the community, you can hop up here and change the topic, and
Perfect.
talk about what you want to talk about. Okay.
And very last thing, there's 1,000 people in this live. We only have 227,000 likes. Not real good at math, but probably about 20 taps per person. That gets you to 250K real easy. So tapping is clapping, sharing is caring. Thank you very
Oh, I
much.
love it. Thank you, Dan. Have a great morning.
You too. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. I like that. That was cool. I don't know what to say anymore about Thanksgiving because of the indigenous thing. Like I don't want to call it Happy Thanksgiving. I don't know what to say. I don't want to say Happy Thanksgiving to people after learning like what really took place on that day. Like what
Yeah,
do
it
y'all
does
say
feel
now?
good. I'll just say
I
enjoy
say,
time with your family.
oh, I
Okay.
said enjoy. I said happy family and friends dinner day.
Okay. Okay. Like I have no idea what to say. Yes, when I was at Lowe's the night before Thanksgiving, the greeter that was leaving was like "Happy Thanksgiving." I said Thanksgiving. I was like, I didn't know what to say, and the word Thanksgiving just came out my mouth. I was like Thanksgiving. Like I don't know what the fuck to say. Like I'm deconstructing from that. So, if you're in the guest request box, if you're in the guest request box, please comment so that we can bring you up next. Welcome, Dan, to the Nerds, y'all. W. Dan. Friendsgiving. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Maybe say that. Happy Colonels Day. Please comment and let us know if you want to be on stage next. Shaka. Yeah, give me just a second, Miss Charlotte. I'm trying to get some of the because we've been friendly back to back. And then that one conversation that we had with the guy, like it was just all yelling. We haven't really had a good conversation with a non-believer or someone deconstructing yet all night. So I need living hard, get out of my box. I told you no, and that's what I meant. The fact that you are back in my request box after I told you do not request to come on my stage ever again. You had people thinking that I was being mean to you as you crossed my boundary, and here you are back in my request box. Where I just saw Dr. B in the, where is he at? Did somebody bring him up on stage?
No, I didn't see him in the request.
I just saw not that Kent Hovind. There you go.
Good evening, folks. Kent Hovind here.
You know, the last time you did that, somebody was in the comment was like, that's definitely not Kent Hovind. Like, duh, it says not that Kent Hovind.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, if you're in the request box and you want to be here. Oh, I saw somebody named that asked to come up. Hold on, before I saw Dr. B in the box. Dang, the name started with an S. No, it started with an A. Asia? Is it Asa? Asa? Asak? Hello, are you there?
Hello.
Hi, how do you pronounce your name?
My name is Asake. I am from South Africa.
Asayake. Okay, Asayake.
Asake, yes. It
Uh,
means someone who builds. Yeah.
okay. This the second
So.
builder. No. Seriously,
Thank
there's
you very
another
much. I
name
don't.
there was another name that I think it was Siko. Um, another
Okay.
guy that came up tonight, and his name means building. No, this isn't the same
Yeah.
dude. That other guy was a little lighter. No, that other guy was a little lighter. And I
Okay.
remember, yeah. But how old are you?
I'm 23 years old. So
Okay.
I think
And are you a
I
Christian?
have some basic. I am
Are
a
you a
Christian.
Christian? Are you okay? And which topic did you want
I'm a
to discuss?
Christian. Um, the one that says God is evil. Um, Someone says I've been colonized.
Yeah,
I
don't.
don't
It's
know what
okay.
that
Don't
means,
don't read
but
the comments while you're on stage. It's okay. You can
okay,
comment. You can respond to them when you get back into the comments. But go ahead and
okay,
begin, please.
okay. So I heard I think it's 10, right?
So please
Um,
don't
okay.
refer to the. I'm sorry. One second, okay. Please do not refer to the previous guest on stage when you have a conversation. Start from your own
Okay,
perspective, okay?
okay.
Give me just
I
a
do not
second.
believe that.
One second. One second. Manish says God is watching you all. I would hope so if your God is in the sky, right? Like if your God is omnipresent, right? If your God is the all the super like if he's a God, right? I would hope that he would be watching, and I would hope that you would know that we would know that if your God actually exists, that we would know that your God would be watching, and that means that we are doing it
Okay,
anyway. Go ahead.
okay. Um, I would like to. I would love to speak about the topic that says God is evil, and I would also love to hear your take. What is your take? What do you? Why do you feel that God is evil? Uh,
Well, I think that the God in the Bible actually is the devil that a lot of Christians are afraid of. It doesn't
okay.
actually present itself in the book. There isn't really a second character in this book called the devil that is actually acting as a devil. It's talked about by other people, right? But there's no devil character in this book doing the things that Christians believe a devil wants to do. There is a Satan in the book that does things that the God tells it to do. And then there is a mention of a Satan that is believed to be the enemy of the God, but you're just told about him by other people.
So you believe that he does not exist,
I
the
don't
devil.
think I don't believe in your God or your devil, but I'm talking about in the book.
Okay. So do you believe that evil exists in the world, or
I don't have to believe evil exists. I can see
you know
evil.
that evil? Okay. So you don't think that it's influenced by anything other than the nature of a human being? Anything
Say that
else?
again. Say that
So
again.
you don't believe that the evil in this world is not influenced by anything other than the nature, the human nature of the people walking this earth?
Are you asking me if I think that the evil that's done in this world, is influenced by supernatural beings? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, I'm asking exactly
No,
that. You just think it's
no.
influenced by human beings.
Human beings' beliefs,
Okay.
their imaginations, their teachings, right? Yeah.
Okay. So with the world, right? With how it's created. I'm sorry, guys. English is not my first language. I have another first language. I'm from South Africa, so
Yeah, that's
please
fine.
do
Can
understand.
also please do not turn this into a conversation about whether evil exists, whether supernatural demons exist. The conversation is whether your God is evil, okay?
Yes. I do not think that God is evil. I just think that people do not want to believe in God because they do not want to hear the truth that there is a God that created the universe and this world, and he has his own rules and how he makes things happen.
Okay.
So
So I see.
I
So
think
you're telling me, right, that you don't
yeah.
think that God is evil because and let's talk me and you right quick, okay? You don't
Okay.
think you think that I think that God is evil because I don't want to hear you tell me the truth that your God exists, right? And that your God created us and that your God enforces the rules. That's what you think. You think that I'm afraid, right, of accepting that truth. Correct?
I don't, in the way that you put it, it's not
No,
exactly
that's what
how.
you said.
Um, okay,
That's what you said.
okay, sorry, ne? Maybe I put it in the wrong way. What I'm trying to say
Can you
is,
re-clarify?
okay, what I'm trying to say is that when we go outside, ne? We go outside, we see the stars, we see the sun, we see the moon, we see everything around us. We see that there is a creator and a designer for everything.
No, we
And
don't.
by seeing that, okay, into my perspective, ne?
Yeah,
Let
that's
me
you.
put
You
it
have to
in.
say you see that.
That's
Stop saying we. You see that.
okay. My perspective, when I go outside and I see everything, the animals and everything, and how humans have a consciousness that is greater than the animals, and how the everything is built systematically in a way. It is designed by someone. So if that person designed it,
Are we turning this into whether your God is the creator of the world, or are we talking about whether your God is evil or not? You made a statement and now you backing off that statement that the reason why I think your God is evil is because I'm scared to accept that your God created the world and that your God deserves to make the rules and enforce them. You backed off of that. Now that could have taken us somewhere, okay? I'm not
okay,
interested in having the conversation about whether your God created this earth or not because I honestly don't care. That is not the
okay,
topic. The topic is whether it's evil or not.
all right.
Whether your God is
But
evil
what
or not.
I'm sorry if I seem to be dragging it, or I seem to be off topic, but what I'm trying to do is take it back and then I lead you to my point. That's
Okay,
what I'm
you
not
don't
sure.
have time to do
I'm not
that. Listen, we are on TikTok. We're not in Sunday morning worship. Okay. Please be
okay.
concise and direct and get straight to the point. Okay.
Okay, so my point is
Thank you.
that the God of who created this world is not evil because people think that his rules are evil. The potter cannot be told how the pot how he creates the pot.
I'm sorry. Did you just compare this guy to apartheid?
Not apartheid, the potter, the
Oh,
person
the
who
parter.
built the potter.
Oh, so
Yes,
you're back to the rules thing, right? You're back to what
yes.
I said. You said.
Okay.
So I did recite what you said. Maria, I was about to
I'm
flip the
sorry.
fuck out.
I
Hold on.
apologize. I'm under
I was about to
pressure.
flip.
I'm so
It's
under
okay.
pressure. I'm scared.
No. You're back to what you said, right? What I said you
Okay.
said, that I'm afraid to admit that your God exists because I don't want to follow your God's rules. That's what you said. That's what I said you said. Then you said, no, I didn't say it.
Oh
And here you are saying
yes.
it again.
Maybe I didn't hear it because I think you're a very intelligent person and I don't want to offend anyone, but I'm just
Can
trying to make
can
a
I
point.
just
Yeah.
sorry, can I just let me see if I can't make this a little more pointed. So something that Thinker is thinking about, right, is something like you have commands in Deuteronomy chapter 20 or 1 Samuel 15 that talk about the unaliving of entire people groups, right? These are
Okay.
commands from the deity. So we're not talking about some nebulous, we believe that a God exists, but we're suppressing that truth and unrighteousness. We've all read Romans 1, man. Like we got you. But these are specific things. So can you address that specific thing? Like here, you have divine commands of violence and shmenocide, right? Can you deal with that? How do you engage with that?
Okay. With war, um, when there is war, there's two sides in war, and people, and God has His people that He that follow and believe in Him. So if He has those people that believe in Him, surely He is gonna help them fight those wars. And
So
yeah.
let me be more precise then. So in
Yeah.
Deuteronomy chapter 20, when it says, when he says to his chosen people, when you go off to, hang on a second, I've got my 3-year-old in the background. Yeah, yes, buddy. Okay. When you go off to war against foreign cities, right, that are not attacking you, foreign cities that are just out there, and you make them an offer of peace, right? You go up to them with your army and you say, "Hey, we'll offer you peace," right? Now that means that you have to be our vassals and you have to give us corvée labor, right? But you'll survive, right? You get to stay in your city
Okay.
and you get to survive. But if they put up a fight, if they say no, we don't want to be your vassals, and they close up their gates, then you're supposed to emasculate the city, unalive all the men, and take the women and children and cattle and everything as plunder. So this is not a situation where like they're attacking and you're defending and God is helping the people that are being attacked. This is marching orders to go out and to colonize, right? For all intents and purposes. So can you engage with that?
Okay. I think
Hold on. Go ahead. Go ahead.
okay. I think that's a great point, man. That's a really really good point. And I would say that it is in my as a human being that really seems wrong, you see, to do that, because that would mean that I am also defending the colonization of other countries and
But wait, why does it
continents.
seem wrong
But
to you? Does it seem wrong to you because you want to sin?
because I want to sin.
Yeah, because like that
No,
God exists, but that seems wrong
I'm
to
a,
you because you just want to
I'm a,
sin. You don't like His rules.
I'm agreeing with you, nah?
I
But I'm not
know, but I'm
agreeing.
asking you why you agree with me because see what you said earlier was the reason that you guys think God is evil is because you just don't like the rules. Well, do you like that rule?
I love that rule, man.
You love that
I
rule
love
about
that rule, man.
unaliving? You love that rule about
I
unaliving.
definitely, I
Now
100%.
now
Hear me
that's what
why.
that's
Hear me why. Please
yeah,
hear me why.
please. Tell me why
Listen.
genocide. Tell me why genocide is something that you, with your whole chest, just said. I love that rule.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is that because of that, and because of everything that happened in the past and how everything is aligned, we are here today. I don't know why God made it, but I am here today and I can communicate with someone who is in the USA and whatnot. You understand?
What?
So God had a better, he had better intentions, and being part
Wait,
of
what?
that.
Man,
What?
yeah, so like when we say to you, I mean, let's just see how far this will go,
Yeah.
right? So when I say, what do you think about what Schmadoff Schmittler did?
Nah, but that's a different
Oh,
situation.
wait, but it's in the
How?
past and it brought us here, man. So you can have this conversation. Like, don't you? Ooh, I love that. Isn't that what you would say?
Oh, okay. Let me put it like this now. I know people are gonna say it's so wrong. I do not agree with what Hitler did, but what happened in the situation caused something good out of it.
But why
Like
don't you?
what?
Why
Please,
didn't you? When I
please,
brought it
please.
up, hey, when I brought it up, why didn't you say, oh, I love it? Why didn't you interrupt me? I love it. Why didn't you do that?
Because this is exactly what I'm trying to say. Is
Yeah, but
that
you said about one people group being unalived completely. You were like,
can I
"Oh
talk?
man, I love it, man, I
Can
love it."
I
Then I talk
talk?
about another. No, because I talk about you're saying some horrid shit up on this stage, right? So I'm gonna
Okay.
interrupt that shit. Yeah, I'm gonna interrupt that shit. So
Okay, I
then I bring up
appreciate you, man.
something that yeah, I know you do. I'm sure that's
Yeah,
not dripping with sarcasm. So
yeah.
I'm gonna put you in your goddamn place. That's what I'm gonna do today. So
Yeah, God, God bless you.
when I then bring up something that we all know immediately, right? There are no apologetics for what happened to the Jewish people uh, in that period. I, Nobody's making apologetic arguments for that. You're like, ooh, well, that's unaliving that group of people. That's a little bit different. Let me fine tune this a little bit. Yeah, miss me with that shit, man. Go ahead. Explain to me how it is that one is, man, you love it, and the other one's like, well, gotta, a little bit different. Go ahead, make it make sense to me.
Okay. Can I please respond, bro? Please.
Again, if you say
I
some, if
understand.
again, if you say some horrid shit, we gonna stop that
Yeah,
shit.
I understand. I understand. And I'm very, very sorry to whoever I offend. But what I'm trying to say, okay, I live in South Africa, right? In South Africa, there was apartheid, right? And that is so
I
wrong
told y'all
because
I
we
wasn't crazy
experienced
that
it.
he was connecting this guy to apartheid. Go ahead.
Can I please try to make my point, and then you guys can then go ahead and speak,
Go
right?
ahead, because I said earlier that you were connecting the guy to apartheid, and you said no. Go ahead.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say, I'm speaking through what I lived, right? And what I saw and what we are still going through in South Africa, right? So there was this horrible thing that happened, which is apartheid, right? And then out of it, God created something that is good, because it turned out that the South Africans, the white side and the black side, we work together so well, especially in the rugby
I wish
team that
Kanzi
we
was
are,
in here.
especially that we are the best national rugby team. So not every horrible situation, nothing good comes out of it, because God is part of the process of everything. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that I love
I
it. I love the
I want to hit
destruction of
disconnect
other
so bad.
people,
So sorry.
right?
I mean,
I
apartheid
want to.
not so bad because we good rugby team have.
Oh my fucking
What?
god.
I'm saying that in the process of
Not in the
everything.
process. Not in the process. You don't have to enslave anybody. You don't have to be racist to learn how to treat people. What the fuck do you mean in the process? What do you mean by that? What
Can
you are
I
sitting
talk?
here no, you can't. You have said enough, and I swear, my finger was on the disconnect button. Like I just wanted to drop you. Because you are sitting here saying that all of your ancestors needed to be treated like cattle, needed to serve other people, right? In order for white South Africans to see your humanity. And you are up here saying, thank you, God, for it. No, you can't talk. You have said enough. I'm sorry, but I need to drop him because I'm about to pop. I can't. This is the most ignorant shit. This is
God
ignorant.
bless you, man. God bless you.
Yeah, the
I
same
think my
God that the same. Shut. Go.
Race.
He's the woman that was on the stage saying we would have been still in Africa hugging trees.
Mm-hmm. But they have a good rugby team with blacks and whites playing together.
My God, a rugby, like rugby? That's good grief. But we have a rugby team. Oh, so apartheid. I mean, that was okay, right? It was so bad because we got a good rugby team. Like, what?
He
Where am
literally said,
I?
I could come on here and talk to y'all across the world. Like iPhones? Real was like, yep, apartheid, iPhones, great. iPhones? Your ancestors were held as slaves for fucking centuries, for decades. I don't, how long did apartheid last? How long was apartheid? Was it? Does anybody know? Like the
Black.
exact amount of years? 50 years? Is
Yeah.
it
It
50?
went from
50 years.
1948 to 1994.
Right. But 5 decades? 5 decades enslaved, and then made to live separate. And you talking about, oh, eventually it brought us together as one. What? And then you want to thank this God for it? How come the God that you want to thank saw fit that only people who look like you had to teach people who don't look like you how to see your humanity? Or why did the God want to use people who look like you to teach other people how to see other people's humanity? Why? Why didn't you have to do the opposite to the other people to see their humanity?
What would that apocalyptic literature have looked like? Like, hang on just a little bit longer through these atrocities because iPhone 4 is coming. What? What a rugby team you shall have. I Apologetics. It's just like it never fails to surprise me.
It's embarrassing. And don't be in my comments typing in all caps because you got up here and said that harmful ass shit. I could have sworn I knew I heard when he said apartheid.
I heard it too. But then he said Potter or something like that.
Esteban, I don't see you in the guest request. You have to send a request. If you're in the guest request and you want to come on stage, please comment.
thinker. I see Esteban. You want me to bring him up?
Yeah, thank you.
Yo, 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 yo. Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Yes, are you a Christian?
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a Christian. Hold on,
Is
let
that is
me
that is
pull
that
my
how you
dog
were
up.
taught to
Thor,
greet
go
people?
over there. I'm sorry?
Is that how you were taught to treat people? Do not use caps in the comments, guys. Like, and then y'all are gonna be messaging me because a mod is going to mute you, and you're gonna swear it's because you were so intelligent. Caps are for mods only, and for people who have vision impairment who have already been approved. Don't use caps in the comments.
Okay,
Esteban, what topic do you want to choose?
so I'll start with the Old
You
Testament
only get to
condemning slavery.
do one. You only get to do
Oh,
one topic.
okay. So I'll do the last one. The Christian God is evil.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So where do you think that God is evil? What makes you
Okay, so
think?
again, because I think he is the devil that Christians are afraid of.
Uh-huh.
There is no devil in this book doing any of the evil stuff that your God is actually in the book doing.
Well, what do you mean by evil? Because God does not do evil. He judges people due to them doing
Your
things
God
that
does evil
aren't
all the
evil.
time. Your God literally killed David's baby because David had sex with somebody else's wife.
Where is that?
You don't know?
No, I don't know. I'm asking you.
So you came up here to defend a book that you haven't read?
Yeah, I haven't finished it. Right now I'm in the Gospels.
That's in Second Samuel 12, right? So, I mean, like, that's you should have gotten
You're right.
there.
I mean, I start with the Gospels because that's where I learn about Jesus Christ.
Well, then you must know, I guess, you're the expert on what the Bible says about God if you haven't read the first 39 books of the 66. Got it.
Well, when I say I'm a Christian, I'm a follower of Jesus Christ. So as a
I don't
follower of
remember
Jesus
asking
Christ,
anything
I'm
about
supposed
what you
to.
called yourself, right? But
I
you
don't
came up
care
here
what
with
you
your full
say.
chest. Yeah, you come up here with your full chest, taking that
And
big breath and saying, "Yeah, that ain't my God doing it. No, no,
are you gonna let
he's
me
all
finish,
good.
or
Yeah, I
you're
mean,
just gonna interrupt me?
I tell you what I'm gonna do.
You just
Here's what
don't
I'm
you
gonna
just don't
do.
like that
Yeah,
somebody
yeah.
has a different opinion and you just want to interrupt. I get it. I get it.
I
I
think
get
I
it.
don't like it when people come up here acting like they know some shit and have a dumbass opinion that's ill-informed. That's what I don't like.
Also, you have a lot of background noise with the clanking of dishes. I don't know if you're washing dishes or something, but that's really loud.
I also hate like when you come up here like that and then you say, "Well, where is that?" I don't want to do the work for you. I shouldn't have to do the work for you. You should already be prepared when you come up here. I'm tired of doing the work for the Christians.
Oh, you don't want to do the work? Aw.
No, you should
For
already
the
know your book.
Christians. Now
But
I'm concerned
listen,
about your
let me
listening
tell
comprehension.
you guys about Jesus Christ, because Jesus Christ is a different.
Tell us about this guy that you've read in the first couple of books of the New Testament. Inform us.
Okay, one. Let's start with this. Jesus Christ came into the picture. He got baptized by John the Baptist, and he started serving other people, gathering up disciples to spread his word. Now, Jesus, when he came to serve other people, he served them because he knew that they were
What people
suffering.
did he serve? What people
The
did he
people who
serve?
were under Roman oppression.
What who?
What do you mean, who?
Who? What people
They
was
don't
under
give names.
woman
They
oppression?
give people who are suffering, people who are
Like
paralytic,
who?
people who are blind.
Who? What kind of people?
The people of Palestine. Well, that day of Palestine.
Who was the ones under Roman occupation that Jesus came to serve?
The Jews, the Gentiles.
He didn't serve the Gentiles.
What do you mean? One of the first persons that he revealed himself to was a Gentile woman.
Who?
The lady at the well who was waiting for water.
The lady at the well was a Samaritan.
Oh, she was a Samaritan, but she was a woman, right?
She was a Samaritan.
But she was
She
a
was a
woman.
Samaritan woman.
You know this book so well, man.
She was a Samaritan woman.
Okay. Then you
You don't
have
know. You
the
don't know what
Sermon on
that
the
means. Do
Mount,
you don't? You
where
don't know what
Jesus
that
actually
mean, do
raised
you?
them
Hold
first.
on. Wait. You don't know what that means, do you? That she was a
Samaritan?
Samaritan woman. Yeah. You don't know what that mean, do you?
I haven't looked more into it yet.
But you've studied this book.
I've never said that I studied the book.
A Samaritan is an Israelite.
Is an
She's
Israelite.
Samaria was the capital of Israel before the Assyrians
It's
took
in
it
that.
over.
It's in that first part of that big book. Is that 39? It's 39 books. Yeah, it's that first part. If you'd read that, you'd know that one.
I've only read the Gospels up to now. A
Oh
little
yeah.
bit of
I mean,
Tobit.
I know. I know. It's like
And
it's
why do you
apparent.
think?
It's apparent. You still have that same confidence?
Of course, I always have confidence that my God is good.
But I mean, the God that you don't know much about.
The God that I know much about because he is the character of Jesus Christ.
So he wrote you, according to your lights, he had this 66 books written to you. And you said, I've read like 4 of them.
Yeah, the eyewitness testimony of Jesus Christ.
I read 4 of them, right? Like the
The
president of the United
eyewitness.
States wrote
You
me a
believe in
letter
eyewitness
personally,
testimony?
right? And I read like the opening. I went down like 6 paragraphs and read 2 sentences. But it's from the president. It's to me. But I read a little bit. But hey, it takes a long time to read a letter. I miss me with that shit, man.
Do you believe
Every time he say
in
Jesus Christ, I
eyewitness
swear,
testimony?
Jesus Christ.
Do you believe in eyewitness testimony?
What eyewitness testimony do you have?
The Gospels are all eyewitness testimony.
Oh shoot! I can't do this to you. I swear I can't. I can't do this to you, friend. Go back and read. Go back and study. Okay.
Jesus
Go
Christ.
back and study.
So, what is eyewitness testimony for you?
Friend, 2 of the books tell you that they were not eyewitnesses already. Okay. Mark was
I haven't
written.
thinker. I haven't read that far yet. But I looked at the titles of the Gospels, and then Frank Turek told me they were eyewitness testimony. So,
Do you guys believe in eyewitness testimony? When history is written, what is history written with? Or who is it written by?
I don't even understand what that question means.
Okay,
Right.
so let's
So,
say
do you define
1945.
history? Hey, define history.
1945.
Hey, define history for me.
In 1945, when the atomic bomb
History. The
fell.
definition of history begins with in 1945.
No, I'm saying
What?
eyewitness testimony is
Hey,
believable. It's
hey,
credible, correct?
can you define the word history for me, please?
Can you let me finish my topic? Then you can answer?
If your next words are the definition of history is, then I will let you finish.
No, I'm going to finish my original.
Okay, well then I'm
Then
just going to ask you again. Can you define
you're
history
just
for
going to
me?
sound like you're ignorant and you don't want to listen.
Yes. Of all the people on this stage, I'm the one that sounds ignorant.
No, I'm just saying, let me finish my point and then you can go in.
Okay, go ahead and dodge my question about history. Go ahead.
You're dodging my question first.
Motherfucker, you ain't asked me a question.
I literally said, do you guys think of eyewitness testimony being credible?
Of course, to a certain degree in certain contexts, but that was assumed in the answer that we gave you, which is
Okay,
the
so
gospels
now
that
the
you're
Gospels that were written in the first
the
century,
gospels that you're referencing are not fucking eyewitness testimony.
they were literally written by
She
eyewitnesses of
just
Jesus
fucking
Christ.
told you that they're not based on their own lights. Sorry, thinker, I'm gonna
When were
quiet
the
myself
Gospels
down. You go
written?
ahead.
Let's see.
No,
When were the
it's
Gospels
okay.
written?
That
Mark is written
I
around
die.
70, right? Mark is
Yeah.
written around 70, and he's the earliest, right?
So
Everybody after that goes to like the early 2nd century.
there's
What
more
else you got?
Yeah.
Greek manuscripts of the Gospels
Tell
than
me
there's
about the
about
manuscripts.
Julius
Talk to me about some
Caesar.
textual criticism. Enlighten me about some textual criticism, my guy. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's pull
There's
it up
more
to it.
Greek
Let's pull
manuscript
it up and look
evidence
at it at the same
of
time.
Jesus
Hold on.
Christ than any other historical figure in the world.
Like you have like zero understanding of what you're saying right now. Zero. What do you know about Sumerian literary texts?
What do you mean Sumerian? It's Greek.
What?
Wow.
What?
Like,
Now,
wow.
Look, I'm done. I gotta go. I gotta go to work.
I
Yeah.
mean, you were
Okay.
done
Yeah.
like 10 minutes ago, my guy.
I
And
told you. I told you to
you
go
didn't
study.
even
I
start.
told you we couldn't do this. I told you I didn't want to do this, and you did it to yourself. Oh, God. That was brutal, Dr. B. That was brutal.
Sorry, I shouldn't have yelled. I'm sorry, but God,
You didn't yell, but you tripped me out. You said, "Motherfucker, you ain't."
I just, I don't, what, I, to have the confidence of a mediocre man. I wish I had that. God, come up here and be
Man,
like, y'all don't know about God. I know about God. Y'all need to learn about this book. Oh, you've read the book? Well, I mean, no, but I read some of it.
I read 2 pages, and
It's
then the
like,
way he kept saying,
it's
"Jesus
like,
Christ."
it's like, I swear I heard Smokey in his voice, right? You saw that week? I saw some of it.
Listen, I like
Sorry.
the
I'm
hyped up
sorry.
spaz out Dr. Bowen. That was dope.
I mean, that was the equivalent of him saying 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, and then looking up at us like, are we looking at him and flipping those bills over? 120, 140. See, I'm good.
Oh my
I
gosh,
am
I'm
done.
done.
Oh my goodness. If Dr. B had not solidified his place before, he has now.
Listen.
Oh my God.
Exactly.
Oh,
That is
Yes.
hilarious.
oh man.
I'm gonna look back at this on YouTube for real.
Please clip that conversation, thinker. Please. Oh my
Oh
goodness.
my god. I'm gonna clip it. Y'all gotta make sure y'all share it because TikTok is not sharing none of the. I mean, not showing none of the conversations when I screen record it. I think the algorithm hides it. So y'all gotta share that one because that was funny. That was funny. As soon as Dr. B said, "Motherfucker, you ain't getting spit on." Oh my god, that was no more good. Let me bring up somebody else. Hold on. Hey, Frodo. It's definitely a laughing matter. That was
I
funny.
think
Like,
Frodo asked to come up. I'm not sure. Let me see.
yeah, I'm holding off on friendlies right now. We've had like back to back to
Oh,
back
okay.
friendlies. Yeah, and then Miss Charlene is the next friendly to come up. No, not the real, not the real one, Rita. Oh no. Okay, if you are not a friendly and you're in the guest request box and you want to come on stage, please comment. Oh, okay. Infinity. Uh, let's see. Do y'all see a infinity on y'all's end? Never mind, I see him.
Hello, hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Hold on, just 1 second. Just 1 second.
This is the equivalent of coming up on
I'm
stage and
here.
being
I'm
a
here.
teacup. All right. Are you a Christian?
Nah, nah.
Did you hear me ask for Christians to come on stage?
Oh, you want a Christian?
Yeah.
I want a
I'm holding
Christian.
off on friendlies right now. We've had back to back friendlies tonight. Okay.
You know, I think you want to have fun bringing up those Christian.
Okay. Have a good night. Okay.
Hey, well,
Oh, goodness gracious. You will don't come up here with an attitude. Don't come up here full of confidence or ego when you haven't studied the book, and that won't happen to you. You brought the energy. Don't bring that type of energy and then fucking whine when we give it back. We are not your fucking punching bags. If you come up here with respect, we will give you respect back. You come up here acting like a dick, we will give that back. Stop all the fucking whining. And there you go. I don't give a fuck if you think I'm rude. Why the fuck are you in here? If you think I'm rude, then scroll out. Use the power that the Holy Ghost gave you and scroll. That's because all they know how to do is whine. Like, goodness gracious. Nobody want to hear y'all whining all the damn time. If you're not a whiner and you are a Christian and you want to come on stage and you are in the guest request box, please let us know if you're in the guest request box. You're not coming back up on my stage. You just told me you were not a Christian, and then you just tried to say that we want to beat up on Christians. No, I'm not breaking you up. You shouldn't have lied the first time you was on stage. That's crazy. Like you came up here and said that you were not a Christian. Now you are.
Yeah, Thinker, it's not a
Michael.
religion, it's a
Michael.
relationship.
Exactly. Michael, are you in the request? There you go. Thank you for pointing yourself out. Michael. Michael,
Yeah, yeah, I'm here.
how old are you? How old are you?
How old am I?
Yes.
Uh, I'm a little over
Oh
60.
God.
Why? How old are you? Why are
A
you?
little over 60?
Yeah, you.
What how old are you?
Yeah, sure.
How old are you?
I am 62. 62.
62. Okay, thank you.
So what?
No,
Yeah.
hold on.
She's just trying to
Can
make
y'all
sure that
see?
you can be on the live, that you're not too young to be on the live. That's all.
If you
Oh,
can
okay.
read up there, it
Hey,
says
hey,
host
Taylor.
note 20. Stop. If you can read right there in the middle
Stop,
where
stop,
it
stop,
says
stop, stop,
host
stop,
note.
stop, stop.
Oh God. So this is the energy that you want. No, unmute him right quick. I just want to make sure that we both are in agreement. Michael. Michael,
Go ahead.
do you
Say it.
is this is the energy that you want?
Well,
This is
the thing
the way you want the
is that you
conversation
guys
to
are
go.
bringing energy.
No, Michael,
Well,
you
you
are a
asked me.
completely
Okay, go
different
ahead.
person. You are a completely different person than the last, right? I can respect you, right? Or I can treat you the way you're telling me to treat you
Okay.
right now. Is this the energy you want from us?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, let's go. What topic?
Yes. I'm confronting you on face to face. I'm
What
confronting you
you're
face
not
to
face to
face,
face. You
and I
aren't
will
face to
not
face.
say we.
Listen,
Hey, I
if
will
you
not.
listen, hey, shut the entire fuck up and let me tell you how this is gonna work. Okay, if you want to be on this stage and you want to give us the business, okay, you will abide by the rules and you will pick a topic. The first time that you go off the topic, I'm dropping your ass. Okay.
Mhm.
All right.
All
What
right.
topic?
Okay. Why did God forgive Adam?
Oh my God. Read silently. Why the fuck do you have to whisper while you're reading? If I mute you, don't
Okay.
unmute yourself. Finish reading and then let us know
Okay.
what topic.
Last one. Okay, the
Okay, go
last one.
ahead.
Christians got the my God is evil, right?
Is that a
You're
declaration that you're
saying
making?
Christians God is evil. No, that's what you're
Yeah.
saying. Is that what you're saying?
I
Be
said the
clear.
Christian God
Be
is evil.
clear
You
now.
said you recited it as a declaration. You changed the word the Christian and added the word my, right? And you said it as if it was a declaration. So I needed to clarify if you were agreeing with me.
Yeah. What does declaration mean? It does mean independence, right?
What?
Oh my
Declaration
God,
means
that is the greatest thing.
no
Michael's in trouble. Michael's got to be in
independent
trouble
thought.
because
No.
that was
Independent.
absolutely brilliant.
A
No.
Oh,
declaration. See, you
De-
already messed up right there.
oh my gosh. No, he didn't say that, did he?
Listen, we all know that court means supreme. Okay.
What is your point? Just because I said
I can't
my.
breathe. I cannot breathe.
Yeah.
Oh
Okay,
God.
let me just defend. Let me defend my belief, not yours, but mine.
Okay, go ahead.
Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So here's the thing: when we are humans, we are. Are you human? Or are you alien? Are you human? Or are you alien? Do you have blood in your veins?
Michael,
Do you
you,
have blood in your
Michael,
veins?
Michael,
Answer
Michael,
the question.
Michael, you
Answer the
defend,
question.
Michael,
Do you have blood in your
quiet for
veins?
a moment. Does your defense of your position require you to ask us questions?
Because what the Independence Day is going on right now?
Oh
What the
God.
declaration? Michael, just defend your position. You don't need to ask us questions to give your position, right?
Okay. Okay. All
Okay, go
right. I
ahead.
won't ask you any questions because you can't answer any
Yes,
intelligent
that
questions.
must be it.
That's for
You know, we,
sure.
we don't we don't
Okay.
have any
So here's the thing.
declaration
Here's the
statements.
thing. We are common. You have eyeballs. I have eyeballs. We have a human body. We are common. Either you like it or not. We are
I
human
ain't
people.
common.
We are common, baby. We are.
No,
We
we
are
ain't.
all common.
That's you.
Okay.
Speak for
No,
yourself.
no, no, no. Well, I'm talking about we as the human man and woman. So let me just bear this and I'll shut up. Let me tell you this is why I believe in a higher power.
Nobody asked why you believed in a higher power. We said your God is evil. Now either you're gonna come up here and discuss that topic, or you're gonna get down. I don't care why you believe in what you believe in. Are you gonna address the topic or not?
You're muted, Michael. You need to unmute.
There do you believe in the human spirit at all?
Are
Let
you
me
going to
just
address the topic or not, or else I'm gonna drop you?
Yes. Yes. Our
Okay,
God's not
address the
evil.
topic.
He's a
Your
good
God is
God.
evil.
He's a good God. He's an awesome God. You know why? Because he gave us a human spirit. And I'll tell you what's evil
Michael,
is that
why is it that every time Christians,
what's evil. Listen, what's evil?
why is it that every time Christians talk about their God, it always has something to do with creation?
No,
Y'all can't never talk about
listen,
anything that this God has
no
done for y'all
way,
in
no
2024.
way, no,
Everything your God has done has to
no
do
way.
with the spirit realm that you cannot see, right? Why, Michael?
You cannot deny. You cannot. You can. You cannot.
Michael, you're not going to win the mute battle. So why don't
Still
you just,
keeps
and
I've
muting
wait,
already
him.
won.
I'm not muting him. I'm wondering if he's muting himself. But why don't you just wait for the conversation to actually flow? That will make it easier.
Someone's muting.
Michael, let me try to help, if I could, let me try to help steer this a little bit, right? So, Thinker's not talking about creation, Thinker's not talking about, these broad spiritual concepts that you're thinking of with this statement, right? We're talking about things like divine commands of violence and unaliving of entire people groups, right? That are commanded in the Hebrew Bible and in the Old Testament, right? So we're thinking about things like the Old Testament endorsing the social institution of slavery, owning other people as property and passing them on as inheritance. These are things that Thinker's referring to, right? So how do you engage with those types of things?
So you're talking about the mass destruction and the mass human unaliving in the biblical scriptures of history.
I'll give you a specific one, okay? If
Yeah,
that would
there's a
if
bunch
that
of
would
them.
help. Okay, let me give you one. Just see how you engage with this. So in 1 Samuel 15, right, you've got King Saul, and King Saul is told by the prophet Nathan, "Look, go. Samuel, and go and unalive all the Amalekites, right? Men, women, children, infants, sheep, cattle, right? Everybody." And it says why. It says because centuries earlier, the Amalekites, centuries earlier, ambushed the people of Israel as they were coming up out of Egypt, right?
Okay, that sounds like revenge. Go ahead.
Right. It sure does, right? But it's revenge on. It would be the equivalent of like, I don't know, like a group of British people coming over to America and having a similar command to unalive like America because of what happened in 1776.
Right.
So
Yeah.
how do you
Yeah.
engage with that?
So you are making the statement that God unjustified killing the Amalekites?
Yeah,
Was
there
it?
there are primarily two problems, I think, in this context with that story. The first is,
Yeah.
I think, what everybody would recognize immediately is that you have specifically called out infants and sucklings being
Yes.
unalived completely, right? Or I mean, and even with that, like cattle and sheep, right? So these are people that, like, what have they done, right? So that's one significant moral or ethical issue in this passage. The other is, as what I just said, is that it's not the people group, like it's that they're the descendants of the people that did bad shit,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. They've been
So
saved. Yes. Yes.
okay, so those are the two things that I think we're trying to. How would you engage with those?
So you're asking me my opinion if God was in the right or the wrong,
Yeah,
or
there's
if
like
he's evil,
because I
if
think
that's
I think
evil.
to yeah, I
So you're
think to
saying that
most
is very
people,
evil.
if I were to say to you, and then I promise I'll mute up and let you go. Sorry. So if I were to say to you, King Sargon during the Old Akkadian Empire, right, in the third millennium, he commanded his people to unalive all of the, I don't know, the people of Lebanon, because of something that the people of the ancestors of Lebanon had done 400 years earlier. And he had them unalive everybody, men, women, children, infants, sucklings, right? Everybody. Like you would probably say, "Ooh, boy, that's bad," right? And I
Yes.
think that's all of our intuitions, right? That's bad. But there's this additional factor here that the God that you believe to be completely just and completely holy and completely good, this is the God that's commanding it. So there's a tension here, right? And we're asking, like, how do you square
Yes.
that circle?
Hey, Yes, I can definitely relate to those questions, and those are big questions. Uh, uh, and the way I would react to that is probably pretty much just the way you are. I don't understand
We can't hear you.
how a God can be so good in a lot of ways. You're not denying that, but you're saying that he is very evil in other ways. And I'll have to take that to my pastor, and I will ask him and talk to him about some serious questions, because you guys, I will be honest, it does disturb me and in my belief in, like, God, who do I really believe in? This God that has killed so many people in his name. So that's you have definitely opened my mind to trying to figure out what I really believe in and if it's right or not. Thank you. Thank you,
Can I
guys.
ask
Sorry,
what
sorry I came
just
That
off a little
doesn't
bit.
ha-
happened?
that
Question.
does not happen in one. I don't trust it.
Wait a minute. That's what I'm
Yeah.
Ain't
saying.
no
What just
fucking way.
happened?
Ain't no fucking way. That does
I was
not happen in a one wop. I don't trust you.
No, you can.
like,
I'm
you came
very.
up here hot. No,
Yeah, I know.
Michael, you came
Yeah,
up here hot as microwave fish grease with Thinker. And
I
as soon
know.
as Dr. Bowen started speaking, you had a complete change of heart when he was saying the exact same thing that she was saying. How can you start with such a defensive stance for this God and then end with, oh, yeah, you've given me a lot to think about? That does sound sus as hell.
Well, the thing is that we Christians, we really don't have a good perspective of what we believe in, and it makes us look foolish. And a lot
Why
of
did you
people
come
do
up?
have an understanding, huh?
So why did
What?
you come up on this stage the way that you did, this talking to Thinker in the way that you did?
Well, I don't know if you guys are denying the human spirit, and I think that's the spirit is good, and it can be. The question is our God evil? Evil, and he's done evil things, and it really makes my mind really think, and I'm going to go study a lot of this
But
stuff.
you're not answering my question though. Like, you knew
What?
that that was the prompt. You came up here talking about the fact that she called you, even changed it from the Christian God to my God in a very possessive change of,
Mm-hmm.
of words there. It was very intentional. And you went at
Yes,
her. You
yes,
told her you wanted the smoke. But now,
yes.
after Dr. Bowen ultimately said the same thing that Thinker has been saying, now you have a change of heart. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, it does, because the reason I was saying my is because the conversation before I was listening to y'all, and you were kind of making fun of people saying we, and you said don't count me in with we. So, and I won't count you in when I say my, because my beliefs are my beliefs, and
Wait,
we
you
have to
think you
study our
think telling
beliefs.
someone you think where did we make fun of? What joke did I tell when I said that?
Well, when the Christians said we,
And what you said I
as
was
we
making fun. You said I was making fun of him for
of
saying that.
him.
So what joke did I tell when I said don't count me in? Don't say we when you're talking about your
Yeah.
beliefs. What joke did I tell?
Well, that was it. That was just the comment. It's like, well,
So
don't
how
count
how is
me
that
in.
how is that making fun of when I say your beliefs are your beliefs?
Well,
Do not include me in that. That's
well,
not making fun. That's setting a boundary.
okay. Let me ask you this then. Can I say we, including you, when we talk about the human spirit, or do you deny a
Not it
human
depends
spirit
on what you're
within you?
talking about. It depends on what you're talking about. But there is no
I'm
need for
talking.
you to include
Okay.
me in your beliefs if you are speaking about your beliefs. That was not me making
Mhm.
fun of anybody, right? That was me setting a
Right.
boundary.
Okay. Well, I'm setting a boundary. Whenever I speak about my higher power, I will say me, my, not we, because I have no idea who you go to for spiritual guidance.
right?
I don't know if you have a spiritual
I
life.
don't.
Do you have
I
a
think it went
spiritual
right
life?
over your head. I think it went right over
Do
your head
you
what
have
my
a
issue was.
spiritual
You
life?
said
Let
that
me
I
ask you,
stop
do you
talking
have a
while I'm
spiritual
talking.
life?
Stop talking while I'm talking, and that's none of your business. Okay. It
Okay.
went over your head. Okay. You said that I was making fun of someone when
Your
I
comment.
said don't add me. That is not making fun of them. I set a boundary about myself, and that's the last time I'm going to say that.
Michael, if somebody came up to you and said, "Look, let's talk about Allah," right?
Allah.
And our God Allah, right?
Hmm.
You and I, Michael, we worship Allah,
Hmm.
right? You would probably think, "Whoa, wait, that's not our God. That's
Yeah.
your God. Don't include
Hmm.
me in the worship of that God." Do you think that's fair?
Yes.
Okay, that's a boundary that you would set. Hey, look, when you're talking about your God, don't
Yes.
include me. That's all Thinker is saying here. It's the same
Oh,
principle.
same principle.
Like,
Okay.
what the hell is it? Like, I just
This
need to
guy
know.
is this guy.
What?
He
Like,
could be a
hold on.
good
No,
teacher.
stop. Because I'm fucking sick of you. Like, right? You're doing this shit on purpose. You fake ass. You are fake. Get the fuck off my stage.
That had to be absolutely intentional because every
That was
single
intentional.
time you said something specifically, Thinker, he would just go the fuck off. But as soon as Dr. Bowen opened his mouth, he was like, oh, yeah, that actually makes sense.
It scares me that it's not fake.
No, it's
That
fake. He
scares me.
laughed. He laughed after he did it the second time. He knew what the fuck he was doing. That's why I told him to get the fuck off the stage. He knew what he was doing. And the fact that believers can do that, that Christians can just change like that, they'll tell us, they'll comment on our post, you have demonized. I could tell you are a demon, you're a shapeshifter, but they'll get up here and shift like that. Shifty ass spirits is what a lot of them have in a matter of a second, just so they can feed their ego, just so they can prove a point. Yeah, one of them commented on my post the other day on my video and was like, I can see the demon in your eyes. I said, you have a demon in you, in you have a demon in you, and his name is Yahweh. Decap, I'm gonna bring you up. The last time I brought you up, it was like it was not pleasant. Okay, I don't feel like cursing nobody out. I would rather have a good conversation. Okay, I don't feel like having a fiery conversation. Okay,
Can you hear me?
Decap, are you there? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here.
The last time you were on the stage, it was not pleasant.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't feel like doing that right now. Like, we haven't had a good conversation with a Christian all night. Not one. Okay. I'm tired of cussing people out for disrespect. Okay.
Was I disrespectful last time? I didn't know
The,
that I
la-
was.
the last time you wouldn't listen, we had to keep muting you. Okay. I don't want to do that. I want to have a good conversation. Okay.
I think you might be confusing me. I didn't get muted a whole bunch last time. Just letting you know. I think you might be confusing me with someone else.
I remember saying decap. I'm about to recap. I remember you. Okay. I remember you. The conversation was not pleasant. What I'm asking you is, let's have a pleasant conversation this time. Okay.
I felt like it was pretty pleasant last time. I might have offended you, maybe. That might have been what happened, but
Decap, you're doing the thing. You know what? All you need to say is, okay, let's have a pleasant conversation. You're doing the thing already. Okay.
okay, let's have a pleasant conversation then.
Thank you. Which topic do you want to discuss?
So the whole part in first, what'd you say, 1 Samuel 15?
Decap,
I
you
want
know
to.
how it works on this stage, right?
I don't. I
You
don't
don't.
know. I don't know.
Decap, this is not your first time on this stage. That's not your first time. When you come up, you pick a topic, okay?
Okay. The Christian God is evil. That's my topic.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't believe that the Christian God is evil. And that's why I was bringing up the 1 Samuel, because that was the example that I heard earlier. Whenever Not Kenthoven was talking, I missed where you were talking with the person, but I listened to the end of it. And I just don't think that that means that God is evil, because we don't know what was in those people's hearts, what those people were going to do. So if God is all knowing and he knows everything, then, he knows what people are good and how they are in their hearts. Right?
Decap.
Sorry.
1 second. Dr. B. Who communicated your God's will on earth to the people that were to carry it out?
Who communicated my God's will on earth? Messengers, which I believe was Jesus.
Hold on. No. When we're talking about the Old Testament, right? Things that your God told the Israelites to do in the Old Testament, go in and kill the Amalekites, go kill the Canaanites, right? Who communicated this command to the humans that were to carry it out on earth?
God through.
No. On earth, who communicated the command to the people that were to carry it out on earth? You have somebody saying God said, then they're saying it to an army of people, and then that army of people go and carry out the command to annihilate. Who is communicating this command?
Are you referring to something specific, or are you talking about in general?
Okay. God says, hey, Moses, go tell such and such to go into Canaan and annihilate everybody. Moses goes in his head, okay, God. And then Moses goes to the army of Israel, the children of Israel, and says, God told me in my head to tell y'all that the people over there in Canaan are savages and y'all need to go kill them all.
Okay, so
Right?
you just said it was Moses.
Okay, I'm going to walk you down. Moses is a god.
Never said that.
Moses is a angel.
Never said that.
Moses is supernatural.
I never said that.
Moses is a human.
I do believe Moses was a human, yes.
Moses was a human. A human told other humans that a god told him to tell other humans to go and kill other humans because those humans were evil. I'm going to say this again. A human told other humans that a god told him to tell other humans to go kill other humans because those humans are evil.
Okay.
Where is all knowing in that? Which one of these sets of humans are all knowing?
None of that tells me that there's all knowing there.
Right. So, okay. Now, how can you get inside Moses' head, right, and prove that an all knowing God told Moses to go and tell these people to kill these people?
I can't.
How do you get inside of you can't, can you?
No, I can't.
Nobody can prove that they're talking to an all knowing God, can they?
No, but I assume we were talking about the God in the Bible, were we not?
And even then, you can't prove that Moses was talking to an all-knowing God, because who saw the God besides Moses? Whenever this God told Moses to do something, who else was there?
So you're telling me in the Bible it doesn't speak about anything about God and His power?
Who's writing it? Who wrote when it speaks about God? Whose hand is writing about the God?
Yeah, so people wrote the Bible, and it's
Right.
considered to be God breathed, right?
And who told you it was God breathed?
The Bible.
And who wrote the Bible?
People.
And so that means who told you that the Bible was God breathed?
People that wrote it,
Thank you.
that I believe was inspired by God. So,
Exactly.
like,
So you saying,
we
hold on,
can
you
disagree.
saying that God knows. Wait, you saying that God is all knowing, and that when God says to annihilate a group of people because you don't know how those people might grow up and turn out, where is the all knowing in the humanness? Because the only thing we see is humans, right? You can't prove an all knowing God is involved in any of this. So when you want to justify that all these people might have deserved to die because an all-knowing God can see their future and they may grow up and be savages, you need to prove the all-knowing in these humans, because it's humans communicating this death command.
I understand your point. I really do. I understand it. I understand your point completely. I just want you to know that. Like, I understand your point 100%. You don't
Yes.
have to. You don't have to elaborate it anymore if you don't want to. I do
I'm
get
not
your point.
elaborating it. You have told me 3 times you understand my point, right? I'm not elaborating it. I've been sitting here quiet. You've said 3 times, I understand your point, and then it gets quiet. I understand your point. I understand your point. I really do. And then it gets quiet. I understand your point, and you don't have to elaborate. Like you're telling me not to
So
do something that
you
I
gotta
already
forgive
wasn't
me.
doing.
You gotta forgive me. Right. Right. You gotta forgive me because the way my brain works. So I'm thinking in between those pauses about what you're saying. And so when I say I understand your point, I'm thinking more on it, and then I'm like, I really do understand your point. So I might have a little bit of I might be a little bit autistic in some ways. So I don't know if that's
For you to
I'm
go
not
and say
trying
you
to
don't have to
be
elaborate
offensive to
on
you
it
or make.
anymore, like for you to go and say on the third one, you don't have to elaborate on it anymore when I wasn't elaborating on it anymore, it's a waste. Like I could get if you were thinking, but whatever. Go ahead.
I got you. So yeah, I can't prove that, but I do believe that it was God inspired. So me believing that and you not believing that is just we believe two different things
It
there.
doesn't have anything to do with what
But
you
I'm
believe.
talking
You're
about the
using
topic.
it to justify a genocide. If you're going to use that, right, as justification for a genocide, then you have to prove that a God actually said it. Other than don't use that as a justification for a genocide. That an all-knowing God knows that these people are going to grow up and become evil or savages. Change your point. If you cannot prove that an all-knowing God said that.
Yeah, but I can't prove anything, just like you really can't prove anything.
Exactly. So don't use
Yeah, you
that
can't
as a
prove the God.
talking
You
point.
can't. Right, but your talking point up here is the Christian God
I'm
evil,
also
and I just.
not saying that the God said that these people are that they deserve to die because they were gonna grow up and be evil. You're saying that. That's something that's not in the book.
Yeah, but I
Don't
didn't
use
say
that
that.
as a talking point. You did say that. That's why I brought this up.
Do you ever like? I don't understand why I'm not able to like speak more than 3 words before you talk.
You literally have. I'm also not going to let you lie.
I mean, you don't let me get more than 3 words out
You
to
literally
say
have.
anything.
You literally have. Do you remember how you sat there and said, I really understand what you're saying. You don't have to elaborate on it. Did you forget that part?
No, I didn't forget that part.
Exactly. Don't lie on me.
I'm not lying on you.
Sure.
So, what I was gonna say is that I'm not saying that that the people were gonna be bad or gonna do this. I'm not stating any of that as a fact. I'm saying that I believe that the God in the Bible is all knowing, okay, and because He's all knowing, He might know something that me as a human being wouldn't know when I'm reading that text. So I know the text does reveal some things, but it's not going to reveal everything. So my point there was, you. My point there is, if God knows that these people were going to, do evil things, and that's the reason why he decided, to get them off the earth, because they were going to just, wipe out everybody and bring about more carnage, then, that's for the God who created the world to decide, not me as a human.
But decap, do you have any reasonable expectation that that is something that is true but unstated in the text? Do you have any justification for even citing that as a reasonable possibility?
Yes. So I want you to think about this. Like, everybody here that's listening, do you think that we as people are good on this earth? Yes or no? Anybody can answer.
Does that have to do with God being evil?
Are you saying do we think all humans are all good? Is that your question?
So my question is, do you think in general we as humans are good people? Like, we're good to each other? Not some are good and some aren't. Just in general, do you think most of us, we'll use the word most, do you think most of us are good to each other?
Hold on, Dr. B, did you ask him for
I
like
promise you I'm
reason?
answering the
Dr.
question.
B, did you ask him for to find a reason in the text that would point to the God saying
No,
what
he said
he
outside the
said?
text. He said outside the text.
No. Sorry, maybe I was unclear. So let me see if I can give an example. Like, if somebody were to say to me, look, it says here that Jesus Christ died for my sins, right? And I were to say, whoa, well, now wait a minute, like, it says that, but maybe not written in the text is that it's opposite day, right? And when God says He died for my sins, it means He didn't die for my sins, right? You might ask me, well, okay, I mean, like, sure, that's possible that the writer thought it was opposite day, but do you have any like reasonable expectation that that should be the case, right? From the text or not? Like, what would be what you would probably just ask me simply is, what's your argument for that, right?
Yeah,
Just
so
citing the possibility. I mean, okay,
I
but
thought
like
you
you
were
would probably
asking.
say, yeah, like, okay, sure, it's possible that the guy thought it was opposite day, but like, what's the argument for that? And I guess that's where I am with this, like, because the text in 1 Samuel 15 tells you why the God is commanding it. It's not like there's this vacuum here where it's like, well, just go do this. I'm not going to tell you why. He tells them why, right? So not only are you having to read that into the text, but you're having to read it into the text in spite of what's there in the text. So what would be your argument, inside or outside of the text? Either one's fine. But what would
Yeah,
your
so I
argument
was
be?
I was trying to I was kind of getting there, honestly. So back to the question that is actually leading into my point. Okay, do you think we as humans are good people in general?
Yes, we are, and the data shows so. There, if we weren't, there would be more people incarcerated than not incarcerated. If there wasn't more good than bad in this earth, then we would not have the societies that we have right now. Humans have good and bad in them, all of us. There's a duality to being a human. We have good thoughts, we have bad thoughts. That's just how our brains are wired, based on how we grow up culturally and a whole lot of other factors. So to
Right, there's a
answer your
lot of
question,
variables.
yes.
Right, there's a lot of variables there. So, would you say that the law or governing powers are unnecessary? If we were generally good people, right? Would we really need laws and stuff to govern ourselves? Or if we just got rid of all that stuff, we as good people, we could generally, we can weed out these evil people that like to murder and kill people, and we could weed them out, though we wouldn't need laws, right? If we were all good people, right?
No, that doesn't make any sense. Of course, we need regulations if we're trying to live communally. Like there needs to be
Right, because
that's basic common sense. To
exactly. Like, let's say I want my neighbors. They just got a new TV, and I'm like, you know what? I want
decaf,
that for myself. You know what I mean?
decaf. Yeah,
There's a,
decap. I know what you're alluding to, and that's fine. The problem is what you're thinking is found in this book is not found in this book. The regulations that are laid out by your God in this book are not helpful. Like they would not lead to a peaceful and loving society.
well,
They just wouldn't. It tells
got
you how
you,
to own
got you.
people.
So I'll get back to the book then, because this is leading into my point about the Bible. So the Bible
No,
goes
no,
through all
hold on.
these things.
Before you do, Dr. B, are there any ancient Sumerian stories where the Babylonian gods tell the Babylonians or the Sumerians any to go into another nation and completely annihilate the nation because they're savages and they shouldn't be allowed to like exist anymore on the earth?
Not that I can think of total. There are certainly like
War, like
texts, yeah, but I'm trying to think of one where it's wiping out everybody. I can't think of. That doesn't mean that it's not there, but I can't think of one off the top of
I,
my head.
I
Sorry about
actually
the
did a
kids in the
search.
background.
I actually did this search a couple of months ago because I really wanted to see if there were any other gods in the ancient Near East that commanded genocide, and there isn't. No Babylonian gods commanded their Babylonian kings or their armies to go in and completely genocide a group of people. They had war where they fought, right, and defended their lands. They conquered other lands, but they didn't genocide them. When the Assyrians went into Israel, they didn't genocide them. They deported them and they created diverse cities. Like they made different people live together, right? They didn't let one group of people live in one city. They created diverse cities, but they didn't annihilate them. They didn't genocide them. The only God so far that I can find in the ancient Near East that wanted to solve the problem of war, rebellion, and murder with genocide is Yahweh. Now, please tell me why the Babylonian gods, as far as I can see, right? Because I've been looking, why is it that the Babylonian gods, the Assyrian gods, right, the Mesopotamian gods did not see the need to genocide?
I'm assuming that wasn't a question for me. DK.
Was that a question for me?
I think
Yes.
so. Yeah.
If you're saying that there
You
is a
said can
need,
you said can sorry.
if you're
I heard
saying
you.
there is a
I
need,
heard you.
right? Yes.
Sure. I mean, I don't know. I don't have an answer for you. I really don't.
But you're saying that Yahweh saw the need, right? Because Yahweh wanted to get rid of all the murderers, the bad people on earth that was going to continue, right? Carnage. And by the way, it's still here in the name of Yahweh, right? It amplified under the name of Yahweh, right? That murder and genocide didn't go anywhere. But what I would like to know is why Yahweh needs genocide when the other gods in the ancient Near East did not.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I don't have an answer for you on that though. I would like to know that too. Actually, I mean, to be honest with you, I wonder why things had to go the way they went. You know, I'm a human being just like you. I have similar questions that you have. All that.
You want to know
Um,
why? You want to know why I think the Christian God is evil, and why I bring up the fact of a human told other humans that a God told him to tell other humans to kill other humans because those humans are
yeah,
savages.
yeah. Tell me.
Because your God is a human. The Christian God is a human. Humans wrote this book. It's
Right.
very human, the things that are being commanded in this book. The kings, right, of the earth, right, wrote this book. The the scribes. Their scribes wrote elaborate stories about their nations to
Gotcha.
make their kings look good, right? To make nations look good. Your
Can I ask you
God
this?
is a human.
Can I ask you this on the point that you're actually touching on? Why then? How do you explain the part in the Bible that tells us to do things that kind of goes against our human nature, like that
Like
states in the New
what?
Testament, where it says if someone was to steal from you, I forget the exact wording of the text, but essentially it says if someone were to take something from you, don't hesitate to give them your coat also.
Let me ask you a
There
question.
are
Do I
things,
look like I follow that shit?
yeah, I
If
don't
someone
assume
if
that.
someone steals from me, I'm not giving them my coat. If someone slaps me, I'm not giving them the other cheek. I'm not resisting evil.
I understand that,
Like
and I don't
literally all
expect
it's
you
done
to.
is made people pacifists. It allowed for people to not speak up, for example, when people are being taken advantage of in the church, right? When they know that their pastor is taking money from them that the Bible doesn't tell them to take, right? When they know that
I
their
would
pastor can
disagree
tell
there.
them,
I think the Bible
when
says
they know that their pastor can tell them to sign an agreement and don't report essay outside of the church, right? It makes a person pacifist. Don't question the pastor. Don't question God. Like literally, there are
no, you absolutely
billboards.
question the pastor.
There are billboards around the world that says "Turn off your brain, turn off your brain, and just trust God. Don't trust facts. Trust God." Like anytime a church demonizes logic and demonizes facts and demonizes you using your brain, something's wrong.
I agree with
Somebody's
you.
losing control.
I agree with you 100%. And you should never trust the people in a church building. You should trust God. And then you could go back to
What's the
this point.
difference?
I could listen.
Yeah.
I could even go further. You can go back to your point where you go, well, what's the difference between Moses saying he heard this from God to go murder all these people? Though that ties in, and you can ask me that same question, and I don't have an answer for you on that. But that's where you
But
got to use
decap,
discernment.
decap.
I'm
What is
listening.
the difference between the people in the church and God?
So you being in a church building and calling yourself a Christian doesn't mean you're a Christian. I mean, that's just what it is.
That's
Being a
not what I'm
Christian
talking
is
about.
being
You said not to
okay.
trust, but you said you told Thinker not to trust what the people say in the church. You have
If
to
there,
trust God.
yeah, so I was referring to what she was saying whenever they're talking about demonizing things. If you have a church, not the church, the body of Christ that the Bible speaks of, but a church as in the church congregation in a building over here, there's a church that states, that's like all about white power. That's evil in nature. Like, why would you know what I mean? That's not something you would condone, right? So anybody
But
can
I
claim.
guess
Go ahead. Go ahead.
no. I didn't want to. I didn't want to
You're
interrupt
good.
you. Go ahead.
You're good. Go ahead. No, no, no. You were gonna say
I'm
something. Go ahead.
I'm curious to know how you make the distinction between the two, because you're saying that church buildings you have people who are
Right.
supremacists. Church buildings you have
Well,
people who are racist.
right.
But in the body of Christ you have as well.
So some are blatant, right? So like racism would be a church that's claiming white power. That's an easy thing to discern for all of us, right? That's evil. And how do you discern the things that are maybe not? Maybe they're preaching truth out of the Bible, what I consider truth, not y'all. I don't want to group you in with that. But
Hold on before we go to your next example. Let's stick with supremacy. Do you feel like supremacy isn't in the Bible at all?
white supremacy or just supremacy in general?
Supremacy of a people group. You can use white supremacy as a perfect example of what we're talking about. Do you think that's not reflected in the Bible at all?
No, I don't. I don't believe that the same thing as what we see racism today. I don't believe that's the same as in the Bible. I don't.
How is it any different from your God having a chosen people?
Well, the difference is there is God's chosen people is not based off of a skin color.
Well,
So that would be the difference there.
In reality, white nationalism isn't necessary. I mean, it is based off of a skin color, but it's more of a mindset. Like it's more of a people group. Like there, if
Yeah, but it's
say it
based
was
off of
skin
skin
color, say
color,
the Israelites.
which is inherently wrong. It doesn't matter
Well,
what your skin
supremacy.
color is. We're all humans. You know what I mean?
I agree. Yeah, I agree with you
Yeah.
100% on that. But I don't think that you can refute it or you can combat the idea of white supremacy using the Bible, because the Bible promotes Israelite supremacy. It promotes Yahweh's supremacy.
Yeah,
It
but
absolutely promotes a select group of people and fuck all
yeah,
the rest
God's
of them.
people. Yeah, God's people. So he's referring to God's people, which I mean, that's how I'm able to refute it. That's my stance on that. It's God's people, God's chosen people, whether it be that he knew they were going to serve him and love him and not rebel against him, whatever the case may be when as far as that goes, then yes, I believe that those are God's people. And I made this example with I was trying to do this with Justin last time that was in here. You know, if you had a created people and you knew that these people over here were going to rebel against you and kill your people, you would protect your people that love you, right? Like just like if they were your kids. If someone was trying to harm your kids, anybody in here would say, "Yeah, they ain't gonna touch my kids. I'm
But
protecting them."
nobody was trying to harm them. The only people that hurt them was your God.
Well, we don't know that they were trying to harm them. What if they would have? That's the thing. That's where I go back to the all-knowing, and I can't prove any of this. Like I can't prove to you God exists inherently. I can't. We all know that already. If anyone tells you they can just prove to you God, then let them come up here and let something happen to prove it to you. I would love to see that. But no one is ever going to be able to prove to you God. No one's going to be able to prove to you a lot of things in life. So that's why it's called faith. That's why it's called belief. And I don't even hate y'all if you don't believe it. I really don't. Because the Bible
What
tells
else?
me I'm supposed to love you like I love everybody else because Jesus loves
The
you.
fact that you need a book to tell you that you're supposed to, like that whole I don't hate y'all because I'm
Okay.
supposed to love you, like that's just like you can keep
That's
that.
like cherry picking something I'm
Yes.
saying. I actually
Like
like,
you
I
literally
give,
said it. I'm
okay.
not cherry picking. You
Yeah, no,
said,
no,
and
no.
I don't
I
even
did.
hate
I did
y'all,
say it. I
right?
did say
I'm not
it.
cherry picking.
You're right. I did say that. But the context of what I'm saying, it is different than how you're trying to portray it.
What do
Just so
you
you
mean?
know.
It's not that
I literally repeated what you said. You said, I don't even hate y'all for not believing it. The Bible says I'm supposed to
Right.
love
And the
y'all
reason
regardless.
why I
And
say,
if you had not said that, if you had just said,
I
I
got
don't
you.
even hate y'all for not believing it, I love y'all,
I
without you
say
saying
that.
the Bible said I'm supposed to. You are the
Can I
one
tell you
who put
why?
the
Can I tell you
no
why I
stop.
said it, at
But
least?
you
Yeah,
already
you want to
told
do me
us
on
why
that,
you
don't
do.
you?
You already told us why you do. You already told us why you do, right? The natural didn't come. It doesn't come naturally, and now you're mad because I said I don't fucking want some fake ass love that a God that you can't even see told you that you have to do so you can go to heaven, so you can have faith. Keep me out of that shit. I never fucking told you I love you. I don't know you. The fuck?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm getting at. You don't just naturally love everybody, right?
I'm not the one telling you I love you. You are the
Yeah,
one saying it to me. I don't
I
love you.
know.
I don't know you.
I'm saying that because that's something I hear a lot from people that are talking with Christians that I know you've heard this before. Ain't no hate like Christian love. Have you ever heard that before?
I don't know what
Yeah,
the
we
hell
say it
that's
all the
got to do
time.
with this. You like
That's why
like
that's why
literally
I
you
stated
got in
that.
the comments decap. You got in the comments and said, "But you love me though, right?" And I don't know why you said that because I never once told you that I love you.
I know you didn't. That was my point. Like, do you even
No,
like me?
what the fuck? What? I don't fucking know you to like you. I don't have an opinion on you one way or the other. Decap. The only thing
Okay.
the only rule that I set for myself when it comes to you, Decap, is to respect your life, is to respect your existence, and to not
And I
do
respect
anything to
yours
harm you,
too.
and to not do anything to make it negative. I'm not obligated to like you. I'm not
Hey,
obligated to talk sweet to you.
I agree
I'm
with
not
you. I don't want
obligated to
anything
love
bad
you.
to
That
happen
is
to you.
something that you have to fucking earn when it comes to me.
I got you. I understand you 100%. I feel the same way for you. I really, Like, truly, I don't want anything bad to happen to anybody that's listening or you at all, ever. I really don't want those things for anybody.
And it's interesting that the reason you have to express that is because you're tethered to a religion that demonstrates the exact opposite
Well,
on a daily basis.
yeah, and I get that. And that's the thing, though. I've seen people represent Christianity. People misconstrue love in general, but I've seen people represent Christianity in a really bad light. I don't think that I do that because I love and respect every single one of y'all, whether you want me to or not. I mean, I just do. Even if you outright cuss me out, hate me, call me names in comments, or call me names in person, or think I'm dumb, I still love you, and I hope you have a great life. I really do. And I mean,
How do you express that love, Decap? Tell me that. How do you carry this love out?
I wouldn't say that it's
Do you seek us out, Decap? If you don't hear from us, right? If we just disappear off of TikTok, are you going to know that we're gone? Are you going to know we're gone?
I would probably know that I would be like, man, where's Thinker at? Because she doesn't pull up through my For You page anymore.
Okay, so
Decap,
like, when was the last time you and I talked? When was the last time you were on my stage?
Man, I don't know. I think it wasn't that long ago, like maybe a few days.
Mm-hmm. And how many times have you slid in my DM? And how many times have you slid in my DM to say, how are you doing today, Thinker? I know you talk to a lot of people that frustrate you. Are you doing okay? Are you resting? Thank you, Thinker, for the live. How many times have you done that? Exactly. So, okay, so hold on, because you want me to believe that you love me, right? You want me to believe that you love me, Decap, right? So how do you express this love? And how am I to know that Decap loves me?
So I don't know how you would know that except from just me telling you that.
But you already told me, right? You already told me, but how do I know that you actually love me, Decap?
Well, let me ask you a question for that. How can I express to you that I love you? Tell me how.
Decap, you should already know, because you have figured out that you love me. You have figured out that you love me, so you should already know. So tell me.
Yeah, you're asking me how am I supposed to show you that? I don't know how I'm supposed to show
How
you that.
do you show me? How have you shown me that you love me, Decap? For me to know that you love me, how am I, when you say, Thinker, I love you, right? What have you done for me to say, yep, Decap, I know you love me because XYZ?
I have not done anything to show you that I've loved you. To answer your question.
Thank you.
I have not. Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah.
These are words, correct?
Right, correct. You're right. Absolutely.
Exactly. Yep, that's all it is. It's words. Yeah. And again, you, like you said earlier, you are saying the words, right? Because you believe that this is what your God wants you to do.
Yeah, but it comes even though it's not natural for us as humans, it's
what isn't natural for us as humans?
Yeah. Rebecca, you can come up next since he's better than you would be. Hold on, Decap.
No.
Hold on, wait. Decap. No. Decap. Rebecca, since he is better than you would be, you're more than welcome to come on stage next. Go ahead, Decap.
And when you come off mute, Decap, can you tell us what you mean by what's not natural for us as humans?
I didn't hear what Thinker just said before that, but I'll be glad to answer that question. What did you say?
That wasn't to you. That was to somebody in the comments. You just made a statement that it doesn't come natural to us. Are you referring to love not coming natural to us?
No, I think things naturally come to, like, love is one of the things that come naturally to us. I just don't think it's natural for us to love people that are hateful toward us or anything like that. That's hard to do. Like, if I come up to you, if someone was to come up to you and punch you in the face, like, are you really going to like them after that? No, you probably won't punch them back. So it's not, and I think that's a natural response.
But I mean, I don't disagree with you on that, and I would definitely recommend that nobody attempt to try to do that to me.
Exactly,
because it won't end well for them. But my question to you is, why would that even be your goal? Like, you have to think about the mindset of anyone that would give you that directive in the first place. I want you to hold yourself in such little regard that you allow anybody to do any and everything to you, and I want you to just take it. That's ultimately what that directive is telling you. So I'm sorry, anybody who would advise a person to handle the situation in that way, I don't need any advice from that individual because that's not realistic.
Yeah, and absolutely, if you don't like that or don't think that's good advice, then don't take it. You know what I mean?
And then
Like,
also saying that you
I
would
respect
love
that.
the person that punched you in the face. Again, you're just saying words. Because
Right.
if you love
Let's
them, are
put
you
it into
telling me that
action, though,
are
right?
you telling me that you're gonna take them out to dinner? Are you telling me that if you saw them on the road needing food, that you're gonna go and pick them up and put them in your car and take them to a restaurant after they just beat the shit out of you? Like if you saw a stranger that beat your child, right? They beat your child to a pulp and your child was in the hospital. Are you fucking telling me that if you saw that person on the road and they were starving, that you would pick them up and take them to get something to eat?
As a man with 3 kids, I could tell you right now, if someone was to touch one of my kids, it'd be a bad day for
Is that
them.
what you're telling me?
I just told you.
No, but you gotta love them, decap.
I'm gonna
You
what?
gotta love them.
Yeah, I'm gonna love them
You
after I
gotta
beat them
love
up.
them. You gotta turn the other cheek. You
Yeah,
gotta turn the other
yeah.
cheek.
And guess what? I'm a fallen human. I'm not gonna be able to do that in that situation. I can almost guarantee you that unless the Holy Spirit yanks a hold of me, I'm messing that dude up or whoever it is that touches my child. Absolutely.
You just died for nothing then.
Do what?
You just died for nothing then.
For some
And
reason I
the
can't.
fact that you have to view yourself as a
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
you have to view yourself as a fallen human or something wrong with you because you don't have the ability to watch your child be harmed and do nothing about it is insane to me.
I don't.
It's almost like I keep saying, it's like things are flipped upside down. This Bible tells you to deny every single part of what it means to be human, to not have emotions, to not
I
not
got
be
you.
angry, to let
There's
people abuse you,
context.
to just
There's context.
accept your lot in life.
He's finished, B.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, like the logic behind trying to adjust a person's mindset for them to see that type of behavior as the goal, as opposed to protection of yourself and the things and the people that you love, and being a kind and decent human being to people across the board, no matter what they believe or who they serve or who they pray to. I don't see why that isn't the type of direction you guys aren't looking for in this book. Instead, the backwards directives that you do get, you then try to justify them away and say, well, there's context around them that makes it make sense. There's nothing about that would ever make it make
No,
sense.
that
Because
no.
I can tell
I
you now,
agree.
do something
I
to me and
agree.
my family.
I agree with what you're
My
saying.
Why do
response
you
will not
keep
be
Can
to
you
cutting her
shut
let
off,
her
up.
decap?
finish talking? What is wrong with you?
No, you can finish.
Yeah, I was pretty much done.
Yeah, I thought you were like getting to the end of it. That's why I wanted to speak
Then
to you.
let her get to the end of it. Let her
I
finish
apologize.
talking.
I'm
Like
sorry.
what? You don't start your rebuttal at the in the middle of hers. That's so weird.
Yeah, so like we've all done it. It's kind of like when you're
No, we have not. No, we have not.
no,
No, we
not
have
you.
not.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry. I'm
No, we
sorry.
have not.
I got you. You have it. I'm sorry. Um, I don't mean that you should, if someone is trying to hurt your kids, you shouldn't try to protect them and that God's telling you to do that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm getting at with that, I don't think there's nothing wrong or fallen about a human being protecting another person from someone trying to do them harm. Okay, what I was saying about the turning the other cheek phrase when it comes to someone hurting my kids, like if someone was trying to hurt my kids and I protected my kids from them, now why is that person trying to hurt my kid in the first place, right? That's what we're all gonna figure out with someone trying to hurt our kid. Is this dude insane? Is he, did my kid do something to him and he feels like he needs to retaliate against my child? Depending on what age your child is, you could have a 20-year-old kid. But my point there is that you're supposed to love everyone. In fact, that it doesn't mean that you let them do evil to you. It's like, hey, we all mess up sometimes. Like, have you ever had a thought in your mind to do anything that you were like, I shouldn't do that, that's wrong? Or have you only had pure thoughts your whole life?
I don't know why you.
You know the whole you keep saying we supposed to love everyone. This is why I say, like, y'all don't necessarily do the work right when it comes to love. So most Christians don't really know how to love or engage with other humans, because loving other humans is a directive for you, and there is this intrinsic motivation attached to that love. It's really selfish, right? The love that y'all have, it comes with uh either you getting a reward immediately from your God, right? Some intrinsic reward where you feel good about yourself, or your long-term reward. And y'all throw the word out, like you were just saying the word the, right? And almost every damn sentence y'all say, and you don't even realize that, like, you use the word like it's a article, right? Like, it has no meaning whatsoever when y'all say it. None.
I
And
disagree.
yeah, I think that it has absolutely been diluted by Christianity. It's not only been diluted; the actual definition of it has been changed in a lot of ways. Because to in the book, to love is just ultimately to obey the command of the God, whether it's whether it's objectively harmful or not. You just have to obey and follow, and that is what
What
is
is
defined as love in the book.
what's your definition of love?
I want to answer your first question before we go to this one about a good thought or a bad thought in your head, because I think this is an important piece that for some reason you keep harping on. Yes, I have good thoughts, and yes, I have bad thoughts. And the ones that I think I act on are the ones that exemplify my character the most. When we're talking to believers, it's almost as if you guys have this mindset that either your brain is full of all positive things or all negative things. And the God is the only thing in your life that's positive, and the devil is the only thing in your life that's negative. When in actuality, the thoughts that you have and the way that you see things is coming from you. And there is good and bad in every person. But when you are taught from a child to disconnect from who you are and not learn your thought patterns, your thought processes, not learn how to emotionally regulate yourself, and ultimately just pray and ask God to help you learn how to turn the other cheek and be a better person or exemplify the fruits of the spirit, that's how you land at a position where we're just subject to everybody is bad, and the only reason it's good is because we had this Bible that was given to us 2,500 years ago. And that just doesn't logically follow. If there was
Right.
more bad in this.
If you want to continue talking, you can. I was going to
Oh my
touch
God!
on what you
Please
said,
stay
if you don't mind.
muted. Stay muted until you hear her stop talking. Like it needs to be dead silence before you come back off mute. Okay, that's what we're gonna do now. I'm gonna mute you, and you will wait until she's done. What the fuck?
Thanks, Freya. Yeah, I was almost done. I was just gonna say it's not this binary thing that you guys seem to think, and I hear this pattern repeated over and over with Christian after Christian, not realizing that as human beings we are not all of one thing. And it seems like this religion doesn't really give you the space to rest comfortably in your humanity.
Now this is your cue to go. You see that?
I figured out, hey, look, I'm trying to be respectful. I'm not trying to disrespect nobody.
Then stop disrespecting people. If you're not trying to, then stop doing it. You see
Yeah,
how
so
easy that
me
is?
me wanting to talk and converse with you, I
You
don't
wanting
feel
to
like
talk in the middle of somebody else's sentence is the problem here, okay? Stop talking while she's talking. It's not that hard. That is the problem. Not that you want to talk, it's the fact that you're talking while she's talking.
I get that. It's just, I guess you could say, it's like I don't know, like I'm really listening to her. And so when she gets to that's why she said she's almost done. It's almost like I know when she's finishing, and I just want to like I'm really enjoying speaking to her. Let's put it that way. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, and if you think that, I'm sorry.
I don't think that. I'm just telling you that if that's not what you're trying to do, then maybe take a few more steps not to be disrespectful.
I got
Because
you.
if somebody is talking while, if you're going to start talking while she's talking, then we're not going to hear the end of her sentence. We're not going to understand what her
True.
point is. So please
Absolutely.
just go on mute until she's done talking. That's how you try not to be disrespectful.
I got you. I can do that from now on. So you did say one thing about Christians saying that it's the devil and God in their head, and you said that that's not true, and I agree with you on that. It's not. It's not the devil in your head. It's you as a person, right? And some people are worse than others. I don't think that people. I don't think that. The problem is y'all have talked to so many people that claim to be Christian, and some can be true believers and some might not be. Some can be under a different doctrine than what I believe is the truth. And so you can, if you group all those together, then you're gonna, of course, that's gonna be confusing. I mean,
It's
you
not
got
our
different people saying
responsibility to do
different.
y'all's work to be one body.
Right. And I agree with you on that. But I think as a person, you got to discern: am I speaking to someone who really believes this Bible,
No, we
or am I
don't.
not?
Nope. What do you think these conversations are about? Like, oh, if you say you believe, then we just trust that you believe. That's not our duty to dissect whether you are a true believer or not. That's your job. Why the hell would that be the non-believer's job to do?
Okay, so I don't think it's your job. What
Yeah,
I'm
you just
saying,
said that we
okay,
have a duty to dissect on whether the person that we're talking to is a true believer. No, we don't. And when you use the word duty, you're saying that that's our job, that we should do that because we're talking to Christians. No, we don't have to do that.
what I'm saying is, if you're listening, you obviously have read the Bible, right? So you know the Bible. You even claim that you know the Bible better than these Christians that's coming in
I
here. I've
have
heard
never
you say
said that.
that.
I have not ever said
Okay,
that.
then I misheard you.
No, you ain't misheard me because you've never heard me say that.
Okay, all right.
You've never heard me say that.
Decap,
I
what's an
don't even I
example?
don't I don't brag on myself. And again, I don't like to be lied on.
Decap, what's an example of a conversation you've heard from someone on Thinker's panel that you ended up thinking, oh, they're not a real Christian? What did they say to represent the fact that they are not a real Christian?
Um, well, I haven't heard every conversation, but some of the things that get stated that you say are a Christian's belief are not an actual Christian's belief. So that's my point there.
But how do you tell the difference between an actual Christian's belief and
From the fruits,
a
from the
fake
fruits of the
Christian?
Spirit, from the fruits of the Spirit.
Right. Give me an example of that.
So the fruits in the Bible are like love, kindness. There's a list of it in there, but it's like it's not what they do in action. As far as like, say, if I go feed the homeless, that's not considered a fruit of the Spirit. Anybody can go do that. People can do that for self gratification. So an example of the fruit would be like your posture, like why that you're doing it, and the way you find that out is by being around that person. They'll reveal their fruits. So like if I say I'm a good person, you go hang out with me, and you're like, man, this guy's like really rude to people, and he makes it seem like he's like really nice. You're gonna be like you're discerning that that guy's not really that great of a person. So he's probably not. There's no fruit there. You get what I'm saying? That's kind of
Yeah,
how
I
you
get what you're
tell.
saying.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, but the problem with that is all subjective, right? Like the fruits of the Spirit: love, joy, peace, long suffering, kindness, goodness, faith, mildness, and self-control. All of that, every single one of those, the demonstration of those things is very subjective. What I consider to be kind may not be what you consider to be kind. So from that regard, every Christian that's come up here and behaved in an unkind manner could very well be a Christian. Maybe not the same one or brand that you are, but I don't think you're positioned, or even we're positioned, to tell them that they are a Christian or a real Christian or not.
Right.
Because the
So I can't.
definition of a Christian is a follower. The definition of a Christian is a follower of Christ. So if they believe in Jesus Christ and they believe in all the things that, or whatever brand of Christianity they subscribe to, and they've been sprinkled or baptized, or if they believe in Jesus or hula hoop or whatever his name is, like whatever they believe, like you are not positioned to tell them that they don't believe, that they aren't a real Christian.
Fee, that is a new one though. Hula hoop.
Yeah, hula hoop. I thought that was funny too.
They say the name Yahushua, Yahushushu, like they
Yeah,
change it every
yeah.
time they say it.
So, what I consider to be a true Christian is someone who believes in the Bible and believes in the gospel, which is believing in Jesus Christ, that He died for you, that He was sent to pay for your sins. So, that's what I consider to be a Christian. I'm not saying that that person that believes that can't, like, you know, maybe stumble and get upset, like, over something that's said, and get offended and you know, act out and be kind of rude or whatever whenever they don't need to be. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying in general, like, as long as y'all have talked to me today in this live, do I sound like I am, like I hate y'all or anything like that? I know you said earlier that you know, what actions have I shown to love you, but does it sound like I dislike y'all when I'm talking
Like,
to
do you
you?
think that's what we're thinking about? Like, do you think that I'm sitting
No,
here
no,
wondering whether
absolutely no.
decaf likes me or
I'm
not?
just asking you.
Decaf, I think that you are somebody in here having a conversation. Like, I'm not thinking about whether you like me. When you leave this app, decaf, you don't think about thinker. You don't think about fee. You don't think about Ria, Lala, or language. You
I
don't.
actually have
You
thought about you after I left. I really
guess
have.
what? Guess what? You thought about this conversation after you left. Yet decap, again, you did not reach out, right, to say, "Hey, thinker, I'm thinking about the conversation that we had. I appreciate the platform that you have created for us to have these conversations. It has me thinking. What do you think about this?" Right? You don't do that, right? So you saying that you thought about the conversation after we left, it's not you thinking about me as a person, decap, right? When this conversation is over, you don't exist, right, in my immediate world. When
Right.
this conversation is over, the only people that I communicate with on TikTok are the people that's on the Discord, that's in the community. I don't take any of these conversations, any of the people, let me say, with me. The only thing that we're thinking about when we have these conversations is respecting the person, right? Respecting the mind of the person, making sure that we don't do any harm, right, to the people that we're talking to. Although that people come in here and they wish harm on us, we have not one time turned around and wished that same amount of harm on that person that came in here and wished harm on us, because that is not what we are about, right?
That's good.
um
I like that. I do.
yeah, we're not here to necessarily make friends, although we just tend to make friends. We
Right.
end up connecting with people who are like-minded. It just happens that way, right? But we're not
Absolutely.
sitting here wondering whether decap likes us, whether decap hates us.
I
and
know
and
you're
and
not. That's
and
not what I
just
was getting
because
at.
you don't hate somebody does not mean you love them, right? You could have no type of um um emotion towards did I cut out? Did I cut out?
Yeah, a little bit,
You
but
can
it's like maybe
have
a
no
word or
type
two.
of emotional, okay. You can have no type of emotional feeling about a person whatsoever and still have mutual respect, human respect, common decency for that human, right? To exist on this earth without harm, and desire for that human to be able to exist on this earth without harm.
Yeah. So whenever I said that I thought about you after the last time I was in your life, we didn't. The reason why I didn't like reach out in your DMs, and what I actually thought about was I really hate that it ended the way it did, because I didn't feel like I was. My intentions were not to upset anyone in here, as far as like, trying
Hold on,
to.
before you go further, let me say something to you.
Okay.
Hold on. Before you
Okay.
go further, because you're about to like incriminate yourself. Do
I
you
was thinking it.
remember when you first came on the stage, right? Language? You did you just
I was
clock
about to
it?
come off mute.
When you first came on this stage,
Clocked.
I said, I would like to have a pleasant conversation. The last conversation was not pleasant. Do you remember what you said to me when I
Yes,
said that to you?
I
What did you
remember.
say? What did you say?
I said, let's have a pleasant conversation then.
No, you said I
No, you
don't
didn't.
remember
You
it
said you
not
did
being
not
pleasant.
have a.
It did not end.
All right,
I don't
okay.
remember it ending not that it not ending well. You literally said that.
No, I said that I don't remember the conversation being unpleasant. I know that it didn't end well. When I say it didn't end well, it
That's
means
not
I
what you
just got.
said. That's, I promise
That
you.
That
is
is
Hold on,
not
not
stop.
what
what
you
you said.
said
Stop. No,
at
that's not
all.
what you said, Decap. That is not what you said. What you said was we didn't have an unpleasant conversation the last time. Our last conversation was really good. You never said that. You never said anything about how it ended. You never said anything. Then you did say,
He said
well,
I
if I
wasn't
made
muted a
people feel
lot.
bad. Yeah, you did say I did.
Yeah, so
So don't do
you're
that.
Remember,
right.
he said it wasn't
You're
me.
right.
I wasn't muted a lot.
You're right.
Like,
I
do you remember
misspoke.
that?
I misspoke. I really did. I misspoke. So I think the conversation throughout the whole entire time was pleasant. Like we were discussing back and forth. Um, but I do remember that after you said about, you're not forgetting me and you brought it back up. I do remember at the end you muted me and then I ended up getting kicked off. That was the unpleasant part. So I misspoke if I said all of it was pleasant. The ending was not for
I
you.
said
And
that you were removed, and you said I didn't get kicked off. Cause I literally said you
I
were
don't remember
removed from the
saying that I didn't
stage.
get kicked
You
off.
said I
I don't
didn't get
remember that.
okay.
You literally said it was
All right.
someone else. You said, no,
If I
no,
did,
no,
I'm
that
sorry.
wasn't me.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I did and I don't and I misspoke. I do apologize, because I do remember at the end getting muted and kicked off because I said something that I think offended or you didn't like or something like that. I don't remember exactly what it was. I remember I was talking about my sisters and then I got kicked off. But I do
I
have
like the
to.
way the Christians are in the comments telling you to stand on your lie.
Yeah, but I just said if I did lie, then I apologize.
No, I said I like the way the Christians are encouraging you to stand on your lie.
Okay,
Your fellow Christians are
that's
encouraging
fine.
you. Not no, that's fine.
Yeah, anyone can say whatever they want. That's fine.
You don't
Yeah, but they're
understand the
telling you
fact
to
of
lie.
them telling you, encouraging you to lie and to not admit
Oh, okay.
that you
Yeah, I didn't
lied.
understand. Okay, I see what you're saying. Um, yeah, so regardless of all that, I do have to get to my job. I'm at my workplace. I just wanted to let you know that I appreciate the conversation. And I just wanted to tell you what I was thinking about whenever I left was that I really hate that I got her upset because my intentions were never that. I wanted to have a pleasant conversation, like you said, and then me leave respectfully. And I want you to know that I respect all of y'all's opinions, and I hope that I don't want you to do anything specific with believing anything I said. I just glad that you gave me the opportunity to talk to you. Okay.
Well, I appreciate that, and have a good day, DJ.
All right. Y'all have a great day. Thank you.
We don't forget nothing.
No, that's that's what I say. Like when we are in here, we are literally paying attention, right? Like we're not having conversations just to be fucking in here having conversations. We are present. We are listening. We take notes. Well, I write them down. I don't know who else is taking notes, but we don't forget shit because we are engaging in the conversation.
I take notes too, Thinker, because I can't remember a damn thing. But you know what I found interesting about that conversation? The responsibility that I heard Decap that was kind of like the underpinning of all of the things that he was saying. Like, it's obligatory to be loving to your enemies. It's obligatory to be patient and kind. It's obligatory to speak softly and with long suffering. Like, all of these things are an obligation under the Christian banner. However, we know we don't see it very often. And I think it begs the question, but for that directive in the Bible, would you demonstrate those qualities? Would you be long suffering in the face of having a conversation with someone who doesn't agree with you? Would you be kind to someone who doesn't share, a particular mindset that you share? Or are you just doing this because it's being directed of you in this book? Because ultimately, your character, your true character, is going to come out eventually. And I'm not insinuating that the way Decap was presenting wasn't his true character, but I do think it was very different compared to the first time he was on the stage.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it showed. Like, he came on stage saying that, denying that we had a bad interaction the last time, and then he ends with, when after saying that you don't think about us when we leave, he's like, I did think about you, about the bad interaction we had. I agree. I also think that a lot of them are really mad at their God, that they feel like slaves, like, because they got to get up and they got to go to work every day, which is why they come in here and they say that slavery is like a job. A lot of them have probably been begging their God to, like, make good on his word to double their tithe, and he hasn't done that yet, so that they can actually retire and have a better life than the non-believers, who actually financially most of the time have a better life than them, because of the stats that show that most Christians live below the poverty line, right? And that's why they come into lives like this pissed that we can spend luxury time on here discussing their God, and they come in here and they comment shit like what Mr. Nice Guy 2050 just commented, my
Yeah,
favorite
I saw
unemployed
that.
people.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
adorable
he's
that he thinks
mad.
we're
It's
unemployed.
Who's
it's
unemployed?
It's
so
adorable.
adorable. It is
Adorable
so
that he thinks we're
adorable.
unemployed.
I'm definitely unemployed for sure, and I'm not mad.
But you can afford to be.
Right. Rio's like, and comfortable about it
You
too.
are retired. You
And
are
comfortable.
literally retired. At what,
Oh,
23? Hold on, you retired at what, 24? What are you,
25.
24? 25. You
nice.
retired at 25. But,
Beautiful.
like, literally, I think they're mad. I think they're mad.
Oh, Ria, I
That's why
had
they call slavery a job.
yeah, exactly. Ria, I had the live playing in the car yesterday when I was with my sister, and you were going off on somebody. And Michelle was like, "Who is that?" I was like, "Oh, that's Ria." And when you call somebody a weirdo, we both giggle. I was like, "That is my favorite part of Ria reading somebody
Because they be
when she
weirdos.
when she calls him a weirdo."
Let me get Santa Claus up here because he's been begging all fucking night. Like, oh my God. Santa Claus, don't come up here and be a bad guest. Like, be a boring guest. Like, you've been doing all that talking in the comments, right? Bring some value, some substance.
Okay, okay.
Okay?
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, you guys hear
Okay.
me?
I'm
Yeah.
sorry?
Yeah, you guys can hear me?
Yeah. Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I'm definitely one.
Okay. What topic do you want to discuss?
Well, I want to touch on the Adam and Eve story.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, because I see that.
First read the question in its entirety and then begin.
Wow, say it again.
Okay, give me just a second. Mr. Nice Guy, you've typed that like 3 times. Like, nobody gives a fuck about you calling us unemployed. We know our status. You keep spamming my chat, I'm gonna block you. And it's not because you said anything super amazing. If you want to stay in here and keep talking shit, at least change the shit you talk. Okay? Stop spamming me. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. No, y'all can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay. No, Adam and Eve story. No, in the beginning, right? So you don't believe in that story? You don't believe that there's a starting point to our life? There's actually a God that created us, the Creator. You
Mr.
What
don't.
did
Santa
the
Claus.
question say
Mr. Santa
again?
Claus.
Yeah.
You were in the comments saying that I was afraid to bring you up, that I was scared of you, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And this is what you come up here and say.
No, but hold on. I'm
I
not.
asked Mr. Santa Claus, I asked you not to be bland when you come up here because of all the shit that you were talking in the comments, all the times that you were tagging me, all the times that you were tagging the mods, you were tagging the nerds. Tell Thinker to bring me up. Tell Thinker to bring me up. Tell Thinker to bring me up. Right?
Yeah.
I asked you to bring the smoke. That question ain't smoke.
Okay, okay. Because I got a lot of questions. That is not just one question. Got more questions,
No,
sweetheart.
What
you
question
coming
are
up
you
here. I'm not
answering?
like literally not scared of you to come up here and ask me questions, right?
Yeah,
If you
yeah.
think that I'm scared of you being on stage, at least you have something that I need to be running from, right? You shouldn't be up here asking me questions, right?
Yeah.
You picked a topic, talk about the topic.
Yes. Okay. Let's stick to the Adam and Eve story. And because if you trace back our bloodline, you
He
will see
chose the
that.
Adam and Eve story,
Oh,
Ria.
yes, yes, I chose Adam and Eve story, and what I'm saying, if you trace back our bloodline, it show you that there is a creator. So for you to say that there is not a creator, that will be wrong. That's what I'm saying.
What?
What the fuck?
What?
Read the question out loud. And then he said our bloodline. I'm going to like skip over that, okay? Because
What?
yeah, we're gonna skip the bloodline. We're gonna skip the bloodline.
Okay, no
Read
problem.
the topic again.
That's why I kept asking what question did he pick because
Goodness
Hey
gracious.
guys, listen, listen. I told you there is so many questions I got. I'm
You
just
you ain't nobody asked you no question. We haven't asked you one question.
yeah.
Read the topic again and start again.
What? Just ask you about my question over?
Nobody gives a damn about whether your God created anything. Read the topic and answer the question of the topic that you
Oh,
chose.
you're talking your question on the screen here? Is that the
Santa
question you're
Claus,
talking about?
you
Are
just
you
picked
Santa
talking
the
about
Claus,
topic, did you not?
it is too close to Christmas and you have been in here too
For real?
long to not know how this flows. Like a guest
oh,
comes up, you pick a topic, and then you start the conversation based on the topic that you picked.
hold on, you know why I call myself Santa Claus? A little giveaway
Nobody
present
asked
I
you
this
that.
don't
No
Christmas.
one
care.
asked you that. Literally, no one cares. Pick a
No.
topic so we can move on. Like, can we move on to somebody else? What are you doing?
Okay,
Pick a
look.
topic.
The
The
topic
fuck?
is Adam and Eve. Don't
Pick the
y'all
one
hear?
on the board. Read it. Read whatever topic you're picking. Read it to us right now.
Okay, okay. Why didn't God forgive Adam and Eve in the beginning?
Go ahead. Now answer that question. What the fuck?
Why God didn't give God forgive them? Who say God didn't forgive them?
What
God
does forgive mean? What does forgive mean, Santa Claus?
forgive you from whatever you do, so you don't. Yeah, God can listen. Listen. Forgive me, and you forgive someone for what they have done.
Okay. So if you borrow money from me and I forgive your debt, that means you no longer owe me the money, correct?
Oh, pardon me. Say that again.
I said if you borrow money from me and I
Yeah.
forgive your debt, that means you no longer owe me that money, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Will there be anything left for you to do with reference to the money that you owe me? You owed me.
No, because I forget about it. I forgive you about that
You
money.
is correct. So Adam and Eve were not forgiven by the God because
Why?
there were consequences and things that happened after the fruit was eaten.
No. How do you know that?
Because forgiveness means to wipe away a debt. A debt's no longer there. It would be considered paid off. Okay, we're done. Let me put a period at the end of that sentence. And that's not what happened in Genesis.
But that's not the case, sweetheart. That's not the case.
I'm not I'm not your sweetheart, one. And then two, can you point in the scripture where that's not the case?
Because it's the book is for decoding, and I think you are decoding it wrong. If you know how to listen and read between the lines, I guess you will figure out what it's actually saying and what it's actually trying to show you.
Well, if you read the actual lines, you wouldn't need to read between them because the words said what the words said.
Yeah, yeah, it's funny. Yeah.
Because you read the
Oh my god.
actual lines.
Hold on,
You
hold
don't
on,
need to read between
hold
them.
on. But look at this. Look at this. Do you know how much time God actually appeared in the Bible?
Do you know the question that you're answering?
Yes, that's why I'm asking you. Do you know how much time God appeared in the Bible? Let
What
me
does
see
that
y'all.
have to do with him forgiving Adam and Eve? What does that have to do with him
Yes.
forgiving them?
No, just answer this question
Okay.
real quick.
No,
Just
I'm not
not
going to answer it. What does that have to do with Adam and Eve being forgiven by the God?
okay. Let's not go to that question. Let's continue with Adam and Eve. No.
Congratulations. There you go.
Okay. No. He forgive them. And when he forgive them, he told them that, listen, I give you this, I give you that. You have dominion over the land and the sea, and it's yours. Make it, take it, make a living. He forgive them. God just tests them to see if they will listen to what he will say. And that's it. It was just a test.
Why
It
would
was
God need
just
to give a
So
test? Why would God need to give a test if he knows everything?
no look. God give us our choice to serve who we want. He made us, he is the father, he is the creator, but at the end of the day, he give us our choice. Meaning that we are responsible for our life. So everything that's happening on the earth, we cannot blame God for it. We have to blame ourselves because we are the one that continue to make this happen. So you cannot blame God for what we do. We have to blame ourselves. So he give us the choice and
like, hey, Santa,
yeah,
you cannot blame God for what humans do, correct?
right.
All right. So if a human was to like go wake up in the morning, right? Put their pants on, their shoes on, their shirt, clothes, brush their teeth, right? Head out the house, get in the car, go down the street, right? They have a car accident and they hurt somebody, right? You don't blame God, you blame the human for that car accident, right?
Yeah, I do.
You blame what, God or the human?
Humans.
Okay. And then if that same human gets out of their car and they see that the person in the car is hurt, right? They take the person out of the car. They wrap up, put a bandage around whatever wound the person has. Um, they perform CPR and they save the person's life. Do you credit the human or do you credit God?
Human.
So then God didn't save that person's life, the human did.
Listen to this. God has
No, no,
already.
no. Yes or no? God didn't save that person's life, the human did, correct?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
correct.
So then, all right. So then there is no need, right, to give God any credit for anything, right? There's no need to be repenting to a God or ask a God for forgiveness of anything, right?
Ah, that kind
'Cause
of.
it's all human, right? Like the human does good, right?
Yeah,
The human does bad, right?
yeah, yeah,
Right. So there's no God in between any of that. So there's no need, right, for you to be saying we messed up, we keep doing this, we are savages, we owe this. It's all humans. You don't owe a
yeah,
God anything.
yeah. Yeah, God gave us everything to help ourselves, so we don't have to call on Him for any help. He already gave us everything. He say, you go to Him, ask Him for help. He say, you got it. You already got it inside of
And
you.
so he's not needed anymore. There's no need to even talk about him anymore. Right?
No,
If he
that doesn't
there's
mean
no
that.
need. Now,
Hold
yes
on.
it does. If
No.
there's no need, listen, Santa, right?
Okay.
He, like you said, God gave us everything that we need, right? And we don't need to go to him or call on him for anything.
Yeah.
He isn't involved in the good things that we do. He isn't involved in the bad things that we do. There is no need, right?
Now look at this.
For the God, there's no need to be calling on the God's name. There's no need to be giving this God worship.
Look
There's
at
no
this.
need to be asking this God for forgiveness. It's
Okay,
all
hear me out.
humans.
Hear me out. Behind the scenes, God have been working behind the scenes. Okay, so many
What
things.
does behind the scenes have to do with us? He ain't doing it here. It's still all humans.
Yes, they come down to choice. We make our choice, but behind the scene, you still gotta give thanks to the Creator.
For
For
what?
example, so look, for give thanks for you to wake up to see another day, for you to be alive.
For
If you
what? For
no,
what?
listen,
No. Why are we thanking the God for waking up and seeing another day? Why?
because He gave us this life.
Wait, so okay, so he did something one time. He breathed in the nose of a golem doll one time 8,000 years ago. Why the hell do we still have to thank him for that today?
So you just look at this. So you basically telling me like your parents birthed you and you for just get
My
a book.
parents birthed me. I show gratefulness to my parents for my life.
Exactly. It's the
I
same
take
way
care of
here.
no. Listen, I take care of my parents. Like there's no need for me to be grateful to some deity that doesn't do anything.
Oh, do you know that God doesn't do anything? That's the point I'm
Because
trying
you
to tell
just
you.
proved that it's humans. You just proved that humans are the ones doing the good on earth, and that humans are the ones doing the bad.
No, not all good and all bad. That's why I say God is behind the scene. He's been doing a lot of stuff that you don't even see. You can't.
Okay, so again, what behind the scene? Because it ain't
Okay,
a God. It's not a God that's waking us up every day.
then what it is?
Wait, you think a God wakes you up every morning?
It's the God that is within all of us. We are all part of the Creator. Don't you
And so
listen?
and when you wake up in the middle of the night when you're worried, is the God waking you up then?
Look. These are
No, no,
some
no.
simple.
Answer the question. If the God comes by your house every morning and wakes you up, and that you need to be grateful to him for that, is he also fucking with you in the middle of the night and waking you up?
Who knows? Possible he is. I don't know.
So is he and he's waking you up late for work?
Not for work. Probably to
Why
pray.
not? If you wake up late for work, if he's fucking with you in the middle of the night and waking you up, right? If he's waking you up on time, then he's also waking you up when you wake up late for work.
But you know what he's waking up for? Do you know? Do you know? Do you know?
What?
You ever, hold on. You ever hear the saying, "Many are called, but few are chosen"? Some of y'all been getting the call, and y'all let the call ring right
This
out.
man just saying
How the
words.
fuck did we go to that?
He
How
just
did we go to
talking.
that?
No,
This
because
this is
listen.
Just
what I'm
saying
talking
words.
about.
No.
This is what I'm
Don't get me
talking
wrong.
about.
No, guys, don't get me
Because
wrong. Don't get me right. Don't get me wrong. No, what I'm trying to say to you that I may not know everything. May not give you all proof and facts, but what I can give you,
Nobody listen. I'm not gonna take it easy on you because you talked a lot of shit in the comments.
yeah.
You continued to antagonize me in the comments while I was talking to Decaf on stage. Thinker, you're scared. Thinker, scared. Thinker, scared. Thinker, scared. Someone tell Thinker to bring me up. Thinker must be scared of me or something.
What thinker?
I don't give a fuck about. I don't give two fucks
Okay.
about this little bitty voice that you're trying to use right now. Right? I told you out of all the fucking tags in the comments, not to be bland when you come up on this stage. Okay. And if this is what you're going to bring, I'm going to take your ass down just because you irritated the fuck
Just
out of
hear me
me.
out. Just hear me out for 1 second.
No.
Okay.
Listen,
Like I
I'm going to
said,
give you one more chance. I'm going to give you one more chance. Okay.
yeah.
And don't fucking tell me not to cuss. I'm a grown ass woman. And the more you tell me don't cuss, I'm going to fucking cuss.
So did I tell you not to curse?
Santa, no, I'm not talking to you. Listen, I'm gonna give you one more chance, okay?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
you should not have did all the tagging and the comments, okay? Again, if your arguments up here are bland, I'm going to take you down. I'm gonna move on.
Okay, let's get started. No, give me back your question. No, no. I want to hear. I want to hear about her question. She asked me a question.
I cannot. Nope. Nope. Y'all are something else. Y'all holier than thou people get on my fucking nerves. Y'all act like y'all are some little kids coming in here with your fucking hands over your ears talking about don't cuss. Like, why in the fuck are you sitting around adults? Why are you sitting with grown people? Don't come in here, okay? If rated R language is going to hurt your PG-13 Christian ears. I don't know how to say, and I don't know any other way to say it, right? But get the fuck out. I don't know what the hell makes y'all think I'm going to prioritize your fucking comfortability over mine. Go somewhere where you are comfortable. If it's not here, I understand that. I'm not asking you to stay. Yeah, I just added that person. I don't know where they went. How the fuck are you gonna disagree with my boundaries? That makes no fucking sense. I'm gonna show you how much you don't have the right to fucking disagree. There you go. Y'all's entitlement to other people's space and other people's mind and other people's bodies is ridiculous. Y'all are sad coming in here with brand new accounts because you got blocked. Y'all need to go get a life.
How are you gonna say they don't believe in anything? Only satanic things. What? Do we believe in anything or not? Make up your mind.
It's ridiculous. Like, and the fact that they think we believe in Satan is bananas as well. Like, what is wrong with y'all? Do y'all hear yourselves?
And then they're the ones that would get mad. Like, they say we believe in Satan, but let us say Satan don't exist. What's the first thing they're gonna do?
For real.
They're gonna defend Satan's existence the way they defend their God's existence. We believe in Satan? No, you believe in Satan and you need Satan to exist.
Maybe their imaginary friend needed an imaginary enemy, so they have to hold both of them.
I mean, why else wouldn't he be eradicated like the Canaanites? You gotta keep the villain around so you can find a hero.
Exactly. Remember when we had the question up, the devil belongs to the Christians? Every last Christian got up here and picked that topic. And then that was one of the fastest topic. I had to take it down because they were conceding within like the first two sentences.
Oh, they said us
They couldn't
rejecting
say
Jesus.
shit else. Huh?
There's no way to, that person who said that we don't believe in anything, but then said we believe in Satan, now said that by rejecting Jesus, it automatically puts us on Satan's team.
Well, is that why
Hmm.
Satan helped your God kill Jesus?
Right.
Yeah, he
Like
did.
Satan
He
helped
was
your
a
God
part
kill
of it.
Jesus.
Literally,
Huh?
your God has more interaction with the Satan than anybody.
Like literally, your God's angel turned into Satan.
Like what?
I mean, he was a pretty major player from the beginning, if we think about it. Like he had to like hop into the snake and slither down the tree, and get Eve to like he was a pretty key antagonist in the story. So y'all have to believe in him. And then they start with the fear. Like we don't know when, but the same person said that we're gonna regret it. I guess their
They
God's gonna get
always
us.
say that. They always say that. I told y'all sound like the slave catchers. Every time when y'all say you're gonna regret it, or every knee shall bow, or God's gonna get y'all, yeah, all I hear is Master gonna get you, boss. That's all I
Mm-hmm.
hear.
Yeah.
You gonna get it. I'm gonna tell him Master, boss. That's all I hear.
Because what kind of response is that to somebody questioning this religion? It's for you to say, "Oh, end times, Massa coming,
Look,
Massa gonna get you."
she said he gonna get you before he get me. I'm gonna snitch.
Like what?
You trying to get away? I'm gonna go, Master. They over there planning a insurrection. They over
And
there
then you
planning an
don't end up in
insurrection.
the house. You still
Not an
don't end up in the
inspiration.
house. You still not gonna be a house slave. You still gonna be outside with everybody else after you snitch. Look at you.
Where is Miss Charlene at? Hold on, Frodo. Let me bring up Miss Charlene first. There she go. Hey, Miss Charlene.
Good morning, all my sweet peas. How y'all doing?
Hi, Miss Charlene.
We
Good
doing
morning.
good.
Good morning. Did everybody have a?
How was your Thanksgiving?
It was wonderful. I ate like too much.
What kind of fucking question is that? When you sick, who heal you? The fucking doctor.
Oh,
The doctor does. What kind of question is that?
that's that's
I'm
that's that's what I came up here to share with y'all a little story about that. My my daughter-in-law came home um, for Thanksgiving. She works out of in Virginia, and so she came home for Thanksgiving, but she was very sick. I mean, very sick. She was she needed to have a breathing treatment. She had asthma, and then she was all congested and went into her ears like it was trying to get an ear infection. So of course that was bothering her, and she had a headache. I mean, just very sick. So the minute she walked in the door, I jumped into mama mode. I got her in the bed, and I started, working on her, that old folk stuff. I made her some mullein tea, with some fresh honey and elderberry and some fresh lemons, and I got her drinking that, and I went in there and I poured some olive oil in her ear and put some cotton balls in there to keep it in there, and I'm just doing what old folk do. And so it kept going on, progressing. So she got up. She wanted to go to the hospital, right? Because she thought she needed a breathing treatment. And so she went to the hospital, but she sat up there for so long. The emergency room, you be up there all night long. And so she just left and came back home. And so she got back in the bed. I made her a hot toddy this time. I put some Jack Daniel in my little thing. I'm just working. And I told her, I said, I got some, I said, take your albuterol and because she couldn't get a breathing treatment. I said, take your albuterol. I said, if you ain't got none, I got one in there. I got a brand new one in there. I let you know. And so anyway, Thanksgiving come. She woke up feeling good, she still was, she can't talk hardly because she's still congested and stuff, but the earache was gone and all these other things were gone. And I want you to know who did my daughter give all the credit to for that?
God.
Hello.
Oh my goodness.
She said, "Ooh, ain't God good? Our God that performed a miracle." And me and my daughter looked at each other. I said, shook my head. I just shook my head. I mean, really, I'm just thankful that she's doing better. She's feeling better, but all that hard work and he get the credit for it. I said, "Well, I just be
That is
damned."
crazy.
Mhm. I just be
That is
damned.
crazy.
I think that's all right. I don't mind. I'm just glad you're feeling better. I went into mama mode and I did what I know to do.
Hmm.
And I
Well, I'm
told her,
glad she's feeling better.
I am too, because she really, I mean, she was, and I could tell when I poured that oil in her head, in her ear, I could tell her, it was, her face was swollen. You know what I'm saying? And it was just, the cold was running over in her ear. And so I poured some olive oil in there and, just kept going. I said, I'm gonna order you some mullein because I have my teas. I order, have my blends made for different things. I don't, because I believe in that kind of stuff. And I knew mullein is very good. Anybody listening, if you congested, mullein is very good. It brings that cold right on up out of there. And so elderberry, I believe in all that stuff. I just made a concoction inside her tea. I was pouring everything. I was being Dr. Charlene. I was just pouring good. But that's all right. She was feeling better. We got to go to the movies and everything. That's just how much better she was feeling. But
How was the movie?
it was. Now I'm gonna tell you this. The movie is a musical, okay? Because this is based on a play. So a lot of people go in there not knowing that. My daughter was one of them. But it was wonderful. And when I tell you that the Oribo, I can't ever think of her name, Lord forgive me. Lord listen at me. But anywho, who played Elderba, the Green Witch, when I tell you that Sister Cat song in that thing, oh, it brought chills down. And it was just beautifully done. It was beautifully done. But it's gonna be a second part to it. But I really enjoyed it. It's been so long since I've been to the movie theater. I don't even know the last movie I went to see. But if you don't mind singing, then you will enjoy it. But if you're one of those ones who say, "No, I can't do that," then it's not for you.
Yeah, I think the only musical that I've ever been able to sit through is the Oz and the Chicago.
Yes, yes.
I can watch Chicago over and over again and the Oz, but I'm not really a musical person for the theater, like for the movie theater. But
Well, it is. It's a musical, but if you can follow along, because the story that it's telling,
I mean the Wiz. I said the
I
Oz.
knew what you meant.
The Wiz. Yeah.
Well, I love a musical. I sit and watch them because I grew up going to see plays. That's something I was introduced to. Luckily, when I was growing up, I've seen every play you can think of, especially black play. I've seen the Wiz. I saw when Stephanie Mills was playing Dorothy. I saw her. I
Hey,
saw, huh?
Miss Charlene, did you see it at the Fox?
I did.
Me too. I went when I was a little girl.
Did you really?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I think this one is why it's one of my favorite movies to this day. It's literally my favorite movie to this day. I saw it in at the Fox Theater in Atlanta.
That's where you go, honey. And it was beautiful. I saw her when she opened in it, and when she was touring for her last time. She did a tour when she wasn't gonna be playing Dorothy anymore. I saw her do that as well. I've gone to see UB. I saw Your Arms Too Short to Box with God. I saw Chorus Line. I used to go see Alvin Ailey every year when he would come bring his Alvin Ailey dance. I did that every year. I love stuff like that. So I just enjoyed myself. I did, y'all, and I'm thankful. But
that's
that
good.
was just funny. I just wanted to share that with y'all 'cause I just thought that was funny. I said, well, I did all of that. and he gets the glory.
Sorry, Miss Charlene. Thinker, can I block this spicy person? They're starting to get on my nerves.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I don't even know who they are.
Yeah, but
They have a problem with my voice. They were commenting on the fact that I needed to drink some of Miss Charlene's tea because they said my voice was raspy.
Wait, the one whose name is Spicy Chow Corn?
Yeah,
Hmm.
that idiot.
They should have been blocked by their name alone.
They've been literally like commenting on our voices all fucking day, and honestly, we done heard it all. Y'all just sound dumb as hell at this point, and it's annoying. That's the only reason why you getting blocked. Not that it's getting to anybody. You're just annoying the fuck out of me.
I don't even know what he said, but his name is Spicy Chow Corn. No, is that chili corn? Spicy chili? I don't know, but it's a child in the picture.
it sounds
Um, yeah, and I think, huh?
it sounds like something you shit out.
Yeah.
Spicy,
Well,
spicy carbs,
spicy chili corn,
Yeah,
spicy
something
chili
you
corn.
shit out.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't even see what they said. I don't even know who they are.
They were just kind of commenting, just being contrary to what
Yeah, like
anybody was
over
saying.
and
Yeah.
over again. Every time, like, somebody says something, they talk about some raspy voices. Oh, we smoke in here. Oh, we're smokers in here. Like, shut the fuck up. Yeah, I smoke like 3 blunts a day. Duh.
And you all
Oh, they
have.
just full of shit. They know damn well our voices don't sound like no fucking smoker's voice.
I've been say y'all got the most soothing voices. They just they full of shit. They jealous because y'all got the smoothest, sexiest. I say it. You got sexy, bedroom voices, and I don't mind saying it.
Yeah, that was some hating shit right there.
Yeah, and they,
And
like,
it was
when they're
like
trying
a
to,
new account. Like
when they're trying to get attention, so they keep saying it over and over again. Because, like, oh, you didn't see it last time. I'm actually trying to insult you here. Look at me, little person. I'm insulting you. They keep saying it over and over again. Like, it gets annoying.
yeah, they just gonna come back with another account. Like all they gonna do is make another account and come back in here. Living hard, leave me the fuck alone. Okay, you're gonna end up getting blocked.
And
Okay, leave me alone.
how are you now thicker instead of thinker?
I don't know. And
I
somebody done
like it.
already corrected him, and he typed it that way again. Moderator. I mean, Big Bad. I didn't say block him. I said he gonna end up getting blocked.
Big Bad don't play. He said block. That's all I heard.
No, but
Yeah, he gone now. Y'all are sad. Like I swear, y'all are sad. And Jesus need to come back and get y'all. Like I swear, I don't think y'all would act like this if he actually kept his word.
Big Bad heard block, and that was it. He didn't hear the rest of the sentence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like the way y'all come in here, y'all are like children, and that's sad. But I'd be glad when Jesus does come back and get y'all. I actually hope that he keep his word. Because it would be really fucked up that y'all decided to take on this type of personality, right? To defend this, and y'all actually find out that it's a lie. Like that would be fucked up. So I hope he comes back for y'all.
well, the way they act, if anybody coming back for them, it ain't gonna be the Jesus they think about it. It's gonna be that devil, cause that's who they act like. They all going
I
to
was
hell with gasoline drawers on.
Yeah, I was hoping that September 23rd, when they kept saying that they were gonna wake up and he was gonna bust that sky open, man, we kept on looking. We kept refreshing our phones.
You know,
But it didn't happen.
believers honestly think that, like, non-believers don't want the rapture to happen, like, or they just, the end of the world. They keep threatening you with the end of the world. Do you realize that we're waiting for y'all to leave? Like, we want you guys to go. We want said end of the world to happen, so that we don't have to deal with you no more. Like, we're for this. Okay, just get it done.
Like, can you imagine what the world would be like if Christianity, like if religion didn't exist? As in 2024, humanity has evolved, right? Our thoughts have evolved. Um, our understanding of life, our understanding of the world around us has evolved. Can you imagine what the world would be like?
We'd be partying like in 1999. That's what it'd be like. Ain't that what Prince
For
say?
real, like 2000, okay?
Somebody should make a movie like that. Like the rapture happened, right? And only atheists are left behind. And like literally like based off of um the conversations that atheists have, right? Somebody need to make a movie about that to see how like the rest of the world will be, and not from a Christian perspective, because Christians just be lying that like that whole left behind and people are like freaking out and like, oh, I should have believed in God. I'm talking about realistically, like from the knowledge of what you know um uh, that atheists have, right? What would the world be like without religious people in it?
It'll be a
I
utopia.
told you, I told you they would come back, didn't I, Ria? They're obsessed.
Uh-huh.
They always
Yeah,
come back.
yeah, they're obsessed. And to make that many accounts to come in here, uh, to fuck with people that you don't like over a God that you say gives you power to have peace. It's just I don't know. Like you doing that alone lets us know that you don't have your God, that your God ain't shit, that your God isn't real. The spirit that you talk about ain't real. There's nothing to it. Miss Charlene, did you have anything else you want to say before we bring somebody else up?
No, baby, I just want to share that with y'all and tell you I'm enjoying you as usual. I hope everybody had a wonderful Thanksgiving. La. We gonna get it together. You hear me? we
Yeah.
gonna get it
I end up like finding out a mutual of mine passed away, so I was no good yesterday.
I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm sorry. But that's all
I'm
right.
sorry.
It's all right. I'm gonna get to see all my sweet peas. All right, that was all I wanted.
All right,
Hey,
have
love
a
you,
good
Miss
one, Miss
Charlotte.
Charlene.
Love y'all too.
Yeah. Miss
And you
Charlene,
know what else I was thinking about? Like if there was a world where with no atheists, right? Here's the fucked up thing. If there was a world with no atheists, there would still be a world where the Christians would be fighting and killing each other, where the Christians would still be pointing
ooh,
fingers at each other,
that is a
right?
good one.
Yeah, because the Christians don't get along. The Christians, like they say, although they have Jesus, they still sin and they all fall short. So it would still be a world of falling short, right? It would still be a world where there would be war, there would still be murder, there would still be child SA, there would still be oppression, right? None of that would go away if all the atheists left. That's the fucking diabolical thing of it all. That is the diabolical thing of it all.
I was going to say, Miss Charlene, before she left, Mama, if you're still listening, I want to say thank you for doing that for your daughter. Okay. I want to say thank you for even being an attentive mother to care that much and even help your daughter out while she's sick. Even though she didn't give you the thanks, thank you. Because not a lot of mothers do that for their children. So,
That's
Yes,
true.
facts.
That's true. Yeah, six pain. Like that's the crazy thing. History does prove that
I think our
the
modern
world.
day. I'm sorry. Go ahead, thinker.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, not only history, I think our modern day reality shows that like secular countries do way better than religious countries. United States is an outlier, like we've talked about before, just because of its colonial efforts. But the less religious people are, the better the society is. I mean, look at the prisons. Like, if the prisons aren't filled with non-believers, they're filled with people who were religious or either find religion while they're in there. Like, most of the people that go into prisons are religious of some sort. So, I mean, there's the data just does not support the fact that less believers means a better society. More believers usually mean a more fractured society because they're going to create their own versions of the deity, which, match their preferences as human beings. But no, I don't see where they think atheists being gone would make any difference, or definitely wouldn't make this world any better.
Yep. Hey, Frodo.
Hi. Hang on a second. Let me see if I can put some headphones on. There we go. So on the point that you just made, you are 100% correct, because there are 13,000 different sects of Christianity. And if there's 13,000 different sects of Christianity, they all disagree on key aspects of the doctrine, including soteriology, which is how one can be saved, what's considered acceptable versus not acceptable in terms of, is it sola scriptura? So are you working off just the Bible, or are you okay to take on board church tradition? So yes, absolutely, you would have Christians declaring other Christians as heretics, and a secular society does do better. This is factually, it's backed by so much data. It's laughable that people think that atheists are somehow causing problems within the world. It's simply not true.
Yeah, they come in here all the time and they say atheists have no moral foundation, or the atheist worldview leads to nihilism, or atheists have no positive worldview. Like, there was one guy who tagged all of us black atheists in a post and was like, "I'm inviting you to the table so you can convince the rest of us why we should adopt your worldview." Like, what? Like, they literally believe that if you are atheist, that means that you want the world to burn up. You want to go out here and just start murdering people everywhere.
It seems.
But in reality, like, if you look at every war, every religious war, it was Christians and Catholics and Muslims fighting and killing each other. It was not the non-believers. We wasn't, and like, non-believers were not in that shit.
Agreed.
Non-believers were probably getting caught by strays, were probably like, man, I wish these motherfuckers would stop.
It is one of those things that seems to happen in throughout history, right? Because once you employ the religious angle to anything, it makes discussion almost impossible, right? So if someone says, this is the doctrine defined by God, and God has revealed this to me, it's almost impossible to argue that perspective, because you can't see what's in someone's head, right? So if you've got opposing doctrines, then at some point someone's going to have to give way, and nobody wants to give way when they always think that they're right. And that's the problem that we have in these discussions. Whereas with a secular mindset, you can agree a definition on how things should be, and it's subject to revision as more information becomes available, right? So if you want human flourishing, and if you think human flourishing is a good thing, then you, by definition, we can all sit together, we can agree on the definition of human flourishing, and then we can make objective statements that help us achieve that outcome, right? So if we agree that healthcare, for example, should be universally available, should be free at point of access, because we can pay through it collectively, then we can make objective moves to enforce universal healthcare for everybody, so that people don't have to choose between eating and going to the doctor, or paying bills and visiting a hospital because they've something's gone wrong. So these are the things that I think you can't necessarily achieve through a kind of theistic religious mentality, because it's dogmatic, it's prescriptive, it's not descriptive. And then you get it caught up in a lot of issues around, well, my God said this and we can't argue this. Like, dude, okay, but we've got facts of reality in front of us. We need to kind of ignore. What are you asking us to ignore the facts of reality? That doesn't lead to good outcomes. So that's, I guess, my perspective on that.
Yeah, and when you talk about like the human flourishing, and so just tying it back to the Bible for just a second. So I have a concept of like with the Adam and Eve story, right, where the God does
Yeah.
not want them to gain their own ability to decide right and wrong for themselves, right? Everything about this God says no to advancement. No, do not evolve, right? And learn morality, right? To be able to decipher what's right and wrong and grow from that. Two, don't evolve from pastoralism and move into agriculture or city living. Stay a farmer, like, or not just a farmer, like stay where you are and live in the desert, right? Like, don't build buildings and stuff like that. Like, that is a no. And we see that like with him cursing the ground with Adam, and then he curses the ground again with Cain. He punishes. He doesn't like Cain's more advanced gift. He likes Abel's natural gift more because it was, just the first of the first sheep. And Adam like concocted some stuff together and created extra vegetables or things that did not already exist, right? When you look at the nation of Israel and how they were a flourishing kingdom, and it's the Assyrians came in and destroyed them right before they reached statehood, and then the pastoralists in the south, that's who God chose. That those are the ones, because they had slow growth right into civilization. And then you get into Jesus saying like Jesus was more so Torah. As time went on, the Israelites were like, this Torah law is too hard. Like, we don't want to kill our kids anymore for telling us to shut up. And Jesus is like, no, stab them kids because the book says so. And the Pharisees are like, well, but the law, like the world is changing, and they become the ones that get demonized because of growth, right? And then you see like it's just demonized over time. The Paul says philosophers are like demonic, right? Like it's the education of the philosophers that's considered the thing that the God hates. It's the foolish, the ones that cannot read, that God loves, the foolish and the faithful. It demonizes human growth, right? And requires you to denounce all of that, lean heavily on the God for growth, who, and the God tells you to be stagnant and just do what he tells you to do, right?
Agreed.
Don't get your own moral consciousness. If I say that it's okay to go and kill other people, then that's what I say. Don't learn on your own that killing other people for the sake of land is immoral. I don't want you to learn that. Don't learn on your own that the G spot for the man is in his ass, and think that homosexuality, learn that homosexuality is not wrong. Don't learn that on your own. If I say it's an abomination, it's still an abomination. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't grow from that. Stick to the Torah. Stick to what it used to be, and fuck everybody else that's learning and growing. They're the demons. Like, that's what this whole book is about, I think.
But think
Not
of it.
all of it, but it literally shows that, the going back and forth about that.
Yeah, and they pick and choose with that because they're fine with, vilifying and demonizing homosexual relationships, but they're gonna be in first in line at all you can eat shrimp, on at Red Lobster.
Yep.
That's not a problem for you. Like you can do that. So it's just inconsistent. It's an inconsistent system with which they review this, with which they utilize this book, and everybody has a different usage for it. Yet they want us to believe that they're all united and cohesive in this quote unquote body of Christ. But that body must be like 45,000 different pieces because none of it is consistent.
Correct. So I think there's an element of understanding that the Old Testament and the Torah, the rules and regulations, were built to get a nation into a cohesive fighting unit. Right? There's nothing controversial about stating that Israelites were a warlike nation, right? And to have a successful warlike nation, you need cohesiveness, and you're not there to question the rules of the state or the rules of God as its chosen people, right? If you need a parallel to this, take a look at Spartan civilization. Spartan civilization was brutal. They practiced eugenics. Okay, if your baby was born sickly or puny, it was thrown into Kaiadas, which was the mountain that they used to dispose of puny and misshapen children. Right? We recognize that is horrific, and there were mothers who probably were like, I've just given birth to this child and I'm going to have to get rid of it because it's slightly puny or misshapen or has a disability as it's been examined. Like, what the hell? It's not, but nobody can question the law, right? Spartan law was not questioned. And this is no different. It's just here there's a theistic religious angle designed to basically say, listen, if you are this specific way, you are in sin, done. You need to be disposed of. So, pardon me, there are things that are like, there's not a logic to the Torah, but it's there to kind of get a nation ready to be cohesive and to be able to fight other nations to build the nation of Israel, which is what was
Except they
essentially
didn't do
happening
that,
throughout.
and they didn't have to do that though. Like they literally never conquered a land ever in history. Like all of the lands that they said that they conquered, they never did, and four of them they gradually, gained influence in. Right? They
Yeah,
never were this militant nation,
well, they made claims that they were,
but they
but
weren't.
they weren't. And this is the
Mm-mm.
difference. Like, the narrative has to be cohesive, at least from an internal critique perspective,
Hold on,
right?
Miss Charlene. Why are you saying help? Are you okay, Miss Charlene? Are you
I
okay?
think she's trying to give them a subscription.
Huh? Oh,
That
okay. Don't scare
sounded
me
she
like
was
that,
trying to give
Auntie.
them a subscription.
Oh, okay, Auntie. You can't type the word help. Like especially like not you, Auntie. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm sorry, Fredo.
No, that's okay. So I think this is the problem that you have with these kinds of things. It's like, the minute you say something can't be questioned because it's come from divine command, it's a divine, or it's come from a divine source, like, you're already on a losing streak, because unless that divine source does exist, and that divine source is infallible and everything that they're telling you is correct, then you've got to, the minute things don't line up, you should kind of take a step back and start thinking, no, this isn't really working. It's like, this isn't correct. It doesn't feel right. But this has nothing to do with the what is it? The laws are written on our hearts. It's to do with the fact that we are empathetic social creatures, right? So empathy is one of those driving forces that's been underestimated, but is actually connected to human flourishing, right? It's at the center of everything that we do, is that ability to be empathetic and connect with someone. I mean, some of the greatest stories have been connected to those traits of
Yeah, but
empathy
I
and
don't think that
understanding.
came from Israel though, right? Like
No,
Paul
God,
was.
no. This
Yeah,
is
no.
human evolution. This is
Yeah.
human evolution.
Yeah.
It's the concept. It's the reason that you see people who have fought against the atrocities of humanity, right? For those of you who have ever watched Schindler's List, right? Schindler is acting in empathy. There's no Christian concept there. It's just human empathy. He's like, these people are being hunted to extermination, and I'm going to save as many as I can. Right? This is nothing to do with Christian morals and everything to do with human empathy and our ability as a social species to be able to connect to the plight of others. It's just some of us feel it more than others, and some of us listen to it more than others as well.
And I
I
think I
wonder if
think we
there's.
all have the ability to listen to it, but I think it's religion kind of serves as a tool to halt it, because like there's no other reason that we as a society haven't all gotten to that point of empathy, right? Together, there's definitely things in that is stopping other humans from evolving there in that
Mm.
particular area. Go ahead, V.
Oh, I was just going to say that I can't think of any societal advancement that has come as a result of religion. Can you guys think of any?
No.
Yeah, I think
Somebody
it's
gonna say
always
hospitals.
hospitals. Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, in the
Christians say
chat,
all
there's
the
like
time that huh?
they give God credit for everything. Like yeah, it's
Yeah,
insane.
I think the first Christians did create the first hospital, which is odd, right? But also why a lot of the hospitals are in so many words owned by a lot of religious organizations, and it's their boards are filled with religious leaders. They're
But at this point,
nonprofits. Go ahead.
oh, I'm sorry to go. Finish your thought, thinker.
No, I was just saying that they're nonprofits, right? And most of them are controlled by the churches. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm thinking that's more for tax benefit than like the philanthropic piece of it. I mean, and I can't say for everybody who's on a board, but here in where I live, there's a lot of like St. Mary's and St. Catherine's, and these hospitals that are named after I guess religious people of the past. But the the frustration I think in the point that Frodo was making earlier is that it is progression in society is absolutely a reflection of human evolution. And I don't know the answer to the question that you asked, Thinker. I think about it all the time. Why is it that people just seem to move at such a slower pace and they cling to these outdated belief systems, which is insane to me because it's kind of like using an antibiotic on a germ that has evolved. We know everybody gets the flu each year. We have to get a flu shot because the evolution of germs and things of that nature. But when we continue to try to use a specific antidote for a antidote for a sickness that has evolved, it doesn't take into account the current reality and of that sickness and the ineffectiveness of the solution, because and that's what we're dealing with religion. There was a point in time where I believe it was beneficial for society or people en masse to follow and be part of the group and everybody work in cohesiveness with each other. But we're just not living in that day and age anymore, and so many people are just holding on to it so strongly for some reason.
Anger, can you check your messages?
Yeah. Hold on.
So I think
I,
some of it, you're right. There's nothing I disagree with. I think some of it boils down to human nature when faced with rapid change will fall. Some people fall back into what they've been exposed to, right? So religion, in many ways, offers us a degree of certainty. God exists. These are His commandments. They're never changing. You know where you stand with a religion and its doctrine because it's not subject to revision. Okay, and when rapid change occurs, or when there's social upheaval, people want certainty, right? And it's really, really difficult when you're searching for certainty to find it outside of institutions, right? It's so hard. Like it's just human nature. We hate change. We're not great with change. We're getting better at change, but there's a sizable chunk of the population that just needs that certainty. And institutions like religion, pardon me, provide that degree of certainty. If you're not someone who's adept at questioning your reality, the minute you introduce a scientific concept to someone who doesn't understand science, they're going to go, well, this doesn't make sense to me, right? Because they haven't been exposed to all the steps that gets them to science. They're just being told, this is what science is saying, and they're going, yeah, but that doesn't add up. Like, to me, the Earth is 10,000 years old, for example, right? And I was in a debate earlier with some people who were literally telling me that carbon dating is used for the age of the Earth. And I had to say to them, guys, that's simply not the case, right? We use radiometric dating and we use uranium to lead to date the Earth, the age of the Earth, and we have extensive methodology, but they're not interested in that. They're just saying, no, that's not true. You're not correct, right? And you can't say, well, I'm a scientist. I've studied this stuff. This is how I've grown up with these things. I know how they work. I've done work in the lab around these concepts. They're not interested in any of that. So it is difficult when you're faced with rapid change, right? And Christ, 40, 50 years ago, we didn't even allow women to have credit cards, right? In certain
What does
in
science
the
have to
US.
do? Like, are you saying like for them to be able to change empathetically, or are you saying like for them to be able to change into the thought of there is no God and that science
No.
explains the things?
So I think when you're faced with a situation, any change, right? So let's keep it current, okay? Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump, right? It doesn't matter where you are on the political spectrum, right? I'm just giving you the outsider perspective. From a UK/Europe perspective, a lot of people do not understand how Donald won,
Yeah, because
right?
of bigotry and
Yeah,
sexism.
correct. But those are concepts that are easy for a lot of people to understand. And
Right.
that the easier the concept is, right, the easier it is to fall into the trap that this feels right. Okay? We cannot
Hold on.
understand how.
I think
I
that's
don't.
kind of
I'm
backwards a
confused.
little bit, in my opinion. I think like people
Hmm?
already are emulating these things, and then you just give them a name because sometimes people are being misogynistic or sexist, and like you could tell them, like you'd be like, "Oh, you're being misogynist," but they don't know what that means. They don't know, like
Sure,
they don't actually understand what the concept is, but they're already
correct.
emulating that thing. So I don't agree with that.
Correct, but why is it so easy to be misogynistic?
Yeah, but they're not actively thinking they're being misogynistic though. So
I,
the understanding of the concept is like doesn't really matter because they're just those people. They're
I,
already doing those things before you now say you're being sexist, you're being misogynistic. A lot of the
I,
times they don't even know what you're talking about.
I agree with you, but the problem is, why is that behavior prevalent? And it's because it's an easy behavior, right? It's the
I don't think it's because it's an easy behavior. It's taught, right? Like that's a taught behavior.
Of course,
It's
but
literally embedded in our society, right?
sure it is. But the point being is, like, if we walk through it logically, and I'll explain what I mean, right? If you're somebody who thinks decisions should be made quickly, there shouldn't be discussion, we don't need to agree consensus, the less people involved in that decision making process, the better, right? So at the point where you think, well, women should have their perspective and they should be heard and their perspective needs to be brought into the equation, that slows the decision making process down because you've got to get consensus, right? It's that whole, we have to understand the impact of our decisions on the target population. If we only care about half the population and we don't care about the other half, that makes decision making process easier. And if you're a man and women are saying, listen, what you're doing is going to impact us negatively. They're like, yeah, but you don't have any power. Like, why do we need to even consider your perspective? You're not important to the topic of equation. My opinion matters, or the opinion of other men matters. So it's an easy trap to fall into and go, we don't need to hear from you. You're here to do one thing and one thing only. That's why it's such an easy behavior to emulate. It takes time and effort and empathy to take a step back and go, how is this going to impact the vulnerable in society? How's this going to impact minorities? How's it going to impact
Yeah, but I think you're
LGBTQIA?
ignoring the fact that they were willing to vote against their own interest, right? Like they were willing. I think it has a lot more to do with it. Like they were willing to vote against themselves, right, in order to keep things the same.
I think it's more to do with the fact that they feel they were empowered by having him in power, because he's going to cut out all the nonsense. That's my
No, that
understanding
like
of
they
it.
literally they they literally voted against themselves. Like they voted to increase um, the cost of goods sold here, right?
Mm-hmm.
By voting for higher tariffs on places where we get most of our goods. They voted for their social security to be taken away. They voted
Mm-hmm.
for their health care to be taken away, right? And these are not things that just are going to affect women or minorities. They literally voted against their own best interest. Even some minorities voted against themselves,
Sure.
right? So I think it's like eliminating that or forgetting that aspect was there, right? This isn't as simple as like my mom yesterday, because she has high blood pressure, had to switch from regular salt to Himalayan salt. And as she's telling me about it, like she's showing me the salt, she's so excited. And I didn't say anything to her like, yeah, I use that salt already. Like she's introducing something to me. So I just, sat there and listened. And she said, it took me a minute to get over the fact that it was pink, right? Her health was at stake, right? But she wanted to continue using the white salt because it's what she was used to, it's what she knew, right? And because the Himalayan salt was pink, it took her a minute to get over the fact that it was pink. Although that was the thing that would make her feel better, right? And eventually, because her health was at stake, she tried the Himalayan salt, saw that it still gives her, it still seasons her food, and now she uses the Himalayan salt.
Sure.
Right? But and with the election, they just they were willing to sacrifice themselves in order, right, for things to stay the same. And that thing that they wanted to stay the same was that it was a man in the White House. I think if another man had ran against Donald Trump, he would not have won.
I agree with you, but I think the problem is that the choice of a woman is a massive change, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that change, like when you're faced with a change, like people struggle with that,
Yeah,
right? It
I
and this is the
agree.
problem. Like, I agree. So you fall back on what you already know. And if you're already, like, this is why things like racism and sexism and bigotry takes so long to deal with, because it's so comforting and comfortable to not change. And when you, like,
Yeah, I guess
I've
what
had the,
confused me was you saying that like if you introduce science to them, right, they're not going to understand the science. Like I don't know. I guess I misunderstood what you were saying, but I get what you're saying now.
yeah, like it's these things are comfortable because that they are easier. It's easier to kind of go, well, yeah, okay, women aren't represented as well, so who cares? And you say to them, but this is impacting them. Sure, but doesn't impact me, so why should I change? This
But
is
it
where
does
things start.
impact them. That's the thing
But they
it
don't
does
see it. They
impact them.
have to see, yeah, but they have to see the causal connection between the impact. Like this is what I mean by, like, when you say to somebody, I have a friend of mine, right? And when the Brexit vote happened, they voted for Brexit. This is somebody that I respect deeply. I think they're great. That overall, they're a decent human being. Very generous with their time and their space. They are a great friend, but they are conservative. They are right wing in their perspective, whereas I'm more left leaning, right? And I said to him, you do understand that this is going to impact your children's options and your ability to travel into Europe and our ability to trade with Europe. And he was like, this doesn't impact me in the slightest and doesn't impact my children. My children are both university graduates. They have six-figure salary jobs here in the UK. They don't need to look for work outside. And I said to him, sure, but not everybody has the same opportunities as your daughter and son. And they're like, no, I get that, but why do I need to worry about what everybody else is doing? And this person's intelligent, right? They were a chief inspector. They were a chief inspector of the Metropolitan Police, right? So, like, it doesn't impact them in the slightest. I don't want to travel to Europe. I don't like flying. I prefer to drive everywhere. I don't want to go into Europe. I have no desire to see France or Spain or holiday abroad. I'd rather stay here. On me. They're not thinking for the good of society. They're thinking purely on selfish reasons. Because they're like, it's not going to impact me in the slightest. That
Right, but what does their level of knowledge, like you said that
nature,
they're, I'm
yeah.
sorry. I'm trying to understand what, like, so in the beginning you were comparing it to introducing a scientific concept to them, right? And you were saying that
No,
they're
no,
not.
no. I said so. This is why introducing scientific concepts to people isn't necessarily the best way. I was talking more kind of
Oh,
I was
okay. That's where I was.
like,
That's why I kept
my
getting
apologies.
confused.
That's my bad. Like, this is why when you say to somebody, when you're arguing with someone around, like, let's say they're arguing about the age of the Earth, right? If you introduce the scientific concept and you say to them, this is what the science says, they'll automatically reject it because they don't necessarily understand all the steps leading up to the scientific concept, right? They need to understand the causal chain between how we got from the Earth being 4.6 billion years, like, all the way through. And even then, you won't necessarily be effective because they'll say, no, but like, I found a scientist that says the exact opposite of what you're saying, so I don't agree with you. It's the same concept, right? The minute you introduce something that changes someone's perspective or challenges their perspective, their natural instinct is to become defensive, right? And when people become defensive, they fall back on what they have been exposed to. So concepts like racism, xenophobia, sexism, all of these things feel comfortable to people because it means you're removing, like, you don't have to change anything. Well, it's always been this way. Women do belong in the kitchen. And when you say to them, well, woman who I report into a woman who reports into a woman who reports into the head of my department. And he goes, great, I don't care. I think that's nonsense. They shouldn't be there in the first place. They're taking a job away from a man. That's such a ridiculous concept, but it's so easy for someone to make that statement because it feels right to them. And they don't understand that it's good to have diversity because they're like, I don't even think women should be in the workplace. Like, do you see what I'm saying? It's that bizarre way of thinking because it means change, and change is uncomfortable.
Yeah, I guess
I hope that makes sense.
yeah, I agree with you 100%. I guess I'm a little confused about, like, because we were talking about how religion affects or slows down this process of change, right? And so I'm trying to see, like, where the point is with that, right? Like, are you saying that
Because
it's
religion
not,
doesn't
like, religion
change.
doesn't have anything to do with this inability for them?
No, it does. It does, because religion is an institution. It's an institution that's been around for as long as human civilization has been around. And because it's unchanging, it gives people that sense of comfort, right? If you think about what science has done, is it's changed the game and not made it person-centric. Religion is all about the person. Think about every conversation you've ever had with a Christian. We're special. We're made in God's image. We are, creation was created for us. Science has come along and gone, guys, that's not even remotely true. We are a tiny speck in a massive universe. Christ, even our galaxy isn't unique. There are how many billion galaxies out there, and we're one section of a galaxy, right? It's basically putting things into perspective and saying it's no longer person-centric. The reason Galileo was put to the fire was because he said the sun doesn't revolve around the earth revolves around the sun. And what did the Catholic Church say? Well, how dare you say the sun doesn't revolve around the earth?
And isn't it crazy that it wasn't until the 90s that they cleared his name? Wasn't it?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah,
that, and I
science.
think
Yeah.
you touched on a really important point, I thought, earlier about the relationship that humans have with certainty, and the fact that religion brings certainty. I think religion brings an illusion of certainty, which is a lot
Correct.
more
Yeah.
dangerous. Yeah, which is a lot more dangerous than actual certainty, because when you have an illusion of it, you have a false sense of security and you don't inquire anymore, and you don't adapt when an adaptation is absolutely necessary. And I think we also see just kind of like this through line of individuals that are very resistant to change. It tends to be those who are less experienced in the world. They seem to be the folks that are, more likely to hold on to beliefs and ideas that they had, that they were exposed to at an early age in their life. And that tends to come from like this limited perspective of the world. And the idea of change is still very scary for them. So from an evolutionary perspective, we know why change is scary. We know why groupthink is beneficial or was beneficial. But again, we're not living in that world anymore. It's almost as if our brains haven't even had enough time to adapt to the current reality that we have in 2024.
Agreed. 100% agreed. This is the thing. You've hit the nail on the head. Because change is so rapid and we are bombarded with so much information, right? What do you focus on first? Right? This is why so many people struggle with globalization, because globalization as a concept is basically saying, regardless of what your country is, we are now moving from country specific to global, right? And I'll give you an anecdote, and this is just an anecdote, and I'm fully cognizant of the fact that it's an anecdote. I work in a pharma company, and before I moved into medical affairs, I was in QA. And the way we are structured is we have local affiliates, local country offices, right? That work, that represent us on a local level, right? So we have offices in France and Germany and Italy and Spain and all over the world, right? Different departments in different worlds. The minute you mention the word global to the affiliate, and you're trying to globalize the process to have one process that everybody can work off, there is immediate pushback straight away. What about our local requirements? What about our special rules? What about this? What about that? We could be out of compliance. When you start digging into these things, 9 times out of 10, there is no local requirement. Okay, and the biggest people that push back are the US, France, and Germany. Those 3 nations always push back because they're like, it's different here. We have different requirements here. And you're like, sure, talk me through your requirements. And it could be something as simple as you have to have this instead of this, and you've got to have specific, stuff needs to be in French rather than in English. So even in our globalized society now, where we've got access to all of this, there are still people pushing back and saying, actually, I want to be special. I want to be different. I want to stand out. You can't apply a one size fits all approach to me because I'm different. And you think, okay, fair enough. Do you see what I'm saying? It's human nature. You can't get away from it. And it takes time to recognize that being special has nothing to do with like holding on to outdated concepts. But it's a scary concept. It's scary. Oh, now you're telling me I'm no longer like French or Greek or English or German. I'm a citizen of the world. Sure, because the minute you do that, you've got to consider how your actions and your thinking impacts other people. And that's difficult. That's challenging. I can't exploit you anymore because my empathy is starting to make me really think about how I'm going to exploit other nations for my benefit. Now I've got to step back and start being a grown-up again. Sure, that's a good thing. Change is challenging. It's just the nature of we are as human beings. Does that make sense?
It definitely does to me. I mean, I think that the challenge that we're going to see now is now that we've got. I think this is the first time in our history where, as just common people, we're able to see into the lives of people across the world who don't speak our language, who don't have our customs or our culture, and we're able to just on our level see the humanity in them. This is the first time that's happened. Like before, I remember, in I think it was back, I don't even know when the United States invaded, I think Iraq or Iran or something like that. The only thing that we had was just what we were being told. Like we didn't get the stories from the ground. We didn't get the realities. Or at least we didn't look for it. I'll put it to you like that. I think social media, the way it's used now, it's created this connectivity that it may not necessarily be moving as fast as the vast majority of us would like to see it move. But I do think it's starting this movement where we're seeing like, these people are like, there's a person or plenty of women across the world that are my age, that have children the age of my son, that live the life that they want to live in the same way I want to live mine peacefully. And we're able to see that as opposed to seeing, each other for the differences that we have. We will hopefully we'll start looking at the things that unite us, but we're so far off from that because we have so many other hoops to jump through before we get to that point of unity, because we're still battling those who prefer to hold on to archaic religious beliefs as opposed to seeing the benefits of science. I think a lot of them think that those of us who look to science and study science and understand science are believing it in the same way that they believe in religion. And those are two completely different things. I think that they come up here and say, well, you think we came from monkeys, or, y'all think all this came out of chaos. Like nobody states any of that. Like that, no scientific authority has ever claimed that or stated that. Yet they continue to make that comparison day after day when it's not even remotely comparable. And I think that hurdle is going to be one of the biggest ones to jump because it's so deeply ingrained in so many different cultures. I know specifically just in Black American culture, you are looked at like a pariah if you are not a religious person. As far as I know, I am the only atheist in my family. I know that there are different people in my family are at different levels of religiosity, but I'm the only one who has very vocally come forth and said, no, I don't believe any of this shit. Like none of it makes sense. But I think we're going to start kind of pop out and show our heads a little bit more, not be so fearful to hold back our questions and our inquiries. And we're seeing it with the younger generation as well. Like you're not going to be able to tell a generation of kids who grew up with the internet playing playing video games with kids from across the world that snakes talk and fruit gave you magic powers. Like you're just not going to be able to convince them of that.
I
And it's
saw
just a matter of
a
time.
Gen Z live like this yesterday.
Did you?
Yes, and I was like, "Go Gen Z," and I just kept scrolling.
Nice.
But
Really?
yeah. But I think too that we are. I don't know, and correct me if I'm wrong because I just got back. Are we not acknowledging that there are people who are actively working to stop people from evolving and learning the information that they need to learn, having access to the knowledge that they need to have access to in order for that evolution and acceptance of change to take place? And then are we saying that those people who are actively working to make sure that the rest of society does not evolve are doing it because change is hard?
No, change. So No one's ever going to admit that change is hard. Like,
No, change is hard, yes, but are we
yeah,
ignoring that there are people who are actively also working to make sure that society does not have access to the information that they need, right, in order to
yeah.
evolve past a specific ideology?
So the problem you've got is different people are motivated by different things, right? The people who have power or influence, right? Because power is a bit of a misleading thing, right? The people who have influence don't want to lose that influence, right?
Right.
So if someone, I'm going to give it a really simple example. If someone influential is saying the sky is pink, or the sky is has polka dots in it, and he's convinced his entire network of influence to agree with them, and you're coming along and going, hey guys, if you stick your heads out the window, you're going to see that the sky is blue. It can be grey sometimes, but it doesn't have polka dots. Is it easier to shut you down and say, don't listen to this person, they don't know what they're talking about, and control the flow of information? Or is it easier to or does he then have to start mocking up different things to make his argument and, put them in a room where the sky does look polka dot and simulate that thing? So it's easier to shut that down. And this is what some people want, right? So you see these young earth creationists who are like, teach the controversy, teach that the Bible, the literal version of the Bible is correct, and let people make up their own minds, right? That's them trying to exert their influence, and it's trying to make sure that they can still influence. Because if none of it can be questioned and they think that their position is correct, then they can use that influence to start cracking down on other behaviors that they don't find convincing. Christ, all you have to do is take a look at a woman exhibiting her sexuality in a healthy way, and it's already a threat. Like, it's a
Right, but
threat.
I guess what I'm saying, like we are acknowledging that is a part of the slow growth,
Mm,
like the part of the reason why people aren't changing, though, right,
yeah.
is that there is literally people in society. Like Fee made a great point when she talked about what's going on over in the Middle East, right?
Mm,
um for a very long time, the story that we were told from the White House, from the
mm-hmm.
media, was a very different story
Correct.
until last year on TikTok, we could see with our own eyes what was going on, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we were able to, people who had knowledge of it were able to share the information that they had, right? Recommend resources, things that wasn't readily accessible. Then the next thing you see, the banning of books, the banning, like people getting taken down, certain things being forbidden, right? Because they
Mm-hmm.
did not want us to have access to this knowledge,
Sure.
right? Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So, like, are we not acknowledging that in society, like, other than just it being hard, like change hard, that there are
Mm-hmm.
also reasons why change is is hard as well, right? Like, there are also people who are actively making sure that certain types of people do not change, and
Yeah,
that they don't
absolutely.
readily accept change. And like
Absolutely.
when you were just talking about the last example that you gave, like it just reminded me of the whole Torah thing with Jesus. Jesus was very strictly Torah, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was very strictly Torah, and he demonized the Pharisees who were about change. But like the Pharisees wanted to keep religion, but they said, let's reinterpret it, right, for modern time, for the modern audience, right? Let's change the laws because it's getting barbaric, right? Like we shouldn't
Mm.
be stoning people anymore. Let's be more like the Gentiles, right? They who have more um they actually don't necessarily need a written law that says wash your hands before you eat. That's written on their heart. They know to wash their hands before they eat. They don't need a law that says don't sleep with your mama. They already know sleeping with your mama is a bad thing to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then Jesus demonizes that. He demonizes that change, right? So I think it's I think that was with that last example that you gave. It just reminded me of how Jesus, how Jesus is being used as a doorstop. I mean, as uh, a progress stop, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
Who reminded me to
that
turn on my mic?
that's an interesting point, right? So it's always when all of this happens, the motivation is fear, right? So you're now proposing this new way of thinking, right? And we're not comfortable with the change. But everything is always underlined by fear. It's just human nature, right? That underlines these things and looks at these things, and that's where it comes from, right? If you look at the American Civil War, right? The southern colonies are completely motivated by fear. They're like, hey, you're going to take away our opportunity to generate wealth. Wealth means options, options means power. You're basically depowering us by taking away the way that we can generate wealth. We're losing power. Loss of power means that we're in a weaker position. Weaker position means a change in our lifestyle. We don't want to do that. It's fearful. We don't like the new normal. We're going to fight back, right? They don't recognize their cruelty because as the South will say, they were, well mannered and they were good people by the book. They were following the good book. Why the hell are we being picked on? Why is this new approach being taken?
You're saying that the people that were doing the things that they were doing in the South didn't know that they were doing cruel things?
No, they knew they were doing cruel things, but it's permitted by the book, right?
And you're saying that they didn't know that they were intentionally using the book to justify the things that they were doing, like uh, willful
So
ignorance.
no, it's not willful ignorance. So there's a saying, I don't know who's attributed it. I haven't got Google in front of me right now, that says, without religion, good people do good things, bad people do bad things. But with religion, you can always have a good person do bad things, right? And in the concept of the South, right, the argument has always been that slavery is endorsed in the Bible, right? You've got Exodus 21, you've got Leviticus, and you've got Deuteronomy.
Yeah,
The
but
South was in,
the Bible didn't say that to go and enslave West Africans, right?
correct.
They chose it, so they knew what they were doing. They knew, right,
Hmm.
that they were doing something bad. Like literally,
No, that's
King Leopold's letter alone shows that they knew they were doing something bad. Like King Leopold's letter says, "You're not there to teach them about God. They already have their own God. They don't need you to teach them that killing another human is wrong. They already know that. They already know that sleeping with another man's wife is wrong. You're there to tell them to worship the our God and the white man. You're there to take away their weapons. You're there to take away their religious system." Like King Leopold's letter literally all but
sure.
says, you know what I'm saying? Like there's no oh he didn't know that he was doing wrong.
I understand, but the South, when it declared cessation from the Union, is trying to defend its way of life. People don't defend what they think is immoral.
They 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 were defending their wealth, their money. They didn't care whether it
That,
was immoral or not. Like you
sure.
know how many like think about the meatpacking company that just got caught enslaving all of those kids. You don't
Hmm.
think that they didn't think that it was immoral here in the United States to have children skipping school, working third shift to work in their meatpacking plants?
I think the person who made the decision to employ those people didn't think necessarily that what they were doing is immoral, or
Are you
was,
kidding me? These kids were kidnapped. They were trafficked. These were kids
sure.
from the that got lost at the border. Like
Can
are
I
you like
can I ask
no.
you can I ask you a question? And this is to demonstrate something to you. If you if if you're seeing someone being attacked in the middle of in the street, are you going to intervene? If it's a man beating on a
I'm
woman,
gonna call the
would you?
police. I'm gonna call the police, or I'm gonna stop another man and ask them to go and help her. I'm not strong
Awesome,
enough to fight another man, but yes, I'm going
fantastic.
to call the police and make sure that she's okay, and see if I can get
Why?
another man to go over there and help.
Why?
Because a woman is getting attacked. What do you mean? Why?
Fantastic, excellent. Okay, so you are a moral human being. You've got a good heart. You've got a good moral compass. You're going to take action. Do you really think the people that are
It doesn't mean that they
doing
don't
these
know
things?
they're being immoral, though. That's not the question. The question I asked is, are you saying that they had no idea that they are doing an immoral thing?
I think that the idea of them even contemplating that what they were doing was wrong was probably not at the top of their list, if at all.
I'm not asking you if they wanted to. You made the statement that they didn't know that they were being
No, I'm not saying
immoral.
they didn't know. I'm saying that they didn't see what they were doing was wrong.
That's the same thing, Frodo.
Perhaps. In the context for us, yes. But if you're actively purchasing slaves, do you think what you're doing is wrong?
D- t- Tell me why, when the Pope banned the transport of slaves from West Africa and slave ships coming into the United States, did so many of them in the South do it illegally?
Well, most in the South were not
No,
papists,
a
right? They
lot, a
were.
lot were brought over illegally. Tell me why
Yeah,
they
yeah, I
started
agree. I
doing it illegally when the Pope said nope, no more. The Pope apologized and said nope, this is wrong. We're not doing
Yes,
this anymore, right? Tell me
sure.
why in the South they continue doing it for about 40 years illegally.
Because there's a number of reasons why. So number one, most of the South isn't Catholic,
Uh,
and the Pope is
no,
the
it,
head of
it
the
has
Catholic
nothing to do with
Church.
about no. They were all under that nobody was supposed to be
Yeah.
doing it. Nobody was supposed to be doing it. They did it illegally.
I understand what you're saying, but the people in the South recognized that what they were doing was justified in the book. Like nobody purchases something.
They
Nobody
knew.
spent.
You're trying to convince me that they didn't know that they were stealing humans.
No, I
Like
think they knew they
they
were
were not
stealing humans.
transporting them legally anymore.
No,
The
that's not the
Pope
point I'm
shut
trying to
that
make.
down.
No, no. What I'm trying to say is the more you're saying they knew what they were doing. I agree they knew what they were doing. The problem isn't that they knew, it's the moral evaluation of what they were doing.
No, I didn't. I didn't say whether they cared about whether it was moral or immoral, right? Like
Yeah,
they knew that they were being immoral when they were stealing. Like the book says, "Thou shalt not steal." The book also says, "Don't steal a free person," and they did it
sure.
anyway.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so they knew that they were doing something wrong, and to say that they didn't know, right?
I I I find it incredibly hard for to that people would know, like if you know what you're doing is horribly immoral, that you would then defend that system. Like it you have to on some level
But
think
you're
this is
assuming,
okay.
Frodo, you're assuming that
Oh
they
my
cared.
gosh.
Like you're assuming that they had the same regard with their neighbors for these slaves. Like even
Correct.
though, like exactly right. So the fact that they even took them down to the part where like they had to degrade people and say they were less than humans for
Mm-hmm.
this to make sense for them, right? So this is not like something that just happened to these people. They made conscious decisions, right?
Sure.
To inflict these kinds of atrocious doings to other human beings, right? They
Correct.
had to now say, oh, these people are not human, just so they can conduct what they were conducting, right? They made decisions to do that. So this
I,
is
I
not like a human nature thing.
pardon me. I think I agree with you, but the point being is still the South defended its right to slavery because they thought that this was right. And
Yeah,
this
but
is the
like
No,
problem.
they
whatever
didn't.
wrong
No,
thing
they
they were
didn't.
doing, they thought they were right because they thought they were supreme in that thought. They thought they were doing what was
Correct.
good for them. They didn't think what they were doing to other people was right. They knew they were doing something wrong, but it was right for them. They knew that they were hurting other people. They knew that they were degrading human beings. They knew that they were slaughtering people in the numbers, but it was good for them.
Correct. But this is the point that I'm trying to get to, right? So they have that mentality and they took the action to defend something which is truly
To
immoral
defend
I
their
and truly
money,
agreed.
to
heinous.
defend their money, to defend it. They didn't care if it was heinous or not. That is the point. That's the part that you're
Money,
skipping. You're looking
mo-
for some kind of good. Oh, they didn't really
no,
think
no,
it was a
no,
bad
no
thing.
good.
They
No, no, no.
made conscious decisions to degrade other people, to hurt other people,
Yes,
and they knew exactly what they were doing.
I agree.
The only part that they were defending here was that their livelihood was threatened. That was it. Not that
I,
they
I
thought, oh, there's
That
something wrong.
that's
Like,
why
no.
Abraham Lincoln used it as a threat, right? And when he told them, if you concede, right, from the Union, I'm going to end slavery. He threatened it because he was basically telling them, I'm going to bleed you all dry, right? That's why he used it as a threat.
no, I agree with you, but I, I'm not sure if I'm articulating this correctly. So let me see if I can come at it from a different tact. The defense, people tend to not defend the indefensible. So
Yes,
whatever
they
decision they,
do. Yes, they do. People do it every day. Literally, they do defend it. Like, they know that this is atrocious. They know that this makes no sense. They know that it's unprovable. They know that it makes no sense, and they try to defend it every day. The South defended themselves too. Even till today, they will tell you they were fighting for their rights. Their
sure,
rights. They're not. They won't tell you, oh, they were fighting to keep people enslaved. They will say they were fighting for their rights. They will fly that flag
correct.
even today. So they do
Yes,
defend that.
yes, but it's okay. From the perspective of the South, they felt that what they were doing was correct. We all know it wasn't, but this is the point of this is how change causes problems, right? Because it's that mentality of I know I'm right, and someone else is coming along and saying to them what you're doing is wrong, and they're saying no, I know what I'm doing is right.
But Frodo,
No,
I know,
I'm wondering if the,
like,
That's not how it works.
sure,
yeah, I'm wondering if it's the
I
difference
know it's not how it
between
works.
is it a difference between knowing that they are right or them believing they have the right? Because I think those are two completely
Exactly.
yeah.
different things.
That's it. That's the way to articulate it. They believe they have the right. It's not about knowing that they're right. They believe that what they're doing is correct. And
No,
that's the
that's not
problem
the same
that
thing.
change.
Yeah, those are
Okay,
Having
I'm
the
happy to
right,
concede that.
yeah, having the right and knowing that they're doing the right thing are not the same thing.
I apologize. That's a language issue, and you are right. They believe they have the right. They are acting in accordance with their beliefs, and the change that was brought about challenged that.
Right, because they
That's
believed that they
that's
were
the
superior, and even
correct.
and that is even right after slavery ended, right? They went as far as saying, okay, black people are making um, progress in the South. They're bypassing white people when it comes to literacy rates. They're garnering wealth. They're holding jobs that white people should be holding. There are too many white people who are living in poverty, and there are some black people that are living above them, and they negotiated a deal with the president at that time, the president elect at that time, that the his opponent would concede from the race if he would, his first act as president, pull the troops from the South. And he did that. And as soon as he pulled the troops from the South, they went in and they started enacting the Jim Crow laws, right? Because what they
Mm-hmm.
were doing was fighting for their position in society, because they
Correct.
knew that it was wrong, right? They can't say, oh, we thought these people were animals, we thought these people weren't human, we thought these people were savages, right? Or we thought these people were incapable of learning how to read, right? They couldn't say that anymore, right? It
Mm-hmm.
was about holding their position in society that they wanted out of greed, out of pride, out of selfishness, right? It had
Mm-hmm.
nothing to do with them not knowing that what they were doing was immoral.
Yeah, I agree
Why
with you.
do
Can I
it
just
in
address it?
secret? Why do it in secret if it's not immoral? If they don't know it's immoral, why do it in secret?
I think before you continue, I just want to address the comment made by Sound Meaning. Frodo trying to justify his
No.
own
I
treatise
don't. I
history of
don't let people
Ptolemais.
address comments on from the stage.
Okay, no worries then. That's fine. FYI, I am Greek, not English or British. Don't be fooled by the accent. I think there's a lot of this. I agree with you. Why would you do it in secret if you think that it's illegal? But there are classed as illegal, but still are correct or are still morally upright. That makes sense. So I know that for a fact. So I'm not sure the illegal thing is relevant. Like clearly the South felt differently or felt it had the right to do
But
something, and
even when it was
we all agree
legal,
that it was wrong.
Frodo,
But
even
the
when it was legal,
change.
do you think the US was out here like, flaunting the fact that they had enslaved people? Just like, do you think that like for some reason they were just, out and about telling everybody else what was happening? Like, do you think even the people that they were stealing from, you think they told them the truth about what they were going to go do?
I do not think that the US
Right.
after a
So
certain
if
point
they
was.
wouldn't even tell the people that they're enslaving the truth about what they're gonna go do in their land, then why would you think, like, this is when it's moral, by the way, right? This is when it's moral. The people that they stole and kidnapped, or the people that were sold, right? They didn't have a clue what life was gonna look like, right? But were they
Agreed?
told what they were gonna go
No,
do
not
there?
at all.
So
No,
if
of
it was
course not.
morally upright and they thought this was a good thing, why wouldn't they be
Hmm.
upfront about that?
So I think the problem here isn't necessarily that. It's more a case of the fact that people try to defend it
No,
and
no,
went
no.
to
It's
war
the
over
fact
it.
that you're like the part where I'm getting is you're trying to say, oh, just because they like this is what they thought, they believed it, right? Because we see Christians every day that come and say, oh yeah, the Christian God is not evil, right? But they, even though you tell them all the
Hmm.
horrible things that the God is doing, they still turn around and say, nope, the Christian God is good. There's a reason for that, right? There's a reason for that. It's the fact that you cannot blaspheme against God. You cannot say anything contrary to what he has called himself, right? If he say he's good, you need to continue to say that he's good, because guess what? You get an end goal at the end. You get to go to heaven. If there was no
Agreed?
end goal, they wouldn't be ostracizing themselves. They wouldn't be ostracizing other people, right? So for if people want to be enslavers, and you're just saying, oh, because they thought it was right, they believed it was right, why not be upfront to the slaves? Why not tell the slaves what they're going to go do? Why not tell the slaves this is actually what your life is going to look like, if they just quote unquote believed it and they didn't actually know that these things were immoral? Why wouldn't they be upfront?
Because it makes it harder for them to control the slaves or acquiring the slaves.
Exactly, because they know that it's wrong. They know that it's immoral to do that to another human being. So
Have you
their
ever read
belief
the
here is irrelevant.
Have you ever read the different arguments between the early church fathers about whether the God condones slavery? The early
I've
church
I've
fathers.
I've seen. So when you say early church fathers, are you referring to Polycarp,
Yeah.
erroneous, and
Origin, all of them. Yeah.
what is it? The other, and the guy from John the Golden Chrysostomos, right? Okay. I've read some of their work, not all of it. I'm still looking into some of that.
Have you read where they are discussing whether slavery is ordained by God and the difference in opinions that they have?
I need to go back and read that. I haven't. I'll be honest. I don't want to be dishonest. I haven't read those specific passages. I am familiar with the fact that the both Aristotle and Plato were very much accepted slavery as a fact of reality, that some people need to be enslaved and ruled.
Yeah.
I'm familiar with those
But I'm talking
passages,
about
but not.
the early church fathers is what I'm
No, I'm
asking.
not familiar with those passages at all. I've
Yeah.
not read those.
So they had differences of opinions about whether it was ordained by God, right? In the early church, or whether slavery um, needed to continue. So, the abolition of slavery did not just the discussions about abolishing slavery did not just start in antebellum South. These discussions have been going on for centuries. So, mankind, right, have been going back and forth about whether owning other humans is moral or not and ordained by God. And there definitely were humans who felt that it was an immoral thing to do. So to
Yes.
say that the people that the South just didn't know, right, that what they were doing was immoral, or that they couldn't see when they would hang slaves by the upside down by a tree for eating a pear off of a tree, hang them upside down and starve them and swing them back and forth. Put
Yeah.
a glass of water in front of them. Like, they would literally put a cup of water in front of them, hang them upside down, put a cup of water in front of them and a pear in front of them, and swing them back and forth and tease them with the food as punishment for eating a pear off of a tree without their master's permission. And they would keep them there. They would pull them up and let their brains rest with the blood draining in their brains, and then they would let them down again. And they would keep doing that until they died. Like, you're telling me that they didn't know that what they were doing were immoral when they would take the elderly and the disabled and uh, nail them up in a hog shed, and then throw them off of a cliff. You're telling me they didn't know that was immoral to do, that they couldn't see, right, that they were doing atrocious things. They thought that what they were doing was moral.
The thing that's going through my mind more than anything else is that villains never think of themselves as villains.
Yes, they do. Absolutely, they do.
What are you basing this on? Sorry, just so I'm clear.
Just because they're not giving themselves the label of villain, like, it literally, it's just going back to the Christian God. He calls himself good for a reason, even though there are passages that tell you, I am jealous, my name is jealous, I create wickedness, right? I create evil, I am the orchestrator of all this atrocity that you see, but I'm good. They call themselves exactly what they are. They just tell you something different. They just disguise it something. They wear something else, right? Because the idea of the South, quote unquote, fighting for their rights, they're not telling you the rest of it. They're not telling you exactly what rights they were fighting for, because they know that their rights were atrocious. They do call themselves in their little circle, whenever they have their own conversations, they absolutely know what they're doing, but to the public that they're trying to sell to, obviously not.
I'm struggling with this a little bit.
Because the point here is that you're trying to paint villains as people that just, oh, they think they're doing the right thing. That's not true. That's like maybe a handful of villains that you've heard about, right, in these stories, that think, oh, they're trying to actually save the world, but they're doing more harm than good, right?
No,
Most villains that are quote unquote established as villains know exactly what they are doing. They are making conscious decisions. But when it comes to the public, they dress it up and say, no, 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 it's not me. I'm not the one throwing stones at you. That's why you say, oh, villains don't call themselves villains. Yes, they do. They just don't tell the people that they're villainizing that they're villains. So that's why they will hide it, because it's immoral. They know that they're doing something wrong. So they don't just come out and tell you, I'm a villain. Duh.
so
And the
I
very
guess
fact that a Christian just like used a scripture, forgive them for they know not what they do, and said so true and is agreeing with you, like it speaks volumes right now. Like it
no,
literally speaks volumes.
I
No, I know
guess
you don't. I know you don't like agree with the religiosity. What I'm saying is like a a
no.
Christian is like literally quoting the Bible, right? A concept from this book, as you say, this
Mm.
very thing about the monsters that did those atrocious things.
Exactly my point.
I guess the problem I've got with this is when you do something wrong, it doesn't matter how big or small it is. The question is, what justification do you give yourself, right? So if you're playing a board game with a group of friends and you cheat in the board game and you go, well, I never win, so I'm just gonna do this small little cheat here just so I can win, right? Do you recognize that what you're doing is wrong, or or is it the fact that you recognize it's wrong, but you need that justification to make yourself feel better?
You're
And
assuming
that's,
that people need justification, though. That is the assumption that you're making, because
I
you're
think,
starting
I
off
think it's
thinking
human
humans
nature.
are good. That's my point. You're
No,
starting
I,
off thinking, oh, this is human nature. They don't know any better. That is where
I,
you're
I
starting.
still,
no,
but
I.
that,
That's not my
but it still
point. That's not
doesn't
my point.
eliminate. It doesn't them needing them justifying why they're doing wrong doesn't eliminate the fact that they knew they were doing wrong.
I think that's the point that my argument, like that's where I'm coming from. It's like you're about to do something and you're taking, like, let's say the board game example is very simple, right? I'm just going to cheat this one time so I can win, right? And in your head, you think, I never get to win. I want to even the playing field. I'm going to take this small action. I'm going to give myself some extra resources, or I'm going to take an extra turn, or I'm going to do something underhand to give me the advantage so I can win and I can feel good about myself, right? So you recognize that what you're doing is probably not great, but the justification is making the action that you're about to take acceptable, agreeable to you,
So
So
and
a
the
makes it
man that
definition
okay.
is just you
a man
cheated.
that was bullied by girls his whole high school, the whole time he was in
Yes.
high school, he has low self esteem, right? Every
Mm-hmm.
time he asks a girl out, she goes, "Ew, no." Right? All
Yes.
his friends around him have lost their virginity, right? So he says, you know what? I'm tired of being rejected. I'm still a virgin. I'm gonna go get me some and I'm gonna take it. So he goes and he drugs a girl's drink at a party and he
Mm-hmm.
grapes her, right? And his justification is, if I don't do this, right, I'll never lose my virginity.
Yes.
And so is he justified? Did he not know that what he was doing was wrong? Is that what you're
At
telling me?
at
Because he justified
at
that.
no point is any of this right.
Oh,
I
I
will
said, did
never
he know that what he was doing was wrong?
I don't know, from his perspective, I think he would say I was justified in my actions. That's why I took them.
Oh my gosh.
It
But
doesn't
No,
change
Frodo,
it
Frodo.
from being wrong. Just because you
But I'm
justify
not
it to
arguing
make
that.
yourself feel better. No, please pay attention. The fact that
Sure.
you make up a justification for the wrong thing that you're doing doesn't change that you did not know that you were doing something wrong.
and
Like
can we?
you literally broke down the wrong decision and still decided to go with it. You understood that this will be hurting people. This is me physically hurting a person. This is a wrong thing to do. I would
Mm-hmm.
not tell my mama that I'm doing this. I would not tell my brother that I'm doing this, right? But you
Yeah.
go ahead
Correct.
and still consciously, intentionally do said thing. Your justification is irrelevant here. No one cares what justification you have for it.
And I
I
also think
agree.
the moment you create a justification indicates that you know that's a problem with what you've done.
Absolutely. There you
Like,
go.
yeah, the need for a justification identifies the fact that you know that what you're doing is wrong on some level.
I agree with you. But the point is, people still find a justification for that.
Yeah, because they're wrong. Because they are horrible
Yeah,
people.
I agree. No one is arguing against this. At no point did I say any of this was justified. But I
Frodo,
think this is
you're not arguing against it, but you are making like you're literally simplifying, right? You're
You're making
simplifying
excuses
these.
for them.
Yeah, you're simplifying what these
no
people are
no
doing.
excuses. No, I'm not making excuses. I'm trying to explain a different aspect of human behavior as to why people resist change. And this is why these things happen. Like people go, I don't want to change. I'm going to take actions to defend what I'm doing. The justification is part of the human nature.
And
It happens.
Frodo,
I'm
I
not
don't,
saying that I agree with any of this.
yeah,
Like, I don't agree with that.
I don't think we missed that. That was the point that you were making. I think that by using the analogy that you chose to use on this stage
Hmm.
with four Black women whose ancestors were victims of the very institution that you're speaking of, it may not have been the best analogy because you're going to get a response from us that's a little bit different than I guess you would. We see this in a different way, right? So no, I don't think anybody is refuting what you're saying about the fact that people justify their behaviors. They have to have a reason for it. And to them, oftentimes they feel like, depending on the time, they have a right to do whatever it is they're doing. I shared with
Agreed.
Thinker and the crew earlier that Christina got me watching damn Game of Thrones, and I'm completely hooked now. And I was talking to my sister about the fact that the way women were objectified during that time, the way just the understanding, or it was just an accepted norm that if you weren't born with a specific last name, then you were pretty much just horseshit. That
Hmm.
doesn't mean that those people of nobility did not know that what they were doing was atrocious. They knew it well enough to not want to be in the shoes of those peasants. In the same way that slave owners knew that what they were doing was wrong enough to not
Thank
want to be
you.
slaves themselves. So that's
Who
just
is this?
I
Sorry, go
agree.
ahead.
no, you're good, Thinker.
I agree.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, that was it. I was just saying that, maybe using a different analogy would have landed a little bit differently, but the justification doesn't negate the fact that they knew that they
Sure.
were doing something wrong.
When somebody in the comments
I
says he
agree. The
found
justification doesn't
when someone
negate
in the comments
anything.
says they thought humans thought what he was doing was right. He found justifications. It's not excuses. He's finding a reason for it, right? A reason and a justification. How many times do believers get up on this stage and say that God was justified, right, for annihilating an entire group of
Hmm.
people?
Exactly.
Right. So to say that they found a
Yeah, it happened in the.
justification for it, right? And to have people say, oh, it was justified, right, for a man who was a virgin at 23 years old and ashamed of his virginity and constantly got rejected. It was justified for that man to go and grape the drink of a woman and sexually assault her. That's justified.
Yeah.
That's how that sounds when you and Mo say it's the reason, it's the justification.
It happened earlier when I was listening to the discussion with the South African guy who said that the atrocities committed by God were justified because it brought about good stuff, right? And I was listening to that, and it was shocking to me that he said those things, right? I don't agree that the justification makes it okay. I think people in their heads go, this is happening. I need to resist. I need to find a way to square the circle, or whatever analogy you want to use, to make myself feel better about the actions
And
I'm about to
exactly
take. And they
what Fee
use
said,
justifications to do
right?
that.
And exactly what Fee said, right, proves that they knew it was wrong. Your whole point was that they didn't know it was wrong. Your whole point was that they didn't know it was wrong. If they need to square the circle to make themselves feel good about the decision that they're making, they know it's wrong. And every time they do it, the first justification, they're going to need to create a new justification every time they go back and do it over and over until they no longer need a justification, and they have convinced themselves, right, that they have a right to do the wrong thing.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's not a change thing. Like when you simplify it and say, "Oh, human beings just don't like change," like you're not only dumbing down like people's experiences, right?
Hmm.
You're taking away responsibility from the fact that these people consciously ostracize others, right? These people consciously, intentionally wanted people to be below them, right? This is not, oh, people are just scared of change. There was change, right? They
Yep.
changed different laws that didn't work for them, right? Those laws didn't exist until they started to enslave people, and then they made laws
Hmm.
to govern said enslavement, right? Changes happened. It just had to be whatever changes they wanted. So these were intentional decisions. It's not we can't just chuck it up to, oh, humans just don't like change. No, they wanted to keep whatever change they made. They made their changes and wanted to stick to those changes. They wanted to have the power to make whatever changes they wanted at whatever time. So they did make changes. They were just fine with changes.
But if a specific group, whatever that group is, has authority and they don't want to share that authority, that comes from an other groups to have authority, correct? Or power, or whatever, or influence.
Yeah, I think we're full
What?
circle now. I think we are full
Mm,
circle now, because I kept
sure.
asking, like, are we ignoring, right, that there are people who are influencing this stop of change, this block of change, because they like where
Mm,
they are. They like the power. They like the fact that they control the majority of society, right? The less knowledge society has, the easier it is for them to control. The less evolved in thinking the humans are, the easier they are to control. And
yeah,
so, like in the
I
beginning of this
agree.
conversation, we were ignoring that aspect of why it is hard for society to accept change, and a lack of knowledge, right? The people will perish. And I hate that I'm quoting this damn book. And I actually think that it's, hey, as I told y'all, like when I read the book, I can see the book from when an imperialist reads it, they read it and they get instructions, right?
Yeah.
When
Mm-hmm.
a proselytizer reads it, they get a message, right? To how to indoctrinate and how to manage. And then when the believers read it, they get an inspirational message, right? So it's three different uh, messages, three different stories being told in this book. And the where there's a lack of knowledge, the people will perish. That is a recipe for how do you keep the people docile? How do you keep the people in a stagnant position? A lack of knowledge. Why do you think they burn books? Why do you think right now they're banning books? Right? Why do you think
Hmm.
instead of them focusing on increasing teachers' pay and making sure that the children get a better education, they're putting the Bible back into the church and fighting to shut down the Department of Education? The recipe is in the book.
I agree with you. I genuinely agree with you. Like, I'm looking at what's happening in terms of the US, and it is quite frightening. I agree with you that if you give people more knowledge, then it becomes harder to govern people. I believe if you're more educated, it becomes harder to govern them. But people reject knowledge as well because it's hard. It's really difficult to absorb knowledge sometimes, especially if it's
It's They
challenging
reject
your state.
knowledge because they've been told right is wrong and wrong is right. Right? They've been told up is down and down is up. And when you give them the opposite, right? They think that you're trying to trick them. They've been told, don't listen. Don't when they come, they're going to come, and that's the devil in the last days. They're going to come and they're going to try to change your mind. And those are the demons that's going to get you hurt, right? They've been warned about the
Hmm.
correctors, if that makes
Yeah,
sense.
I
So
agree.
they reject the correctors because they think the correctors are here to harm them.
I agree. But again, it's that shift away from the status quo that people struggle. Like it's so embedded. It's like you're showing me this new world, this new reality, this different reality to what I think I know. How is this going to work? How is this going to work? How is this going to happen? What happens to me? Do I come out of it positive or negative or neutral? Do I gain any benefit from any of this? These are all natural mindsets that we as people have whenever we're faced with a new reality. Is this going to change anything for me? Is it going to impact me? It's why change management in the corporate world is such a hot topic, because it's like you're moving from this state of affairs to this state of affairs. What does that mean? Who's going to be impacted? What is the risk involved with this massive shift in approach? And
Yeah, I'm
it's
still going back to the simplification. I'm sorry. Like that's too
yeah.
simple to the conversation that we're like especially the examples that you're bringing up. It's way
Mm.
too simple to just think, oh, people just don't want to use paper clips instead of pegs. Like it's not that simple because people have been faced with how much destruction can come from the decisions that they're making, and they make them anyway. I don't think it's that simple.
But usually people in power make a decision to either increase their power or increase their influence, right? They're not necessarily thinking about the impact downstream. They're like, oh, if I do this, right? A good example of this is gerrymandering, right? Gerrymandering happens all the time, right? What's the point of gerrymandering?
So that they can keep power and that they
Correct.
can
So
influence.
correct. They don't care about the downstream impact. They're going, if we gerrymander these districts, we're gonna continue being in power without having to change any of our policies to reflect the reality that our constituents are.
But they are changing though. Like that's the part where like at the end of the day, even in a business setting, right? If
I just
the
want to say I'm
change
10 more minutes and then I got to shut down. I got to get some sleep.
Okay, yeah.
Uh,
If the change does not actually benefit everybody, it's visible, right? We can all share in that reality that the change is not helping everybody, right?
correct.
Now, when we talk about legislation or the government making a decision, whenever they make changes that benefit them. They
Agreed.
are making changes. It's just your change they don't want because your change is going to take power out of their hands. So they are
Correct.
making changes.
Yes, they
Like they're
are.
not
But
quote unquote stuck.
I agree with you. But when you uh, can I stick with the gerrymandering example for just a second? If you gerrymander a region, a specific area, to ensure that a specific party stay in power, right? That's a change that you've made. We agree on that. But the problem is you're gerrymandering because your constituents might be saying X, Y, and Z needs fixing. And you're like, no, I don't want to fix this because my interests could be impacted if I do that, right? This is the point that I guess illustrates my the this is the example that illustrates the point I'm trying to make. Like change occurs, but if it's not fundamentally changing anything but maintaining the status quo, it's still maintaining the status quo. And that's what gerrymandering is designed to do. It's to stop a specific party having to change its policies to meet the needs of its constituents. We're going to make sure only a small percentage of the population that we know will vote a specific way get the chance to vote me into power, and I'm going to keep that specific constituency, population of the constituency, happy because they don't want they want the status quo to be maintained, and I don't want the status quo to be challenged because I benefit from the status quo. And that's how they resist changing, right? This was highlighted by a YouTuber called Destiny. I don't know if you know him, but he talks about the fact that the majority of minorities and immigrants vote Democrat. They don't vote Republican. There's a reason why, because the Republicans have no policies that benefit minorities and no policies that benefit immigrants. So why would you vote against your best interest? Like, it's blatantly obvious that they would vote a specific way. Imagine if the Republican Party actually engaged with its voter groups or the disenfranchised voters in across the board, how much better it would be. But then they have to change their policies. They have to change their value system. They have to move in a direction that is actually benefiting all Americans rather than a small minority of Americans. That's how change is designed to work. That's how voting and the democratic system is designed to work. You give people the opportunity to vote based on the policies that you put in front of them. If you never change your policies, has a Republican policy changed in the last 40, 50 years? No, still the same. It's not changed one iota. Why? Because they don't want it to change. They want to keep it exactly where it is.
I don't know. I just got back in here.
Sure, that's
I'm
fine.
sorry. I didn't.
Before you shut down, I genuinely want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to vocalize what I did. I apologize if I caused any offense. Genuinely, I do.
No, no offense. I think what I was going to bring up to the attention that we were able to disagree, right, and have a civil conversation, right, from two different perspectives and talk it through, right. And that's the whole point.
Sure.
Just because you don't agree with somebody, like, we're not gonna always see eye to eye on everything. But how do we
No.
come to a consensus, right, and see and work out what's best for everyone on a human level, right? If we cannot get through these tough conversations,
No, I agree.
and I think, yeah, so it's a conversation that I think it was very productive, and
But I
I
appreciate the
appreciate you
feedback.
for.
I appreciate the feedback from the young lady who said that the topic, the example didn't land correctly, and that's my blindness. That's my mistake. That's my issue. I should have chosen a better topic or a better example to focus on. So I'm not above not receiving. I'm like, if the feedback was valid and sound, and if I genuinely caused offense, I am more than happy to apologize for it.
Well, I appreciate that.
No
I really
worries.
do. And I'm about to get some sleep, y'all. I done ate
Go.
this big ass hen leg, some sweet potato. I'm gonna go eat me a piece of chest pie before I go to bed. But
enjoy the rest. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Same to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So thank y'all so much. I will see y'all on Sunday. I don't know if Rhea is going live Saturday. She's back. I think she's back. She usually goes live on Saturday. If she does, I'll see y'all in Rhea's live. But other than that, I hope y'all have an amazing weekend. I'll see y'all Sunday.
You
To the
too.
YouTube family.
Yeah.
Get some rest.
See you later, everyone.
All right. Lada, let me know if you need anything, okay?
Thanks, Thinker.
You're
Yes,
welcome.
And
Thank
I
you,
will.
Fee.
condolences, Lala. Let us know if we can be of any support.
Thank you, guys.
Love
You're
y'all.
welcome.
Love
Love you
you.
too. Love y'all. Bye, YouTube. Y'all have a great weekend. See y'all Sunday.